Pooja, see the range IG, Bharatpur range IG Gaurav Srivastav did a press conference and made a big revelation in this case that the the samples have matched, the blood samples have matched the traces recovered from the SUV from Junaid and Nasir. The range IG said that many people had raised objection that how can you be so sure that this two leftovers are of Junaid and Nasir only. So their samples were blood samples were sent to a laboratory from SUV which were recovered near a cow shed in Jind district of Haryana. And yesterday when this report came, it has been confirmed that Junaid and Nasir were brutally burned in that area. And now police is further carrying out the investigation. 8 accused have been identified in this case.
Yes.
7 other accused are yet to be identified. ADG Crime Dinesh MN will be again going to Bharatpur soon as per sources, and he's personally monitoring the case. Now this case is very open. It has been confirmed that both were abducted and burned in Haryana to death.
Absolutely horrific killing, and now with the evidence coming in from the FSL that it was the remains of Junaid and Nasir that the family had been alleging on. Thank you so much, Jaikishan, for the latest. Continue to bring us that horrific killing that had taken place, raising many questions. Remember, this concerns Haryana and also Rajasthan, 2 states. How could men accused of killing them roam around in that vehicle for hours, abduct them, kill them, and there was no notice taken? It was a huge political showdown of a Sunday evening when the Central Bureau of Investigation arrested Manish Sisodia and the Delhi Liquor Gate allegation scam. Here's what happened. Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia found himself facing heat from the CBI when he was eventually taken into arrest in the Delhi liquor policy case after 8 hours of questioning. AAP leader, just to give you an information, has been arrested under section 120B, which is criminal conspiracy, 477A, which is intent to defraud, that of the Indian Penal Code, and section 7 of the Prevention of Corruption Act. He first visited his mother, paid tribute at Rajgarh, then took a show of strength at around 11 a.m. when he went for questioning, and you can see some of the deployment also that was done. After that 8 hours of questioning, by 7:15 p.m. it was announced that Manish Sisodia, Delhi's Deputy CM and Education Minister, has been taken into arrest. The senior Aam Aadmi Party leader has been lodged at the headquarters on Sunday, will undergo a medical test, and then today will be produced before the Rouse Avenue Court. But Aam Aadmi Party workers will ensure they're all out in a show of strength in Delhi. They are protesting outside the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters in the national capital in just a short while. What does this mean for the Aam Aadmi Party, for Delhi politics and the showdown between AAP in Delhi and the BJP at the centre? Joining me for a perspective this morning is our consulting editor Rajdeep Sardesai. Rajdeep, what do you think is going to be the strategy of Arvind Kejriwal? Do you think he'll go on the defensive or perhaps attack the BJP even more? Because going by his old dharna days, he will somehow manage to use it to his advantage. What do you think, Rajdeep? Good morning.
Well, I think I answered a bit of that question earlier. Will we see a more combative Kejriwal? Look, he's always been a leader who's punched above his weight. One criticism of Mr. Kejriwal has been with an eye on vote bank politics. He's been seen to soft pedal on certain core Hindutva issues. But I do expect him to take on the BJP and try and raise issues like the Adani question, raise issues of scams involving BJP leaders and why they are not being prosecuted. Will that whataboutery work? We don't know. But the truth of the matter is that, yes, there are several states where the BJP leaders have possibly got away with despite corruption charges being made against them because they have the protection in a way of the center. But whether Mr. Kejriwal can make that an effective strategy, I don't know. As I said, and I keep reiterating, for Arvind Kejriwal, anti-corruption was his core USP. Should he lose that, then he becomes just another politician, just another political party, and that would be severely damaging to the Aam Aadmi Party. Plus, I want to add, Mr. Kejriwal's party does suffer from a talent deficit in terms of generation of the second level leaders. So the absence of Manish Sisodia in that sense will be felt even more greatly.
Rajdeep, apart from Aam Aadmi Party, let's talk about the BJP. That's also now, of course, entered into the showdown. Aam Aadmi Party is attacking the BJP. What do you think BJP strategy will be here or is here already?
What is the BJP strategy? Look, the BJP has scented blood. They've sensed that, here is an opportunity to dig the dagger into Arvind Kejriwal, someone who's tried to take the moral high ground on corruption. You might have seen last night Sambit Patra's press conference clearly questioning the very basis of AAP's claim to be anti-corruption, saying where else will you find a education minister who's being arrested on liquor charges? So clearly for the BJP, this is an opportunity to take on Mr. Kejriwal. There's a section of the BJP that believes he represents a bigger challenge in the future to them than even the Congress. The Congress has a lot of historical baggage that can be easily exploited by the BJP. Mr. Kejriwal's party was a startup, so it had less baggage. Now they have a chance to take on Mr. Kejriwal and remove the sheen, the halo of anti-corruption around him. And maybe they will target Mr. Kejriwal personally, not just Manish Sisodia, but slowly but surely come closer towards Mr. Kejriwal. And in a way, even if Mr. Kejriwal aligns with other regional leaders, the BJP will call it a alignment of the corrupt and try and sort of take that message to the people. But I keep asking the question, how is it that the ED CBI in states like Karnataka, Goa and Maharashtra doesn't seem to be acting, but seems to act in opposition-ruled states? That's the political argument that I think will be made by the opposition. Whether it will stick is uncertain, and it'll be interesting to see how that plays out in the days ahead.
All right, Rajdeep Sardesai, thank you very much for the latest on that. The visuals that are coming in right now are live from outside the CBI headquarters. As we can see, this is a heavy deployment of the Delhi police and the paramilitary to ensure that law and order remains, because Aam Aadmi Party is expected to be launching a mega protest. So if you're wondering what happens now to the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, who's been sending out the education model and is now under arrest for liquor scam. Now Sisodia has spent a night at the CBI office, will likely continue depending on what happens in the court. But there will be a medical test, which is a procedure that he will undergo before he's produced at the Rouse Avenue court. But the CBI will move court for further custody of Manish Sisodia, which means that he could be questioned again and for longer if the Central Bureau of Investigation gets further custody, depending on how many days does the court approve. Manish Sisodia will be then sent to jail if the CBI is denied custody for now. So these are some of the scenarios that could play out, remember, depending on likely what the court says. Let's go across now to Rahul Gautam. He's right outside Manish Sisodia's residence. This is in central Delhi. Rahul, what is the sort of situation looking like right now? Is there deployment outside Manish Sisodia's residence? What are we expecting? Has his family come out and spoken?
Well, I'm coming live from the residence of Manish Sisodia, that's AB 17 Mathura Road, and I'll just show you that what is the ground situation here. Paramilitary forces personnel have been deployed here to keep law and order situation intact. As far as family is concerned, we've been waiting for them to speak with the media, but there hasn't been any word so far. Last night, if you remember, Arvind Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann, they both arrived here, came out in solidarity with the family, given the fact that when Manish Sisodia was also going to Rajghat, at that point of time also he tweeted that his wife is ailing, she's suffering from various complications, and therefore, he appealed all the party members to look after the family. Obviously, it's a difficult time as far as Mr. Sisodia's family is concerned, given the fact that, not just he was the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi State, he was number 2 as far as Delhi administration concerned. He was the one actually who was implementing and executing the projects and the various schemes of Delhi government. On the other hand, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal was free to further the political interest of Aam Aadmi Party because of the fact that Manish Sisodia was handling the entire administration of national capital. So obviously this comes as a huge blow and setback as far as Delhi is concerned. And as far as BJP is concerned, at around 9:45 BJP is going to address a press conference. This is an apt opportunity for BJP to hit out at Aam Aadmi Party at the very core of their politics, that is that is non-corruption regime that they claim they'll be giving. Remember, they're the same plank on which they got elected. At that point of time, Sheila Dikshit was Chief Minister of National Capital. If you remember, they came out with several files and documents that how the then dispensation was engaged in corruption, and it was that time people believed in them and they got votes and they got
Rahul,
elected.
keep tracking
so obviously this is the very core area of.
We can see that there is a deployment behind you as well. This is, remember, a VIP area that we are reporting about, where Rahul Gautam presently is. Remember that two ministers, Arvind Kejriwal's right hand is Manish Sisodia, left hand Satyendra Jain. Both ministers are currently under arrest. This looks like that the government does not even have senior ministers right now to be run in Delhi. Why Manish Sisodia's arrest is therefore so explosive? This could be the biggest blow to the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi Dangal. This is one of the main and most important ministers in the Aam Aadmi Party government who's currently in custody. It could be a big dent to the Aam Aadmi Party's clean governance model on the plank that they had come against Sheila Dikshit's government. They are, of course, defined. They are saying this is all political conspiracy. But this has ignited primarily the BJP at the center and Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi duel like never before. This showdown is unprecedented, but it puts a spotlight on the Neta liquor cartel nexus, the allegation of the liquor policy, or whether the politicians of the government were taking money with regard to the liquor. That alcohol definitely gives in tax and money, but this time it was way more of an illegal nature. So therefore an ammunition now to Aam Aadmi Party to claim this is all witch hunt. They never indulged in any of these irregularities that are being mentioned. It's all political vendetta. Now, Aam Aadmi Party claims of attack on governance, that because they are running in Delhi and a challenger to the Bharatiya Janata Party and Narendra Modi for 2024, that's the reason that they are being witch hunted by the government at the center and via its agencies. But what does it do for the BJP? It bolsters BJP's corruption attack on Kejriwal and comes across to say that they are not as righteous as they claim to be in Delhi. So there is, of course, definitely a lot going on apart from the investigation, the political showdown that's taken place. Let's now try and help you understand, if you've tuned in today morning, about what exactly unfolded on Sunday. 8 hours of questioning by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Then Manish Sisodia gets arrested by the CBI. Here's why. The reason that led to his arrest and didn't just end at another round of questioning. Take a look.
The biggest arrest in Delhi Liquorgate probe. But what tilted the scale against Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal's Hanuman, the number 2 in his cabinet? CBI in a release said that Sisodia was arrested for irregularities in framing and implementing the excise policy, adding that Sisodia was evasive in answering when confronted with documentary and digital proofs. CBI sources say that Sisodia gave a standard "I don't know" to most of the questions.
Sources say when Manish Sisodia was confronted with the statement given by that bureaucrat, Manish Sisodia failed to answer most of the questions pertaining to the implementation, changes in the draft policy, and most importantly, the profit margin, which was increased to 12%, based on which the CBI decided to arrest the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi.
The confession by a top Delhi government official who served in the excise department proved clincher for CBI in arresting Sisodia. The Babu, while being questioned by CBI, termed Sisodia as the mastermind of the new liquor policy, saying that the Deputy CM had personally made changes to the controversial liquor policy. While many of the phones used to strike Liquorgate deals were allegedly destroyed, forensic tests showed that proposals were sent to the bureaucrat's mobile using WhatsApp.
सीबीआई सूत्रों का यह कहना है कि उस अधिकारी ने अपने बयान में कहा हुआ था कि जब मनीष सिसोदिया आबकारी मंत्री थे, उस वक्त उन्होंने ही निर्देश दिया हुआ था शराब नीति में बदलाव करने का, और उनके ही निर्देश पर जो मुनाफा था उसे बढ़ाकर 12% कर दिया गया था, जिसका सीधा फायदा शराब व्यापारियों को हो रहा था.
Probe officials also point to the fact that suspiciously reports of an expert committee was completely changed by forming a group of ministers and concealing an earlier note. Lastly, the profit margin for liquor sellers was just 5% in the original policy. But under the new policy, it went up to 12% at the behest of the southern liquor lobby. With Manish Pandey in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
So apart from the investigation, it has become an Aam Aadmi Party versus Bharatiya Janata Party showdown over the Liquorgate scam allegations. Now, the arrest of Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister, who's also been an education minister and one of the most prominent in Aam Aadmi Party government, both parties are now accusing each other of misusing political positions. Aam Aadmi Party has called it a black day for democracy. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind KEJRIWal has accused BJP of carrying out dirty politics and hatching a conspiracy to malign Manish Sisodia. He's calling Manish Sisodia an honest patriot and has added that he's been working for the welfare of children and this is how he's treated. But the Bharatiya Janata Party hailed the move by the CBI and took jibes at the arrested Aam Aadmi Party leader and has said it's shameful that an education minister has been arrested in a liquor scam for getting illegal funding, and the agencies have made Sisodia accused number one, not the political party. But apart from all of that, we're expecting a showdown on the streets as well today, right outside the BJP headquarters, where the Aam Aadmi Party is likely to hold a protest.
मनीष जी एक ईमानदार, देशभक्त और साहसी व्यक्ति हैं जो 24 घंटे देश की सेवा में लगे रहते हैं। पूरा देश देख रहा है कि किस तरह से उन्होंने गरीबों के बच्चों को अच्छा भविष्य देने के लिए उन्हें अच्छी शिक्षा देना शुरू किया था। पिछले 75 साल में शायद ये पहला शख्स है जिसने हर गरीब के घर में एक उम्मीद जताई थी।
कोई सबूत नहीं, उनके घर पे 1 रुपया नहीं मिला, उनके गांव में कोई जायदाद नहीं मिली, 500 छापे मारे, मनीष सिसोदिया के खिलाफ एक डॉक्यूमेंट्री एविडेंस नहीं मिला। मगर गिरफ्तारी कैसे होगी मैं आपको बता देता हूं। आप किसी बड़े नेता को बुलाइए, कहिए पूछताछ हो रही है, 8 घंटे बिठाइए, छोड़ दीजिए, फिर दोबारा बुला लीजिए, तिवारा बुला लीजिए और फिर कहिए मनीष सिसोदिया कोऑपरेट नहीं कर रहे। तो कोऑपरेट ना करने के नाम पे आप किसी को भी गिरफ्तार कर चुके हैं, करते रहे हैं और कर रहे हैं।
कोई भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने मनीष सिसोदिया जी को अक्यूज्ड नंबर 1 शराब घोटाले में नहीं बनाया है। जांच के आधार पर मनीष सिसोदिया जी अक्यूज्ड नंबर 1 बने। मुझे तो शर्म आता है ये कहते हुए कि आज पूरे विश्व में ऐसा कोई शिक्षा मंत्री नहीं होगा जो शराब के घोटाले में गिरफ्तार किया जा रहा होगा। जस्ट इमेजिन एन मिनिस्टर ऑफ एजुकेशन गेटिंग अरेस्टेड फॉर एक्साइज पॉलिसी। ये आंख खोलने वाला विषय है, ये चौंकाने वाला विषय है।
और जिस प्रकार से घोटाला सामने आया, हम तो शुरू से कह रहे थे कि मनीष सिसोदिया इसके अंदर इन्वॉल्व है। अब चूंकि वो डर रहे थे कि उन्होंने बहुत कुछ किया है इसलिए उनकी गिरफ्तारी होगी, उनकी ये जो डर है उनका कहीं ना कहीं सच साबित हुआ है। लेकिन सवाल ये है, उनको बहुत सारी चीजों के जवाब देने होंगे। मनीष सिसोदिया जी तो सिर्फ एक मोहरा है, असली किंगपिन अरविंद केजरीवाल है।
मैं दावा करके कह सकती हूँ कि इस केस को कोर्ट में जाने दीजिए, ट्रायल होने दीजिए, वो उसमें भी सीबीआई 1 रुपए का भ्रष्टाचार साबित नहीं कर पाएगी। आपको भरोसा? लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तानाशाही है, उनके पास उनके हाथ में एजेंसियां हैं तो वो अरेस्ट कर सकती हैं। उन्होंने अरेस्ट किया है और आज वो एक मनीष सिसोदिया को गिरफ्तार करेंगे तो 1000 मनीष सिसोदिया खड़े होंगे जो इस देश में सच्चाई की लड़ाई को लड़ेंगे।
मैं पिछले लगभग 5 साल से ये बात बोल रहा हूं कि सत्येंद्र जैन, मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल तीनों भ्रष्ट हैं। मनीष सिसोदिया ने दिल्ली के हजारों लाखों परिवारों को शराब के नशे के जाल में धकेला था, कितने ही परिवारों को बर्बाद किया। दिल्ली की जनता ने जो भुगता है, दिल्ली की जो माताओं बहनों ने बद्दुआएं दी हैं, उनके कारण अब मनीष सिसोदिया को जेल जाना पड़ेगा और लंबे समय तक जेल के अंदर रहना पड़ेगा।
एक ऐसे शिक्षा मंत्री जिन्होंने पूरे देश और दुनिया को शिक्षा का मॉडल दिया, मनीष सिसोदिया जी, आज उनको गिरफ्तार कर लिया मोदी जी की सरकार ने। मैं समझता हूं ये जुर्म की इंतहा है, ये तानाशाही की इंतहा है कि आपने एक नेक इंसान को, एक सर्वश्रेष्ठ एक शिक्षा मंत्री को आपने गिरफ्तार किया है। देश के करोड़ों लोग जो आपके जुर्म को देख रहे हैं, आपके अत्याचार को देख रहे हैं, ये समय आने पे आपको जवाब देंगे।
It's a developing story and we'll be on the ground to tell you all the latest on that through the day. I'm heading to a very short commercial break. In Jammu and Kashmir, another targeted killing against Kashmiri Pandits. A security guard shot dead in broad daylight. Lashkar Front TRF claims responsibility. The man leaves behind 3 minor children and a grieving family. Continued series of attacks. Let's get your ground report after a break.
तो जैसे सबसे तेज आपकी टैगलाइन है, तो इसी तरह से सबसे तेज हमारी सरकार की लाइफलाइन है.
Thank Mr. Puri.
I thank you for giving me the chance to address you.
Terrorism now a global issue.
The First Lady position is so unusual.
Never in my career did I ever see that love and affection in any other country than we saw in India in '79.
Pakistan has been responsible chronically for association with sponsorship of terrorist groups.
Sharp stabbing pain at the back of neck, constant headache, excessive sleepiness. Many of us are only starting to discover what stress is doing to our bodies.
This is the most embarrassing day of my life.
Few years ago, ABC News anchor Dan Harris had a panic attack on air.
I knew with rock solid certainty.
Have you ever felt like Dan? Anxious, breathless, and a sense of panic. Just panicky for no good reason. Well, the culprit really is stress here.
Yet people do not recognize stress as a problem until it begins to tell on them.
When there is more than the normal tolerable stress, then all these factors, high cholesterol, high sugar which is produced, high blood pressure, increased heart rate, and the spasm of the arteries of the heart also lay a foundation for developing heart blockages.
Doctors say the curtains have scarcely come down on the COVID pandemic, then India seems to be in the grip of another epidemic, a silent one at that, brought on by stress. In a survey of 10,000 Indians conducted in December 2020 by the Center of Healing, a mental health service platform based in Delhi, 74% of the respondents reported stress and 88% anxiety. Nearly 70% of the therapists surveyed documented an increase in the number of patient visits. 55% said there had been an increase in first-time clients after the pandemic. Stress is no stranger to humankind. It is perhaps as old as existence itself. The human body is primed both to recognize it and to deal with it through a combination of responses that make up what is called the flee or fight mechanism. It is the overreaction to stress where things start to go wrong.
Small amount of stress is very good to keep you motivated, to keep trying to achieve things which make you happy. But then beyond that, stress always brings down your performance, prevents you from enjoying life. Find a balance between your work and your personal life. Then the second thing is you should always plan some short vacations in the year and some good long vacations where you are out with your family. Third is that indulging in sports activities is a great stress buster. It gives you exercise as well as a mental relaxation.
In yet another targeted attack on Hindu minority in Kashmir, a bank security guard, Sanjay Sharma, was shot dead by terrorists in South Kashmir's Pulwama on Sunday. He leaves behind 3 minor children, one barely a year old. Here's more in this report about continued targeted killings in Kashmir.
Another Kashmiri Hindu butchered. Pakistan-backed terrorists have gunned down a Kashmiri Pandit. Terrorists on Saturday shot dead a 40-year-old Kashmiri Pandit man in Jammu and Kashmir's Pulwama district while he was on his way to a local market. Sanjay Sharma was working as a bank security guard. He was shot in the chest at point-blank range in the Anchan area.
ये दोनों मियाँ बीवी जा रहे थे वहाँ पे शॉपिंग करने के लिए, उनको जम्मू जाना था कि बीवी अचानक वो रेडीमेड गारमेंट में चली गई दुकान पे, पीछे से एक बंदा आया उसको गोली मार के हला कर दिया.
Sharma, who was critically injured in the attack, was rushed to the hospital where he succumbed to his injuries. The entire area was cordoned off to nab the attackers.
जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है उसके हिसाब से जैसे जैसे हमारे पास क्लू सामने आए हैं उनको हम फॉलो कर रहे हैं और इनको हम टेररिस्ट जो हैं इसमें मुलविस उनको हम जल्दी ट्रैक डाउन करके न्यूट्रलाइज कर देंगे.
Family members of the deceased remain inconsolable. Locals in the area also staged a protest against the targeted killings in the valley and demanded justice for Sanjay Sharma.
हमारा इस्लाम बदनाम हो रहा है. इस्लाम में कहीं पर ये दारिज नहीं है कि आप खून नाहक बहाओ. लिहाजा हम रो रो के बोल रहे हैं जिसने भी ये किया बहुत खून नाहक किया, बहुत बड़ा गुनाह किया.
He has been murdered in cold blood. We express our deepest condolences and want to assure the bereaved family that the perpetrators of crime shall be done to justice very soon.
Meanwhile, politics has erupted over this issue. Several political parties slammed the Modi government's claims of normalcy in the valley and accused the BJP of using Kashmiri Pandits for politics.
फेलियर ही नहीं, वो इस्तेमाल करती है इनको यहाँ पर इनकी मौजूदगी को वो दिखाना चाहती है यहाँ सब कुछ ठीक ठाक है, और जब इनको टारगेट किया जाता है तो पूरे मुल्क के अंदर मुसलमानों को बदनाम करती है.
जम्मू कश्मीर उपराज्यपाल प्रशासन पूरी तरह से फेल साबित हुआ है, लेकिन सरकार पे यह सवाल पैदा होता है कि सरकार यह बताए कि आखिर इन लोगों की सुरक्षा करने में सरकार क्यों नाकामयाब रही है.
जो बेचारे हमारे मुलाजिम पंडित जम्मू में आजकल हैं, उनसे मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि गवर्नमेंट से कि इनको तब तक यहां मत लाइए जब तक पूरी सुरक्षा नहीं होगी. अभी भी आतंकवाद है. ये जो कहते हैं कि आतंकवाद खत्म हो गया, आतंकवाद खत्म नहीं हुआ है, आतंकवाद है.
There has been a series of attacks on Kashmiri Pandits and other members of the minority community in the valley have picked up since October 2021.
Today morning, when this Kashmiri Pandit who was working as a bank guard in the Asan Bank branch was shot by the terrorists with a close range, and he was shifted to the Pulwama hospital where he succumbed to the injuries. Meanwhile, the security forces have cordoned off the whole area to nab the attackers. TRF, the resistance front, which is considered as the arm of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, has taken the responsibility for the killing of Kashmiri Pandit. Ashrafani for India Today in Pulwama.
Remember, innocent civilians who had nothing to do with politics were just existing in their motherland. I'm heading to a very short break. When I return, I get you an exclusive interview of the Bharatiya Janata Party stalwart and former Karnataka Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa. Big news, he's a senior leader, will not contest elections likely again. But what does it mean for Basavaraj Bommai and the BJP in Karnataka? That and more after a very short break.
Southern cinema is known for its flavors, be it over-the-top action sequences, light-hearted comedy, or a complete masala entertainer.
పానం కన్నా విలువైన నీ సోపతి నా సొంతం అన్నా గర్వంతో ఈ మనలో కలిసిపోతనే.
And the fact that it has such a wide reach irrespective of the language barrier explains the craze and power of these regional films. While we have Kannada films, Telugu films and Malayalam movies that have had a dream run lately and continue to do so, let's take a look at the A-listers and their most anticipated Tamil movies of 2023 as the industry is basking in the glory of some of the biggest hits. Jailer. Jailer will be Rajnikant's first film since the release of Annate in 2021. Directed by Nelson Dilip Kumar, the movie has a stellar cast comprising of Jackie Shroff, Shivaraj Kumar, Mohan Lal and Tamanna among others. The movie is scheduled to roll out in cinemas on April 14. Ponniyin Selvan 2. Filmmaker Mani Ratnam's dream project Ponniyin Selvan Part 1 fetched critical acclaim and was a commercial success. The first part of this magnum opus ended on a cliffhanger, and now all eyes are on the second part, which will hit theatres on April 28th. The second part will pick up from where it ended in PS1 and will have answers to key questions about the Chola dynasty. Based on the novel by Kalki Krishnamurthy, the historical drama features Aishwarya Rai Bachchan, Chyan Vikram, Trisha, Jayam Ravi and Karthi in lead roles.
Here's an exclusive interview of Bharatiya Janata Party stalwart and former Karnataka Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa. He's staring at retirement but still hogs all the limelight and headlines ahead of Karnataka Assembly elections. If he does not contest for the Chief Minister's position, what does it mean for Basavaraj Bommai and the BJP in Karnataka? Look at this interview.
The man behind BJP to come to power in South India, the man who is responsible for BJP to be in power in the state of Karnataka as we speak now. Mr. B.S. Yediyurappa, thank you so much for talking to India Today, sir. And very, very happy birthday to you, sir.
Thank you, Daniel.
Sir, tomorrow Prime Minister Modi will be here in Shivamogga to inaugurate the second biggest airport in the state. How do you see this? Your dream come true.
The dream has come true, and Modi ji himself told me that if you accept the date in your birthday only, that I will come on that day. According to his promise, tomorrow he is going to come and inaugurate the airport. That is an historical day for us, and we have never expected Modi ji is going to give such an importance to the Karnataka, so that he will come and inaugurate the airport, and it is very helpful to the entire state and particularly Shivamogga. Those who want to come and invest in the Karnataka, the industrialists, they will come. Time is important for them, so that this airport will be helpful to us to build up the party and also industry. So it is in all respect it will be helpful to our state.
Sir, on the other day you spoke on the floor of the House, and 4 years as a Chief Minister, 31 years as an MLA, 4 years as an MLC and 4 years as an MP. And you have announced your retirement from the electoral politics. How was your feelings, sir?
You see, I am not going to retire from the politics. I am not tired. And I will go around in the state to build up the party And I have got 100% confidence that we are going to get absolute majority in Karnataka Assembly. Not only Assembly, for Lok Sabha also you must get absolute majority, so that Prime Minister can again become the Prime Minister of India, Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. These two aspects is in mind, and on that respect I will go around in the state to build up the party, and I will see that more MLAs that get absolute majority in Karnataka, and also get more Lok Sabha members to strengthen Modi ji's government.
So you were the face of BJP, whether it is Karnataka or South India. How do you think that the transition will happen in the state of Karnataka? How do you see that an alternative leader representing BJP as a chief minister face will be accepted by the people?
There are so many leaders in Karnataka. At the time of after the election, the Modi ji and Amit Shah is going to take decision who should lead the party in Karnataka. And you know very well, our Bommai's government has given very good pro-people program in Karnataka. It is all helpful to us to come back to power in Karnataka, and who should be the lead of the government next time, that will decide by the Prime Minister of India and also Home Minister.
But the Congress have a different feeling. They say that you have been sidelined. How do you see this, sir?
That is
you have
not,
been sidelined, you have not been given responsibility, you have been thrown out of the power, you have been sent to old age.
Intentionally, these Congress friends are speaking all these things. That is not correct. You know very well, I myself voluntarily resigned for Chief Ministership and Bommai has become the Chief Minister. I myself decided that after 8 years I should not continue in election politics, that's all. So I am not retired from the politics. I am going around in the state to build up the party, and I have got 100% confidence that we are going to come back to power in Karnataka. Not only Assembly but also Lok Sabha will get absolute seats. And Prime Minister is going to become the Prime Minister again, Narendra Modi ji, that we are going to give contribution to more Lok Sabha seat to become the Prime Minister of India.
Many political analysts feel that what has happened to Congress after Virendra Patil might replicate on BJP if you are retiring from electoral politics.
Not at all. I am going to request all our Lingayat community brothers that I myself taken this type of decision. Not anybody has forced me to retire from politics, or nobody asked me to not to contest for next elections, because I myself taken the decision. Our Lingayat community particularly, they will not they will understand what decision I have taken is correct. And I request all our community people also support Bharatiya Janata Party and come back to power, so that it will be helpful to the party.
But if your party have to come back to power, if your party have to retain, there are certain narratives, sir. A lot of criticism on Basuraj Bommai government, corruption charges, but they are not going to the people on development, rather on a communal angle. Tippu Sultan versus Savarkar. Tippu Sultan versus Rama Hanuman. Tippu Sultan versus other people. How do you see this narrative, sir?
Such things, intentionally, few people are creating this problem, particularly Congress leadership. And you know very well about the performance of the government, particularly SC, ST, OBC community are happy that programs you have given to that people that are happy, and also our Modi ji's government contribution to the people of Karnataka and also entire country, it will help to our party. And Congress are dreaming that already they have come to power, that who should become the chief minister, like that they are discussing. That dream will not come.
So that is a huge difference, sir. When you were a chief minister, you were a chief minister of all community. You spoken on behalf of Muslims even during the time of COVID, when there were attack on that particular community. But now it's a different narrative. Your own leader, your state president, Nalin Kumar Katil, speak about communal politics. He speaks about no development, talk about love jihad. No development, talk about Tippu Sultan.
I don't agree with Nalin Kumar Katil's statement. On that day only I have given the statement. Nobody should speak like that. Hindu, Muslim, Christians are together must fight. And you know very well that Prime Minister Modi ji also very particular about Muslim community also. He has given so many pro-people Muslim community programs also. That will all helpful to us in next Lok Sabha election and also Assembly election. One statement from Nalin Kumar Patil, it will not affect our party at all.
And sir, how do you see the corruption charges on Basuraj Bommai government?
That is not correct.
40% corruption charges against them, and it is damaging the party as well.
Not at all. There is no corruption at all. Congress people intentionally, repeatedly telling 40%, 30% like that. At the time of Siddaramaya's regime, they looted money like anything, and you know very well, you filed a case in Lokayukta also, you will face the consequence. So unnecessarily speaking against Bharatiya Janata Party that BJP government is corrupt government, that is not correct, and people give proper reply at the time of election.
Amit Shah was in Bellary, sir, addressing a huge gathering. He is seeking the vote in the name of Prime Minister. He is seeking the vote in the name of Mr. B.S. Yediyurappa. But he is not asking in the name of Basuraj Bommai. Congress says that he deliberately avoided the name because he is a face of corruption. B.S. Yediyurappa and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is the face of this particular election, not Basuraj Bommai. And he will not be the Chief Minister even if BJP comes back to power.
Who will be the Chief Minister of Karnataka after election? The central leadership is going to take decision. But at the time of the public meeting, Amit Shah ji spoke about me and also Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. Naturally, this leadership will get maximum support from the people of Karnataka. That is the reason he has mentioned Modi ji and my name. And that doesn't mean that he has neglected Basuraj Bommai. Basuraj Bommai, myself and Modi ji and all together, we will work hard in the Karnataka and we will come back to power.
You mean to say still Basuraj Bommai will be the CM face even this election?
That will be decided on the All India leaders. I don't want to comment on that.
And sir, you have also announced that you will not contest from Shikaripura, but you have also made a statement about Mr. Vijendra that he will be taken over. Whether you got any kind of green signal from them? High Command.
That will be decided by the central leadership. I just announced that in my place, Vijendra is going to contest. Ultimately, the party will take final decision.
But don't you think that he's been snubbed because he has proved his capability in KRPet? He has proved his capabilities in Sira, because these are KRPet, especially Wakkaliga dominated. BJP has never opened an account in Mandya, but still he has proved his capability, but still the recognition has not been given to him. Just because you're the father and they don't want that dynasty politics to exist.
Days are gone. In future, he will be given importance and he is going to contest from Shikaripura and he will get maximum support from the people of Shikaripura Taluk and he will come back to power. And afterwards, whatever the responsibility is going to give from the center and the central leadership, he will fulfill that demand.
My last question, sir. When you were Chief Minister, when you were at peak of time, there was crisis in the state of Karnataka. I remember you talking to us saying that there is no replacement for Yediyurappa. Yediyurappa is the replacement for Yediyurappa. There is no alternative. Do you see the transition now, sir, in the BJP?
Now, because of so many developments, there are so many leaders in Karnataka to lead the government. And who should be the leader of the government, that will be decided by the central leadership.
Thank you so much, sir. Here is the captain of the ship, Mr. B.S. Yediyurappa, who always maintained that he will bring back BJP to power despite being retired from electoral politics. That is the kind of enthusiasm who will be celebrating his 80th birthday. Thank you so much, sir.
Right, so all set to retire, but clearly still very much a part of the Karnataka politics and upcoming elections. That was an interview by my colleague Sagai Raj. You can track it on indiatoday.in. I'm heading into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Lots more on the other side. Thank you for watching.
In the early hours of February the 24th, Russian President Vladimir Putin ordered his troops into Ukraine. Kyiv's Western allies had been warning of a looming Russian aggression for months. Even so, Putin's decision came as a shock to many in Ukraine and across the world.
I'm atop a T-64 Russian tank, and they are now preparing to roll in to the border areas, the front line.
Speaking on Russian state television, he announced the launch of what he called a special military operation to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine.
Республики Донбасс обратились к России с просьбой о помощи.
The People's Republic of Donbass asked Russia for help. In this regard, under Article 51, Part 7 of the Charter of the United Nations, with the approval of the Russian State Federal Council, and in accordance with the Friendship and Mutual Assistance Treaties with the Donetsk People's Republic and Luhansk People's Republic, ratified by the Russian Parliament on February 22nd, I decided to conduct a special military operation.
Moments later, the first explosions were heard across Ukraine. A multi-pronged attack. Russian forces entered Ukraine from three fronts: from Belarus, from Crimea, which is under Russian control since 2014, and from the Donbas region of Donetsk and Luhansk into eastern parts of Ukraine. Kyiv and the West called the action nothing more than a land grab. While geopolitics and the display of military might and strength dominated news across the world, it is the lives lost, families ruined, and cities destroyed that will resonate through decades and centuries.
For me, the world ended on March 5th. And when one doesn't even know how to find her in order to bury her, so that she has a resting place, a place for us to come and visit.
І не знали, як її знайти.
There was resistance, and the Ukrainians were determined to fight back. Outnumbered and ordered to surrender by an approaching Russian vessel, a small group of Ukrainian troops stationed on Snake Island, a tiny but strategic Black Sea outpost, responded with this. On the same day, Antonov Airfield, a major cargo airport just north of Kyiv, was the first major victory notched up by the Russians.
It's the election day for Nagaland and Meghalaya, and India Today is on the ground to get you the latest. Let's begin first, one by one. Meghalaya is where over 21 lakh voters will decide the fate of 369 candidates at 3,419 polling stations set up across the state. In Meghalaya, the Congress emerged the single largest party in 2018, remember, winning 21 seats of total 60. That's the graphics on your screen to help you understand the numbers. The National People's Party, which bagged 19 seats, was able to form the government, though, with the support of the Bharatiya Janata Party and the legislators from the regional parties and independents. So the alliance really eventually got the fold. For this election, the BJP and the Congress have fielded candidates in all 60 seats. NPP and Trinamool Congress have fielded 57 and 56 candidates in the 60-seat assembly. People have already started to queue up, and it looks like there are more young women voters, which is heartening to see. Meghalaya, well, important, how will the day progress and the voting turnout. Meghalaya, remember, just to give you a background, has been reporting and has been ensuring good voting percentage in the past few years. So let's go on the ground, because India Today's Indrajit Kundu, who closely tracks the northeastern states, is in Shillong today. And I look at the beautiful Shillong behind you. Indrajit, what is the voting turnout looking like? Also give us a background. Has Meghalaya in the past as well come out openly and with good numbers to vote?
Well, absolutely, Pooja. As I've been saying since morning, elections in Northeast most often they have been very, very celebratory. I've covered elections in Mizoram and other states also. Here in Meghalaya, it's no different. Since early in the morning, people are queuing up in large numbers. You can see behind me, and there is no major disruption since morning. The mood is very, very celebratory. last time in 2018, the turnout was more than 86%, and the Election Commission hopes that this time it's going to set a new record. Will it cross 90%? That's where everybody is eyeing. And the important part, of course, is that of the 21 lakh electorate in Meghalaya, more than half of it is women, and you can see large number of women have been coming to the polling stations since morning. Women's participation very important. Meghalaya is traditionally a matrilineal society. And I can see, women coming out to vote with children, young, old, everybody participating. There are more than 119 companies of CAPF that have been deployed. So at this polling station, we can see security presence there.
Good.
The last one that I was there, we didn't find any security personnel
That's
posted
it's
right
important
outside,
to see, Indrajit, what you're showing to us this morning, that it's a good number. And remember, Meghalaya has had its share of conflict as well. So that's one of the reasons you see security. Indrajit will be tracking all the latest on that. From Meghalaya, let me now take you to Nagaland. 13 lakh voters to decide the electoral fate of 183 candidates in 59 out of 60 assembly seats. Counting of these votes will take on the 2nd of March. The Naga People's Front, which is the NPF, secured nearly 39% of total votes, emerged as the single largest party in 2018 elections. But the alliance of the Nationalist Democratic Progressive Party, the NDPP, and the BJP bagged 17 and 12 seats respectively and were, similar to Meghalaya, were able to form the government. Now, this time, both the NDPP and BJP are contesting 40-20 seat sharing formula, while the Congress, NPF and LJP parties are contesting 23, 22, 15 seat sharing. That's again the graphic for you to understand. Nagaland is yet to elect a woman MLA in the state's 60-year history, and all eyes will now be on the 4 women candidates to see whether they will be able to create that history. Let's go across on the ground now in Kohima in Nagaland. You can see the security arrangements and the ballots that have been brought in. Voting, remember, has already started. This visual is from short while ago. Ritik, so tell us more about Nagaland. Of course, I'll be waiting if there's a woman MLA who makes it to the assembly. What does the turnout look like? Is it slower? Has it picked up? And eventually, what are you hearing about the manner in which the politics or the campaigning had been in Nagaland?
Well, Pooja, Nagaland is going for, northeastern state, Nagaland is going for polls on Monday, and the pollings are underway, and what we are given to understand that as of now the situation is peaceful, and people can go for voting between 7 a.m. and 4 p.m. and currently we are bringing this live broadcast from a very remote village of Kohima, and I would like to request my camera person to pan and show the beauty of this beautiful village. We are at our polling station, which is on the roof, on the hilltop, and we can see that people have arrived here in large number. You know, in Nagaland, State Assembly have 60 members, but today 59 out of them are going for poll as one BJP candidate, declared uncontested, elected, as other political parties and candidates withdrawn their candidature. But we can see since morning, it is in the morning that we are being told that the voting will be conducted at 2,291 polling stations today.
Ritik, it's good to see from our previous telecast that the numbers have picked up in Nagaland, but looks like it's still slower than that of Meghalaya. Nevertheless, the day has just started and people are going to be lining up at the booth. Here's hoping it's a good turnout. Ritik Mondal in Nagaland and Indrajit Kundu in Meghalaya. For all the latest on that, India Today's coverage of the northeastern elections will continue. Thank you so much for watching. I'm heading into a very short break, wrapping up this bulletin. Stay tuned.
India gets its first ever transgender ward. The GT Hospital in Mumbai has opened a facility exclusively for the community. The ward has 30 beds with separate examination and dressing rooms and has gender-neutral toilets.
What happens is, of course, if it's a patient is critical, for example, if he needs an ICU, if he requires a surgery, then in these places there is no gender division. So these patients will have to go there. But for other things like nebulization, CPAP, so all that will happen under one roof.
GT Hospital has trained more than 150 staff members to sensitize them on providing medical treatment to transgender patients.
We've taken the help of transgender community in developing the ward. What are your needs? In that context, we actually had sensitization of around 150 of our own employees to know how to, be sensitive to their needs, to their issues.
The hospital authorities say their initiative is a step in the direction of making India more gender inclusive. With Dev Kotak in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ। अब इंडिया खेलेगा ग्लोरी के लिए।
Good morning and welcome. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Pooja Shali. You're watching India Today's The Burning Question. Let's begin quickly with the headlines. Lots more lined up through the bulletin. It's the biggest blow till now to the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi. After 8 hours of questioning, Manish Sisodia has been taken into arrest. Top bureaucrat reveals that Manish Sisodia was the mastermind of Liquorgate controversy. Aam Aadmi Party denies allegations. AAP has cried foul over Sisodia's arrest, claiming conspiracy by BJP. Aam Aadmi Party calls it Black Day of Democracy. Chief Minister KEJRIWAL says Sisodia is innocent. He's a victim of politics.
मनीष जी एक ईमानदार, देशभक्त और साहसी व्यक्ति हैं।
It is the election day for Nagaland and Meghalaya. Battle on 60 seats in the two states. Mega three-cornered contest. TMC Congress are also aiming to win elections this time. Opposition stoops to a new deadly low. Gali politics raging on. Opposition hurls abuses at Prime Minister Modi after Congress Neta's Kabar attack. Modi mar gaya chanting raised by Aam Aadmi Party workers. Another shocking cowardly attack in Kashmir against Kashmiri Pandit Sanjay Sharma, who was shot dead in Pulwama in broad daylight. Lashkar Front TRF claims responsibility of the attack. Protests erupt across the valley. The man leaves behind 3 minor children, one barely a year old. It's the big Monday for the Aam Aadmi Party BJP showdown that is on after Manish Sisodia was taken into arrest by the CBI. After Sisodia's arrest, Aam Aadmi Party is ensuring that they have a show of strength on the ground and called for protest. High security that we saw around Aam Aadmi Party headquarters in Delhi, outside Manish Sisodia's residence too. Police vehicles are deployed. Water cannons have been set up. Aam Aadmi Party leaders are asking supporters to gather for the protest. It looks like a complete showdown. We'll quickly go across to my colleague, India Today's Ashutosh Mishra in Delhi. Ashutosh, you've been tracking the Aam Aadmi Party for years now. What are we expecting as a strategy today? Satyendra Jain, Manish Sisodia, 2 right hand, left hand of Arvind Kejriwal, both currently under arrest. What is the Aam Aadmi Party strategy expected today?
After arrest of Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia in Delhi's excise case probed by the CBI, on Monday, the Aam Aadmi Party plans a massive showdown protest against the BJP. As they claim, that it is the BJP's vendetta politics that has led to the arrest of Manish Sisodia. And here, as a preventive measures, right outside the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, what we see is the huge deployment of police forces, troops, rapid action force, Vajra, anti-riot vehicles and water cannon vehicles. So this is the massive deployment. The distance between AAP and BJP headquarters is not more than 150 meters. And on the other side there you see the another the team of the policemen which are right reaching here with the anti-riot gear, protection unit and everything that is being deployed here. Often when these two parties comes together in front of each other, there are often, triggers a clash-like situation, and to prevent law and order this situation. Even yesterday, several leaders from the Aam Aadmi Party were kept in detention in a police station, including party MP Sanjay Singh and Minister Gopal Rai. After Sisodia's arrest around 12 o'clock, what we know that the agency is likely to produce him at Rouse Avenue Court. But in the meanwhile, not just Delhi, but in several other states, Aam Aadmi Party will hit the street and protest against Sisodia's arrest, against the BJP, and also over the issues of how centre government, as they accuse, is funding the Adani group, how centre government is helping Adani. So these are the overall issues that the Aam Aadmi Party, and particularly against the arrest of Manish Sisodia, they are going to hit the street. In Delhi with Sanjay Kumar, this is Ashutosh Mishra for India Today.
All right, so that was Ashutosh Mishra. He sent us this ground report and I'll quickly go across to him in a while. So this is what had happened if you're tuning in just now. The Central Bureau of Investigation arrested Manish Sisodia in the Delhi Liquorgate scam allegation. The liquor policy that was withdrawn but has become a huge showdown. Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister, who's also the Education Minister, found himself facing the heat from CBI. He was questioned for 8 hours, then eventually arrested. These are the sections that he has been arrested against. 120B, which is criminal conspiracy, 477A, which is intent to defraud of the Indian Penal Code, and Section 7 of the Prevention of Corruption Act. It's become a huge political showdown. But how did it start? Manish Sisodia first visited his mother, paid tribute at Rajghat, ensured a show of strength with his supporters, then reached CBI headquarters yesterday at 11 a.m. It was a marathon questioning. Eventually, 7:15 p.m. is when he was taken into arrest. Now, the senior Aam Aadmi Party leader, through the night, has been lodged at the headquarters on Sunday, will undergo a medical test and then will be produced at the Rouse Avenue Court today. Here are some of the reactions that have been coming in. But let's first get a perspective from what exactly does this mean. Joining me for the same is India Today's consulting editor Rajdeep Sardesai. Rajdeep, how should we look at the Aam Aadmi Party's image of clean governance, of righteousness? Do you think Sisodia's arrest could damage that image, or perhaps it will help them get more sympathy with the votes that this, as they are alleging, is political vendetta?
Well, thanks very much. Good morning. Yes, dramatic developments late evening on Sunday with Manish Sisodia, Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, being arrested in the liquor policy case. And really, for two reasons, this has put the Aam Aadmi Party, I believe, on the back foot and facing arguably its worst ever crisis since the party was founded a decade ago in 2013. Reason number one, Manish Sisodia is not just another leader. He is Arvind Kejriwal's right-hand man. The administrative face of this government was projected as the face of a more enlightened Aam Aadmi Party, focusing on areas like education, finance. So his arrest really almost cripples, some would say, Arvind Kejriwal in that sense, because he's lost his key aide. Number two, remember the AAP came to power on an anti-corruption plan. So when a leader like Manish Sisodia is arrested for corruption charges, then that entire halo around this anti-corruption plan, where the AAP used to take on both the Congress and the BJP, that gets undermined and dented. And therefore, clearly, the AAP will now find itself on the back foot with its back to the wall.
Rajdeep, what do you think will be the strategy for Arvind Kejriwal? Do you think he will be able to possibly reverse the damage, use it to his advantage, or in some way there is a Delhi model that the Aam Aadmi Party wanted to boast and take it to rest of the country, and that has seen a damage? Rajdeep?
Well, it's unclear what Mr. Kejriwal's strategy will be, because he's going to have to decide now, is he primarily focusing on crisis management, or will he go on the front foot and take on the BJP Modi government? And will he be able to convince a large number of people that Mr. Sisodia is a victim of central agencies' power? Or will he find it very difficult, given that we are in a case where several others have also been arrested? So the entire Delhi model also that Mr. KEJRIWAL has been speaking about comes unstuck when the face of that model gets arrested in a case like this. So I think Arvind Kejriwal will try and play victim and will galvanize whatever support he can, not just from within AAP, but also like-minded parties who are also facing the heat of the ED, and reach out to the likes of Mamata Banerjee, KCR, possibly and Uddhav Thackeray. Whether that will work is another matter. But as I said, Mr. Kejriwal really is facing his biggest crisis since he founded this party.
Very interesting. Thank you so much, Rajdeep Sardesai, for the latest on that. Coming in on what could be the strategy for the Aam Aadmi Party to ensure that its image is not damaged, at least for now. As Rajdeep gives us that perspective, the BJP is escalating an attack. Harish Khurana speaking up.
उपाधि देते हुए बड़े-बड़े दावे किए जा रहे हैं शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में, लेकिन मैं सवाल पूछना चाहूंगा कि वो चाचा जी कहां थे जब गरीब महिलाएं रो रही थी कि उनके पति और उनके पिता दोपहर को भी शराब पीना शुरू कर दिया था, क्योंकि आपने 1+1 की स्कीम लागू कर दी थी। आप तब कहां थे जब हमारी गरीब माताएं और बहनें जब जाती थी मंदिर और गुरुद्वारे में, वहां शराब के पास में ठेके खुले हुए थे, क्योंकि आपने मंदिर और गुरुद्वारों के अंदर के साथ में ठेके खोल दिए थे। आप तब कहां थे जब RWA के लोग परेशान होते थे, रोते थे, क्योंकि उनके मोहल्ले के अंदर आपने शराब के ठेके खोल दिए हैं और वहां पे कानून व्यवस्था पर आंच आई हुई, क्योंकि वहां पे लोग शराब पीने आते हैं और महिलाओं को छेड़ते थे। आप तब चाचा जी कहां थे जब स्कूल के बच्चे अपने स्कूल के साथ में खुले हुए ठेकों पर शराब पीते थे या शराब खरीदते थे? ये जो आपने किया दिल्ली को एक शराब नगरी बनाने का, दिल्ली आपको माफ नहीं करने वाली। जब शराब नगरी को आपने बना दिया, लेकिन आपने अपनी जेबें जो भरनी शुरू कर दी, जिस प्रकार से आपने बड़ा घोटाला किया, जिस प्रकार से आपने
So is this a solid investigation by the CBI ensuring that the top of the top are ensured to be arrested with regard to a liquor scam, or is this political vendetta? Let's try and understand what the Aam Aadmi Party strategy is on the ground in Delhi. Ashutosh Mishra, my colleague, is there. Ashutosh, you've been covering the Aam Aadmi Party for years now. What do you think the Aam Aadmi Party strategy will be? How will they use it to their advantage today? What are we expecting as a show of strength in Delhi by the AAP? Ashutosh.
Well, Pooja, first, if you see, it is indeed a big setback for the Aam Aadmi Party, particularly given in the light that Rajdeep mentioned that all the administrative execution was commanded by Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. After Satyendra Jain, when he was sent to judicial custody and was arrested, PWD Ministry, all the UD Ministry, all these departments were allocated to Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. Besides that, Delhi's budget is due, which is likely to be tabled in first or second week of March. Now, that will also be affected. And more importantly, because he was the second in command of Arvind Kejriwal, who used to handle the administrative affairs in Delhi, it was giving open arms to the Arvind Kejriwal for his pan-India expansion. Now, Arvind Kejriwal, who was scheduled to visit Chhattisgarh on 5th of March, that will be affected. On 15th March, there was a plan to visit Rajasthan, and then by 3rd week of March, he was scheduled to visit this all poll bounds, the Madhya Pradesh. So these three states are going to be for the assembly elections later this year. Now, the pan-India expansion also affected. So somewhere administrative work and the political plan is now totally goes for a halt, because all these ministries, at least finance and urban and education department, will now, what I'm hearing from my sources, that will be given to Chief Minister himself. Yes. And few other departments will be handed over to Kailash Gehlot, the Transport Minister of Delhi. Now, besides that, if you see, when it is a political guerrilla warfare, it is always a narrative politics. Since this morning, Aam Aadmi Party has been raising a question that all this arrest has been made on a ground of non-cooperation and a statement of one government officer, one IS officer in the department, who is appointed by none other than but the center himself. Now, on the relying on where you have not arrested the excise commissioner, where you have not arrested the assistant commissioner, where you have not arrested any single IS officer, but you have gone directly arresting the deputy chief minister, the political person. Whereas the execution doesn't come directly from the minister, it goes channel by channel, it goes by the bureaucracy. Subsequently, Here, when he will be produced, what I'm hearing from also sources, they are likely to oppose the remand application of the CBI if CBI further, at all seeks remand further, and they will rather pitch for the judicial custody of Manish Sisodia, and then they will probably move for the bail.
Ashutosh, very interesting. Stay tuned and keep giving us the latest on that. Remember, what Ashutosh is telling us is also crucial. Now, it is also big, isn't it, that one senior officer has said, accepted on record, that Manish Sisodia is allegedly the mastermind. Let me now bring in, for more perspective on that, Rahul Srivastav here in the studio with me. Rahul, good morning. Now, how do you see what unfolded here? Do you think we can call this the biggest setback for the Aam Aadmi Party? Because the fact is, Manish Sisodia is heading the biggest portfolios, not even Arvind KEJRIWal. What does this mean for the Delhi government?
See, this is a major setback, as Ashutosh said, and you have been saying it's a setback because of multiple reasons. Remember, Aam Aadmi Party was a startup. It became a unicorn with Punjab, and Arvind Kejriwal was eyeing an expansion based on one basic template in the Aam Aadmi Party, that the political face was Arvind Kejriwal, the administrative face was Manish Sisodia. Now, in a scenario like this, I think the best underline is that out of the 30 departments in the state government, 18 are with Manish Sisodia.
Yes.
Now, let's go beyond that. When Mr. Satyendra Jain was arrested, that was quite some time ago, I think October sometime, whatever. The time since then, all the portfolios of Mr. Jain were also transferred. Now, 18 out of 30 departments means, including finance, PWD and others, that something close to 60-65% of the state budget was handled by Manish Sisodia alone. And the next rung, if you see, Kailash Gehlot handles 6 portfolios, including transport and revenue. Gopal Rai has 3, Rajkumar Anand has 4, Imran Hussain has 2. So when Satyendra Jain went, the departments were not given to anybody else. They were given to Manish Sisodia. The trust and reliability.
Rahul, other names are just ministers. The fact is, right hand and left hand of Arvind Kejriwal, Satyendra Jain, Manish Sisodia, both are under arrest right now.
The reliability factor and the trust. Now, what has happened? See, first impact, that the key project and schemes. One is the schools and the other is the health one, the Mohalla clinics and others, both under trouble. The projects and employment, major thrust was coming. Clean Yamuna, major problem. Water to all homes, major policy. E-health cards, major policy move. Free pathological tests for seniors, all under Manish Sisodia. 8 G20 related programs, roads, modernization of footpaths and flyovers, everything with Manish Sisodia. Then, as Ashutosh said, if Manish Sisodia was Delhi's education and other minister and good governance, he was virtually what is called the Delhi model in a state like Gujarat election or in Chhattisgarh and others. Now, with him under cloud of a criminal case, case of cheating and defalcations, there is a major problem for Arvind Kejriwal, which rose out of the party, which rose out of anti-corruption templates. In that scenario, the expansion plan of Arvind Kejriwal, that if tomorrow he has to sit down and present the budget, which is due in the early week of March, then who presents if he presents the budget? Arvind Kejriwal, remember, had no portfolio.
Yes.
He was a chief minister without portfolio because he had political agenda.
Can we say then what you're saying, that Arvind Kejriwal's national ambitions also could have taken a setback because now he'll have to focus here in Delhi, and we have assembly elections through the year?
That's where I think a clever politician comes in. Arvind Kejriwal has shown tenacity.
Yes.
Can he use this adversity to become a leader bigger than what he is today? Because he can now set up and prove. There are a few things which I would like to explain here. One very important, till now, Arvind Kejriwal was trying to be alone in the sea of opposition. Now, his own 2 key men facing corruption charges in jail. Will Arvind Kejriwal end his Ekla Cholo policy? Will Arvind Kejriwal be more amiable to going with the opposition? I think that's one very important element here.
This clearly, at this point, Rahul, what you're saying is very interesting, because it's not just about Sisodia as much as about Arvind Kejriwal and what happens to the Aam Aadmi Party. Please stay on with me, because let's go on the ground as well. Rahul Gautam is joining me right now. Rahul, through the evening yesterday as well, you were telling us all the latest updates that were happening. What is the status right now? You're outside Manish Sisodia's residence. Has a family member come out to speak anything? He met the mother yesterday. Do we have any visuals, if you can hear me, Rahul? That what is the current deployment around his house? Are we expecting the netas, top of Aam Aadmi Party, to come at the house? Right, it looks like that Rahul cannot hear me. We'll try and get that audio line back on. So, if you've tuned in this morning and are wondering what exactly unfolded on Sunday, Manish Sisodia was arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation after 8 hours of marathon questioning of the liquor gate scam. What is the scam and why was the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister arrested? More in this report.
The biggest arrest in Delhi liquor gate probe. But what tilted the scale against Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal's Hanuman, the number 2 in his cabinet? CBI in a release said that Sisodia was arrested for irregularities in framing and implementing the excise policy, adding that Sisodia was evasive in answering when confronted with documentary and digital proofs. CBI sources say that Sisodia gave a standard "I don't know" to most of the questions.
Sources say when Manish Sisodia was confronted with the statement given by that bureaucrat, Manish Sisodia failed to answer most of the questions pertaining to the implementation, changes in the draft policy, and most importantly, the profit margin, which was increased to 12%, based on which the CBI decided to arrest the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi.
The confession by a top Delhi government official who served in the excise department proved clincher for CBI in arresting Sisodia. The Babu, while being questioned by CBI, termed Sisodia as the mastermind of the new liquor policy, saying that the Deputy CM had personally made changes to the controversial liquor policy. While many of the phones used to strike liquor gate deals were allegedly destroyed, forensic tests showed that proposals were sent to the bureaucrat's mobile using WhatsApp.
सीबीआई सूत्रों का यह कहना है कि उस अधिकारी ने अपने बयान में कहा हुआ था कि जब मनीष सिसोदिया आबकारी मंत्री थे, उस वक्त उन्होंने ही निर्देश दिया हुआ था शराब नीति में बदलाव करने का, और उनके ही निर्देश पर जो मुनाफा था उसे बढ़ाकर 12% कर दिया गया था, जिसका सीधा फायदा शराब व्यापारियों को हो रहा था.
Probe officials also point to the fact that suspiciously reports of an expert committee was completely changed by forming a group of ministers and concealing an earlier note. Lastly, the profit margin for liquor sellers was just 5% in the original policy. But under the new policy, it went up to 12% at the behest of the Southern Liquor Lobby. With Manish Pandey in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
If you are a resident of National Capital, remember in the central part of Delhi, there are going to be massive protests likely organized by the Aam Aadmi Party workers. Rahul Gautam is outside Manish Sisodia's residence. Rahul, is there deployment there? What are we looking at? What are you picking up from your AAP sources?
Well, I'm coming live from the official residence of Mr. Manish Sisodia. You can see behind me, this is the official bungalow of Manish Sisodia, and you can see that this place, as we speak, is completely devoid of any activity here. Last night, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann and other senior leaders of Aam Aadmi Party arrived here, and obviously they met wife of Mr. Sisodia and showed their solidarity with the family. If you, I'll just show you the security presence here. There are a lot of paramilitary forces personnel that have been deployed here. Barricades have been put up in here to ensure that law and order situation remains intact here, so that no gathering or no protest takes place here. We've been informed that around 12 p.m. A march would be taken out from Aam Aadmi Party headquarters all the way to BJP headquarters as a mark or protest against the arrest of Mr. Manish Sisodia. Massive mobilization happening as far as cadre of Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. We've been informed that the party is going to observe today as a black day for democracy. They are saying that this is nothing short of pure political vendetta, and in fact they are also hailing Mr. Manish Sisodia as a political martyr, somebody who's paying price only for serving the people of the national capital. In fact, the Aam Aadmi Party would obviously try to create a narrative that this is being done only to cut short the political journey of Aam Aadmi Party, because they are saying that this is being done because of the fact that Aam Aadmi Party was emerging as a potential challenger to the BJP regime, and therefore this bogus case that they claim was filed against Manish Sisodia. But obviously, it's a difficult time for Aam Aadmi Party because two, very trusted lieutenants of Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. One is Satendra Jain and the other person is Mr. Manish Sisodia. They both have been arrested. Out of 33 departments, 18 departments were handled by Manish Sisodia. And in fact, this is certainly going to, emerge as one of the biggest crises.
Rahul, keep getting us the latest. I see there is a deployment behind you as well outside the Manish Sisodia residence. This is going to be significant. Could we have a family member speak up? Could there be a show of strength right there? But deployment there also outside the BJP headquarters and the AAP headquarters. Also, it's going to be a big Monday for the showdown. This is unprecedented. Rahul, keep getting us the latest on that. I want to bring in Rahul Srivastav on this. What we are looking is unprecedented. Manish Sisodia was in many ways the chief minister in the absence of Arvind Kejriwal. But let's also talk about for a minute, Rahul, on the Liquorgate policy. This is the political charges at each other. But this was a big allegation of a scam. Private sellers being brought in, the manner in which some businessmen are being benefited. And that is one of the reasons that somewhere CBI managed to get into the investigation and took into arrest the minister.
You see, there is
some lead.
A smoke, has to be some fire. Now, I think the bigger problem here is that even if there were some errors, they were not, if we are saying that there were no corruption and we want for a moment takes what the ARP line is, then if there were errors, I think with an adversary like the BJP watching you 24 hours every second, every move of the state government, every move of any MLA, elected councillor of the Aam Aadmi Party under scrutiny by the BJP and the central agencies, I think there should have been more caution. I think if there have been certain errors, even if there are certain errors, I think that very fact that the state government decided to reverse the excise policy, that was a virtual admission that something has gone wrong. And that spurred the government. See, today, had it been an ordinary case of CBI moving and lodging case, today the people of Delhi have a template. Though they have voted for Aam Aadmi Party in the municipal corporations wholeheartedly, the fact remains they have a template that there was something because of which Arvind Kejriwal government had to reverse the excise policy. And that's what BJP is exploiting today. And leave alone Delhi where the ARP is popular. Take this template to the states where ARM is trying to establish itself, is trying to create newer inroads. I think that's where lies the trouble. And his Arvind Kejriwal till now has had a very charmed life, I will say, or political life, because he didn't take stand on lot many issues, national issues. He was not very conducive to party like a Congress party. He was not very amiable to other players, opposition players. Today you will find that there might be an isolation in which he will be operating.
Because Mamata Banerjee hasn't given out a statement for her bhai. There used to be this bhai-behan connect, or even the Congress party hasn't come out in solid support.
They are challengers.
They are challengers. It's not together.
Everybody a challenger.
Rahul, what do you think of Arvind Kejriwal today? For some years that I've closely tracked the Aam Aadmi Party, I know that Arvind Kejriwal will twist it to his advantage, will try to get sympathy votes. He's already been saying that this is deliberate attack against us. How do you see Arvind Kejriwal's response?
See, I think he can do a reach out to the opposition party. See, backroom work is very necessary in this. He can reach out to through the backroom channels to political opponents, try to create some kind of consensus. And there is a template on which they all can come together. That it is only the opposition leaders who face such elements. We recently had the entire Hindenburg report and the charges against Adani, nothing. Absolutely nothing. None of the agencies have moved in, nothing has happened. So this idea, the template that opposition and the narrative that the opposition is the only one which will be targeted can be created today. There is a testimony, Arvind Kejriwal dressed in yellow t-shirt at the start of spring and Basant yellow, taken to CBI questioning 8 hours, whatever, and then arrested for non-cooperation. This can be a template. I think opposition parties can come together. But now, can Arvind Kejriwal spring from here? I think the cat has 9 lives. Let's see how many he has already
But opposition has also seen, Rahul, how Arvind Kejriwal didn't stand up for them on some issues recently.
Not just stand up. He was trying to carve his own niche. he does not stand with the Congress party. He damaged the Congress in Goa. He damaged the Congress in Punjab. He damaged the Congress in Gujarat. And he damaged it terribly, so much so that the BJP went beyond the 150 mark. That's
as recent as Pawan Khera's arrest also, we didn't hear much from the Aam Aadmi Party. Very interesting.
Mamata Banerjee's leaders facing a lot of trouble. Has Arvind Kejriwal stood up for them? I think that's where lies the catch for the opposition today. They need to unite, at least on certain issues. They need to come together.
And ahead of 2024, it could be very crucial. Rahul, we have some big breaking news coming in about Aam Aadmi Party workers who are set to protest in Delhi. Let's take a look at that. Although the information coming in, Aam Aadmi Party workers have been detained outside the CBI office. Aam Aadmi Party's cadre was staging a protest and got detained. Ahead of the protest over Sisodia's arrest, the CBI has started to detain the workers as they gather. This is big news. Remember, we were expecting a massive protest to take place in central Delhi, but it looks like some of these protesters have been detained for now. Not arrested, detained for now by the Delhi police. So we'll see how this really pans out. At least in central Delhi, there is likely to be a lot of deployment in different areas. BJP headquarters, Aam Aadmi Party headquarters and Manish Sisodia's residence as well. All right, so Aam Aadmi Party cadre just beginning to protest but have already been taken into arrest. We'll try and get more details about where were they trying to gather and were detained for a while. Right now sitting in the Fatehpur Beri police station sipping a cup of tea, but it is likely that they will have to be there for a while. Detained by the Delhi police. It means that the Delhi police is sending a clear signal that they will not be allowed to gather in large numbers in different parts of the national capital. This has been never before showdown between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Bharatiya Janata Party. Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi, BJP in the centre. AAP called it a Black Day protest against Deputy CM Manish Sisodia's arrest in Delhi liquor gate scam. That's what led to the arrest. Protest will start at 12 p.m. Aam Aadmi Party worker supporters will gather at the headquarters. Deputy CM Manish Sisodia's arrest has stoked a huge controversy in Delhi. Arvind Kejriwal has accused BJP of politics, hatching a conspiracy, but BJP has hailed the move by the CBI and have taken jibes at the Aam Aadmi Party leader following the arrest. Both parties throwing charges non-stop and are alleging that respective party has used and misused actually their political position. So listen in to some of the reactions that have come in since yesterday evening. 7:15 p.m. was when Manish Sisodia, after 8 hours of questioning, was finally arrested.
मनीष जी एक ईमानदार, देशभक्त और साहसी व्यक्ति हैं जो 24 घंटे देश की सेवा में लगे रहते हैं। पूरा देश देख रहा है कि किस तरह से उन्होंने गरीबों के बच्चों को अच्छा भविष्य देने के लिए उन्हें अच्छी शिक्षा देना शुरू किया था। पिछले 75 साल में शायद ये पहला शख्स है जिसने हर गरीब के घर में एक उम्मीद जताई थी।
कोई सबूत नहीं, उनके घर पे 1 रुपया नहीं मिला, उनके गांव में कोई जायदाद नहीं मिली, 500 छापे मारे, मनीष सिसोदिया के खिलाफ एक डॉक्यूमेंट्री एविडेंस नहीं मिला। मगर गिरफ्तारी कैसे होगी मैं आपको बता देता हूं। आप किसी बड़े नेता को बुलाइए, कहिए पूछताछ हो रही है, 8 घंटे बिठाइए, छोड़ दीजिए, फिर दोबारा बुला लीजिए, तिवारा बुला लीजिए और फिर कहिए मनीष सिसोदिया कोऑपरेट नहीं कर रहे। तो कोऑपरेट ना करने के नाम पे आप किसी को भी गिरफ्तार कर चुके हैं, करते रहे हैं और कर रहे हैं।
कोई भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने मनीष सिसोदिया जी को अक्यूज्ड नंबर 1 शराब घोटाले में नहीं बनाया है। जांच के आधार पर मनीष सिसोदिया जी अक्यूज्ड नंबर 1 बने। मुझे तो शर्म आता है ये कहते हुए कि आज पूरे विश्व में ऐसा कोई शिक्षा मंत्री नहीं होगा जो शराब के घोटाले में गिरफ्तार किया जा रहा होगा। जस्ट इमेजिन एन मिनिस्टर ऑफ एजुकेशन गेटिंग अरेस्टेड फॉर एक्साइज पॉलिसी। ये आंख खोलने वाला विषय है, ये चौंकाने।
Right, we have big breaking news coming in about this is with regard to the plenary war that's taken place and this is from the Congress plenary meeting that is currently on in Chhattisgarh. could be a big faux pas that Congress would not want as a controversy. Maulana Azad, Kamraj, missing from the Congress poster. The BJP quick to jump in. Mox says Congress has found Tipu Sultan. Why will they bring in the freedom fighters? It's a big disquiet in the Congress party over a snub to the icons. Remember Maulana Azad, Kamraj, who was former Chief Minister of Madras. Maulana Azad, of course, not only a freedom fighter, but has headed the Education Ministry as well. But it's a big disquiet now. The BJP has jumped in to say Congress courts bigots and snubs moderates. Congress calls this a slip-up, promises an investigation. Now, why Maulana Azad and Kamraj names have come up? It's an 85th plenary session for the Congress party. We're talking about more than 100 years of manner in which the party has been associated with the freedom struggle. But when Maulana Abdul Kalam Azad and Kamraj's names have been missing, BJP quick to jump in and say they found Tipu Sultan. Why will they have the moderate Muslim icons? All right, so that's the big news in Raipur, where the plenary meeting is on. This has become a huge showdown. Also, in fact, shows how the BJP is tracking very closely what the Congress is up to in Chhattisgarh. BJP ensuring about which individual did they miss. There is Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, there are Mahatma Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, and of course others as well, including Sardar Patel. But how did they miss Maulana Azad and Kamraj? BJP's Amit Malviya is on the phone line with me. Amit, all I have to say is the BJP is tracking very closely what the Congress party has on its poster or not. Why has the BJP pointed out about Maulana Azad and Kamraj missing?
Well, the exceptions are so glaring that one has to point them out. The Congress party has often used Muslim icons for their vote bank politics. And naturally, Maulana Azad's diminishing utility to fetch them Muslim votes isn't lost on the Congress party, and they have found new bigots like Tipu Sultan and Aurangzeb to further their Muslim appeasement politics. Therefore, this exception is not something that could have gone unnoticed. Similarly, you had Bharat Ratna Kamraj missing from the entire galaxy of leaders. Why? Because he was opposed to Indira Gandhi, and that is the reason why he has been left out. Naturally, the question arises, why are the others there when the Congress denigrated and denied them their dues while they were alive? Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose was expelled from the Congress party in 1940, and for the longest time he wasn't given the regard that he was expected to receive from the Congress party.
But Amit, don't you think that the names and the faces that have been put on the posters are enough? There are also many who are notable in their contribution as well, that it would not necessarily be a deliberate miss-up. Are you saying this was deliberate to ignore?
It was deliberate to ignore, and there is a conscious attempt to include those they have included. For example, Dr. Ambedkar had nothing to do with the Congress party. He was not even a member of the Congress party. He was opposed to the Congress all along. Yet he has been included because he's a Dalit icon. Let's not forget that Nehru ensured that Dr. Ambedkar did not get into the Lok Sabha twice. He did everything possible to defeat him. Sardar Patel died 1950, was given Bharat Ratna in 1991 by a non-Congress government. Similarly for Bharat Ratna Dr. Ambedkar. Let's look at contemporary leaders. P.V. Narasimha Rao. His dead body wasn't even allowed in the Congress headquarters, let alone him being given a resting place in Delhi.
Amit, my final question will be, then Congress has said it's a slip-up, that it wasn't deliberate. They'll look into it, what exactly happened. But also, interestingly, I noticed the BJP that usually points out all the recognition given to the Gandhis, 3 family members, Indira Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, Rajiv Gandhi. You seem to have no problem with that this time.
Well, the Congress must stick to the Nehru-Gandhi Parivar alone, because they have denigrated and denied everyone else their due. Why pull them in now just because it's convenient and you need their names for your own vote bank politics? That is why Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, although the Congress denied him his due while he was alive, in fact went down and denigrated him. He became bitter because of the way Nehru and the Congress treated him. Sardar Patel, similarly for Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. So what is the Congress trying to do? I would suggest that they stick to the Nehru-Gandhi Parivar, the only family that they served all these decades, and leave the other icons for India to appropriate and own up. The Congress cannot do any justice to them.
BJP's IT cell head Amit Malviya ensuring that the BJP closely tracks all the names that were missing. Two names that they've pointed out, Maulana Abdul Kalam Azad and also Kamraj Singh. Of course, they found Tipu. Why will they focus on that? Very interesting. Congress wouldn't have wanted this controversy, but they'll now have to say it's a slip-up. I'm heading into a very short break. Don't go anywhere, because when I come and return with that break, we bring you Meghalaya and Nagaland. 60 seats, very crucial. And India today ensuring that distance is not a concern right now. We get you the due coverage that both these states deserve on the election day. That and more with a special perspective, joining us with the guests in the studio after a break.
I think there's an opportunity for India particularly to work with the United States and others.
India is has the largest vaccine manufacturer in the world.
I thought if it's blowing in the wind, it's best I'm on the motorcycle. And I did 15,000 kilometers in 36 days.
Rich countries have a particular obligation to exercise their investment in innovation.
I believe that global business has the money and the power.
Improvements in the way we understand the importance of education and healthcare.
You have a greater chance of killing yourself than of being killed by any soldier or terrorist or criminal.
WazirX has now shut down its NFT marketplace, but the trade will continue on its OpenSea page where users can head over there and continue their trade. Today, this page has over 46,000 items listed. And this shutdown has come months after the crypto exchange laid off about 40% of its staff in an attempt to weather through what is being known as the long crypto winter. Now, WazirX was founded in 2018, and with the rise of crypto's popularity, it quickly became one of the most popular cryptocurrency exchanges in India. In fact, in 2019, WazirX was acquired by Binance, which is world's largest cryptocurrency exchange. After that, it launched its NFT marketplace in 2021. This was again at a time when NFTs were quite a global rage. So WazirX as a platform allowed its users to buy, sell and trade the non-fungible tokens, which were of course created by artists and creators. And this platform saw significant success in the initial months, with several high-profile NFT sales taking place on this platform. But now, as we're in the middle of this long crypto winter where prices of cryptocurrencies remain in a prolonged and a significant downtrend, the cryptocurrencies as well as exchanges are trying to weather through it and clearly struggling. And this winter is only getting extreme with regulatory crackdowns. Governments tightening the noose on crypto exchanges is making investors make more cautious decisions and leading to a decline in the crypto market. This, of course, started with the downfall of Three Arrows Capital and Celsius Network last year globally, and it has only continued and deepened with the FTX litigation that's going on. Clearly, the investor money and the future of cryptocurrencies remain in limbo.
इस बार जो सीजन है गर्मी का वो सामान्य से ज़्यादा गर्मी देखेगा और जो बारिश और जो प्री मानसून गतिविधियां वो भी थोड़ी सी कम हो सकती हैं और जो टेम्परेचर हैं वो और हीट वेव की जो इंटेंसिटी और फ्रीक्वेंसी है वो ज़्यादा हो सकती है.
A weather expert confirming what the Aam Aadmi has known for the past week. The summers are here, well before time. The maximum temperature in Delhi has crossed 33 degrees, while IMD has warned about a heat wave with temperatures up to 38 degrees in Konkan, Goa and Gujarat. But it's the heat wave hitting Punjab and Haryana which is worrying policymakers the most. Temperatures are touching 30 degrees, nearly 5 notches above the normal. The dry weather conditions and rising temperatures have badly hit the winter crops like leafy vegetables, peas and onions in Punjab. There are apprehensions that the terminal heat this winter season may result in shriveled grains, which means a drop in the yield. A Business Today TV team met farmers in Punjab who feared their wheat output may also be hit. Daljit Singh of Azizpur village increased the sowing area of his wheat crop this year, hoping to recover some of the losses he incurred last year. But the sudden rise in temperatures has left him worried.
गर्मी की वजह से ना छोटा रह सकता है दाना जी. हाँ जी. फिर ठंड पैंती जी तो झाड़ बढ़िया निकल आए.
Another farmer, Gurbachan Singh, who grows other crops like onions, peas, cauliflower and mustard, is also worried.
ज़्यादा सर्दी पैंदी है, फिर तो क्या कणक में भी झाड़ ज़्यादा होता है, तेलिया नहीं लगता, कि और बीमारी कई बीमारियां आ जाती हैं, कीड़ा शुरू हो जाता. जिस तरह ये मटर सुकना शुरू हो गया, एकदम गर्मी आए, जिस ठंड होती तो मटर होर भी लगता. तो इस करके कई इस तरह की सब्जियां जी या गोभी सरों इनू तेलिया ज़्यादा पै रहा जी, स्प्रेहां कर रहे हैं पर फर्क नहीं.
The Agriculture Ministry had forecast a wheat harvest of 112 million tons this year, a rise of 4% over last year. The Met Department has, however, hinted that the rising temperatures can result in a dropped wheat yield. According to reports, the Food Corporation of India may be forced to advance wheat procurement by a week. There are various ways the wheat crop can be hit this year.
It's the big election Monday for Meghalaya and Nagaland in India today, ensuring that we get you the ground coverage about what's unfolding. Let's begin first with Meghalaya. 21 lakh voters to decide the fate of 369 candidates, 3,419 polling stations set up across the state. In Meghalaya, the Congress had emerged the single largest party, remember, in 2018, winning 21 seats of 60. But it was the National People's Party that bagged 19, was able to eventually form the government with the support of the BJP and the legislators from the regional parties and independents, so they got the numbers. For this election, of course, the BJP and Congress have fielded candidates in 60 seats. NPP, TMC have fielded 57 and 56 in those 60-seat assembly. So let's get you an update and perspective of what does Meghalaya elections mean. Joining me now in the studio, Kaushik Deka, he's our executive editor. Kaushik, how do you look at what precisely are these 60 seats going to be? I see first an overwhelming turnout by the women. That's heartening to see. But also, is it going to be advantage NPP, you think this time BJP will want to return, or the Congress has ensured good campaigning in the state?
It will be a battle between NPP and TMC, the new party, which is a rebranded version of Congress only. The Congress leader Mukul Sangma defected to TMC. I think no party will get majority. Both TMC and NPP, they should be under 20. And BJP will play the role of a kingmaker, in the sense last time with 2 MLAs. It was Assam CM, then he was not the CM, Himanta Biswa Sarma, who stitched this coalition. So this time also, I believe he will play a role. And all the smaller parties, the challenge for both NPP and TMC would be how they get all the smaller parties with them. So in that situation, I think the party which will get the support of BJP will be in a position of advantage.
So interestingly, it will be about the alliance also, not just about a single party winning elections. That's Meghalaya for you, and we hope that previously, like Meghalaya has reported a good turnout, it will be this year as well. Let's go across now to the state of Nagaland. Nagaland has seen its share of conflict history as well, but today 13 lakh voters will decide the electoral fate of 183 candidates, 59 out of 60 assembly seats. Counting will be taking place on 2nd March. It is the Naga People's Front, which secured nearly 39% of total votes, emerged as single largest party in 2018 elections. But the alliance eventually of the Nationalist Democratic Progressive Party, the NDPP, and the Bharatiya Janata Party, bagged 17 and 12 seats respectively, was able to form the government, similar to what happened in Meghalaya. But this time too, NDPP and the BJP are contesting with 40-20 seat sharing formula. Congress, NPF and LGP are contesting 23, 22 and 15 seat sharing. Nagaland is yet to elect a woman MLA in state's 60-year history. All eyes will be on 4 women candidates, whether they could create new history this time as well. Kaushik, I want to bring you in on this. One, of course, all eyes will be on that. If a woman manages to be a part of the Legislative Assembly, all of us will want that, hope that. But how do you look at Nagaland and the manner in which the turnout has been slow this morning? Do we expect it to pick up?
It's obvious because there is hardly any contest.
Yes.
NDPP and BJP, they are most likely to win that combination because NDPP, which has gobbled up the NPF, which was the single largest party last time. Now most of the NPF MLAs had defected to NDPP, and BJP supporting NDPP. So it's a big combination, and Congress is nowhere in the contest. So it's virtually a very one-sided contest. If I dare say so, there is no contest at all. So obviously the people are not enthusiastic. They know whatever they do, the only party that probably the combination that will win will be NDPP plus BJP. So it's obvious.
Rahul, what do you think about the 2 northeastern states? Because we usually cover the states in other states with as much gutso, but the fact is people don't realize how crucial Meghalaya and Nagaland is for 2024 or their own assembly elections.
See, we keep talking about 2 very strong elements about these northeastern states always. One is the peace, peace and development, and the other is security. That they are states and border critical to national integrity and security. I think somewhere in that, the very idea of the aspirations of the people has been ignored. Now, a state like Nagaland, for example, utopian, no opposition. But is that good for the people? Terrible, I think. Beyond the islands of Kohima and Dimapur, if you go anywhere in Nagaland, you will find roads are made by communities through crowdsourcing. Students don't have money to travel back to their homes from their hostels. You don't have hospitals. Hospitals are created by the locals. Corruption is so high in these states. In a state where there is, of course, there is what is called the UG, the underground. In all that, there is also a fact that corruption is so rampant and the state so non-existent that somewhere the idea of BJP coming together with NDPP and everything, all they may look very nice as a democratic exercise of the franchise. But I think Nagaland does need something to really address the aspirations of the people. Meghalaya again, I think corruption, coal mining, all that is rampant. That's what the BJP's plank was, to move away from Comrade Samga's party. But as Dekha says, tomorrow they may be together. So eventually the idea of corruption and providing good administration in northeastern state is difficult. And again, you may have Congress losing out, because I know I was finding it very interesting that how Congress has lost ground in this state. 5 Congress MLAs go to the MDA coalition in Meghalaya in February 22, November 22. 12 of the 17 Mukul Sangma go to TMC. 2 out of 5 go to NPP. 2 TMC go to BJP. This is what is happening to the Congress.
In politics, no foes, no friends.
Mr. Hemant Sharma, Biswa Sarma says a Congress Mukt Northeast. The Congress is doing that.
That's true. And you know, these are interesting times ahead, specifically for both Nagaland and Meghalaya, but we'll closely track the latest on that. I'm heading into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. The best of the best political experts with us in the studio and on the ground. Our reporters also will be covering. I'm heading into a very short break, wrapping up this bulletin. But our special coverage on elections, we give our due focus to Nagaland and Meghalaya after a very short break. Thank you for watching.
When was the last time you spent time looking at wide branches of trees and the beautiful rays of the sun seep through them? Or walk barefoot on the grass Absorb the energies it brings. Sit under a tree and draw a picture of what you saw around you. Enjoy the calm of nature around you. Indulge in forest therapy.
Shinrin Yoku literally translates to forest bathing. It is a concept which began in Japan in the 1980s, when there was a tech boom. And it went to the West later on, and then the Westerners called it forest therapy, forest bathing, nature therapy in their own way, where they did forest walks in a place where one could just immerse themselves in a natural setting.
Deepika, a forest therapy guide, has been leading these men and women into the greener spaces our cities can find to help them get in touch with themselves.
If you look at our own Indian culture, the Gurukul, times when children grew up in Gurukul systems, so I realized that we all are part of nature. Being natural beings, it's in our DNA. कहीं ना कहीं वो disconnect आ गया, हम सब थोड़ी दूर चले गए. In cities, हम लोग बस we are in a different situation or setup where we spend less time in nature and more time doing things indoors now.
Shinrin Yoku could be connecting with a leaf, hugging the tree, or enjoying the feel of the wet grass on the soles of your feet.
Even if you're going for your morning walks or walk in nature, your mind is elsewhere. It's not there present. Whole idea of this concept is कि आप जब nature में निकलो, हफ्ते में एक दिन 2 घंटे के लिए भी निकलो, लेकिन एकदम वहाँ पे आप अपने आप को उस समय महसूस करिए. With our 5 senses, क्या feel हो रहा है, क्या खुशबुएं हैं, क्या sounds हैं, चिड़ियों की आवाज़ सुने, हर चीज़ को महसूस करें.
While our cooped-up lives in cities do not allow us to do what we are naturally meant to do, live with nature, in nature, forest bathing allows this opportunity, and it has a world of benefits.
Ram Charan recently headed to the US to attend the prestigious Oscar Awards, which will take place on March 12, as the song from his remarkable film RRR titled Natu Natu has been nominated. He was spotted walking barefoot at the airport, and this has a spiritual take to it. Since he has taken Ayappa Diksha, Ram Charan will have to wear all black or saffron outfits and walk barefoot for 48 days. Meanwhile, ahead of the Academy Awards, the actor will attend a series of events in the States. He will make an appearance as a chief guest on Good Morning America, a popular talk show, making it yet another first for the actor. Ram Charan will even be one of the presenters at the prestigious 6th Annual Hollywood Critics Association Awards. The actor is currently basking high in the glory of S.S. Rajamouli's magnum opus, which also stars Junior NTR as the other lead. As far as his upcoming projects are concerned, Ram Charan has Shankar's upcoming film, which is tentatively titled RC-15, co-starring Kiara Advani in his kitty. Anushka Shetty recently visited a temple on the occasion of Mahashivratri in Bengaluru. The images of the actor have been circulated on the internet, and a section of users online body shamed her. In no time, war of words amongst netizens kicked off. While some were really insensitive with their views, others were supportive of the actor and only wished her good health. Meanwhile, Anushka Shetty gained the status of a pan-Indian actress after the massive success of S.S. Rajamouli's Bahubali saga, where she starred alongside Prabhas. The period drama changed the game for how movies were perceived and was highly appreciated for its larger-than-life VFX and an impressive storyline. As far as Anushka Shetty's upcoming projects are concerned, it is being reported that the actor has signed a film with Tamil director A.L. Vijay, with whom she has worked in the past.
Sorry. कहना है, कहना है, कहना है, कहना है, आज तुमसे ये पहली बार हो, तुम ही लगाओ नैया विपक्ष की पार पार पार। तुमसे करना चाहूं दोस्ती की प्यारी बातें, साथ में सब हो कैसे कटे फिर बीजेपी की रातें। और मगर अब इतना नहीं करना इंतजार, तुम ही लगाओ नैया विपक्ष की पार पार पार।
भैया मुझे तो दाल में कुछ काला लगता है।
कब से दिल ने मेरे देख लिया है बड़का सपना, आ गए हम तो झोला उठाकर नापेंगे वो रास्ता अपना, उनके गले में डाल देंगे 100 सीटों का हार। तुम ही लगाओ नैया विपक्ष की पार पार पार।
Voda Jeans Company, Planet Easy, Union Bank of India.
Good morning and welcome. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Pooja Shali. We have a special telecast this time, one about Manish Sisodia's arrest and the election season. Let's begin first with the headlines. Biggest blow to the Aam Aadmi Party that it's ever seen in Delhi Dangal. After 8 hours of questioning, Manish Sisodia was taken into arrest by the CBI. Top bureaucrat had revealed that Sisodia was the mastermind of the liquor gate. But the Aam Aadmi Party is crying foul after Sisodia's arrest, claiming conspiracy by the Bharatiya Janata Party. AAP calls for a massive protest outside BJP headquarters, heavy deployment seen. Chief Minister KEJRIWal says Sisodia is innocent. He's just a victim of politics.
मनीष जी एक ईमानदार, देशभक्त और साहसी व्यक्ति हैं।
Opposition stoops to a new Delhi low. Gali politics is on. Opposition hurling abuses at Prime Minister Modi after Congress Neta's Kabbar attack, to which PM Modi had again reacted. But this time Modi mar gaya chanting raised by Aam Aadmi Party workers. A stunning declaration by BJP's warhorse B.S. Yediyurappa drops the Chief Minister bombshell, says High Command will decide on the Chief Minister.
DJ and Amit Shah is going to take decision who should lead the party in Karnataka.
After Maulana Azad and Kamraj missing from the Congress poster, BJP mocks, says Congress has found Tipu Sultan. Why will they use others? Big disquiet in the Congress over this snub to the icon. Congress calls it a slip-up, promises investigation. It is the high-pitched election day for Nagaland and Meghalaya. Almost 60 seats, a mega three-cornered contest. TMC and Congress will aim to win elections this time. Big news coming in from the national capital, Delhi. Aam Aadmi Party workers have been detained outside the CBI office. Aam Aadmi Party cadre was about to stage a protest and got detained ahead of AAP protest over Sisodia's arrest. So the protest hadn't really started. This is called preventive detention. The Central Bureau of Investigation started to detain the workers as they were gathering. This is the AAP cadre. And right now, as you can see visuals coming in, they're singing and sipping cups of chai while they are in preventive detention of the Delhi police. Aam Aadmi Party's Member of Parliament Sanjay Singh has also joined the protesters singing. Let's dip in first to the sloganeering and the singing at the police thana.
अभी आपका पर बांध कपन जो निकले पर बांध कपन जो निकले सोचे परिणाम
I have mentioned earlier as well, Aam Aadmi Party is not a party to back down or go on the defensive. They are singing songs right now, sipping chai and ensuring sloganeering is done inside the police thana. Remember, many of them have been former activists from the Anna Andolan. Today, ensuring all of those strategies are put in place against the BJP as well, who they are targeting for an alleged political vendetta. Ashutosh Mishra is on the ground right now at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. Rahul Gautam is outside Manish Sisodia's residence. Let's quickly go across to both our colleagues on the ground, our whole team of reporters on this big story from Delhi. Ashutosh, first over to you. So, ensuring even in the Fatehpur Beri police station, Aam Aadmi Party registers its protest, and how? What are you looking at outside the AAP headquarters?
Well, what you see exactly at the main gate, it's totally look deserted, and reason perhaps could be that a leader who often call these protests, who mobilize the supporters and voters, they are already in the preventive custody. Yesterday, Sanjay Singh, Gopal Rai, Amanatullah Khan, Adil Khan, all these leaders were trying to reach out to CBI headquarters. When they started protesting, they were taken into the preventive custody. Even after, it's going to be around 24 hours now, they are in the detention and kept in Fatehpur Beri police station, and they have already started the protest. Now, this is also raising a matter of concern because they have, called up their supporters, party leaders, cadre, all the grassroots workers to reach at here headquarters, and from here they will march to the BJP headquarters. Now, if the leaders are already in the detention, already in the custody, this protest could even go unguided because they are the one who guide the protesters that beyond this barricade, you're not supposed to go. There is a massive deployment. And let me tell you, Pooja, that so far every protest that I have covered in Delhi, this situation today, the amount of deployment that I'm seeing of the CRP and Delhi police by the administration here, this is unprecedented, and perhaps they realize that this amount of anger could translate into anything, and that's exactly why this preventive measures. But I'm also hearing the main road is likely to be blocked after 11 o'clock, and there you see this is, all these arrangements are now gone scattered. All these stretches, every pocket have been blocked by the persons. They are keeping a very close eye. Both the side, north and south, all these stretches have been totally blocked by the protesters. But the matter of concern is that since the leaders, those who call these protesters, they are the ones who often join, they lead the protest, they are into the preventive detention. That is raising whether there are going to be a protest in that amount, the way party expected in Delhi will happen. And if that all happen, who will guide, who will lead the mob that will be coming here? So that's a matter of concern. But what we also know that besides Delhi, there is going to be a pan-India protest. Of course, a symbolic protest over the central agency's action against Manish Sisodia, and this protest is going to be against the BJP.
All right, so the Aam Aadmi Party is trying to plan out a strategy to ensure that the protest can, in fact, spiral beyond Delhi as well. They have been detained for now by the police at the Fatehpur Beri police station, where they're singing songs, chanting slogans, and this, remember, against the Bharatiya Janata Party. Let me also bring in our political experts in the studio today. Rahul Srivastava, National Affairs Editor for all the latest, also Kaushik Dekar, Executive Editor, India Today magazine. Rahul, you're looking at what's unfolding in Delhi, and in many ways we haven't seen anything like that, but two ministers of a government who are taken into arrest, both are so crucial to Arvind Kejriwal. How do you see this as what Arvind Kejriwal's image or his party's image was of clean governance, and now two ministers arrested? Rahul.
See, I think this is a major setback for a political party which has its origins from a political movement against corruption. I think the moment the Delhi government, Arvind Kejriwal government, reversed the excise policy, it became a virtual admission of guilt. And that's what the BJP at the center as a government and political party has exploited. What I am told that Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia over the last 1 week had held series of meetings, and they were meeting largely to discuss the post-arrest scenario. So I think there is some plan in place. Now, as our reporters are saying that there are protests in Delhi, there will be resounding, good, eye-catching protests. The key is that Arvind Kejriwal has a problem, that in states where he does not have presence, how do you mobilize and show this is a pan-national? So perhaps Arvind Kejriwal can actually make it an attempt to create some kind of a first, green shoots of origins of his own cadres there in those states. But I think very key.
Do you see this as a setback, or do you think Arvind Kejriwal will be able to walk out of it smoothly and gain some sympathy votes?
See, I think the cat has 9 lives. We'll have to see how many has he exhausted. The problem with Arvind Kejriwal is an akla cholo kind of a politician. Very much, I think, like Narendra Modi.
Yes.
If you see within his own party, 18 out of the 30 portfolios were with Manish Sisodia. The next biggest was Kailash Gehlot, 6 portfolios. Gopal Rai 3, Rajkumar Anand 4, Imran Hussain 2. Now, when Mr. Jain was arrested, the portfolios are not given to somebody else, or a new minister was not created. It was given to Mr. Manish Sisodia. 68% of the state government's budget was controlled by Manish Sisodia. That's the kind of thing. Tomorrow, the budget has to be prepared. Mr. Arvind Kejriwal will have to either find a new minister or do it himself. I think it's a setback to the expansion plans. As Ashutosh had given a very nice list of the places which Mr. Arvind Kejriwal was supposed to go. Chhattisgarh on the 5th, and Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh. And these were the target states of Arvind Kejriwal's expansion plans. But with his administrative go-to man in jail, and nobody knows how long, because at one time one thought that Mr. Jain is going to jail. He may be out on bail after some time. But then the agencies and the government have deep pockets of tricks. So he's still in jail for a long time. So if Mr. Manish Sisodia is inside for a long haul...
And against Satyendra Jain, they've managed, according to the agencies, a strong trail. That's the reason he's not getting out. Similar could be with Manish Sisodia. It could be the long haul. Remember, when we talk about Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain, it's like a right hand and a left hand of Arvind Kejriwal. Both ministers are currently in custody. Let's bring in Rahul Gautam, who's outside Manish Sisodia's residence. What is the residence looking like, Rahul? Is it complete silence, or protesters are likely to gather in support of Delhi Deputy CM?
Well, I'll show you the glimpse of what's happening at the residence of Mr. Manish Sisodia. This place is completely devoid of any activity here. Unlike other days when people would be lining up here, given the fact that Mr. Manish Sisodia was handling around 18 portfolios. But today, as you can see, there's hardly any activity here. Last night, Arvind Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann and other senior leaders arrived here and showed their solidarity with the family of Manish Sisodia. There's heavy presence of paramilitary forces and Delhi police here. Multiple barricades have been placed in here to ensure that that law and order situation remains intact here. And not just this part of the national capital. There are several parts of the national capital that have been turned into a fortress, whether it's political offices or CBI headquarters or Rouse Avenue Court, where Mr. Manish Sisodia will be produced shortly. So it seems that that this is the beginning of one of the recent biggest showdowns between BJP and Aam Aadmi Party, given the fact that Aam Aadmi Party is trying to create a narrative that they are victim of political witch hunt. In fact, they are hailing Mr. Manish Sisodia as a political martyr who is paying this price only because he was serving the people of the national capital. And many people are suggesting, as far as party is concerned, that they'll be going on full throttle as far as attacking BJP is concerned, because going on back foot will certainly be taking a toll or a hit at the very core image of Aam Aadmi Party, which actually came to the power on the plank of providing a non-corruption regime. Therefore, we have to really wait and watch that how Aam Aadmi Party is going to mobilize its cadre around 12 p.m. A protest march will be beginning from Aam Aadmi Party's office all the way to BJP's office. The idea is to mobilize cadre to tell people that it's a battle of perception. The BJP would certainly try to create a narrative that there has been a rot between, within the Delhi administration, which is merely coming out. On the other hand, the Aam Aadmi Party would certainly try to save their image of a crusader against corruption. And this is what we have to really wait and watch, that how things are going to play out. But one thing is for sure, that this is the beginning of one of the biggest showdown that we have seen recently between Aam Aadmi Party
Two
and
ministers
BJP, for sure.
of Delhi government led by the Aam Aadmi Party are today in custody. Both of them, it looks like, could be a long haul unless Manish Sisodia can manage to get out at the earliest, and this in a year of assembly elections. Stay on with me, Rahul and Ashutosh. So for the viewer who's tuning in right now, if you're wondering what exactly unfolded on Sunday evening, this is the Delhi Liquorgate scam allegations, in which Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia found himself facing the heat from the Central Bureau of Investigation. After 8 hours of questioning, he was taken into arrest. Remember, he held the excise portfolio, and that is why the heat was on him over the liquor policy. Aam Aadmi Party leader was arrested under sections 120B, which is criminal conspiracy, 477A, which is intent to defraud of the Indian Penal Code, and section 7 of the Prevention of Corruption Act. These are strong charges. How did he eventually went to the CBI headquarters? He first met his mother, visited her, paid a tribute at the Rajghat, then reached the CBI headquarters at 11 a.m. We see now a heavy deployment of the police and the paramilitary, but he ensured that through the day it was a show of strength for him. But at 7:15 p.m., it was announced that he has been taken into arrest. Senior Aam Aadmi Party leader was lodged at the headquarters on Sunday. There will be a medical test he has to undergo, and then he will be produced in just a short while at the Rouse Avenue court today. I also now want to bring in Rahul Gautam and Ashutosh Mishra, who continue to be with us. Rahul, first to you quickly about what are we expecting, when will he be taken for to be produced before the Rouse Avenue court?
What we are learning from our sources that between 12 to 1, Mr. Manish Sisodia will be produced before this Rouse Avenue court, wherein obviously the CBI would be seeking police custody or CBI custody in order to get some evidence, because CBI, remember, has made it very clear that Mr. Manish Sisodia has been evasive and not cooperating as far as investigation is concerned, despite the fact that he was confronted with evidences. Now we have to really wait and watch that whether the court would be awarding police custody, or would be sending Mr. Manish Sisodia to judicial custody, or he would be let off on a bail. But one thing is very important here, that two trusted generals of Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, Mr. Satyendra Jain and Mr. Manish Sisodia, they both have been arrested. This comes as a huge blow. We are also learning that there might be a possibility that a medical team would be visiting CBI headquarters, given the security concerns, as far as Mr. Manish Sisodia is concerned. Therefore, he might not be taken to a hospital for a medical examination. A medical team could be possibly coming in at CBI headquarters for medical examination. So we have to really wait and watch that how, what are the arguments that are going to be put forward by the CBI and by the defense lawyers, for Manish Sisodia. But one thing is very pertinent here, that around noon, we've been informed around 1 p.m. The BJP is also going to hold a press conference, and you can expect that this is an apt opportunity for them to hit out at Aam Aadmi Party.
Tracking the latest about what is Aam Aadmi Party's strategy, but this can also raise questions of what will be Arvind Kejriwal's strategy now. He's alone in some ways. Remember, he has his coterie still, but 2 of his lieutenants are currently under arrest. What does this mean for the Aam Aadmi Party? I want to now bring in the studio Kaushik Dekka, Executive Editor, India Today magazine, who closely tracks, of course, what's been happening with the government too. But Kaushik, how do you look at Aam Aadmi Party's expansion plan? It was trying to go big. It wanted to, of course, head into Northeast as well. Punjab had given it that boost. But with this arrest right now, do you think that could have taken a setback?
Certainly, as Rahul Srivastava has pointed out, Manish Sisodia was to Arvind Kejriwal probably what Amit Shah is to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So his most trusted lieutenant, now he has been arrested and he handled so many things. In fact, they had divided the work that the political expansion will be looked after by Arvind Kejriwal, and Manish Sisodia will more or less focus on running Delhi or some parts of Punjab. But now that he has been arrested, of course, it's a big hit for AAP. And if you speak to any BJP leaders, actually, they would say that they see AAP as a big threat in the future. May not be now, but AAP has the potential to grow into a big national party. They don't see that threat from even Congress or the other political leaders like Mamata Banerjee or KCR, because they believe that all these leaders have some legacy issues. But Arvind Kejriwal has his own share of popularity. He has this anti-corruption crusader image. Now that has been hit. His core competence was he was an anti-corruption crusader.
Yes.
Now 2 of his ministers arrested on charges of corruption. It's a big blow for Arvind Kejriwal and also for his expansion plan. So now how...
Unless he manages to turn it to his sympathy.
Yes, whether he can manage that again, because Arvind Kejriwal is also like Narendra Modi. He can turn any adversity into his advantage. So it will be very interesting to see what happens next, how Kejriwal reacts and how BJP continues to hit the Aam Aadmi Party ministers and MLAs.
And for the years that I've covered the AAP, I can tell you Arvind Kejriwal is not someone to go on the defensive and back down. There will be quickly a strategy to say this is all political vendetta. But that is political speak. What could be the reasons that possibly led to his arrest? Remember, we're talking about the liquor gate policy. Liquor gate policy was introduced in 2021 and was scrapped by September 2022. Within 1 year, we had the liquor gate policy that was shut, and that led to, remember, there were sting operations, there were allegations that are coming in and putting Aam Aadmi Party in the dock. But scrapping it in some way also showed that the Aam Aadmi Party realized it is not working out in the government than they would have liked it, and could they have got caught. But according to the inside track that India Today has managed to bring to you, there is an evidence that led to CBI eventually arresting Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, who was also heading the excise portfolio. That's the reason the heat was on him. What does this mean? He was questioned for 8 hours. What happened after that? According to our sources within the Central Bureau of Investigation, he was not able to defend himself properly, and a lot of answers were, I don't know, that the investigative agency was not convinced with. There were a lot of questions, in fact, a string of that the CBI officers had placed to them about why was the liquor policy introduced, who were involved, what about the businessmen and the connections all the way to Andhra and Telangana. But there was, according to our sources in the agencies, digital evidence that were presented to Manish Sisodia to show that he needs to answer what was the evidence and chain trail about the liquor policy that was introduced in 2021, scrapped in 22. Eventually, he was taken into arrest because the CBI officers were not convinced with the answers that the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister had given to the officers. 8 hours of questioning, but not another round, immediately taken into arrest. So there is a testimony, of course, that has come against him. It is from one of the bureaucrats that he was the mastermind of a policy that was leading into a scam, and the party and the government knew about it. And that is why, because of that allegation and the evidence that the CBI seemed to have and unconvincing answers by Sisodia, he was taken into arrest. All of this is a part of investigation, but according to the Aam Aadmi Party, this is political vendetta to target AAP because they are the main challengers to the Bharatiya Janata Party. 8 hours of questioning and then arrest. Complete mayhem that it was on the streets of Delhi, likely to continue. If you want to know the timeline of what happened, here's a report for you.
The biggest arrest in Delhi Liquorgate probe. But what tilted the scale against Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal's Hanuman, the number 2 in his cabinet? CBI in a release said that Sisodia was arrested for irregularities in framing and implementing the excise policy, adding that Sisodia was evasive in answering when confronted with documentary and digital proofs. CBI sources say that Sisodia gave a standard "I don't know" to most of the questions.
Sources say when Manish Sisodia was confronted with the statement given by that bureaucrat, Manish Sisodia failed to answer most of the questions pertaining to the implementation, changes in the draft policy, and most importantly, the profit margin, which was increased to 12%, based on which the CBI decided to arrest the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi.
The confession by a top Delhi government official who served in the excise department proved clincher for CBI in arresting Sisodia. The Babu, while being questioned by CBI, termed Sisodia as the mastermind of the new liquor policy, saying that the Deputy CM had personally made changes to the controversial liquor policy. While many of the phones used to strike Liquorgate deals were allegedly destroyed, forensic tests showed that proposals were sent to the bureaucrat's mobile using WhatsApp.
सीबीआई सूत्रों का यह कहना है कि उस अधिकारी ने अपने बयान में कहा हुआ था कि जब मनीष सिसोदिया आबकारी मंत्री थे, उस वक्त उन्होंने ही निर्देश दिया हुआ था शराब नीति में बदलाव करने का, और उनके ही निर्देश पर जो मुनाफा था उसे बढ़ाकर 12% कर दिया गया था, जिसका सीधा फायदा शराब व्यापारियों को हो रहा था.
Probe officials also point to the fact that suspiciously reports of an expert committee was completely changed by forming a group of ministers and concealing an earlier note. Lastly, the profit margin for liquor sellers was just 5% in the original policy. But under the new policy, it went up to 12% at the behest of the Southern liquor lobby. With Manish Pandey in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
So according to the Aam Aadmi Party, Satyendra Jain boasted of the Mohalla clinics, arrested. Manish Sisodia boasted of the education model, arrested. But the agencies say there is a lead trail that they have on the liquor scam. But why is Manish Sisodia's arrest bigger and way bigger than Satyendra Jain's? Here's why. Remember, for the Aam Aadmi Party, specifically in Delhi government and at loggerheads with the BJP at the centre, Manish Sisodia was one of the most prominent ministers, not just a deputy chief minister, but had some of the most significant portfolios of the government. It could be possibly a big dent to Aam Aadmi Party's clean governance model with a scam of money and the manner in which irregularities played into it as an allegation coming. But this is an Aam Aadmi Party BJP duel that we have not seen before, at least in the past few years since Aam Aadmi Party came to government in 2013. It does put the spotlight, however, staying with the Liquorgate scam about the Neta and the liquor cartel nexus and the money that must be flowing in, according to the agencies, to the Netas and the government. But it gives an ammunition to Aam Aadmi Party. Witch hunt claim. They are saying that it's deliberate because we are the challengers to the BJP. But the Aam Aadmi Party's claim is also, remember, of attack on governance, that because they've been doing so well, of course they had to be targeted by the Bharatiya Janata Party at the centre. What does it do for the BJP? BJP can now charge with the corruption attack on Arvind Kejriwal, that he's not as righteous as he claims to be. He is indulging in scams, and look, the agencies have made Manish Sisodia accused number 1. What does this mean with regard to politics? BJP has escalated the attack, welcomed the move by the CBI, and possibly other agencies will also follow the chain trail, which will be financial in nature. This is the Liquorgate scam. What is the politics about it? And importantly, has the Aam Aadmi Party got any support from other parties? Take a look at the reactions coming in. Remember, has said that they'll carry out a nationwide Black Day and they've called this a black day for democracy. So what you're looking at are the protests that are starting already. Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia arrest in the Delhi liquor scam case at the BJP headquarters. We are being told the protest will start at about 12 noon. Workers and supporters will gather. Some of them have already been put in preventive detention. The arrest of Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia has stoked a fresh controversy over the political arena. Arvind Kejriwal has accused BJP of carrying out dirty politics, hatching a conspiracy to malign Sisodia. BJP has hailed the move by CBI, took jibes at arrested Aam Aadmi Party leader following the arrest. Both AAP and the BJP are at loggerheads. Both are accusing each other of misusing political positions. Here are some reactions for you to listen in.
मनीष जी एक ईमानदार, देशभक्त और साहसी व्यक्ति हैं जो 24 घंटे देश की सेवा में लगे रहते हैं। पूरा देश देख रहा है कि किस तरह से उन्होंने गरीबों के बच्चों को अच्छा भविष्य देने के लिए उन्हें अच्छी शिक्षा देना शुरू किया था। पिछले 75 साल में शायद ये पहला शख्स है जिसने हर गरीब के घर में एक उम्मीद जताई थी।
कोई सबूत नहीं, उनके घर पे 1 रुपया नहीं मिला, उनके गांव में कोई जायदाद नहीं मिली, 500 छापे मारे, मनीष सिसोदिया के खिलाफ एक डॉक्यूमेंट्री एविडेंस नहीं मिला। मगर गिरफ्तारी कैसे होगी मैं आपको बता देता हूं। आप किसी बड़े नेता को बुलाइए, कहिए पूछताछ हो रही है, 8 घंटे बिठाइए, छोड़ दीजिए, फिर दोबारा बुला लीजिए, तिवारा बुला लीजिए और फिर कहिए मनीष सिसोदिया कोऑपरेट नहीं कर रहे। तो कोऑपरेट ना करने के नाम पे आप किसी को भी गिरफ्तार कर चुके हैं, करते रहे हैं और कर रहे हैं।
कोई भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने मनीष सिसोदिया जी को अक्यूज्ड नंबर 1 शराब घोटाले में नहीं बनाया है। जांच के आधार पर मनीष सिसोदिया जी एक्यूज्ड नंबर 1 बने। मुझे तो शर्म आता है ये कहते हुए कि आज पूरे विश्व में ऐसा कोई शिक्षा मंत्री नहीं होगा जो शराब के घोटाले में गिरफ्तार किया जा रहा होगा। जस्ट इमेजिन एन मिनिस्टर ऑफ एजुकेशन गेटिंग अरेस्टेड फॉर एक्साइज पॉलिसी। ये आंख खोलने वाला विषय है, ये चौंकाने वाला विषय है।
एक ऐसे शिक्षा मंत्री जिन्होंने पूरे देश और दुनिया को शिक्षा का मॉडल दिया, मनीष सिसोदिया जी, आज उनको गिरफ्तार कर लिया मोदी जी की सरकार ने। मैं समझता हूं ये जुर्म की इंतहा है, ये तानाशाही की इंतहा। देश के करोड़ों लोग जो आपके जुर्म को देख रहे हैं, आपके अत्याचार को देख रहे हैं, ये समय आने पे आपको जवाब देंगे।
मनीष सिसोदिया और सत्येंद्र जैन दोनों की कैबिनेट में कोई जगह नहीं हो सकती है। जेल से सरकार चलाने का पाप अब बंद होना चाहिए। और मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आप भी कुछ डिपार्टमेंट संभालिए। कब तक बिना किसी काम का मुख्यमंत्री बनकर आप बैठे रहेंगे दिल्ली में?
So this, remember, is not just about the Aam Aadmi Party or the Bharatiya Janata Party. They've been at loggerheads. Why is Aam Aadmi Party not getting support from other political parties? Let's bring in our studio political experts on that, Rahul Srivastav and Kaushik Deka. Rahul, how do you look at the silence of the Congress party, of Trinamool Congress? Mamata Banerjee and Arvind Kejriwal were like, bhai behan, what happened here?
See, I think there is, this is, I think, the moment of Waterloo for Arvind Kejriwal. Arvind Kejriwal has been very lucky. Arvind Kejriwal has had almost like a Teflon coating. Primarily, on most of the issues, he did not have the baggage, as Kaushik said. Unlike a Congress, Trinamool, for example, which has the strong, strident support to the Muslims in the Bengal election, the Bengali factor, all those baggages he never had. Even if you recall in the Delhi elections, Arvind Kejriwal does not visit the Shaheen Bagh protest area site. And
Despite
he got the minority vote because somewhere there was a Tina factor. I think in Gujarat onwards, now Arvind Kejriwal, if he has to scale newer heights or expand his footprint, he will have to eventually come good terms with the politics of the country that take stand on very important issues and also create friends. You cannot be in isolation. See, he went to Goa and he actually heard the interest of the Congress and the TMC, which was already there. He went to Gujarat, he heard the Congress terribly. He has dislodged Congress from Punjab. Now he is planning to go to where? Chhattisgarh, Congress. Madhya Pradesh, Congress. Rajasthan, Congress. So he is trying to go to places where the Congress is in direct battle with the BJP. It may help the BJP for a short while. So why should the Congress stand with him? And similarly, if he is a claimant as the challenger to Narendra Modi, not today, but tomorrow, in that distant tomorrow, again, it is Mamata Banerjee's similar ambition. So why should Mamata Banerjee stand up? I think that's what Kaushik was just now, when we were off air discussing, the element about opposition unity. That maybe not on every issue, maybe not electorally you get together, but on broad templates like opposition leaders being targeted and arrested, the opposition can come together.
Kaushik, Mallikarjun Kharge said this will be an opposition alliance in 2024. We'll be leading. This doesn't look like an opposition unity for Arvind Kejriwal for now.
In fact, not only for Arvind Kejriwal, I believe the opposition unity is nowhere. Congress, in the plenary, they said that they will be the center force of any opposition alliance. KCR from Telangana, he is aspiring another dream. Then Mamata Banerjee already is a claimant. So in that case, Arvind Kejriwal, another claimant. So they are not all coming together, and they all stand for different things. As Rahul has pointed out, that Mamata Banerjee has the Bengali legacy. KCR is from South, so his acceptance in the Northern Belt. Arvind Kejriwal had the biggest potential in the sense that he is not seen as belonging to Delhi only. He had that pan-India appeal, and he had a very good appeal in the sense that he was an anti-corruption crusader. But to expand in a positive way, he needed to reach out to the other established political parties, but he tried to play safe or play solo. So this could be actually a moment of reckoning. He must reconsider his strategies, whether he becomes now a part of an alliance, a bigger alliance, and then think about going solo, or he wants to continue
and Kaushik,
like this.
The fact is he may need it. If he does not and manages to pull this off by himself, then also he comes across as a bigger neta, if he can, if that happens. We have some big news coming in. According to CBI sources, Manish Sisodia will be produced in court after 2 p.m. So it will be afternoon when all action will be at the Rouse Avenue court. He could be, there are options presented in person or through video conferencing depending on the law and order situation. And I say law and order because remember, we could be expecting hundreds of supporters of the Aam Aadmi Party. We could actually have some protesters from the BJP too. So depending on how the status is, Manish Sisodia will be produced at the Rouse Avenue court. Manish Sisodia, and this could be, remember, how it pans out for the court. Does CBI get custody or not? Munish Pandey, who's tracking the agencies closely, has got us this information. Munish, over to you. What are we expecting from the CBI? How many days possibly will they be asking and appealing for a custody? How will the Aam Aadmi Party want to ensure Manish Sisodia does not get that custody for the CBI?
Well, Pooja, remember last evening around 7:15, Manish Sisodia was arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation based on the evidence, what they are claiming at this point of time. But as far as the production of Manish Sisodia is concerned, his medical is being done at the CBI headquarters, keeping the law and order situation in mind, and he is not being taken to hospital. As far as producing him before the court is concerned, what we have been given to understand by our sources within the CBI is that so far the decision is to produce him physically before the court post 2 p.m. this afternoon. But the police has also sought opinion from the CBI has also sought opinion from the police, and after getting the exact picture of how the law and order situation is going to be, they will be deciding whether to produce him physically or through video conferencing. Why I'm saying this and why the CBI is saying this, because there is an assumption that Aam Aadmi Party workers may come out on the road. They may create ruckus before the outside the
heavy deployment. There's already heavy deployment of Delhi police and paramilitary. Munish, stay on with me because Gopal Rai of the Aam Aadmi Party is currently speaking. Let's listen in. That's the first reaction this morning that has come from the Aam Aadmi Party. Gopal Rai, since the beginning, has been with Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal since the Anna Andolan and before that as well. Let's listen in to Gopal Rai.
साथियों, जैसा आप जानते हैं, कल दिल्ली के शिक्षा मंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया जी को गिरफ्तार किया गया। कई लोग कह रहे हैं कि गिरफ्तारी हुई है, कानून पे भरोसा नहीं है क्या? हमें सब कुछ पे भरोसा है। लेकिन देश के प्रधानमंत्री को कानून पे भरोसा नहीं है, इसलिए मनीष सिसोदिया जी की तो गिरफ्तारी होती है, लेकिन अडानी से यारी जारी है। उनके खिलाफ जांच क्यों नहीं हो रही, उनके खिलाफ कोई कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं हो रही? इसलिए पूरा देश ये पूछ रहा है कि आखिर क्या इस गंदी राजनीति से देश आगे बढ़ेगा।
So that is Gopal Rai, who's also a minister in the Delhi government, but also has been a close aide of both Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia since the beginning of that. Manish Sisodia to be produced in the court after 2 p.m. Let's quickly bring in Rahul Srivastava for a perspective on that. Rahul, this is politics, this is political speak. They're of course charging at each other. But this liquor gate controversy is also very interesting. You introduce a policy, you bring in private tenders, businessmen get involved, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana gets involved. And then a year later, you scrap it because you realize at some level it's not gone to the manner in which it was expected and corruption allegations bring in. So clearly CBI latched on to something that became trouble.
See, one thing, yes, definitely the CBI, whatever it has latched on to, it has arrested a very senior minister in the government. It will have to prove it in the courts.
Absolutely.
Now, the key here is, there are two elements involved. How long Manish Sisodia is in jail? Now, we have seen in the case of Sanjay Singh that one way or the other, eventually he's staying there. If that's going to happen, that's a problem for the Aam Aadmi Party. The second element is, I have one thing which has become very noticeable over the last few years is that ED, CBI, all these agencies, they do move in against political opponents, but the prosecution rate is terrible. The prosecution rate is terrible. Now, if the CBI fails to prove something substantive against Manish Sisodia or Sanjay Singh, and it does not stand the scrutiny of law, I think then the government is in trouble, because you cannot target political opponents to a point, you know, it's like spit and run.
And it's a clear advantage to Aam Aadmi Party to say that this was a witch hunt.
That is again, that's where lies the catch, that will Aam Aadmi Party be able to prove the innocence or Manish Sisodia prove his innocence? Because see what is happening. Two of the key ministers with two of the key policy thrusts of the government, health and education, which was largely what is called the Delhi model, which Arvind Kejriwal is taking everywhere, has both ministers are in jail. The budget, the last one before the next Lok Sabha elections, which Arvind Kejriwal might have liked to make it big and splashy, will suffer because now Manish Sisodia is in jail. Third, the major projects in the state, in Delhi, employment, Clean Yamuna, water to all homes, e-health cards, pathological tests for seniors free, all problematic because Manish Sisodia is not there. Now Manish will have, Arvind Kejriwal will have to find a good replacement. G20 related 8 big events are there in Delhi, for which road, flyovers, everything has to be modernized. I think this is a setback Arvind Kejriwal cannot depend on in future where the charges can be unproved against.
Could be years later.
It can be sometime later. It is the now, battle for now in the next few months that Arvind Kejriwal will have to take.
And this is a crucial year, remember, there are elections lined up. It's already started, but it could be for Aam Aadmi Party's national ambitions that it was planning. Whether this will be a setback or whether Arvind Kejriwal will have a strategy up its ally, it is going to be big development coming in. This is all about Manish Sisodia. It's a developing story. We'll be getting you the latest on that through the day. But after a short break, I get you Meghalaya and Nagaland. It's a high-pitched northeast battle that's kicked off 60 seats in 2 states. BJP and Congress apart, TMC and the state parties will want to this time win this election. It's a high stake, remember, for 2024 too. We have the latest coming in from the ground and from our political experts in the studio. Stay tuned. You're watching India Today. Voting has started in Meghalaya and Nagaland.
All successful people worked hard, nothing comes easily.
Sometimes you need to just cross that mental barrier.
Once I come in,
काफी प्रोसेस ओरिएंटेड
stark difference.
मैं जब दोनों मेडल को ले रहा था और मैं बोल रहा था कि 2 ही हमारे पास मेडल है इंडिया में और दोनों आज मेरे हाथ में हैं.
The very fact that you're opening the India Today conclave with a session on Olympic sport tells me that we've made progress.
Asia is all set to rule this decade, with the International Monetary Fund placing its bets on India and China to steer global growth through rough weather this year. The global financial institution says that the two neighbors are expected to contribute more than 50% of global growth in 2023. According to the IMF, apart from India and China, other Asian economies will contribute 25% to global growth this year, with the other world economies contributing 25% too. While the rest of the world faces economic uncertainties, improvements in supply chains and the service sector will push Asia-Pacific region's growth to 4.7% this year from 3.8% in 2022. IMF has also warned Asian economies that despite the threat of inflation diminishing, central banks needed to stay alert as the core inflation was still high and that the reopening of China's economy may push inflation up. Meanwhile, the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the ongoing increase in interest rates by central banks worldwide have had a significant negative impact on both the developed and developing economies of the world. The impact is more moderate on China and India. China has recently ended its COVID-0 policy, and its reopening in the second half of the year has boosted the global supply chain in trade. For 2024, the IMF has forecast a GDP growth of 6.8% for India, which is the joint second highest along with Vietnam among all Asian emerging economies. Mongolia tops the list in this category with an estimated growth of 7% in 2024. It's not just the IMF, which is positive on the two Asian giants. Last year, a study from the National Bureau of Economic Research said both India and China will likely become the world's leading economies in the coming decades. Bureau Report, Business Today Television. Southern cinema is known for its flavors, be it over-the-top action sequences, light-hearted comedy, or a complete masala entertainer.
పానం కన్నా విలువైన నీ సోపతి నా సొంతం అన్నా గర్వంతో ఈ మనలో కలిసిపోతేనే
And the fact that it has such a wide reach irrespective of the language barrier explains the craze and power of these regional films. While we have Kannada films, Telugu films and Malayalam movies that have had a dream run lately and continue to do so, let's take a look at the A-listers and their most anticipated Tamil movies of 2023 as the industry is basking in the glory of some of the biggest hits. Jailer. Jailer will be Rajnikant's first film since the release of Annate in 2021. Directed by Nelson Dilip Kumar, the movie has a stellar cast comprising of Jackie Shroff, Shivaraj Kumar, Mohan Lal and Tamanna among others. The movie is scheduled to roll out in cinemas on April 14th. Ponniyin Selvan 2. Filmmaker Mani Ratnam's dream project Ponniyin Selvan Part 1 fetched critical acclaim and was a commercial success. The first part of this magnum opus ended on a cliffhanger, and now all eyes are on the second part, which will hit theatres on April 28th. The second part will pick up from where it ended in PS1 and will have answers to key questions about the Chola dynasty. Based on the novel by Kalki Krishnamurthy, the historical drama features Aishwarya Rai Bachchan, Chiyan Vikram, Trisha, Jayam Ravi and Karthi in lead roles.
Welcome to our special segment of elections in Meghalaya and Nagaland. The voting has already started, and for the state of Meghalaya, well, I couldn't be on the ground, so I decided to be on one of those landmark bridges of Meghalaya and decided to get you a perspective. We have political experts in our studio as well. Let's quickly first look at what Meghalaya had reported as a voter turnout and seat share in 2018. It was the Congress party with 21 and NPP had 20, but with BJP had managed to form the government. The seat share also had interestingly been more for the Congress party at about 32. And for NPP, it was about 24. And yet, this time, the Congress will want to ensure it gets a clear majority for the northeastern state of Meghalaya. This is what it looks like. But because the voting has started, it's been a good turnout for the state of Meghalaya. We see a lot of young women also who are queuing up at the polling booth to cast their vote. Joining me now is Kaushik Dekka. He's our executive editor of India Today magazine, closely tracks the northeastern states as well. How crucial is Meghalaya's turnout today, Kaushik? And importantly, which party do you think possibly has an advantage this time?
Traditionally, it's said that when the turnout is low, so there is a kind of pro-incumbency. But this time it's crucial because the BJP and NPP, they are fighting separately, but they had fought separately in the last elections also. But there is a new party called TMC, which is not fighting like the Congress does. So the key battle would be between TMC and NPP, and because and that's why the post-poll scenario would be the most crucial here. I do not think any party will get majority. In fact, the maximum that one party can expect would be around 20. Either it's NPP or TMC. So the decider would be the smaller parties like UDP, HSPDP, and the alliance which party can form. So the leader would be TMC and NPP. But as BJP is there, last time also we saw with 2 MLAs, BJP formed the government. And the Assam CM, who is the Chanakya of Northeast, he is there. So I think NPP has a fair chance of forming the government, though BJP and NPP, they have been at loggerheads during the campaign. But eventually after the poll, I believe they would come together. In fact, this whole fight was also to the advantage of both parties, because we must not forget that BJP is seen as a Hindutva party, while Meghalaya is a Christian-dominated party. So the separation actually helped NPP in getting rid of that Hindutva tag. And BJP, by targeting the corruption and other things about NPP government, they tried to expand their base. But eventually, most likely is that they would come together. And because BJP has the power and the support, the money power, muscle power, everything. So I believe the NPP has the advantage in terms of forming the government.
Interestingly, previously also remember, despite Congress getting a good number, it was the alliance that managed to form a government in Meghalaya. But that's just one state. Of course, there's Nagaland on another as well. But I'm running out of time. I want to bring in, after the break, our continuous coverage on Nagaland and Meghalaya and much more that's happening across the country. Rahul Srivastav and Kaushik Dekha will continue to be with us in the studio. Preeti Chaudhary also joins me at 11 a.m. Stay tuned. Thank you for watching India Today.
In the early hours of February the 24th, Russian President Vladimir Putin ordered his troops into Ukraine. Kyiv's Western allies had been warning of a looming Russian aggression for months. Even so, Putin's decision came as a shock to many in Ukraine and across the world.
I'm atop a T-64 Russian tank, and they are now preparing to roll in to the border areas, the front line.
Speaking on Russian state television, he announced the launch of what he called a special military operation to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine.
The People's Republic of Donbass asked Russia for help. In this regard, under Article 51, Part 7 of the Charter of the United Nations, with the approval of the Russian State Federal Council, and in accordance with the Friendship and Mutual Assistance Treaties with the Donetsk People's Republic and Luhansk People's Republic, ratified by the Russian Parliament on February 22nd, I decided to conduct a special military operation.
Moments later, the first explosions were heard across Ukraine. A multi-pronged attack. Russian forces entered Ukraine from three fronts: from Belarus, from Crimea, which is under Russian control since 2014, and from the Donbas region of Donetsk and Luhansk into eastern parts of Ukraine. Kyiv and the West called the action nothing more than a land grab. While geopolitics and the display of military might and strength dominated news across the world, it is the lives lost, families ruined, and cities destroyed that will resonate through decades and centuries.
For me, the world ended on March 5th. And when one doesn't even know how to find her in order to bury her, so that she has a resting place, a place for us to come and visit.
There was resistance, and the Ukrainians were determined to fight back. Outnumbered and ordered to surrender by an approaching Russian vessel, a small group of Ukrainian troops stationed on Snake Island, a tiny but strategic Black Sea outpost, responded with this. On the same day, Antonov Airfield, a major cargo airport just north of Kyiv, was the first major victory notched up by the Russians.
In search of the smoking gun, the use of science in the field of law, forensic evidence, a critical component of criminal investigations and prosecution. But an India Today probe has found how corruption and greed might have left it vulnerable to distortions. Some scientists at some of the country's top crime labs are caught promising false reports if paid off. Following a tip, our undercover reporters visit the forensic science lab at Varanasi. Suresh Chandra heads this facility as its deputy director. Our journalists posing as agents of a fictitious murder suspect met him twice. Suresh Chandra offered to manipulate the forensic report in favor of the man we told him was accused of poisoning his victim. This FSL chief demanded 10 lakh rupees for cleaning up the poison from record books.
उसमें पॉइजन ना निकले, कुछ भी ना निकले।
ये कल देख करके ही हम चीज़ बता पाएंगे। हाँ, और उसका देखने सुनने का सारा फीस पड़ेगा, आप समझ लीजिए। हमको 10 जो है 10,000 रुपये चाहिए सब रेफरेंस से कंप्यूटर वगैरह हम देखने के लिए। नहीं, हम प्रोसेस थ्रू तभी करेंगे जब जो है वो जो रिक्वायर्ड फीस है वो दे देंगे।
अच्छा।
You heard the deputy director of Varanasi's forensic science lab demanding 10,000 upfront to start the dirty work. Our reporters meet Suresh Chandra again at a luxury hotel in Varanasi the next day. The top officials of the zone's main forensic lab offers to set up a special team to forge FSL findings of viscera samples.
इसमें जो है उसके लक्षण बहुत हैं पॉइजन के, उसके नेल और लिप में नीला। अच्छा सर, अब जो भी आपके सामने नहीं वो आप पॉइजन के लक्षण हैं तो ऐसे में तो बड़ा मुश्किल है, तो नौकरी अपने दांव पे लगाएंगे एक्सपर्ट।
सर क्या किया जाए, इसको क्या बताया?
उसमें टीम बना करना पड़ेगा।
अच्छा।
अभी हम 2-3 आदमी।
अच्छा।
2 या 3 एक्सपर्ट डालें।
अच्छा।
are watching India Today.
A very good morning, viewers. You're watching our developments on Manish Sisodia, the Deputy Chief Minister, who was arrested by the CBI yesterday at about 7:15 p.m. A tectonic shift where the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. Why? We're going to break it down. We have in the studio with us our National Affairs Editor, Rahul Srivastav, as well as Kaushik Deka. But first up, before we get to the story, let me quickly take you through the headlines. It's a big blow to the Aam Aadmi Party. After 8 hours of grilling, Manish Sisodia is arrested by the CBI on Sunday to be produced in court today. Aam Aadmi Party cries foul after Sisodia's arrest, claims conspiracy by BJP. AAP now calls for a massive protest outside the BJP headquarters. Chief Minister KEJRIWAL says Sisodia innocent and victim of vendetta politics.
मनीष जी एक ईमानदार, देशभक्त और साहसी व्यक्ति हैं।
After the Congress, now the Aam Aadmi Party cadre are heard. One of them yesterday was heard hurling a slur at the Prime Minister. Stunning declaration by BJP's warhorse. B.S. Yediyurappa drops the Chief Minister bombshell, says High Command to decide on Chief Minister. Is Yediyurappa still in the race is the big question.
DJ and Amit Shah is going to take decision who should lead the party in Karnataka.
After Maulana Azad and Kamraj missing from one of Congress's posters, the BJP mocks the Congress, says they found Tipu. On the other hand, the Congress calls it a slip and says their plenary posters did have Maulana Azad. And it's a high-pitched northeast battle kicks off. Battle on 59 seats in Meghalaya and Nagaland. Mega three-cornered contest. TMC Congress also aim to win polls. Tripura already voted. Meghalaya and Nagaland to vote today. All right, viewers, exactly now, 11 a.m. It's been a dramatic 24 hours where Manish Sisodia is concerned. His questioning began yesterday on a Sunday at 11 a.m. He was arrested at 7:15. And as I speak right now, his medical test has been conducted inside the CBI headquarters. Unusual? Well, he wasn't even allowed to step out for lunch yesterday. So he's been practically inside the building. Should he have been taken out? Well, not quite. There have been precedents before where certain high-profile leaders, their medical test has been conducted inside the CBI headquarters. This is as per protocol, but I want to cut across to Munish Pandey, my colleague who's joining us outside the CBI headquarters for more information on why, Munish, has the medical taken place inside the CBI headquarters. Usually, we've seen them taken to a hospital.
Absolutely, Preeti, and precisely it has been almost 24 hours since the time Manish Sisodia went inside the CBI headquarters for questioning around 7:15 last evening. He was placed under arrest, and now we have been given to understand is that a panel of doctors were called by the CBI officials, and his medical has been conducted inside the CBI headquarters. Now, why this? Because generally what CBI does is that they take the accused to a hospital where the medical test is conducted, and medical test is something which is mandatory for the agencies before the person is being produced before the court, so that his vital parameters can be produced before the court. Now, as far as the CBI sources are concerned, they are saying that keeping the law and order situation in mind, they decided to call the doctors inside the CBI headquarters, and his medical test has been conducted. All the vital parameters are in normal range, and CBI will now be asking for custody. We have been given to understand is that he'll be produced post to this afternoon, and CBI will be asking for custody of Mr. Manish Sisodia.
You know, well, you're right, there are heavy security deployment because, Manish, at least now it seems this morning, 2-kilometer perimeter around the CBI headquarters has been sealed completely with multiple barricading, unprecedented with what we are seeing taking place in the national capital. I don't know how you're going to get yourself to the CBI headquarters, but Manish, so 2 p.m. after that is when Manish Sisodia will be produced before a court. Police custody would be given. That would technically mean Manish Sisodia stays at the CBI headquarters at least for the next 4 or 5 days, depending on how long the police custody is.
Well, Preeti, the CBI has a right to ask for 14 days of custody. It will be up to the wisdom of court that how many days of custody is granted of Mr. Manish Sisodia to CBI. But as far as the security deployment is concerned, we have not seen such security deployment in past, ever. Now, as far as this CBI headquarters is concerned, this is in the CGO complex in the national capital, and not only one road but the multiple roads leading to the CGO complex have been sealed. Not only the CGO complex premises but also those roads who are little far from CBI headquarters, for example, the Lodi Road or the Defence Colony Road, even those roads have been also barricaded. Now, the police bandobast is there, paramilitary forces have been called in for the security, and all these precautions are being taken because last time when Manish Sisodia appeared before the agency, then we saw a dharna by the Aam Aadmi Party workers. Yesterday also we saw that Aam Aadmi Party workers were outside the CBI headquarters, and this time the police is not taking any chances. They want to ensure that the law and order situation should not get disrupted. And as far as his production is concerned, that may also get affected, because remember, what we have been given to understand is that as of now the plan is to produce him physically before the Rao Zavani court, that is the CBI court, but they have also sought opinion from the Delhi police. Now, keeping the law and order situation in mind, the CBI will be finally taking the decision in some time that whether he should be produced physically or he should be produced virtually, that is through video conferencing. And why? Because they have they have assumed that Aam Aadmi Party workers may come out on the street in support of Manish Sisodia, and also to get some political mileage.
Well, that assumption is not very far from the truth, Manish, is it? Thank you for joining us. I'm going to come back to you very shortly. Those visuals that you're seeing is Sanjay Singh on the left-hand side of your television screens, still detained. 44 leaders, viewers. 44 leaders with hundreds of cadre detained of the Aam Aadmi Party on the outskirts of Delhi. Sanjay Singh has been detained at Fatehpur Beri police station, and clearly trying to keep the morale up where the cadre is concerned, singing away. On the other hand, what the Aam Aadmi Party has decided is to take to the streets. It's going to be a fierce battle, viewers. Over the next months, I'm sure that is going to be fought in courts, but they want to make sure that the optics resonate on the streets of the national capital. And starting today, if I'm not wrong, Rahul Gautam, I'm going to bring you in on this, who's joining us right outside Manish Sisodia's residence, that each MLA of the Aam Aadmi Party is bringing in 10,000 cadre to the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. So what it seems is it's going to be a pitched battle on the streets of the national capital, where the Aam Aadmi Party is going to take out a protest march. They've called today and yesterday a dark day in democracy, a protest march all the way to the BJP headquarters. I'm coming right in. Just stay with me. The reason I'm cutting you short is let's listen into Saurabh Bhardwaj.
कि आपने सब बड़े नेताओं को बिना बात जेल के पीछे डाला हुआ है, ये गलत है। और हम केंद्र सरकार से जवाब चाहेंगे कि किस आधार पे आपने हमारे शीर्ष नेतृत्व को गिरफ्तार करके सलाखों के पीछे डाला हुआ है। आज सारे अखबार मैंने पढ़े, अंग्रेजी के भी पढ़े, हिंदी के भी पढ़े, कि क्या कुछ नया मिल गया मनीष सिसोदिया जी के खिलाफ कि उनको उनकी गिरफ्तारी करनी पड़ गई। मैं आप लोगों से भी जानना चाहूँगा, कोई किसी को पता हो तो हमें बताइएगा। वही बासी कहानी जो सीबीआई पिछले मई 2022 से गा रही है, वही कहानी है। अब मुझे ये जानना है कि गिरफ्तारी करने की क्या ज़रूरत थी? क्या वो देश छोड़ के भाग रहे थे? वो पिछले 10 महीने में नहीं भागे, आगे भाग जाते। क्या वो किसी गवाह को, किसी सबूत को नष्ट कर रहे थे? पिछले 8 महीने में बहुत मौका था उनको करने का, वो कर सकते थे, उन्होंने नहीं किया, तो अब क्या कर देंगे? क्या कोई नया सबूत मनीष सिसोदिया जी के खिलाफ मिला? ऐसा कोई सबूत नहीं मिला। सारी फाइलें सीबीआई के पास हैं, सारी नोटिंग फाइल सीबीआई के पास हैं, कुछ नहीं मिला। और सबसे बड़ी बात जो अखबारों में मुझे पता चली वो ये थी, वो कह रहे हैं साहब जो ये पॉलिसी बनाई गई इसमें भ्रष्टाचार हुआ है। ये सब लोग जानते हैं कि ये पॉलिसी अगर किसी ने अप्रूव की है तो वो तो अनिल बैजल साहब हैं, एलजी साहब हैं, जिनको केंद्र सरकार ने नियुक्त किया है। उन्होंने इस पॉलिसी को अप्रूव किया और उन्होंने इस पॉलिसी को नोटिफाई किया। तो 10 महीने से सीबीआई क्या कर रही है? क्यों नहीं उन्होंने अभी तक अनिल बैजल साहब से पूछताछ की? सिर्फ और सिर्फ झूठ का पुलिंदा है। कोई सबूत मनीष सिसोदिया जी के खिलाफ नहीं है और केंद्र सरकार आम पार्टी के ऊपर अत्याचार कर रही है, जनता देख रही है। आज आम आदमी पार्टी के लोग और मनीष सिसोदिया जी को प्यार करने वाले लोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी के मुख्यालय पे एक शांतिपूर्ण प्रदर्शन करने के लिए इकट्ठा होंगे। आप सबसे भी मेरी गुजारिश है कि आप कवर कीजिएगा और दिखाइएगा किस तरीके से जो है केंद्र सरकार आम आदमी पार्टी को कुचलने की कोशिश कर रही है।
One really wonders how shantipurn or peaceful that march is going to be, because what I was pointing out, and Rahul, I'm going to bring you in on this. He's joining us, my colleague, right outside Manish Sisodia's residence. The fact that each MLA is bringing in about 10,000 workers, cadre of the Aam Aadmi Party. What we are going to be witnessing at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters is a groundswell. All roads to the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, which is at the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg, have been blocked. So, will the cadre reach there? It's going to be far from peaceful. At least it seems it's going to be eyeball to eyeball confrontation with the Delhi police. Rahul, what are you picking up?
Absolutely, Preeti. A call has already been made by Aam Aadmi Party to all the supporters to hit the streets, saying that Aam Aadmi Party is becoming a victim of a political vendetta, and the senior leaders like Manish Sisodia are paying price merely because they were serving people of the national capital. You can expect that around 12 p.m. a protest march will begin from Aam Aadmi Party headquarters all the way to the BJP headquarters. I'll just show you the visuals here of official residence of Mr. Manish Sisodia. You can see there's heavy presence of police here. Paramilitary forces personnel are already deployed here. Multiple barricades have been placed in here. But if we just show you the pictures of the bungalow of Mr. Manish Sisodia, it is completely devoid of any activity here. There's complete silence here. Last night, Arvind Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann and other senior leaders, they arrived here and showed their solidarity with the family. But as we speak, now remember, this is the residence of one of the most powerful ministers of Arvind Kejriwal cabinet. And during previous days, there were people queuing up here, lining up here, given the fact that Mr. Manish Sisodia was handling around 18 portfolios out of 33. But it seems that it's a difficult time for Aam Aadmi Party, one of the most toughest phases that they have ever seen, ever since they were founded, since their inception. Obviously, they would certainly try to turn this adversity into an advantage, and you can expect that Aam Aadmi Party would be certainly going on full-on throttle as far as attacking.
But Rahul, those are optics. To turn this adversary into an advantage, well, it's a big hit for the Aam Aadmi Party. But I'm going to ask you one quick question before we cut across to our studio guest, Rahul. Who's going to be leading this march? Are we expecting the top leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party to also join in? Most of them stand detained in various police stations across the outskirts of Delhi. So who's leading this march? Are we expecting Arvind Kejriwal to also come to the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters and maybe try and push for morale boosting? What are you hearing?
Well, there are several, leaders who have still not been detained by Delhi police, for example, Saurabh Bhardwaj and many others. And it is expected that those people would be leading this protest march. But Delhi police is quite apprehensive about this protest. They are saying that, with the absence of senior leaders, this protest might be, unguided and might, eventually, spiral.
Sure, the reason I'm doing so, Rahul, I apologize, is let's listen in to Sanjay Singh.
शिक्षा मंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया को कल सीबीआई ने गिरफ्तार कर लिया। आप सब जानते हैं सीबीआई किसके इशारे पे काम करती है? जी हाँ, मोदी सरकार के इशारे पे गिरफ्तार किया गया मनीष सिसोदिया। उनका जुर्म क्या है? अपराध ये है कि वो दिल्ली के लाखों बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा देने के लिए दिन रात मेहनत कर रहे हैं। मनीष सिसोदिया ने शिक्षा का जो मॉडल दिया, उसकी चर्चा देश और दुनिया में हो रही है। ऐसे शिक्षा मंत्री को आपने जेल में डाल दिया मोदी। लेकिन ये ध्यान रखिएगा कि आम आदमी पार्टी के सिपाही हैं, आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता हैं। आपकी किसी भी कार्रवाई से हम लोग न झुकने वाले हैं, न डरने वाले हैं, न आपकी बंदर गुड़तियों से पीछे हटने वाले हैं। कल से हम लोगों को, हमारे कैबिनेट मंत्री गोपाल राय जी को, हमारे विधायक ऋतुराज झा जी को, दिनेश मोहनिया जी को और रोहित महरोलिया जी को, कई पार्षदों को, तमाम कार्यकर्ताओं को, पदाधिकारियों को, फतेहपुर बेरी का जो दिल्ली का थाना यहाँ पे रखा हुआ, लगभग 24 घंटे।
All right, so Sanjay Singh is actually, that live broadcast that you saw, he's recorded it inside the Fatehpur Beri police station. They've all been detained. It's been 24 hours of that detention. But I want to quickly bring in our studio guests into this conversation. Rahul Srivastav, National Affairs Editor, Kaushik Deka from India Today magazine, also with us. Rahul, one can continue to say that the Aam Aadmi Party is... they might be on the back foot, they're going to turn this around and they're going to make this into an advantage. The sheer fact, how big a hit do you see this, where Manish Sisodia comes into question, 18 portfolios out of 33, he's practically been the man who's run the Delhi government. If there was a demarcation in Arvind Kejriwal's head, which was that Delhi was Manish Sisodia to govern, and he was going to expand the Aam Aadmi Party footprint where India was concerned. In the next 1 week, he was to be in Karnataka, in Madhya Pradesh, in Rajasthan, in Chhattisgarh. All of that might change now.
See, Preeti, I think you know Aam Aadmi Party, what it is thinking right now and what kind of setback, much better than any of us, but still we will make an attempt. The fact is that what Aam Aadmi Party stood for, its origin, as an anti-corruption force, that's a setback. You have got a template that 2 of your key men are in jail and corruption charges. The second is that what Manish Sisodia was in the government, 18 out of the 30-odd portfolios, which includes finance, education, tourism, PWD, labor, planning, land, building, vigilance, services, art, culture, language. Name it, health. That came later when Satyen Jain was sent to jail. Now, Arvind Kejriwal did not find anybody else to give health. He didn't create a new minister. True. He went back to his reliable, trusted system called Manish Sisodia. Arvind Kejriwal, the political face, Manish Sisodia, the administrative face. If Kejriwal was expanding all over the country, what was the Delhi model? Delhi model was education and health. And that was Satyen Jain and Manish Sisodia. So that's taken a hit. If you see where Arvind Kejriwal was going to go, Chhattisgarh on the 5th, and you are saying Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and all these places, the very fact that Manish Sisodia was so critical to the affairs of Aam Aadmi Party, that his being in jail, the budget will get impacted. Budget in an election year. I've been talking about the policies, for example, what they were planning in the next 6 months. Employment, clean Yamuna, water to all homes, e-health cards, free pathological tests for seniors, 8 G20 events in the city of Delhi, in which flyovers, everything was under Manish Sisodia. I think it's a setback, and as I've been saying since morning, Arvind Kejriwal, it seems, had 9 cat lives. How many has he exhausted? I think a lot will depend on how easily he can spring back. Because you cannot get away with anything, everything, always. I think somewhere it's a very, very critical moment in the politics of the country. One, if Mr. Kejriwal and Sisodia manage to prove that these are not charges which are untenable in a court of law, then the centre will be in trouble.
You know, will he be able to turn it around in terms of with what Arvind Kejriwal has been and his brand of politics? If there is one politician who can turn things around very quickly and change his political language very quickly, it is the Aam Aadmi Party. But is it too big a hit? Let's quickly dip it to Jasmine Shah speaking to my colleague Ashutosh at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, and then we've cut across to Kaushik Dekha, who's sitting right next to me.
Protest आपने call दिया था, but barely we see any protests happening. Most of your leaders are still in detention.
Very unfortunate set of events have happened ever since Mr. Manish Sisodia has been arrested yesterday. I think the law and order of this country, the constitution of this country stands virtually suspended. Why do I say that? Because first of all, without any kind of an evidence, any new evidence coming to light, Mr. Manish Sisodia has been arrested. Second, more than 40 leaders of Aam Aadmi Party, parliamentarians, MLAs, councillors have been detained, and detained not for 1 hour or 2 hours. They've been detained for more than 24 hours. And now we are seeing that today when we want to do a peaceful protest, in a democracy, the right to protest is sacrosanct. We want to do a peaceful protest. We informed the police about it, yet they have barricaded and they are detaining our leaders. They do not want any person to even raise voice against this kind of a complete dismantling of constitution. What kind of a country have we become? Just because you want to achieve political ends, just because you want to unleash all investigative agencies on your political opponents, you will suspend the constitution of this country. This is a black day in the history of India.
You know, what we see about the CBI claims the incriminating evidences, he used multiple phone calls, evidences tried to be deleted, the statement by an IS officer, and this whole examination, finally your second in command has been arrested. Do we see this as a big setback for the Aam Aadmi Party, including your political expansion as well as the administrative work in the national capital?
Not at all. You see, we have always been saying that their intentions have always been clear. They have been after Mr. Manish Sisodia. There were tips that we received that he may be arrested before Gujarat elections did not happen. We again received a tip and this time it happened. And there is no new evidence that is being presented. Every time you are saying, making the same allegations. When Mr. Sisodia refutes those allegations, they say you are not cooperating. Tell me, under which civilized democratic country do you pronounce somebody guilty and you arrest them without even filing a charge sheet which actually implicates him, without having any kind of a hearing in the court? I mean, let the courts decide. We are not running away from any investigation. But to say that after 9 months of 12 months of investigation, suddenly Mr. Sisodia has become a flight risk and we will arrest him, this shows that this is blatant abuse of power. Bharatiya Janata Party is intoxicated with power. You know, we have seen many ruling governments in the center which have abused these agencies. But this kind of an abuse where चुन के अगर आप अपने political opponents को target कर रहे हैं and you'll feel this will weaken the opposition, they should know that this will only strengthen Aam Aadmi Party. People of this country are watching. People of this country are smart voters. उन्होंने बड़ी-बड़ी सरकारों को उखाड़ फेंका है and this is what will happen with BJP next year.
Thank you, Jasmine Sir, for speaking to us there. You heard Delhi Dialogue Commission's Vice Chairman. After Manish Sisodia's arrest, the Aam Aadmi Party is totally taking this battle to the street against the BJP, not just in the capital, but all over the country. With Sanjay Singh in Delhi, this is Ashutosh Mishra for India Today.
जो कल गिरफ्तारी हुई है मनीष सिसोदिया की, ये दिल्ली की जनता की बहुत बड़ी जीत है। मैं सारी जांच एजेंसीज को बधाई देता हूं उनके कार्य के लिए कि उन्होंने इतने लंबे इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद आज जो मेन इसका मास्टरमाइंड था उसको पकड़ा, और अभी जो इनके सुपर बॉस है अरविंद केजरीवाल, अभी उनका पकड़ा जाना बाकी है। तो कल मैं देख रहा था हर चैनल के ऊपर में जो आम आदमी पार्टी के लोग सारे अपना बयान दे रहे थे, उन्होंने एक बार भी ये नहीं कहा कि अच्छी पॉलिसी थी, और उन्होंने अपनी पॉलिसी को डिफेंड नहीं किया। अगर पॉलिसी अच्छी थी तो आपने वापस क्यों की? आपने 140 करोड़ रुपया प्राइवेट प्लेयर का वापस क्यों किया? आपने कमीशन 2% से 12% क्यों बढ़ाया? एक बार भी उन्होंने इस बात का जवाब नहीं दिया। तो कल हर चैनल के ऊपर में अपनी शिक्षा का ढिंढोरा पीटते हुए एक मंत्री इनका ट्वीट करता है, शिक्षा में बहुत अच्छा किया, तो अरविंद केजरीवाल उसको कोट करते हैं कि सारे लाखों हमारे बच्चों की दुआएं वो हमारे उप मुख्यमंत्री के साथ हैं, मनीष सिसोदिया के साथ हैं। तो ये ड्रामा नहीं चलेगा। अगर आपके ऊपर में शराब घोटाले के आरोप लगे हैं तो आपको शराब के ऊपर ही जवाब देना पड़ेगा। शिक्षा के ऊपर में बार बार अपनी बहस को मोड़ कर लेके जाना ये आपको नहीं बचा पाएगा। तो जैसे सत्येंद्र जैन जी जब हुए गिरफ्तार, वो हमारे दिल्ली के स्वास्थ्य मंत्री थे, तो उन्होंने कहा क्योंकि उन्होंने हॉस्पिटल में बड़ा अच्छा काम किया इसलिए उसको गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया, और वो गिरफ्तार हुए थे हवाला के कारोबार में। तो जब हवाला का कारोबार का आपसे प्रश्न पूछा जाएगा तो आप स्वास्थ्य की बात नहीं कर सकते। जब आपसे शराब के ऊपर में प्रश्न पूछा जाएगा तो आप दिल्ली की शिक्षा की बात नहीं कर सकते।
All right, we're going to keep seeing this face-off between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. The politics of it aside, let's get down to the logistics of it. What does it mean for Arvind Kejriwal to run Delhi? And I want to bring in Kaushik Deka, my colleague, into this conversation because, Kaushik, the sheer fact that it's now 10 months that you have Satyendra Jain in jail. It'll be 1 year in May. The sheer fact that he hasn't quite replaced Satyendra Jain. His portfolios were given to Manish Sisodia. Now, there is also a dearth of talent when it comes down to Arvind Kejriwal, largely seen as a one-party man. There is, a lot of questions on, is there a second-rung leadership? And will it be able to rise to the occasion? Logistically speaking, how long will you carry on with 18 portfolios now attaching to somebody else? In the Aam Aadmi Party cabinet, you will have to bring somebody in. But you've already, it's been a year and you haven't replaced Satyendra Jain. So are you going to replace Manish Sisodia, and what is the messaging? It's a catch-22 for Arvind Kejriwal.
More than the dearth of talent, I believe it's the lack of trust. As I had said earlier also, for Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia was what Amit Shah is to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, that most trusted lieutenant. So now that he has been arrested and his other person, Satyendra Jain, he is also in jail. So Arvind Kejriwal, I do not believe that AAP would not have talent the way BJP also has talent, or Congress party will have many talents. But here the Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, he needs to trust someone else, whether he can trust another person, whether he will have another Manish Sisodia who can run the administration, virtually all of Delhi administration, and also the grapevine is that he interferes in Punjab administration also. And then Arvind Kejriwal looks after the political expansion. That model was working for Aam Aadmi Party. Now BJP has stuck on that model. Arvind Kejriwal will now have to take care of Delhi also, Delhi administration, plus the political plan that he has to expand AAP as a national party in true sense. Of course, it is a recognized national party, but it needs to have presence in many other states as well. So this is a big blow for Arvind Kejriwal, but he needs to expand his core team, because it was virtually these two guys only, Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal, and that's where the BJP has struck.
You know, Rahul, I'm going to bring you in on this, because if you look at the Delhi unit of Arvind Kejriwal, you've already got Satyendra Jain in, you've got practically who was very close to Arvind Kejriwal, Vijay Nair. He's right now in jail. You have Manish Sisodia in jail, 18 portfolios. Who does Arvind Kejriwal actually hand over these 18 portfolios to? At some point of time, he will have to bring in a replacement to run Delhi. He can't hand it to a Kailash Gehlot, he can't hand it to a Gopal Rai, because their names, in all probability, Aam Aadmi Party actually thinks that next in line is Kailash Gehlot, and right after him is Gopal Rai. So, you know, and to replace and give that message out to his own people, because he hasn't replaced Satyendra Jain. Will he replace Manish Sisodia? He'll have to, because work needs to get done. Ultimately, files need to be signed by a minister.
Yes, Preeti, I think that's the dilemma that Arvind Kejriwal, that's the, you know, there is a short-term battle and there is a long-term battle. I think the short-term, these are challenges, terrible challenges, because Kailash Gehlot has 6 portfolios already.
Yes.
Transport and revenue included. Gopal Rai has 3. Rajkumar Anand has 4. Imran Hussain has 2. Now, in that scenario, how do you distribute 18? You know, you distribute in the current stock, if you try to get people in 18. I think Arvind Kejriwal I think Arvind Kejriwal also knows the trust element. In Punjab, if there is a government by Aam Aadmi Party, I know, for instance, that officers travel from Punjab used to travel to Manish Sisodia to discuss budget and several other policy decisions with Manish Sisodia. That's not because of lack of talent. Yes, there is a bench strength problem, but I think it is largely a trust issue. Arvind Kejriwal will have to trust beyond his inner coterie now. And that expansion perhaps can also be good. It may create new leaders. Eventually, that's how leaders are created.
Maybe the likes of Atushi, Saurabh Bhardwaj need to step up and be included in the cabinet.
Yes, why not? Why shouldn't they? Because eventually, these are the faces which are prominently there, and it's not, that capability has not been tested. See, I think what very important is that Arvind Kejriwal is somewhere little like Narendra Modi. You know, does not like too much of that leadership sprouting around him. And in that, if you see why Manish Sisodia did well, because from the early Parivartan to the Kabir to the NGOs and other days.
And he was not a politician, he was a bureaucrat. And he could practically...
he was a bureaucrat, he was a journalist.
Yes, like he works like a bureaucrat. Manish Sisodia doesn't work like a politician.
No. And, you know, Manish Sisodia did not threaten Arvind Kejriwal ever. Somewhere Arvind Kejriwal felt that confident that Manish Sisodia, even though he's campaigning, his model is being talked about, was not threatening him politically. And that's what somebody will have to be in Arvind Kejriwal's cabinet now, to become that he is not threatening Arvind Kejriwal. Otherwise, I think serious setbacks to the Aam Aadmi Party's back. One point which I wanted to make, and Kaushik can come in on this, the isolation of AAP. Since AAP was operating largely as a lone ranger, you see, taking on Congress. So there is no Congress standing with him today.
But the TMC is standing, the TRS is standing, the Shiv Sena is standing. So there are new axes which are being formed as you speak.
Yeah, so I think that's what one will have to see, that can it be a template for opposition unity on some issues, or broader opposition unity?
You know, Kaushik, do you want to weigh in on this? Because what was interesting is the minute Manish Sisodia got arrested at about 7 p.m., a flurry of tweets, and it was quite clear on which side of the divide each opposition party stood. Congress went after Manish Sisodia and said that this had to happen. He's corrupt. Maybe they found their Sheila Dikshit moment in this. But on the other hand, if you looked at the TMC, looked at the Shiv Sena, looked at the TRS, the NCP, everyone came out in support of Manish Sisodia, because practically that entire charge of washing machine is something that they all come down and ally with.
See, this opposition unity, I'll tell you, I was in Congress plenary, and there they made a statement that if there is a third force, and as Congress is not participating in this, in Manish Sisodia's arrest, they are not participating with other parties supporting, in support of showing solidarity with AAP. So they mentioned in that plenary that if there is a third force, then it will actually help BJP. So Congress doesn't want any other force. It wants to be the pivot of all opposition unity, but it's not happening. The TMC, KCR, Shiv Sena, they are all supporting Arvind Kejriwal. That's another axis, as you were saying, it's emerging. So in a way, BJP has been successful in dividing the opposition. And in this case, for Arvind Kejriwal, his biggest point was, his core competence was his fight against corruption. And now two of his best ministers, the health model and the education model, they are in jail on corruption charges. So that will definitely go down in political campaigning and all that. BJP will utilize that. Also, the Kejriwal movement can be, if he can manage, if 2 years later or 6 months later, the court says that Manish Sisodia was not guilty of what he has been charged with, then that probably at that moment Kejriwal can turn it around. But for the moment he is on the back foot because two of his ministers are in jail, and he needs to take care of Delhi administration. He has to take care of his political plans, and he also has to reach out to other opposition parties. Of course, if Congress is not part of the game, then let's not forget that at least more than 100 seats Congress is the direct competitor with BJP. If Congress doesn't perform or get along with these parties, then this opposition unity and fighting BJP together, it will be only on paper.
True. Let's listen into Sanjay Singh. I think he's got access to the press. Has he been...
मनीष सिसोदिया को गिरफ्तार कर रहे हैं जो दिल्ली के लाखों बच्चों का भविष्य सुधारने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, और दूसरी तरफ मोदी जी के जो मित्र हैं अडानी, वो लाखों करोड़ का घोटाला कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उन पर कोई कार्रवाई नहीं हो रही। अकेले अडानी को मोदी जी ने कोयला दे दिया, गैस दे दिया, बिजली दे दिया, पानी दे दिया, सड़क दे दिया, सीमेंट दे दिया, स्टील दे दिया, सी पोर्ट दे दिया, एयरपोर्ट दे दिया। उस अडानी के पोर्ट पर हजारों करोड़ की ड्रग्स पकड़ी जाती है, कोई कार्रवाई नहीं। उस अडानी के नाम पे लाखों करोड़ का भ्रष्टाचार अभी खुलकर सामने आता है, उस पर कोई कार्रवाई नहीं। मैं पूछना चाहता हूं मोदी जी से, आप अपने मुंह से अडानी का नाम क्यों नहीं लेते, जिसकी बदौलत करोड़ों लोगों का पैसा LIC में डूब रहा है, SBI में डूब रहा है। आपकी हिम्मत नहीं है आप अडानी का नाम ले सके, आपकी हिम्मत नहीं है मोदी जी कि आप अडानी के खिलाफ कार्रवाई कर सके। मुझे आप बताइए, मॉरिशस में एक पते पे 6 कंपनी खोल के 42,000 करोड़ रुपए अडानी ने अपनी कंपनी में लगाया। वो किसका पैसा है? आतंकवादियों का काला धन है, आपके अधिकारियों का है, मंत्रियों का है, आपका है, आपकी पार्टी का है। कैसे पता चलेगा? कहाँ है आपकी सेबी, कहाँ है आपकी CBI, कहाँ है आपकी ED, कहाँ है आपका इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट? ये सिर्फ अरविंद केजरीवाल को बदनाम करने के लिए है? ये सिर्फ मनीष सिसोदिया को गिरफ्तार करने के लिए है? अरविंद केजरीवाल जो दिल्ली को 3 बार से यहाँ की जनता का आशीर्वाद लेकर बिजली पर, पानी पे, शिक्षा पे, स्वास्थ्य पे काम कर रहे हैं, एक बेहतरीन सरकार का मॉडल प्रस्तुत कर रहे हैं, आप उस केजरीवाल को बदनाम करने में लगे हुए हैं। तो मैं मोदी जी को आपके माध्यम से कहना चाहता हूं कि उनकी सरकार अडानी की नौकर है, और हम अडानी के नौकरों से नहीं डरते। हम आम आदमी पार्टी के सिपाही हैं, हम आंदोलन की कोख से पैदा हुए हैं। आपको जितनी लाठियां चलवानी हो, जितने मुकदमे लिखवाने हो, जितना जेल में डालना हो, आप डालिए, लेकिन आपके भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ, आपकी बेईमानी के खिलाफ, आपके दोस्त अडानी के खिलाफ हम लोग सदन से लेकर सड़क तक लड़ते रहेंगे। और मनीष सिसोदिया पे कार्रवाई करके ध्यान भटकाने की जो आप कोशिश कर रहे हैं, अडानी के घोटाले से ध्यान भटकाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, अब उस घोटाले को हम लोग घर घर तक पहुंचाने का, आपकी सच्चाई पहुंचाने का काम करेंगे। आप चिंता मत कीजिए मोदी जी। देखिए, ऐसा है कि अब यहाँ से हम लोगों को अभी छोड़ा है थाने से, और इसके बाद हम लोग आंदोलन जो है हमारा उसमें जाएंगे।
All right, so that's the Fatehpur Beri police station, viewers. 44 leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party plus many hundreds of cadre were detained across the outskirts of Delhi. They've all been released. They're all now going to make their way to the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, and trust us, in all probability they'll find their way back to the outskirts of Delhi in a short while from now. But let me cut across and get you the latest coming in. Ashutosh Mishra joins us from the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. Manish Pandey joins us from the CBI headquarters. Aishwarya Paliwal is with us at the BJP headquarters, from where Ashutosh is standing, the Aam Aadmi Party is going to take out a protest march too. And also, we have Rahul Gautam from Manish Sisodia's residence. I want to come to you, Ashutosh, first. What are you witnessing around you? Because heavy barricading, not where you're standing, where Manish is standing as well. Not many of the protesters or the cadre has been able to reach the party headquarters. A march which was scheduled for noon 12 is now only going to happen much later.
Well, not even one. Forget about few. We do not see even a single protester out here. Certain office bearers and the people, those who are working at Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, have reached only here because the call was at 12 o'clock. But also, this is also for the information for the people that you're traveling around ITO, Central Delhi, Connaught Place, take alternative route, because this is totally packed jam because of the barricading and the amount of security has been deployed, anticipation of the protest by the Aam Aadmi Party. And more importantly, what I also know, the protest, once it begins at around 12 o'clock, they will be very much contained here within this Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, this premises, because there is the BJP President JP Nadda holding a meeting at the BJP headquarters. So clearly Delhi police would not take any chance and to allow these workers to reach even the BJP headquarters, though the distance barely is 50 meters between these two offices. Subsequently, the leaders who often lead these protests from the front have been in the detention. Just now they have been released. It may take another 60 to 75 minutes for them to reach here, and then the mobilization gathering, because various points when they come here, there are barricading, so it will already making difficult for them to gather here. So once they come here around 12:30 or 1 o'clock, now we can anticipate the protest is likely to begin, but they will be very much contained here. The amount of security deployment that I see in any political protest here today in the national capital is totally unprecedented. I have seen hundreds of these protests, covered many of them, but this amount of deployment, particularly in Delhi, has been unprecedented. Multiple companies of CRP, Delhi police, and there you see this is not just one pocket. All across this Rouse Avenue area and the both sides of this Deen Dayal Upadhyaya Marg has been totally covered up. This is, of course, the preventive steps to maintain the law and order situation if at all possible it breaks out during the protest. Preeti.
All right, let's listen into Gopal Rai. He was detained, just released.
जिस तरह से मनीष सिसोदिया जी की गिरफ्तारी हुई है और अडानी के साथ यारी जारी है, ये प्रश्न पैदा कर रहा है कि कहीं न कहीं इस देश के अंदर लोकतंत्र खत्म हो चुका है। केंद्र सरकार, देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी गंदी राजनीति इस देश के अंदर स्थापित करना चाहते हैं, जो हो नहीं सकती। लोग इसके खिलाफ लड़ेंगे और इस लड़ाई हम झुकेंगे, आगे लड़ाई जारी रहेगी।
आपके 2 मंत्री गिरफ्तार हो चुके हैं, तो कितना असर होगा दिल्ली सरकार के ऊपर, आम आदमी पार्टी?
नहीं, सारे मंत्रिमंडल को गिरफ्तार कर लें, तब भी सरकार भी चलेगी और ये लड़ाई भी चलेगी।
लेकिन सीबीआई की तरफ से कहना है कि उनके पास तथ्य हैं और कई बार की पूछताछ के बाद अब उनको गिरफ्तार किया गया।
नहीं, तथ्य उनके पास हैं, सारे जगह तो छापेमारी कर ली। मिला क्या था, बता दें क्या मिला मनीष सिसोदिया घर से, क्या मिला था उनके बैंक अकाउंट से, उनके घर पे क्या मिला, बताएं तो, कुछ तो बताएं क्या मिला उनको। छापेमारी तो मारी थी सब जगह, मिला क्या उनको? अडानी के खिलाफ उनके पास तथ्य नहीं है, मनीष सिसोदिया के खिलाफ सारे तथ्य हैं। ये तो पूरा देश देख रहा है कि दोहरे पैमाने के साथ कैसे काम हो रहा है। मोदी जी के साथ दोस्ती कर लो तो सारे गुनाह माफ हो गए, और वरना आप सच्चाई के रास्ते पे चलोगे तो सारे गुनाहगार हो जाओगे। ये दोहरी नीति जो है इस देश के अंदर न कभी चली इतिहास में, न आगे चल सकती है।
Gautam Rai there speaking to the press shortly after being released. He was detained for 24 hours. All of these leaders that you see were detained at Fatehpur Beri station and a police station, and all the cadre are now making their way slowly or trying to make their way to DDU Marg, which is where the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters lie. I want to cut across immediately to Manish Pandey, my colleague, who's finally been able to make his way all the way to the CBI headquarters. Manish, I don't know how you did that. I was trying to do that this morning. Impossible. But take us through what we are expecting. Do you see, Manish, for somebody who's covered enough events like this. I would reckon, and I'd ask Rahul Srivastava to maybe think about it. This practically was the first time a sitting deputy CM has been arrested by the CBI or the ED. I've been trying to rack my brains. I haven't been able to figure out precedents. But Manish, coming back to you, what do you see him being produced physically, or do you see this being a virtual that the CBI will produce him virtually before the court today?
Yeah, well, Preeti, these are unprecedented scenes outside the CBI headquarters. Last time when such a high-profile person was arrested, that was P. Chidambaram, and even then there was only one layer of security. The police deployment you are seeing, this is the last level of barricading which is outside the CBI headquarters, and even from here the CBI headquarters is almost 100 meters away. Apart from that, there is 3 other level of barricading at least till 2 kilometers from here, and no one is allowed apart from those who work in the CGO complex or with the Central Bureau of Investigation. Now coming back to what is expected. Now as far as the CBI sources are concerned, they have told India Today that so far the plan is to produce Manish Sisodia physically. Right now the medical test has been conducted. They are preparing the remand note. And why remand note is going to be extremely important, because even the CBI officials, the public prosecutors, they are sitting together and they know that there is going to be a legal fight between them and with the lawyers who will be representing Manish Sisodia. So they are preparing a very strong note. There's the very strong remand note, and this remand note will also mention about the grounds on the basis of which Mr. Manish Sisodia has been arrested, and the grounds on the basis of which they will be seeking further custody of Mr. Manish Sisodia. Now these grounds are going to be: first, he was not cooperative; second, he was evasive during his answering. Also, the grounds that when this excise policy was being formulated by the Aam Aadmi Party, then there were certain changes in the draft, certain changes in the final draft, and it was on the directions of Mr. Manish Sisodia as the excise minister. Apart from that, they will be also mentioning about the destruction of evidences, and about the main important and the instrumental part in his arrest has been the statement of a bureaucrat whose statement was recorded under section 164 of CRPC. That is going to be instrumental even in this remand copy, and we have been given to understand is that on the basis of these grounds, the CBI will be seeking for custody of Mr. Manish Sisodia. They can possibly ask for 14 days, but it will be up to the court that how many days Mr. Manish Sisodia should be with CBI for further.
We seem to have lost my colleague Manish Pandey. We're going to try and re-establish that source with him. But Trust India Today to keep you up to speed with the latest developments. We were the first to break the story, and we will be the first to get you every development on this story. So don't go anywhere. I'm going to slip into a quick break. When we return, we're also going to put the spotlight, viewers. 2 states in the northeast are going to polls today: Meghalaya and Nagaland. We're back with the news there.
You are watching India Today.
तो जैसे सबसे तेज आपकी टैगलाइन है, तो इसी तरह से सबसे तेज हमारी सरकार की लाइफलाइन है.
Leader must have a vision.
We will continue to work with the developing and the developed world for win-win solutions.
Nature had of course willed the survival of the fittest.
हम आतंकवाद के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस की पॉलिसी को अपनाए हुए हैं.
1 साल के अंदर राहुल कन्वर की कार जो होगी वो इलेक्ट्रिक की होगी.
There is a confrontation of competing visions.
WazirX has now shut down its NFT marketplace, but the trade will continue on its OpenSea page where users can head over there and continue their trade. Today, this page has over 46,000 items listed. And this shutdown has come months after the crypto exchange laid off about 40% of its staff in an attempt to weather through what is being known as the long crypto winter. Now, WazirX was founded in 2018, and with the rise of crypto's popularity, it quickly became one of the most popular cryptocurrency exchanges in India. In fact, in 2019, WazirX was acquired by Binance, which is world's largest cryptocurrency exchange. After that, it launched its NFT marketplace in 2021. This was again at a time when NFTs were quite a global rage. So WazirX as a platform allowed its users to buy, sell and trade the non-fungible tokens, which were of course created by artists and creators. And this platform saw significant success in the initial months, with several high-profile NFT sales taking place on this platform. But now, as we're in the middle of this long crypto winter where prices of cryptocurrencies remain in a prolonged and a significant downtrend, the cryptocurrencies as well as exchanges are trying to weather through it and clearly struggling. And this winter is only getting extreme with regulatory crackdowns. Governments tightening the noose on crypto exchanges is making investors make more cautious decisions and leading to a decline in the crypto market. This, of course, started with the downfall of Three Arrows Capital and Celsius Network last year globally, and it has only continued and deepened with the FTX litigation that's going on. Clearly, the investor money and the future of cryptocurrencies remain in limbo.
Watching India Today.
All right, the Chief Minister of Delhi just tweeted a short while back when his deputy Delhi Chief Minister Arvind KEJRIWal has reacted once again to Manish Sisodia's arrest. Arvind KEJRIWal has tweeted out, and I'm quoting here, viewers, "I am told that most CBI officers were against Manish's arrest. All of them have huge respect for him and there is no evidence against him. But the political pressures to arrest him was so high that they had to obey their political masters." So that's a tweet by Arvind KEJRIWal, clearly making it political, and that is the route that the Aam Aadmi Party has taken right from the beginning. Ashutosh Mishra joins us from the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. Ashutosh, ever since the arrest, the language of the Aam Aadmi Party has been very clear that this is vendetta, this is a witch hunt, and there was no evidence against Manish Sisodia.
Preeti, if you notice the body language and of course the language that he is posting or even speaking, there is a totally different contrast that you see. I remember the first arrest within the Aam Aadmi Party or the Delhi government camp was Rajendra Kumar, the then Principal Secretary of the Chief Minister. And then you remember the reaction that Arvind KEJRIWal when he reached Manish Sisodia's residence, and a very aggressive, angry young man of Arvind KEJRIWal. But here when his deputy and second in command has been arrested, you see silently, because they know it's all about the narrative and the perspective that you set in the minds of the people, and clearly very calm, very settled, but also expressing the opinion and the anger, and that's exactly from day one. This is the new strategy, new Arvind KEJRIWal and the new Aam Aadmi Party, that you go offensive against the BJP. So instead of holding it back, being defensive, they are still playing it offensive and calling it a vendetta and a personal attack. And then since because of the coincidence, remember there have been certain grey areas. If you see all the bail orders by the central agencies with regards to the arrest of the leaders from the opposition camp, there have been grey areas highlighted, and that is what every political party exploits, including the Aam Aadmi Party. That's what they're saying, that without evidence you just arrested him on a basis of a statement of an IS officer who was appointed by none other than the Lieutenant Governor and the centre itself, and the person who could possibly be even accused in the same case from the same department. How can you rely his statement and take arrest of the minister in charge of that concern? So that's exactly how the Aam Aadmi Party is playing at the moment. What we know that within 45 minutes from now, all the senior leaders will be reaching here as they plan a symbolic protest. Already it is unfolding in several other states. Soon we will have the same action-packed day here in the national capital right outside Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. Preeti.
No, come right back, Ashutosh. Thank you for joining us with that quick update. Slipping into a break, but trust us to get you all that's filtering in where the protest on Manish Sisodia's arrest by the Aam Aadmi Party is planned. A march from the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters to the BJP headquarters. A quick break. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
When was the last time you spent time looking at wide branches of trees and the beautiful rays of the sun seep through them? Or walk barefoot on the grass, absorb the energies it brings? Sit under a tree and draw a picture of what you saw around you. Enjoy the calm of nature around you. Indulge in forest therapy.
Shinrin Yoku literally translates to forest bathing. It is a concept which began in Japan in the 1980s, when there was a tech boom, and it went to the West later on, and then the Westerners called it forest therapy, forest bathing, nature therapy in their own way, where they did forest walks in a place where one could just immerse themselves in a natural setting.
Deepika, a forest therapy guide, has been leading these men and women into the greener spaces our cities can find to help them get in touch with themselves.
If you look at our own Indian culture, the Gurukul, times when children grew up in Gurukul systems, so I realized that we all are part of nature. Being natural beings, it's in our DNA. कहीं ना कहीं वो disconnect आ गया, हम सब थोड़ी दूर चले गए. In cities, हम लोग बस we are in a different situation or setup where we spend less time in nature and more time doing things indoors now.
Shinrin Yoku could be connecting with a leaf, hugging the tree, or enjoying the feel of the wet grass on the soles of your feet.
Even if you're going for your morning walks or walk in nature, your mind is elsewhere. It's not there present. Whole idea of this concept is कि आप जब nature में निकलो, हफ्ते में एक दिन 2 घंटे के लिए भी निकलो, लेकिन एकदम वहाँ पे आप अपने आप को उस समय महसूस करिए. With our 5 senses, क्या feel हो रहा है, क्या खुशबुएं हैं, क्या sounds हैं, चिड़ियों की आवाज़ सुने, हर चीज़ को महसूस करें.
While our cooped-up lives in cities do not allow us to do what we are naturally meant to do, live with nature, in nature, forest bathing allows this opportunity, and it has a world of benefits.
Another Kashmiri Hindu butchered. Pakistan-backed terrorists have gunned down a Kashmiri Pandit. Terrorists on Saturday shot dead a 40-year-old Kashmiri Pandit man in Jammu and Kashmir's Pulwama district while he was on his way to a local market. Sanjay Sharma was working as a bank security guard. He was shot in the chest at point-blank range in the Achan area.
ये दोनों मियाँ बीवी जा रहे थे वहाँ पे शॉपिंग करने के लिए, उनको जम्मू जाना था कि बीवी अचानक वो रेडीमेड गारमेंट में चली गई दुकान पे, पीछे से एक बंदा आया, उसको गोली मार के हला कर दिया।
Sharma, who was critically injured in the attack, was rushed to the hospital where he succumbed to his injuries. The entire area was cordoned off to nab the attackers.
जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है उसके हिसाब से जैसे जैसे हमारे पास क्लू सामने आए हैं उनको हम फॉलो कर रहे हैं और इनको हम टेररिस्ट जो हैं इसमें मुलविस उनको हम जल्दी ट्रैक डाउन करके न्यूट्रलाइज कर देंगे।
Family members of the deceased remain inconsolable. Locals in the area also staged a protest against the targeted killings in the valley and demanded justice for Sanjay Sharma.
हमारा इस्लाम बदनाम हो रहा है। इस्लाम में कहीं पर ये दारिज नहीं है कि आप खून नाहक बहाओ। लिहाजा हम रो रो के बोल रहे हैं, जिसने भी ये किया बहुत खून नाहक किया, बहुत बड़ा गुनाह किया।
Meanwhile, politics has erupted over this issue. Several political parties slammed the Modi government's claims of normalcy in the valley and accused the BJP of using Kashmiri Pandits for politics.
फेलियर ही नहीं, वो इस्तेमाल करती है इनको यहाँ पर इनकी मौजूदगी को वो दिखाना चाहती है यहाँ सब कुछ ठीक ठाक है, और जब इनको टारगेट किया जाता है तो पूरे मुल्क के अंदर मुसलमानों को बदनाम करती है।
जम्मू कश्मीर उपराज्यपाल प्रशासन पूरी तरह से फेल साबित हुआ है, लेकिन सरकार पे यह सवाल पैदा होता है कि सरकार यह बताए कि आखिर इन लोगों की सुरक्षा करने में सरकार क्यों नाकामयाब रही है।
जो बेचारे हमारे मुलाजिम पंडित जम्मू में आजकल हैं, उनसे मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि गवर्नमेंट से कि इनको तब तक यहां मत लाइए जब तक पूरी सुरक्षा नहीं होगी। अभी भी आतंकवाद है। ये जो कहते हैं कि आतंकवाद खत्म हो गया, आतंकवाद खत्म नहीं हुआ है, आतंकवाद है।
There has been a series of attacks on Kashmiri Pandits and other members of the minority community in the valley have picked up since October 2021.
Today morning, when this Kashmiri Pandit who was working as a bank guard in the Hudson Bank branch was shot by the terrorists with a close range, and he was shifted to the Pulwama hospital where he succumbed to the injuries. Meanwhile, the security forces have cordoned off the whole area to nab the attackers. TRF, the resistance front, which is considered as the arm of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, has taken the responsibility for the killing of Kashmiri Pandit. Ashrafani for India Today in Pulwama.
Gift well with Sleep Well.
All right, viewers, we're going to keep getting you the very latest on the fallout of Manish Sisodia's arrest, a protest and him being produced in court. But now let's take you directly to the Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurating an airport in Karnataka, Shimoga.
इस दिशा के अंदर भी कई इंपॉर्टेंट प्रोजेक्ट की शुरुआत करने जा रहे हैं, लेकिन टू बी स्पेसिफिक
जी coming in of the Prime Minister, who will be inaugurating shortly today airport at Shimoga in Karnataka. Karnataka, viewers, is poll bound in the next 3 months going into election. The Shimoga airport that he is to inaugurate today, that you can actually see the facade of, he'll be laying the foundation stone of 2 new railway projects as well, along with the inauguration of the airport at Shimoga. Now, the aerodrome is built at a cost of 450 crores and it will cater to the people of central Karnataka, improving air connectivity as well. Furthermore, the airport's operation will help in the region's growth in various sectors like tourism, IT industry, establishment. All of that is the reason why the airport was made, the inauguration happening 2 months before elections. And Naga Arjun, who is joining us right now, will be able to elucidate, Naga. There would be, possibly political capital also being made out of this inauguration today.
Well, definitely it's a show of strength also, and Shimoga has been the strength of BJP. Last time they had won 5 out of the 7 seats there, except for Bhadravati, other constituencies where BJP candidates won. And right now it's a show of strength also, and BJP stalwart Mr. Yediyurappa hails from the same district. He's from Shimoga district, and today is his birthday. So both occasions combined together, Prime Minister has come to Shimoga to inaugurate the Shimoga airport on the occasion of Yediyurappa's birthday also. Not just this, the neighboring districts will also have a huge impact is what the BJP feels. Haveri, Chitradurga, Uttar Kannada, Chikmagalur will have great presence because of Prime Minister's visit is what they're saying. And also in terms of the airport, it's been a long pending demand from the people of Karnataka because the Malnad area just before the Western Ghats, there is no air connectivity. The next closest airport is either Mangalore or Hubli city. So every time one has to travel to Malnad area, they will have to fly to Hubli or Mangalore. Right now, the airport is being inaugurated. It will be called Shimoga Kuvempu Airport after the great legendary Kannada poet called Kuvempu. There was demand from the state government that it should be named after Yediyurappa because he was the one when he was CM in 2007, worked hard for it, got the papers granted, followed up with the files for permission, and finally in 2023, now it's being inaugurated. It's an investment of more than 600 crores for the airport, and the terminal especially is designed in the shape of the lotus. So even more of a stamp that BJP has left in Shimoga district that Yediyurappa had worked hard, and lotus symbol, the terminal which looks like a lotus, is a great
Naga, it's interesting that you bring up Yediyurappa on how he was, this airport was the brainchild of Yediyurappa. So we're looking at the airport at one end, and on the other picture is a picture of the sitting Chief Minister Bommai standing with Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister. And the question I want to ask you is, it comes at the back of our exclusive interview where Mr. Yediyurappa has clearly stated that it's for the BJP to decide who will be the next Chief Minister of Karnataka, clearly veering away from the question that it could very well be Mr. Bommai and that this election is being fought under the banner of his name.
Could you please repeat the question?
Can you hear me?
Preeti,
Can you hear me,
can
Naga?
you hear me?
Naga, what's interesting is that you bring up Yediyurappa because Mr. Yediyurappa is standing on the right-hand side of the Prime Minister, while on the left-hand side is Mr. Bommai. It's quite an uncomfortable spot for the Prime Minister, keeping in mind that Mr. Yediyurappa had made it quite clear in our interview that there is no 100% Chief Minister face for the BJP before going into elections, meaning that it's not Mr. Bommai.
Well, that is true. In fact, the surprise that Yediyurappa spoke in our interview is that he said High Command will decide who will be the next CM. 6 months before Amit Shah, when he came to Karnataka, he had told in the rally that we will go fight the election in the name of Mr. Chief Minister Bommai as well. But right now, in the recent interview, Yediyurappa himself is saying that High Command will decide who will be the next CM of Karnataka. And also, just a week back when Amit Shah had come to Karnataka, he had forgotten Mr. Bommai's name on stage. He said, "Aap Modi ke naam pe vote dijiye, aap Yediyurappa ke naam pe vote dijiye." And Congress had picked this up saying, this is an insult to Karnataka, this is an insult to Kannadigas. How can the Home Minister of the country forget a sitting Chief Minister's name? It's an insult to Karnataka as well. It's what the Congress picked up. But the BJP has made it very clear that the High Command post-elections will decide who will be the next CM. Like you mentioned, it's a bit of a catch-22 situation for the BJP and the Prime Minister. There is a sitting CM right now next to him. There's a former CM who's a stalwart, where people are still looking at Yediyurappa and BJP is looking at Yediyurappa for consolidating the Lingayat vote bank. So that way, and also there's a sympathy factor, right? He won't be contesting elections.
Well, it's really interesting. If you look at the optics there, you had Mr. K.S. Ishwarappa, who put a shawl around the Prime Minister Modi. On the right of the Prime Minister is Mr. Bommai. On the left is Mr. Yediyurappa. It's a rather uncomfortable spot, keeping in mind the kind of commentary that we've heard from Mr. Yediyurappa and with the political events that have gone by in the recent past. So that's Mr. Yediyurappa placing the turban on top of the Prime Minister's head. Mr. Bammai doesn't look very happy standing in a corner. All right, okay. So Rahul Srivastava, that's signaling, political signaling.
The tallest Lingayat leader is putting the pagdi on the head of the Prime Minister.
Right.
I think that's signaling. That eminence which is being accorded to Yediyurappa. See, this is where the BJP is very good at. No signal is missed. So
he's trying very hard. You know, I'm sorry I'm coming in, but Rahul, look at those visuals. The Chief Minister Bammai is trying very hard to get himself edgeways. He doesn't look happy.
See, you said that Prime Minister trapped between the two leaders. I say the two leaders having the Prime Minister in the middle of them. It is he who is going to eventually decide which one of them is going to get the crown of Karnataka.
But you see that as, you know, coming back to what you were saying, the sheer fact that Mr. Yediyurappa placed the turban on the Prime Minister's head, right after that, those visuals were very awkward. I'm going to ask our production team to actually cull those visuals out, where you had Mr. Bammai trying to reach out and try and grab, you know, a part of that little memento that the Prime Minister was presented, maybe a small airport replica of sorts.
See,
all these visuals, what are these visuals?
In the case of any other leader in BJP, 75 will be a very critical number. But in the case of Mr. Yediyurappa, it's just a number. You see, Yediyurappa remains the most relevant leader for the BJP if it has to win Karnataka. I think these pictures, the way he's being felicitated, the way he plays the cap on the Prime Minister, and that proximity, you see the physical proximity signals which were being sent, while Mr. Bommai seemed to be struggling to get the attention of the Prime Minister. I think these are very significant visuals. And the BJP also conveying that this airport was a brainchild of Yediyurappa. You know, I think these are all signals.
Is this going to be, you know, is there an epiphany to all of this? Is, you know, what I am asking you, Rahul Srivastava?
Yes, that's what I initially and instantly I could figure out that somewhere by, you know, Yediyurappa's statement that the party high command is going to decide, I think it has launched a few ships. It has actually given a signal that it could well be Yediyurappa. Otherwise, till now it was Bommai and Basuraj Bommai. I think this is a very interesting event, and this, from the dais, I think the visuals which are emerging are, I think the BJP wants people of Karnataka to see it, at least the Lingayats.
Was it a moment of epiphany, Naga? I'm going to bring you in. Okay, we don't have Naga with us, but, you know, yes, it's an airport, yes, it's been inaugurated, but these optics on stage are full-blown political. Is this the turning point of sorts, you know, for the BJP going into elections? It's been a big day. You had Mr. Yediyurappa, who in an exclusive conversation with India Today said that there is no decision on who the chief ministerial face is. And he's made that statement at the back of earlier on Mr. Bammai being accepted publicly by the top leadership of the BJP that this election is going to be fought under his banner. And hours after that statement, he's being facilitated in this fashion by none else than the Prime Minister. Let's listen in. Mr. Bammai speaking. We're going to try and get it translated for our viewers. We're going to cut across to my colleague Naga. My Kannada is not very good, neither is Rahul Srivastava, so we're going to let that be. But, you know, Rahul, I'm going to bring you in. Away from, you know, the optics of the inauguration of an airport, the political optics of it all. Every election for a political party, there comes a turning point. Do you see this as one?
You see, as somebody who has been anchoring for a very long time, tell me the last time you saw an ex-chief minister of the BJP being felicitated by the Prime Minister in the manner you have seen this happen. I think the BJP is struggling in Karnataka. The BJP is struggling in Karnataka because there is, I think definitely the Basuraj Bommai government hasn't done anything to write home about. There are corruption charges, and I think corruption charges are very serious. I think the people of Karnataka definitely feel that this is not the government they deserve. In that scenario, the second layer of political complication for the BJP is that the Lingayats are not very happy at the sidelining, or perhaps the BJP not really finding a suitable alternate or Lingayat alternate to Mr. Yediyurappa. The problem for the BJP is that wherever possible, it has broken the hegemony of any group which dictates political terms, not in Karnataka. In Haryana, it did by bringing in Mr. Khattar. In Maharashtra, it did by bringing in Mr. Fadnavis. But in Karnataka, it's not been able to break that hegemony of the Lingayat vote. Its dependence is so acute that, see, today, Mr. Yadurappa, I think one of the only ex-chief ministers to be given such eminence at a public function with, where the Prime Minister is there.
And where the sitting chief minister is there, who really can't seem to be getting in where the optics are concerned. But let's listen in to that exclusive interview of Mr. B.S. Yadurappa. He spoke to us. Two things we're going to play out for you. On, of course, the inauguration of the airport in Shimoga, which was the brainchild of Mr. B.S. Yadurappa. But also let's play out on what he had to say on who will be the chief ministerial face for the BJP. Both important and relevant at this point of time.
Sir, tomorrow Prime Minister Modi will be here in Shimoga to inaugurate the second biggest airport in the state. How do you see this? Your dream come true.
The dream has come true, and Modi ji himself told me that you fix up the date in your birthday only, that I will come on that day. According to his promise, tomorrow he is going to come and inaugurate the airport. That is an historical day for us, and we have never expected Modi ji is going to give such an importance to the Karnataka, so that he will come and inaugurate the airport, and he is very helpful to the entire state, and particularly Shimoga. Those who want to come and invest in the Karnataka, the industrialists, they will come. Time is important for them, so that this airport will be helpful to us to build up the party and also industry. So it is in all respect, it will be helpful to our state.
All right, we're going to play that reaction of Mr. B.S. Yadurappa when being questioned of who the chief minister face of the Bharatiya Janata Party would be. We're going to play that out in just a short while, but optics very, very strong there, viewers. You have the chief minister right now speaking in Kannada. We're going to get that translated very quickly for you, but we're going to play that reaction. I'm going to ask our producers to take that bite out. Let's listen in to what Mr. B.S. Yadurappa said on when he was questioned on who will be the chief ministerial face for the BJP going into Karnataka elections.
ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಆದರಣೀಯ ಪ್ರಧಾನ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ತೊಡಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೋರಿಕೆ.
We request the Shri B.S. Yadurappa ji to present the peta to the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji.
Who will be the Chief Minister of Karnataka after election? The central leadership is going to take decision. But at the time of that public meeting, Amit Shah ji spoke about me and also Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. Naturally, this leadership will get maximum support from the people of Karnataka. That is the reason he has mentioned Modi ji and my name. And that doesn't mean that he has neglected Basuraj Bommai. Basuraj Bommai, myself and Modi ji and all together, we will work hard in the Karnataka and we will come back to power.
Interesting, viewers. Mr. B.S. Yadurappa made it very clear. There is no chief ministerial face yet. What does that quite mean? Let's cut across right now to Naga, who's my colleague at Shimoga. Naga, would you, listen in and translate for us on what the Chief Minister Bombay just said?
Well, yeah, true. I'll go ahead with the translation.
ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದದಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಾಗರ ಮಾಲಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು 7 ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಗಳ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯನ್ನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಕಾರವಾರ ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ವಿಸ್ತರಣೆಯನ್ನ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಹೀಗೆ ಸರ್ವಾಂಗೀಣ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಕಳೆದ 5 ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ 6,000 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಹೈವೇ ಮಂಜೂರಾತಿಯಾಗಿದೆ. 64,000 ಕೋಟಿ ಮಂಜೂರಾತಿಯಾಗಿದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 34,000 ಕೋಟಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿಜಿಯವರು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ಮಾತನ್ನ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛಪಡ್ತೀನಿ.
34,000 crores has been released to Karnataka by the Prime Minister.
ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಧಾರವಾಡದಲ್ಲಿ
there is Bangalore-Mysore highway to be inaugurated still.
ಡಬಲ್ ಇಂಜಿನ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಕೊಡುಗೆ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ
all these are gifts from the double engine government from Narendra Modi.
ಅದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಿಂದ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಜಿ
If India has to grow, it has to start from Karnataka. If Karnataka is growing, India will grow.
ಡಬಲ್ ಇಂಜಿನ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರಗತಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ.
All right, viewers, let's cut across right now to protests that are taking place across the country where the Aam Aadmi Party units are concerned. This is Madhya Pradesh, politics relevant for the Aam Aadmi Party. It was looking at fighting the election in Madhya Pradesh, but let's dip in to my colleague who's tracking the latest coming in from Bhopal.
15 से 20 मिनट में ही इस पूरे प्रदर्शन को खत्म कर दिया है और जितने भी कार्यकर्ता इकट्ठा हुए थे भाजपा कार्यालय के बाहर आम आदमी पार्टी के, उन्हें गिरफ्तार करके पुलिस अब यहाँ से इस बस में बैठा करके ले जा रही है। नीचे तस्वीरों में देखिए आप, ये आम आदमी पार्टी के पोस्टर्स हैं जो विरोध के लिए यहाँ लेकर के आए थे, लेकिन वो सब यहीं गिर गए हैं नीचे, क्योंकि धक्का मुक्की करके उन सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को इस बस में भरा गया है और फिर उन्हें यहाँ से ले करके अब जो आसपास जो पुलिस स्टेशन होगा वहाँ ले करके जा रहे हैं। आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता इसी बस में है, इसी एक ही बस में उन सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को डाल दिया गया है। आम आदमी पार्टी के पूर्व प्रदेश
मनीष सिसोदिया जिंदाबाद, ये जिस तरीके से गिरफ्तारी हुई है गलत है। देश में तानाशाही नहीं चलने वाली। जो भी हुए हम अडानी के खुले घूमने का विरोध करते हैं। तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी। मोदी तेरी तानाशाही।
तो आप देख सकते हैं आम आदमी पार्टी कार्यकर्ताओं को लेकर के पुलिस की जो बस है रवाना हो गई है। भोपाल में ये पूरा प्रदर्शन था आम आदमी पार्टी का भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रदेश कार्यालय के बाहर, लेकिन पुलिस ने जो सभी कार्यकर्ता थे उन्हें बस में भेज करके इस पूरे रूट को क्लियर करवा दिया है। पीछे की तस्वीरों में हम आपको दिखाते हैं, ये रास्ता प्रदर्शन की वजह से अभी तक बंद था, लेकिन अब पूरा रास्ता खोल दिया गया है। पुलिस सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को लेकर के यहाँ से जा चुकी है।
Protests that are coming in from Bhopal, understandably, the Aam Aadmi Party trying very hard to build a cadre, a unit in Bhopal, elections in order by the end of the year. With what I was given to understand, it seems that the Aam Aadmi Party is trying to look at fighting two big elections this year. But let's take you across right now to Chandigarh. These are protests, shots coming in from Chandigarh. Chandigarh is where the Aam Aadmi Party, Punjab is where the Aam Aadmi Party's government is there. Bhagwant Mann till late last night was in the national capital. Has he made his way back? Because lots of political issues taking place in the state of Punjab. But these shots coming in from Chandigarh, where the Aam Aadmi Party cadre sitting out in front of the BJP headquarters. I would reckon Punjab is one state where they would have found easy passage to the BJP headquarters. The BJP relatively not as strong in, say, Punjab, but even the Haryana unit of the BJP is in Chandigarh as well. But let's listen in.
Hello.
All right, we're going to try and connect to my colleague Kamaljeet Sandhu, but these visuals are coming in from the BJP headquarters at Chandigarh. You can see the Aam Aadmi Party cadre sitting in protest. They say they're going to keep it peaceful. Will it be peaceful in the national capital is the big question. My colleague Kamaljeet Sandhu is with us, joining us live. Kamal, protest taking place in Chandigarh. Take us through the latest. Kamal, can you hear me? Yes.
We are here at the Aam Aadmi Party protest site. This is outside the BJP office in sector 37. There you have it. The Education Minister Manish Sisodia's pictures all over, and the sloganeering is very much against the BJP. It's the Aam Aadmi Party Zindabad, and all the party leaders have been talking about how there has been a vindictive action. Now one must remember, Aam Aadmi Party is already facing a lot of trouble right here in Punjab, but this out here is a big protest. Let's just try and get a sense. आप लोग क्या protest कर रहे हैं और किस चीज को लेके कर रहे हैं?
आज जो मनीष सिसोदिया जी हैं, हमारे दिल्ली के उप मुख्यमंत्री,
जो एजुकेशन में एक क्रांति लेके आए हैं। पूरे देश का बच्चा बच्चा हर नागरिक उनके काम से खुश है, उनको प्यार करते हैं, उनकी लोकप्रियता को
सीबीआई का कहना है वो कोऑपरेट नहीं कर रहे थे, लेकिन जिस तरह से आप लोग विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, चाहे दिल्ली में हो चाहे चंडीगढ़ में है, यहाँ पे आप कानून प्रक्रिया को क्यों नहीं?
ये झूठ बोल रहे हैं, बिल्कुल कब नहीं कोऑपरेट कर रहे। आप उनके पिछले देख लो, जब ईडी ने इन्वेस्टिगेशन की है, उनके लॉकर तक चेक किए, वो साथ में जाके चेक कराते रहे हैं। ये बिल्कुल झूठ बोल रहे हैं। आज जो एमसीडी का ये इलेक्शन दिल्ली में हारे हैं ना, गुजरात में हमारा वोट शेयर बढ़ के आया, उस लोकप्रियता से डरते हुए ये आम आदमी पार्टी को दबाना चाहते हैं, पर इन्हें नहीं पता आम आदमी पार्टी आम लोगों की पार्टी है, इनको उखाड़ के फेंक देंगे 2024 में, इसलिए ये लोग डर रहे हैं।
So there you have it, a massive show of strength right here, and there is also a lot of heavy police presence. Now the protesters have already been told that there is section 144 in place, and meanwhile the protesters are not budging, but we know that the scale is going to only rise, and perhaps keeping that in mind, and we've seen what has really happened in Delhi, there's presence of heavy forces out here on ground zero, and this is where they have been talking all along that these kind of protesters, the reason the Aam Aadmi Party is upping the ante against the BJP, they clearly want us to send a signal that this is a political vendetta in the liquor policy of Delhi government. The decision has been made, and obviously Manish Sisodia has been calling several times. And remember, Manish Sisodia has been one of those prominent education ministers. He's been in Punjab several times, and that is going to be a huge setback, not just for Delhi but also for Punjab. And there you have it, the massive scale of protest which is taking place here. It is only going to escalate after a period of time. The police has already told them they cannot go beyond this. They're already having discussion, a sit-in dharna happening right here. But perhaps in some times, once they have more numbers, there could be more action expected right here in Sector 37, Chandigarh.
Right, my colleague Kamaljeet Sandhu reporting from Chandigarh there. Kamal, I'll come back to you. Where's the Chief Minister of Punjab? He was in Delhi till late last night. Lots of political developments taking place in the state of Punjab, because one, is now, there is word that the BJP is going to go all out talking about the deteriorating law and order situation, where the emergence of a possible Khalistan threat coming through Punjab, and the next target is going to be the Chief Minister of Punjab, where politics is concerned.
Well, this is an all-out war, and as far as the Tutu Meme is concerned, remember, the law and order situation has been a cause of worry. But Bhagwant Mann yesterday spoke in Gujarat, and he's talked about the situation, saying this is a small-scale situation in Ajnala. However, there have been incidents, not just of drone dropping, but also incidents which could be worrying in nature. But perhaps there would be more clarity coming in, whether there could be some sort of action on ground against these particular Khalistani elements. Meanwhile, BJP has been saying that they have had a free run, and this is going to largely harm the harmony. There have been obviously also issues pertaining to issues. There have been Aam Aadmi Party recently, one of their own MLA was arrested, and that is where things have been. And remember, BJP and Aam Aadmi Party at each other's throat is no big secret. But the fact remains that as far as the strength is concerned, the Aam Aadmi Party clearly has numbers in Punjab, and that is why the protest right here is going to be extremely important, because the word used by Aam Aadmi Party time and again has been that they are kattar imandar, they are brutally honest, and that is being obviously with the CBI arresting. And remember, earlier it was Satyendra Jain, and now it's Manish Sisodia. So one after the other, Aam Aadmi Party has been taking a hit, but meanwhile the Deputy Chief Minister, also the Education Minister, and obviously the BJP going after Aam Aadmi Party, saying he's the only Education Minister to be put behind bars. But the fact remains that on ground, this is going to be a huge setback, and we do see in some there has been a swell just to a minuscule numbers. Now the numbers are growing, and this is where we're going to see that as far as the liquor policy is concerned, many saying the BJP using the agencies time and again. The opposition, and in particular Aam Aadmi Party, has been saying it. They've been talking all along that Manish Sisodia would get arrested, an important figure not just in election areas but also just about even in Punjab, where education policy, the health policy, all of these being doubted. This is where Manish Sisodia being taken into CBI custody, the cases against him. And remember, this was in the offing for quite some time. The Aam Aadmi Party had been apprehending his arrest, but now is the time that as far as the crucial juncture is concerned, they feel they've been actually being hit in several of the places, not just their leaders, but even their policy as far as Punjab is concerned. Remember, there has been obviously a point of contention where the governor as well as the Aam Aadmi Party have also not been on the same page, even regarding the budget is concerned, them going to the court. They feel it's the BJP which is going after the Aam Aadmi Party, and this is where the second government which has been in place for the Aam Aadmi Party being extremely crucial. But remember, once they're facing setback, it is also the public image, the optics of it all, and that is where the Aam Aadmi Party gathering the numbers, they want to up the ante against the BJP, talk about how it's been completely unfair, but now just have a look at the numbers that have been growing out here. Clearly, when it comes to leaders, they're saying they're not going to stop just because there is Section 144 which is imposed. They are going to go out there, the protest will go on, and they're clearly upping the ante with the MLAs gathering here, with several of the leaders coming in here. So there would be a groundswell, but we'll see whether there could be any sort of action. But yes, the police is in high numbers. If the camera person really pulls out, they're already in the riot gear. So if you see, there is a massive police presence out here, both men and women being deployed out here. So clearly, they've already been told that the protest is not allowed, but watching from afar. But we'll have to see whether there would be any sort of further groundswell, and we will see protests really taking place. But this is being seen as a political attack of sorts. And remember, even as far as Chandigarh is concerned, this is a union territory. So this is the UT police which comes directly under the centre. And that is why strategically Aam Aadmi Party has chosen the UT to attack the BJP rather than the Punjab office, which is in Sector 37, Chandigarh here.
All right, Kamal, we're going to come right back to you. On the phone line is Hemendra. There were protests that had taken place in Bhopal as well. Hemendra, bringing you in. Interesting, because the Aam Aadmi Party would have tried and is trying to actively build a unit and cadre base in Madhya Pradesh, because elections are in order. They are trying to see which state is where they can easily establish their cadre very quickly, and they're going to try and cherry pick 2 states out of them. Madhya Pradesh was in the reckoning. Arvind KEJRIWal was to travel to Madhya Pradesh, and we did see a small protest in Bhopal as well.
Well, yes, the Aam Aadmi Party did organize a protest against the arrest of Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, because they think that he's their poster boy. In fact, he brought about a silent revolution in the Delhi education system, which the Aam Aadmi Party claims, and it was profiled by the New York Times as well. So they're trying to project that a man who has done so much for education is being wrong. And obviously, as you mentioned, this has got political overtones. They want to establish themselves in Madhya Pradesh. They have shown some sparks in the past during the urban body elections, municipal elections. But in Madhya Pradesh, it is to be seen whether they will make their presence felt or not in the 2023 general elections, state assembly elections. Because Madhya Pradesh so far has been a bipolar politics, with the BJP and the Congress playing the 2 poles. The BJP, of course, has been in power in the past for the past 20 years, but the Congress in 2018 had managed to come back to power in the state after 15 years, and then the government was lost because of horse trading and other things. But now, again, Congress party is back in their reckoning. They are fighting on the streets, and Aam Aadmi Party, of course, wants to establish themselves over here, but it still remains to be seen whether they'll be able
Stay
to
with me. Let's listen into BJP leader Meenakshi Lekhi.
किया होता तो चुनाव से पहले इनको उठा लिया गया होता, पर फैक्ट ये है कि उनको जब सबूत मिले, जब चीजें मिली, तब उन्होंने उनको गिरफ्तार किया और साथ में और जानकारी प्राप्त करने के लिए काम किया। मैं इसको कहती हूँ चोरी और सीनाजोरी, कि ये जो हमारे यहाँ एक मुहावरा है बिल्कुल स्पष्ट तौर पर इस सिचुएशन पर बैठता है, क्योंकि एक तरफ तो देश की जनता के साथ आपने धोखाधड़ी की, देश के पैसे का क्या किया, जनता को किस लत में डालने का आपने प्रयास किया, वो एक अलग विषय है। लेकिन एक पॉलिसी यानी संवैधानिक पद पर रहते हुए, गैर कानूनी काम करते हुए आप अब सबको, एजेंसीज को आंखें दिखाएंगे क्या? एजेंसीज भी उसी सरकार का, उसी लोकतंत्र का एक लिम्ब है जिसमें उनको भी अपना काम करना होता है, जो कि इंडिपेंडेंट है बाकी तमाम चीज़ों से। तो उसी संविधान के तहत जो एजेंसीज हैं, कानून व्यवस्था को बनाए रखने के लिए चोर उचक्के जो लोग हैं उनको पकड़ने का काम भी एजेंसीज का होता है। इन लोगों ने लगातार चोरी की है और वो चोरी के कागजात सामने आए हैं और उसको व्यवस्था के तरीके से इन्वेस्टिगेशन के तौर पर इन्वेस्टिगेट किया गया। और इन्वेस्टिगेशन का हिस्सा होता है कि आपको हिरासत में भी लिया जा सकता है और हिरासत में सबूत होने के बाद, नहीं तो अब तक कोई चीज़ आप छुपा रहे हैं तो आपको फिर कस्टोडियल इंटेरोगेशन की मांग की जा सकती है। तो कुछ चीज़ें मिलती हैं, इनके अपने जो सेक्रेटरी हैं उनके बयान हैं, बाकी चीज़ें हैं, तो उसके आधार पर कस्टोडियल इंटेरोगेशन जो है वो सीबीआई मांगेगी। और सीबीआई खास तौर पर बनी ही है भ्रष्टाचार को सरकारी तंत्र से समाप्त करने के लिए।
आखिरी सवाल आपसे जानना चाहूँगी, क्योंकि आप केस जो है मनीष सिसोदिया के खिलाफ बनता है,
एफआईआर नहीं दर्ज होती, जो उनके पास कंप्लेंट आती है उस कंप्लेंट को वो पीआर के रूप में एक दर्ज करते हैं, उसके बाद वो तहकीकात करते हैं, फिर उसको
Nakshi Lekhi there, viewers. Certainty, sources have confirmed that Sisodia will appear in Rouse Avenue Court physically after 2 o'clock. Earlier on, there was an indication that this could be a virtual meeting, or in terms of the CBI would produce him virtually, keeping the law and order in the city in mind and not take him to Rouse Court. But now it seems there is going to be a physical appearance of the Deputy Chief Minister at the CBI Special Court. Meanwhile, heavy deployment outside the CBI headquarters as well as the Rouse CBI court. What is interesting is where the protest is planned, which is the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. It is at DDU Marg. The Rouse court is at DDU Marg, and the BJP headquarters, where the protest march is to start and end from the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters to BJP headquarters, is also at DDU Marg. Cutting across to my colleague Sneha Murdani, joining us from the Aam Aadmi Party office. Sneha, what are you witnessing? Is there a sense that people, in terms of the cadre of the Aam Aadmi Party, the leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party, are they being able to make it to the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters?
Yes, they're going to be able to, Preeti, but the fact is that they're not going to be allowed to march to the BJP headquarters as was planned earlier. There is no question of it, and I'll tell you why. There is heavy police presence, as if I could ask my colleague Satya, in fact, to give you a sense of the visuals and how they look like right now. This entire stretch, as you know, Preeti, the DDU Marg is very busy, and you rightly pointed out that this is where the BJP headquarters also is. A while ago, we saw them barricading this entire area up. So there is around the 4 corners of this area outside the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, there is heavy barricading. So there is no question of anybody marching out. What we're really anticipating is that in this one little corner right here, at the Aam Aadmi Party office, there is in fact going to be, some of the leaders are going to be having a symbolic sort of a protest. Now, whether things go out of hand or not is something that remains really...
All right, we seem to be having a bit of an audio problem with Sneha Murdani. We're going to try and reconnect to Sneha very quickly. But as Sneha was pointing out, it doesn't seem that the protest would be able to leave the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. Will there be a pushback by the Aam Aadmi Party cadre? Well, you can put your money on it, because the politics of the Aam Aadmi Party is practically risen from the streets. They're very attuned and very used to, protest where... which have maybe gone out of hand a little, but they are saying it's peaceful. But will they be allowed to even leave their party headquarters is the big question. We're going to keep a keen eye and get you the latest. Let's try and connect back to Sneha if she is with us. Sneha, if you can hear us, there was a problem with your audio. If you've got it fixed, you're back on.
Yes, Preeti, if you can hear me, what I was telling you was that they'll be holding a symbolic sort of a protest right here outside the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, because marching to BJP headquarters is certainly not going to be an option. That is something that the police and the RAF and paramilitary forces are going to be stopping, given that there would be obviously concerns about the law and order situation. This is an extremely busy stretch. It took a hell lot of time to get here, Preeti, like you did also, in the morning in the office, where there's a lot of traffic jam at the ITO stretch as well, given all these diversions. But the fact is that they're going to be sloganeering in just some time from now. Actually, the official time was 12 o'clock, but that seems to have been delayed. They're all inside right now, many leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party. Okay, I think we are hearing some more slogans. We'll also get you more details of that in a few moments from now. But Saurabh Bhardwaj, like Gopal Rai, Sanjay Singh, the top leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party, all of them are here now. Remains to be seen how the police really handles the law and order situation. But they are going to be here holding a symbolic protest while there is heavy police presence, like I said. Now, of course, a lot depends on what happens at 2 o'clock also, when Manish Sisodia is produced before the court, and whether the CBI gets extended custody of Sisodia or not. The AAP, of course, continues to say that this is nothing but political vendetta.
All right, so this is nothing but political vendetta is what the Aam Aadmi Party is saying. But Sneha, do stay on with us. We're going to continue to come back to you for the very latest that is filtering in from the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. I want to bring in Rahul Srivastava, National Affairs Editor, to maybe throw some light on what we are witnessing. Heavy security deployment as well outside the CBI headquarters. The police, CRPF and Rapid Action Force teams have been deployed. Roads leading to the CBI headquarters have been barricaded. Section 144 implemented. Water cannons deployed from AAP to the BJP headquarters. It's a war zone type situation in these areas. If you're in the national capital, trust me, you don't want to get anywhere close, or rather you can't get anywhere close to any of these locations. I want to bring you in, Rahul. The fact is, yes, the Aam Aadmi Party is on the back foot. This is, since 2015, I would reckon this is the biggest blow, or the acid test for the Aam Aadmi Party to put their lot together and at least optics-wise project that, that it's not such a big beating. But what's going on behind the stage is different. The kind of politics or the language that Arvind KEJRIWAL has followed, Aam Aadmi Party has followed. Do you see a huge pushback in days to come, optics-wise?
Yes, I think, Arvind KEJRIWal, the origin of this party is from an agitation. And if you see what have they chosen to, everywhere in the country, all state capitals, especially the ones where they were planning to make a foray in the coming days, the Aam Aadmi Party is protesting. See, the good thing about a protest is that people who may not be part of a political milieu do eventually get attracted to a protest, because you may have common purposes. And I think that is why you will see in Madhya Pradesh, in Rajasthan and others, the Aam Aadmi Party may actually benefit from the fact that it is organizing a protest vis-a-vis Manish Sisodia's arrest. I think also the element is, I don't know how right the information is that what really transpired, but the fact is that Manish Sisodia and Arvind KEJRIWal in the last 1 week was said to be discussing the post-arrest scenario. That what exactly is the Aam Aadmi Party going to do in case, I think they sensed it, that's likely to happen, because he was called on the 19th and then he sought for budget reasons and others, he sought more time. I think they are working on a plan, because if they don't, I think definitely then they will be caught napping. Eventually, the Aam Aadmi Party is going to utilize it. It has very little option. It is a possibility Arvind KEJRIWal may have to create more leaders from this point onwards. One interesting element also, if you see, the Congress held a big convention in Raipur. But where is it in the headlines today? The headline has shifted. It is Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP.
True.
Is it the government also juggling the narrative by creating focuses on different political outfits, so that not one outfit gets to be the central player? Today, all day, it will be Manish Sisodia and the Aam Aadmi Party, maybe tomorrow also. For the last 2 days, it was a Congress saying that if there has to be a government, a bad challenge to Narendra Modi, everybody has to fall behind the Congress. But today, there is no Congress in the narrative. I think very interesting political times we are living in.
Well, interesting developments there that are taking place. And how things move on from here, Rahul, do you still see Manish going on his tour of those 5 states going into election, which he had planned already? Do you still see him do that? Because if he doesn't do that, it's also acceptance that this is a huge hit. He needs to fall back, lick his wounds, gather his troops, and then make a plan B.
See, Arvind Kejriwal in the past has cancelled rallies.
Yes.
There have been certain reasons, largely because there has been that he's caught up with too many things. He has been a chief minister without portfolio till now. I think things are going to change. A budget is a very, very pressing responsibility. A lot of things he needs to do. I think definitely Arvind Kejriwal might not be able to fly to different destinations across the country. But I think he will find a way, because he will have to find a way out of it. Because if Aam Aadmi Party doesn't grow, especially after Gujarat where there was a setback, then there is a possibility that the party will start losing ground and people to other political outfits. So he does not want to be a Congress, that he stagnates and he starts losing people. I think that is why I'll say that Arvind Kejriwal will try to create a new momentum to turn adversity into some degree of advantage.
Is it going to be Kailash Gehlot, who already holds 5 portfolios? Will it going to be him who's going to take over more of the load, which has to be now shared by Manish Sisodia? Listen to Atishi first, and then we'll cut across to other reactions.
बच्चे को भी अच्छा भविष्य मिल सकता है. एक चप्पल की फैक्ट्री में काम करने वाले लेबरर का बेटा IIT में जा सकता है. आज उस व्यक्ति को भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जेल में डाला है, झूठे आरोपों पर जेल में डाला है. आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी के इस कदम ने पूरे देश को, पूरी दुनिया के सामने शर्मसार किया है. और ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पता होना चाहिए कि जब आप इस तरह की तानाशाही करते हो, जब जब किसी तानाशाह का अत्याचार बढ़ा है, उस तानाशाही के अंत की शुरुआत वहीं से हुई है. और ये तारीख 26 फरवरी 2023, जिस दिन मनीष सिसोदिया जैसे क्रांतिकारी विजनरी व्यक्ति को जेल में डाला गया है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अंत की शुरुआत के तौर पे देश के इतिहास में लिखा जाएगा.
धारा 144 लागू कर दी गई है, प्रोटेस्ट करने से भी रोका जा रहा है.
क्या लोकतंत्र है बताइए कि एक तरफ बिना किसी सबूत के मनीष सिसोदिया जी जैसे व्यक्ति को जेल में डाला जाता है और अब पूरी नई दिल्ली को छावनी बना देते हैं. आप देखिए मनीष सिसोदिया जी के घर की एंट्रेंस है, आधा किलोमीटर दूर तक पुलिस बैरिकेड, और ना सिर्फ इतना, पूरी नई दिल्ली के इलाके में छावनी बनी हुई है, चाहे पुलिस हो, चाहे CRPF हो, चाहे RAF. क्यों डर रही है केंद्र सरकार? क्योंकि उनको पता है कि जनता में रोष है, कि आज जनता, उन्हें आम आदमी पार्टी का डर नहीं है, उन्हें जनता का डर है. और किसी भी तानाशाह को जनता का डर होता है कि जनता उनके अत्याचार के खिलाफ आवाज उठाएगी. देखिए, परिवार की तो स्थिति ठीक नहीं है. मनीष जी के परिवार में उनकी पत्नी है, बेटा है, एजेड मदर है. बेटा भारत से बाहर पढ़ता है और उनकी पत्नी को काफ़ी सीरियस मेडिकल कंडीशन है. उनकी पत्नी को मल्टीपल स्क्लेरोसिस है और वो पिछले कई महीने से काफ़ी स्टडी डिटीरियोरेशन की स्थिति में रहा है. तो स्वाभाविक बात है कि ऐसे बड़े सदमे से, झटके से बहुत असर तो पड़ेगा ही.
मनीष जी को जिस तरीके से गिरफ्तार किया गया है,
है कि आप इंसान को धोखा दे सकते हैं, भगवान को नहीं. अपराध की जड़ें चाहे जितनी भी गहरी हो, अपराध करने में चाहे जितनी भी आप सतर्कता रखे हो, लेकिन जब भगवान देख रहा होता है पाप न, तो किसी न किसी कारण से, किसी न किसी तरह से उसके साक्ष्य मिल जाते हैं. और वही हुआ है आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता मनीष सिसोदिया के साथ, वही हो रहा है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के साथ. जिस दिन दिल्ली में शराब बेचने वालों को 2% की जगह 12% ज्यादा उनको लाभ दिया जाएगा, ये निर्णय लिया मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने, अरविंद केजरीवाल ने, तो उस दिन सोचा नहीं होगा कि दिल्ली के लोगों का ये दुख कैसे इनके लिए बड़े पाप का कारण बनेगा और गिरफ्तारी तक ले जाएगा. कहते हैं कि आप इंसान को धोखा दे सकते हैं, भगवान को नहीं. अपराध की जड़ें चाहे जितनी भी गहरी हो, अपराध करने में चाहे जितनी भी आप सतर्कता रखे हो, लेकिन जब भगवान देख रहा होता है पाप न, तो किसी न किसी कारण से.
All right, Manoj Tiwari of the BJP. Now you will see a concerted BJP versus Aam Aadmi Party political face-off, but what it means for the Aam Aadmi Party is way more grave, viewers. It's a huge setback. Since 2015, I would reckon this would be the biggest test for Arvind Kejriwal. It's personal for him as well as it is professional. Manish Sisodia has been somebody who's walked with him through what he called his Andolan days. Let's cut across right now. Protest taking place in Jammu. That's the Aam Aadmi Party unit protesting in Jammu there. But with what we were talking about, where Arvind Kejriwal comes into play and his relationship with Manish Sisodia, it was never, mind you, it was never a relationship of equals. Manish Sisodia has always looked up to Arvind Kejriwal, while Arvind Kejriwal has been an astute politician. Manish Sisodia has come to be a bureaucrat of sorts, working as a bureaucrat, staying away from the politics of it all, and admittedly always saying that he's not built to be a politician. He's been built to be an administrator, and that's the job that he's going to undertake. Manish Sisodia was the one who was entrusted with all the portfolios of Satyendra Jain once Satyendra Jain was arrested. It's not that Manish Sisodia wanted to take on the work, but he took it on, understanding that he's one of the most trusted lieutenants when it came down to Arvind Kejriwal. On the other hand, for Arvind Kejriwal, it's not just losing his deputy CM. It's losing somebody that he could completely, blindly depend on and move towards what the Aam Aadmi Party wanted to do in terms of expanding its footprint across India. If there was no Manish Sisodia, viewers, mind you, there would have been no 6% vote share for the Congress, for the Aam Aadmi Party in Gujarat. The reason why Arvind Kejriwal literally for over 4 to 5 months, bag and baggage, nearly moved to Gujarat, while everything in terms of governance, in terms of running the party outfit, in terms of running the organization, everything was at the hand of Manish Sisodia. But let's listen in to all the reactions that are coming in from the protests that are taking place across the country.
केजरीवाल से डरी हुई है और झूठे केस डालकर जो है आम आदमी पार्टी की आवाज को दबाना चाहते हैं।
हमारे सिसोदिया साहब को फंसाया जा रहा है। सिसोदिया साहब ऐसे शख्स हैं जिन्होंने एजुकेशन सिस्टम को दिल्ली में रेवोल्यूशनाइज किया। वहां हर एक स्कूल दिल्ली में प्राइवेट स्कूलों से भी कई गुना बेहतर हुए, जिसकी तारीफ नॉट ओनली इन इंडिया ऑल ओवर द वर्ल्ड हो रही है। तो ये चीज बीजेपी को पच नहीं रही, इसलिए उनको फंसाया जा रहा है। हमारे सिसोदिया साहब को फंसाया जा रहा है। ये हम हरगिज नहीं होने देंगे। मैं फिर से रिपीट करना चाहूंगा, जो हमारा एजुकेशन सिस्टम है, सिसोदिया साहब ने दिल्ली में बहुत बेहतर किया। वहाँ के गवर्नमेंट स्कूल प्राइवेट स्कूलों से भी बेहतर कर दिए। ये बात उनको हजम नहीं हो रही बीजेपी को, इसलिए वो कई लोगों से, ईडी से, सीबीआई से छापे मरवा रहे हैं। 1 साल से लगे हुए कई तरह की रेड आई है, लेकिन अभी एक रुपए का जो घोटाला है साबित नहीं हुआ है और आगे भी नहीं कर पाएंगे। इसलिए ये हमने प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं और बीजेपी के दफ्तर के बाहर
ये भारत सरकार हिंदुस्तान में दलित की, गरीब की, गुरबे की स्कूल जाने से डरती है, इसलिए मनीष सिसोदिया जी पे झूठा केस बना के उनको फंसाया जा रहा है। और एक इसमें बड़ी बात यह है, सीबीआई ने जब प्राइमरी चार्जशीट दाखिल की उसमें सिसोदिया जी का नाम नहीं था। बीजेपी दिल्ली में बने हुए मेयर से डरती है। सारी कमेटीज की, स्टैंडिंग कमेटी की इलेक्शन बीजेपी हार गई है और इसी के लिए उन्होंने
All right, let's cut across right now to the two headquarters, both at DDU Marg, where the protest march is to take place. Ashutosh, my colleague, is standing at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarter. And let's also get an Aishwarya, who's at the BJP headquarter. Ashutosh, beginning with you, when we came to you the last time, there was not even a single supporter or where the cadre of the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. Is now a crowd building up for the march to the BJP headquarter? Ashutosh, can you hear me? All right. We're going to try and get to Ashutosh in a short while, but let's cut across to Aishwarya, who's joining us from the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters. Aishwarya, JP Nadda was holding a meeting at the BJP headquarters a short while ago. Lots of barricading, policing there as well.
Yes, Preeti, a lot of barricading and a lot of police personnel along with women police forces also present here. They are now keeping a hawk's eye. Drones are also being used to keep an eye on the number of protesters who will start the march from the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. The distance, Preeti, is less than 1 kilometer between the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters and the BJP headquarters. I'll just show you the kind of police personnel that one can see around here. The barricade, the barricade that you can see, they all have been put up because they don't want, the police personnel have told us they don't want the protesters to be breaking this very crucial barricade, because from this barricade the BJP headquarters is barely 50 meters away. This is the second barricade in fact, Preeti. Then there is a third barricade also which has been put up right outside the BJP headquarters just in case the protesters are able to march from the first two barricades and somehow they reach the third barricade. But those instructions are very clear that they should not be anywhere very close to the BJP headquarters. That's what the police personnel here at the moment are telling us. Now everyone's eye is on the other side, because on the other side, Preeti, is the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. That's the place where the protesters are gathering in large numbers. We can hear the sloganeering that is taking place, and we understand in a couple of minutes, Preeti, that march will start, and the march, according to the Aam Aadmi protesters, will end at the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters. But the police fully ready. The barricades, the layers of barricades that you see, Preeti, have been put up to stop the Aam Aadmi Party supporters from reaching the BJP headquarters.
All right,
Preeti.
okay. So joining me also is Pooja Shali from Rouse Avenue Court. 2 p.m. Pooja, is when Manish Sisodia is going to be produced.
Well, that's right. So at 2 p.m, this is where all the action is going to be. Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, will be brought here at the Rouse Avenue Court. And otherwise, not as bustling on a daily day for the national capital and its cases today, Preeti. There is clearly a heightened deployment of not only ensuring the court officials in civils, the police personnel, but also, of course, in the uniform, it's the Delhi police and the CRPF that has been deployed. I see them patrolling off and on. They come, ensure that there is no gherav by any protesters here, and then they leave. Of course, identity cards are being checked. Only lawyers, as you can see, are being permitted to go inside or out. And so, therefore, definitely for now, it is stringent checking that's being done. Now, whether Manish Sisodia will come in person, whether it will be a virtually how he will be produced, that remains to be seen. But what our information is coming in, that a medical test has been done as per protocol and that he will be produced at 2 p.m. But what a Sunday it has been and what a Monday it is looking like. It's big showdown, unprecedented between Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. And here, right now, no protesters though, because they're not being allowed. Immediately they are put out.
Pooja, I'm going to just come right back to you. The reason I'm cutting you short is we are cutting across to Shimoga. Prime Minister Modi, after inaugurating the Shimoga airport, speaking.
रोड और रेल से जुड़े अनेक प्रोजेक्ट्स का भी शिलान्यास हुआ है। हर घर नल से जल के प्रोजेक्ट पर काम शुरू हो रहा है। विकास के ऐसे हर प्रोजेक्ट के लिए मैं शिवमोगा के और आसपास के सभी जिलों का, वहां के सभी नागरिकों को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आज का दिन एक और वजह से बहुत विशेष है। आज कर्नाटक के लोकप्रिय जननेता बीएस येदियुरप्पा जी का जन्मदिन है। मैं उनकी लंबी आयु की कामना करता हूं। उन्होंने अपना जीवन गरीबों के कल्याण के लिए, किसानों के कल्याण के लिए समर्पित किया है। येदियुरप्पा जी ने अभी पिछले हफ्ते कर्नाटक असेंबली में जो भाषण दिया है, वो सार्वजनिक जीवन जीने वाले प्रत्येक व्यक्ति के लिए प्रेरणा है। सफलता की इस ऊंचाई पर पहुंचकर भी किस तरह व्यवहार में विनम्रता बनी रहनी चाहिए, ये हम जैसे हर किसी को, हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए भी येडियुरप्पा जी का ये भाषण, उनका जीवन हमेशा हमेशा प्रेरणा देने वाला है। साथियों, मेरी आप सबसे एक विनती है, आप करेंगे? अगर आपके पास मोबाइल फोन है तो मोबाइल फोन निकाल करके उसकी फ्लैश लाइट शुरू करिए और येडियुरप्पा जी का सम्मान कीजिए। येडियुरप्पा जी के सम्मान में सब लोग, हर एक के मोबाइल पर फ्लैश लाइट चलना चाहिए, येडियुरप्पा जी के सम्मान में चलना चाहिए। 50-60 साल का सार्वजनिक जीवन, अपनी पूरी जवानी एक विचार के लिए खपा दी है। हर कोई अपने मोबाइल फोन का फ्लैश लाइट चालू करके आदरणीय येडियुरप्पा जी का सम्मान करे। शाबाश, शाबाश। भारत माता की। जब मैं भाजपा सरकार के दौरान कर्नाटका की विकास यात्राओं को देखता हूं तो पाता हूं कर्नाटका अभिवृद्धिಯ ರಥದ ಮೇಲೆ ಈ ರಥವು ಪ್ರಗತಿಯ ಪಥದ ಮೇಲೆ बीते कुछ वर्षों में कर्नाटका का विकास अभिवृद्धि के रथ पर चल चुका है। ये अभिवृद्धि रथ प्रगति पथ पर दौड़ रहा है। ये प्रगति पथ रेलवे, रोडवेज, एयरवेज और हाईवेज यानी डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी का है। साथियों, हम सब जानते हैं कि कोई गाड़ी हो या सरकार, डबल इंजन लगता है ना तो उसकी स्पीड कई गुना बढ़ जाती है। कर्नाटका का अभिवृद्धि रथा ऐसे ही डबल इंजन पर चल रहा है, बल्कि तेजी से दौड़ रहा है। भाजपा की डबल इंजन सरकार एक और बड़ा बदलाव लेकर आई है। पहले जब कर्नाटका के विकास की चर्चा होती थी तो ये बड़े शहरों के आसपास वहीं तक सीमित रहती थी, लेकिन डबल इंजन सरकार इस विकास को कर्नाटका के गांवों तक, टियर 2 सिटी तक, टियर 3 सिटी तक पहुंचाने का लगातार प्रयास कर रहे हैं। शिवमोगा का विकास इसी सोच का परिणाम है। भाइयों और बहनों, शिवमोगा का ये एयरपोर्ट ऐसे समय में शुरू हो रहा है जब भारत में हवाई यात्रा को लेकर बहुत उत्साह है। आपने हाल में ही देखा होगा कि एयर इंडिया ने दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा विमान खरीदने का सौदा किया है। 2014 से पहले जब भी एयर इंडिया की चर्चा होती थी तो अक्सर नकारात्मक खबरों के लिए ही होती थी। कांग्रेस के राज में एयर इंडिया की पहचान घोटालों के लिए होती थी, घाटे वाले बिजनेस मॉडल के रूप में होती थी। आज एयर इंडिया भारत के नए सामर्थ्य के रूप में विश्व में आगे नई ऊंचाई, नई उड़ान भर रहा है। आज भारत के एविएशन मार्केट का डंका पूरी दुनिया में बज रहा है। आने वाले समय में हजारों विमानों की जरूरत भारत में पड़ने वाली है। इन विमानों में काम करने के लिए हजारों युवाओं की जरूरत होगी। अभी हम भले ही ये विमान विदेशों से मंगा रहे हैं, लेकिन वो दिन दूर नहीं जब भारत के नागरिक मेड इन इंडिया पैसेंजर वाले प्लेन में प्रवास करेंगे। एविएशन सेक्टर में रोजगार के लिए अनेक संभावनाएं खुलने वाली है। साथियों, आज भारत में हवाई यात्रा का जो विस्तार हुआ है, उसके पीछे भाजपा सरकार की नीतियां और निर्णय है। 2014 से पहले देश में सिर्फ बड़े शहरों में ही एयरपोर्ट पर फोकस था। छोटे शहर भी हवाई कनेक्टिविटी से जुड़े एक कांग्रेस की सोच ही नहीं थी। हमने इस स्थिति को बदलने का निर्णय लिया। साल 2014 में देश में 74 एयरपोर्ट थे, 74, यानी आजादी के 7 दशक बाद भी देश में 74 एयरपोर्ट ही थे, जबकि भाजपा सरकार अपने 9 साल में 74 नए एयरपोर्ट बनवा चुकी है। देश के अनेक छोटे शहरों के भी पास जब उनके अपने आधुनिक एयरपोर्ट है, आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि भाजपा सरकार के काम करने की रफ्तार क्या है। गरीबों के लिए काम करने वाली भाजपा सरकार ने एक और बड़ा काम किया। हमने तय किया कि हवाई चप्पल पहनने वाला भी हवाई यात्रा कर पाए। इसलिए हमने बहुत ही कम कीमत पर हवाई टिकट देने वाली उड़ान योजना शुरू की। आज जब मैं देखता हूं कि मेरे कितने ही गरीब भाई बहन पहली बार हवाई जहाज में चढ़ रहे हैं, और उससे मुझे बहुत संतोष होता है। शिवमोगा का एयरपोर्ट भी अब इसका गवाह बनेगा। साथियों, नेचर, कल्चर और एग्रीकल्चर की धरती शिवमोगा के लिए ये नया एयरपोर्ट विकास के नए द्वार खोलने जा रहा है। शिवमोगा वेस्टर्न घाट के लिए मशहूर मलेनाडु का गेटवे है। जब नेचर की बात होती है तो यहां की हरियाली, यहां के वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरीज, नदियां और पहाड़ अद्भुत है। आपके पास मशहूर जोग जलपाता भी है। यहां प्रसिद्ध एलिफेंट कैप है। सीमा धाम जैसी लायन सफारी है। आगुम्बे पर्वत के सूर्यास्त का आनंद कौन नहीं लेना चाहेगा। यहां तो कहावत है, गंगा स्नाना तुंगा पाना। जिसने गंगा स्नान नहीं किया और तुंगा नदी का पानी नहीं पिया, उसके जीवन में कुछ न कुछ अधूरा है। साथियों, जब हम कल्चर की बात करते हैं तो शिवमोगा के मीठे जल ने राष्ट्र कवि कुवेम्पु के शब्दों में मिठास घोली है। दुनिया का इकलौता संस्कृत गांव मत्तुरु इसी जिले में है और वो तो यहां से दूर भी नहीं है। देवी सिंहगुदुरु चौड़ेश्वरी, श्री कोटे आंजने, श्री श्रीधर स्वामी जी का आश्रम, आस्था और आध्यात्म से जुड़े ऐसे अनेक स्थान भी हमारे शिवमोगा में है। शिवमोगा का इसरू गांव, जहां अंग्रेजों के विरुद्ध एसुरु बिट्टुरु ईसुरु बिड़ेवो इसका नारा गूंजा, ये हम सभी के लिए प्रेरणा स्थली है। भाई और बहनों, नेचर और कल्चर के साथ साथ शिवमोगा के एग्रीकल्चर की भी विविधता है। ये रीजन देश के सबसे उपजाऊ क्षेत्रों में से एक है। यहां जिस प्रकार फसलों की वैरायटी पाई जाती है, वो इस क्षेत्र को एग्रीकल्चर हब के रूप में स्थापित करता है। चाय, सुपारी, मसालों से लेकर भांति भांति के फल सब्जी हमारे शिवमोगा विस्तार में होते हैं। शिवमोगा के नेचर, कल्चर और एग्रीकल्चर को बढ़ावा देने के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी जरूरत यहां थी। ये जरूरत कनेक्टिविटी की है, अच्छी कनेक्टिविटी की है। डबल इंजन सरकार इस जरूरत को पूरा कर रही है। एयरपोर्ट के बनने से स्थानीय लोगों को सुविधा तो मिलेगी, देश विदेश के टूरिस्ट के लिए यहां आना आसान होगा। जब टूरिस्ट आते हैं तो वो अपने साथ डॉलर और पाउंड लेके आते हैं और एक प्रकार से रोजगार के अवसर भी उसमें ही होते हैं। जब रेल कनेक्टिविटी बेहतर होती है तो सुविधा और टूरिज्म के साथ साथ किसानों को भी नए बाजार मिलते हैं। किसान अपनी फसल कम कीमत में देश भर के मार्केट तक पहुंचाते हैं। साथियों, जब शिवमोगा, शिकारीपुरा, रानी बेंदूर नई लाइन पूरी होगी तो शिवमोगा के अलावा हावेरी और दावणगेरे जिलों का भी उनको भी लाभ होने वाला है। सबसे बड़ी बात, इस लाइन में लेवल क्रॉसिंग नहीं होगी, मतलब ये सुरक्षित रेल लाइन होगी और इस पर तेज गति की ट्रेनें चल पाएगी। कोटे गंगोर अब तक एक छोटा पड़ाव स्टेशन था। अब नया कोचिंग टर्मिनल बनने से इसका महत्व बढ़ जाएगा, इसकी कैपेसिटी बढ़ जाएगी। अब इसे 4 रेलवे लाइनों, 3 प्लेटफॉर्म और 1 रेलवे कोचिंग डिपो के साथ तैयार किया जा रहा है। इससे यहां से देश के दूसरे हिस्सों के लिए नई ट्रेनें चल पाएंगी। हवाई और रेल ट्रांसपोर्ट के साथ साथ अब रोड भी अच्छी होती है, तब युवाओं का बहुत लाभ होता है। शिवमोगा तो एजुकेशनल हब है, अच्छी कनेक्टिविटी होने से आसपास के जिलों से युवा साथियों के लिए यहां आना आसान होगा। इससे नए बिजनेस के लिए, नए उद्योगों के लिए भी रास्ते खुलेंगे। यानी अच्छी कनेक्टिविटी से जुड़ा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इस पूरे क्षेत्र में रोजगार के नए अवसर बनाने जा रहा है। भाइयों और बहनों, आज शिवमोगा और इस क्षेत्र की माताओं बहनों के जीवन को आसान बनाने के लिए भी एक बड़ा अभियान चल रहा है। ये अभियान है हर घर पाइप से जल पहुंचाने का। शिवमोगा जिले में 3 लाख से अधिक परिवार है। जल जीवन मिशन शुरू होने से पहले यहां लगभग 90,000 परिवारों के घर में जल कनेक्शन था, नल से कनेक्शन मिला था। डबल इंजन सरकार अभी तक करीब 1.5 लाख नए परिवारों को पाइप से पानी की सुविधा दे चुकी है। बाकी परिवारों तक नल से जल पहुंचाने के लिए अनेक प्रोजेक्ट्स पर काम चल रहा है। बीते 3.5 वर्षों में कर्नाटका में 40 लाख ग्रामीण परिवारों तक पाइप से पानी पहुंचा गया है। साथियों, बीजेपी की सरकार गांव, गरीब और किसान की सरकार है। बीजेपी की सरकार गरीबों के कल्याण के लिए काम करने वाली सरकार है। बीजेपी की सरकार माताओं बहनों का स्वाभिमान, माताओं बहनों के लिए अवसर, माताओं बहनों के सशक्तिकरण, इस रास्ते पर चल रही है। इसलिए हमने बहनों से जुड़ी हर परेशानी को दूर करने का प्रयास किया है। टॉयलेट हो, रसोई घर में, किचन में गैस हो या नल से जल हो, इनका अभाव हमारी बहनों बेटियों को ही सबसे अधिक परेशान करता था। आज इसको हम दूर कर रहे हैं। जल जीवन मिशन से डबल इंजन सरकार हर घर तक जल पहुंचाने के लिए ईमानदारी से प्रयास कर रही है। साथियों, कर्नाटका के लोग भली भांति जानते हैं कि भारत का ये अमृत काल विकसित भारत बनाने का काल है। आजादी के इतिहास में पहली बार ऐसा अवसर आया है। पहली बार पूरी दुनिया में भारत की इतनी गूंज सुनाई दे रही है। दुनिया भर के निवेशक भारत आना चाहते हैं और जब निवेश आता है तो उसका बहुत लाभ कर्नाटका को भी होता है, यहां के युवाओं को भी होता है। इसलिए कर्नाटका डबल इंजन सरकार को बार बार अवसर देने का मत बना चुका है। मैं आपको आश्वस्त करता हूं कि कर्नाटका के विकास का यह अभियान अब और तेज होने वाला है। हमें मिलकर आगे बढ़ना है, मिलकर चलना है। हमें एक साथ चल करके हमारे कर्नाटका के लोगों के, हमारे शिवमोगा के लोगों के सपनों को पूरा करना है। एक बार फिर आप सभी को विकास के इन प्रोजेक्ट्स के लिए मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। मेरे साथ बोले भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। धन्यवाद।
I think there's an opportunity for India particularly to work with the United States and others.
India is has the largest vaccine manufacturer in the world.
I thought if it's blowing in the wind, it's best I'm on the motorcycle. And I did 15,000 kilometers in 36 days.
Rich countries have a particular obligation to exercise their investment in innovation.
I believe that global business has the money and the power.
Improvements in the way we understand the importance of education and healthcare.
You have a greater chance of killing yourself than of being killed by any soldier or terrorist or criminal.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back. You're watching our special broadcast from the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters here in the national capital. And before we go any further as to what is going to be the day like today, let's give you a sense of what's happening on the ground. Workers of the Aam Aadmi Party here protesting. Many of them are now sitting on a dharna right outside the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. This, in fact, is the same road that leads, interestingly, to the BJP headquarters as well. Workers have one demand: release Manish Sisodia. This is a case which has got no basis. It's only political vendetta. That continues to be our top focus right here. For the moment, we have some news coming in right now. Let's go straight to that. Getting you all the details on the CBI headquarters, where there is in fact a meeting underway to discuss the strategy on what is going to be done. In fact, what we are learning is that the meeting is on between the CBI and its legal team. A meeting to discuss the remand copy. Remand copy, of course, is going to mention on the grounds on which Manish Sisodia's custody should be extended. When the CBI makes an appeal in the court at 2 o'clock today, when Manish Sisodia appears before the Rouse Avenue Court. Munish Pandey is at the CBI headquarters getting us the very latest. They are going to make every effort, Munish, there to, in fact, ensure that the CBI custody of Manish Sisodia extends. Give us a sense of what grounds, not one but several grounds like you were telling me earlier, on the basis of which they are going to be demanding extended custody for the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister today.
Well, Sneha, the Central Bureau of Investigation officials are anticipating that there will be a battery of lawyers for Manish Sisodia, who will try to defend Manish Sisodia's custody, which the CBI will be asking before the court. We have been given to understand is that post 2 p.m. Manish Sisodia will be taken from the CBI headquarters where I am standing to the Rouse Avenue Court, that is CBI court, and before being produced, a remand copy is being prepared, and at this point of time, as we speak, it is being finalized. A meeting between the CBI officials and the legal officials of CBI is underway, and the strategy on a strategy on what grounds they will be asking for Manish Sisodia is being prepared. As of now, what we have been given to understand is that the remand copy will be mentioning the ground of arrest. That is going to be non-cooperation by Manish Sisodia. He was evasive during the questioning, and also the grounds on which the evidence on the basis of which the CBI decided to arrest him. That is the statement by a bureaucrat under section 164 of CRPC. Second, the statement of Dinesh Arora, who is the approver, and also while this excise policy was implemented, how Manish Sisodia was directly instructing the officials, his association with Vijay Nair. All these things will be part of the remand copy which the CBI will be producing before the court. But the most important part is going to be the grounds on the basis of which the CBI will be seeking maximum custody of Manish Sisodia. We have been given to understand is that there are three main grounds. One is that they need custodial interrogation of Manish Sisodia because they want to unearth the entire scam. And because Manish Sisodia was a powerful person at that point of time, he was the excise minister at that point of time, and he was someone who was giving instructions to the excise department officials. He is going to be instrumental in the entire unraveling of the entire scam. Apart from that, destruction of evidence is going to be extremely important because remember, the CBI is also looking at the criminal conspiracy, and Manish Sisodia allegedly destroys many evidence in the case. So these are the grounds on the basis of which the CBI will be seeking custody of Manish Sisodia.
All right, not a shred of evidence is what the Aam Aadmi Party says. In fact, we'll be playing out the interview of Saurabh Bhardwaj also in a few moments from now. But before that, to my colleague Pooja, who is in fact at the Rouse Avenue Court. Pooja, I am at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, and it's insane as far as security is concerned. I'm sure that security has been beefed up in this area as well. Give us a sense of what do you really see around you. Even in less than an hour, the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister is going to be produced before the court.
Sneha, so if Sunday was the teaser of a film, today is clearly the trailer that's unfolding, because picture abhi baki hai. What's happening at the Rouse Avenue will be where all action will be at 2 p.m. Manish Sisodia will be brought here. Now, whether it will be in person or virtual, that deliberation is still on. I want to quickly take you through. This Rouse Avenue court, Sneha, was not otherwise really bustling like it is today. There are private security guards, there is a deployment of the Delhi police, also the CRPF has been deployed, and as you can see, security checks are being done to ensure everybody is being asked about why are they venturing in. So whether it's a media personnel with an identity card or a lawyer or judges, of course, they are going to be allowed an entry, and police is ensuring here that no gherao by the protesters take place. Yes, I saw some of the Aam Aadmi Party supporters, as they look like, trying to loiter around the area, but they were immediately told to leave. They are at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters where you are, but they're not being allowed to gather here just yet. But this is big. Remember, we're not talking about just Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. We're talking about one of the most prominent ministers. He's the right-hand man of Arvind Kejriwal. The left-hand man, Satyendra Jain, is already under arrest. Now another minister. This is unprecedented. So we'll continue to get you the updates, but what you're looking at today is very crucial. This is about now Arvind Kejriwal in many ways left alone to manage the affairs of the Delhi government till they can chart out a strategy for Manish Sisodia's release. How much the CBI will get custody, that remains to be seen, because CBI will want an extended custody in the liquor gate scam. It's a policy where the heat is on Manish Sisodia because he holds the excise portfolio. If Manish Sisodia manages to be in custody for CBI for a long haul, it could prove trouble for the Delhi government and for the Aam Aadmi Party. Over to you, Sneha.
Undoubtedly it will. And the Aam Aadmi Party says this is deliberate because the budget is to be presented. Manish Sisodia has been doing it since 2014, and this is all about the BJP trying to settle political scores, is what the AAP says. My colleagues are tracking that big story from across the country. Kamaljeet Sandhu, in fact, is joining us from Chandigarh. Aishwarya Paliwal is at the BJP headquarters as well. Pooja, of course, at Rouse Avenue Court, where Sisodia is going to be produced at 2 o'clock. Munish Pandey tracking all of those developments from the Central Bureau of Investigation headquarters. That's the CBI's point of view, getting us all the inside track. Going quickly across to Aishwarya. Now Aishwarya, the Aam Aadmi Party workers, the leaders say, come what may, we are going to be marching to the BJP headquarters. You and I know that it's going to become extremely difficult. Give us a sense of the kind of security arrangements that have been made to prevent the AAP leaders from doing so.
Well, Sneha, you know, the distance between the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters and the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters, both of which are on the DDU, which is the Deen Dayal Upadhyaya Marg, is less than 1 kilometer. Now, the barricade where I'm standing, there's very, very heavy police deployment. From what I can see from where I'm standing, Sneha, there's also a second barricade where the security at the moment is being beefed up because there is a possibility that the protesters might be able to, break through the first layer of barricade and somehow reach the second layer of barricades. But the police personnel have told us that the second barricade is the Lakshman Rekha for the police. That's the Rekha that they will not allow the Aam Aadmi protesters to cross, because just after the second layer of barricade is the Bharatiya Janata Party's headquarters. So definitely that is something that the police is keeping a hawk's eye on. I'll just show you around the large number of women security personnel present here. We can see the CRP, we can see the RAF, water cannons also have been put in place. In fact, the tear gas, that's also something that one can see. I can see a lot of these police personnel carrying the tear gas with them. So all those things have been kept in mind by the administration, because they do understand that protesters will turn up in large numbers. In fact, some of the big leaders, Sanjay Singh has also reached the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, and now all of them in just a couple of minutes from now will begin Sneha, the march from where you are, and then they will start proceeding towards the spot where I am, which is very close to the BJP headquarters. Sneha.
Be with us, Aishwarya. Coming back to you again. Remember, the AAP says that this is a black day and they've been protesting across the country. Kamal is getting asked these details from Chandigarh, where she is right now. Kamal, in fact, the Aam Aadmi Party upping the ante across the country, protesting not just in the national capital but also in Chandigarh. What are they telling you? Give us a sense of what's being said.
Well, there's a massive swell on the crowd. As far as Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, they have upped the ante, and there you see the police now going inside the crowds. Several of them already told that Section 144 is in place, but Aam Aadmi Party, which has been almost here for a year now, has upped the ante. It's not just Punjab, but in Chandigarh, where the protests are taking place, there is likelihood that they will march towards the BJP headquarters, which is not very far away from here, but eventually it's Chandigarh police which has gone in, already telling the crowds to move away. There is a sitting dharna. You can see all these leaders who are atop a vehicle, so they're trying to address the crowds out here, but very clearly, as far as Manish Sisodia is concerned, now he's one of the tallest leaders, getting in not only votes from across, and remember there were elections in Himachal, but he's been a regular visitor to Punjab, and the Aam Aadmi Party feels that it's not Delhi but also Punjab government which is under attack. As far as the BJP is concerned, let's just try and get you लोग कह रहे हैं, सीबीआई कह रही है कोऑपरेट नहीं कर मनीष सिसोदिया कोऑपरेट नहीं कर रहे हैं, इस वजह से उनको अरेस्ट किया गया है। आप लोग यहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट करने का क्या मतलब है कि वो दिल्ली में तो
क्या कोऑपरेट नहीं कर रहे हैं? पिछले 1 साल से जितनी बार भी, चाहे उनके घर को ले लो, चाहे उनके दफ्तर को ले लो, चाहे बैंक उन्होंने बीजेपी की सीबीआई ने छान मारे, 1 रुपए का घपला नहीं निकला। कौन से 10,000 करोड़ की ये बात करते हैं? 10,000 करोड़ का अगर घपला किया होता तो कई कारें नजर आती, प्रॉपर्टी नजर आती। सारी छानबीन बीजेपी ने कर ली, बीजेपी की सीबीआई ने कर ली, ईडी ने कर ली, कुछ भी नहीं निकला। आज जब उनको कोई सबूत नहीं मिले तो वो बोल रहे हैं कि कुछ और ही तथ्य देकर झूठे फर्जी केस में इनको गिरफ्तार।
What they're saying is that this is a political vendetta, and that is where there you see the Chandigarh police in anti-riot gear and eventually going inside the crowds. There is a heavy barricading, there are water cannons, so preparations in place, and also several empty buses have been carried in, and likely that in some time from now there may be a clash, but these protesters will eventually be removed from here, saying that there is Section 144, but here police going into the crowd trying to pacify them, even as there are loud sloganeering against the BJP and obviously in favor of Manish Sisodia and the Aam Aadmi Party.
Well, absolutely. In fact, Kamal, This really is a showdown like never before, and there is in fact, I apologize for that, but this isn't the best place really in terms of avoiding chaos, because it is very chaotic right here. This is the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters in Delhi city, and look at the kind of drama. Before I go back to Kamal once again, just showing you these pictures coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. In fact, these are roads on which the workers have in fact now placed themselves, staying put. Eventually they will be walking towards the BJP headquarters just less than a kilometer from here, with the top leaders of the party in fact leading this march to the BJP headquarters. In fact, we'll get in more details. We have like the entire inside track, this inside scoop on Manish Sisodia's arrest. Let's get you more details on this. How in fact an officer's statement really nailed Manish Sisodia. That's the information. This is the inside track of the investigation, and how an officer's statement secured the arrest of Delhi Deputy Chief Minister. While examining a digital device seized during the 19th of August, searches from Excise Department, the agency traced one of the excise policy draft documents to a different system that wasn't part of the Excise Department network. During the questioning of an Excise Department official, the agency got the lead to Sisodia's office computer. CBI subsequently seized the said computer from Sisodia's office on the 14th of January. The number of times, remember, the CBI in fact had visited the Delhi Secretariat to get documents and other evidence from Sisodia's office. Most of the files were deleted. The agency retrieved the records with the help of its forensic team. Munish Pandey in fact has more details on that. Munish, take us through the details of how eventually Sisodia was arrested with this evidence before the CBI.
Well, Sneha, the Central Bureau of Investigation was building this case since the time they launched the FIR. And now what we have been given to understand is that right from the start, when they started the searches on August 19, they were collecting evidence leading to Manish Sisodia. Not only his house was searched at that point of time, but also the Excise Department office was also searched. And the first lead they got from there. They seized certain computers, hard disks, but one of the computers which was seized, which was not connected to the Excise Department policy network, even they recovered the draft copy from their that particular computer, and that led to the series of evidence which the CBI gathered at later point of time. We have been given to understand is that when the CBI started scanning that particular hard disk of the computer, they got certain more leads, after which the office of Manish Sisodia was searched recently, and from there, when the hard disk was seized, they got certain more leads. Now, after going through all the details, the statement of C. Arvind, the bureaucrat who was then working with the Excise Department, that became extremely important. And as far as C. Arvind is concerned, he has given a statement not only to Central Bureau of Investigation, but also to the Enforcement Directorate, and his statement becomes instrumental in the entire scam, because remember, his statement was recorded under section 164 of CRPC, which means that it was recorded before a magistrate and it acts like an evidence before the court. It becomes even evidence for the Central Bureau of Investigation. And when yesterday he was confronted with that particular statement on the aspects that why there was change from the draft policy to the final draft policy of excise policy. Also, why this particular profit of 5% was increased to 12%, and where are the points of the meetings which were where this discussion took place. But there was no answer from Manish Sisodia, and this became extremely important for the Central Bureau of Investigation. The officials think that this is one of the key evidence against Manish Sisodia, and on the basis of these evidences, they decided to arrest Manish Sisodia, and these things will be mentioned in the remand copy, which will be presented before the court once Manish Sisodia is produced before the Rouse Avenue Court today. Sneha.
Yes, absolutely, and that's going to happen in just about 25 odd minutes from now, and the drama has only intensified right here at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. I can barely hear all of you, but Aishwarya is just around the corner, in fact. Aishwarya, you can see, in fact, all of these leaders, workers are just getting up to march towards the BJP headquarters. The police is all ready to stop them from doing so. I'm expecting high drama. I'm also expecting detentions. And this, I would guess, is going to coincide with the time when Sisodia is produced in court, isn't it?
Yes, Neha, it seems like it that the timing will be almost similar. Let me show you the drone that the police at the moment is using. This is the drone which the police is using to make sure that they keep a hawk's eye on the protesters who are now planning to march from the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters to the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters. Let me also show you, the Vajra Vahan, and apart from that, the bus that has been put in place. The reason why I want to show you the bus is because this is the bus, and this entire stretch, Sneha, now has been blocked. So they are very clear. The police personnel are very clear that they will not let the protesters move beyond that point. The buses have been put in such a position that they will not let protesters, walk across. Let me now just cut across to the barricades, Sneha, where the protesters have reached. This is the first layer of barricading. Maximum police deployment on this layer. The police wanting to make sure that the protesters don't anyhow cross over. We have cut to the visuals there, the sloganeering taking place. And the RF personnel now moving in, trying to contain the protesters. Posters of Manish Sisodia along with the Indian tricolor. All of them can be seen. The police now, the RAF personnel moving in closer to the protesters, wanting to contain them at that very spot, not wanting the protesters to even reach the barricades. The RAF now moving in, more personnel.
Chaos, yes.
All of them moving in and trying to contain the protesters. The protesters, they are not even able to reach the barricade at the moment. The RAF personnel have moved in, and the protesters, in fact, the police has circled all the protesters, making sure that the protesters are contained in that very area. Sneha.
That's right. Aishwarya, I'm just going to give the viewers a sense of what exactly this road looks like. Well, this is the DDU mark where I am right now, and this is where the protesters are marching ahead. Aishwarya is in fact somewhere near the barricade, just a few steps away from here, getting us all the latest updates. But these are the workers, those ones who are holding the placards with the picture of Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. It says, Shiksha Mantri, Tujhe Salam. That's what these posters are reading. Workers are moving towards the barricade. And like Aishwarya has been telling us, that there is no question of allowing them to move towards the BJP headquarters. Okay, I'm just going to now show you visuals of Saurabh Bhardwaj and the other leaders also in these dramatic pictures of these leaders moving towards the BJP headquarters as we speak with these placards. Remains to be seen how they in fact deal with the situation, but they're all prepared, Aishwarya. Tear gas shells also ready to be lobbed, water cannons, and of course heavy police presence there,
they are all prepared,
including that of Delhi women police officers. Yes.
Well, Sneha, they are all prepared. They have the water cannons. They are ready with tear gas shells. The reason why they are so prepared is because they don't want the protesters to be able to come to the barricade. I'm standing right where the barricade is. The RAF, in fact, Sneha, has moved in, and we are also seeing the CRP personnel now moving in along with the Delhi police personnel. The idea is to contain the protesters at the very site, which is barely 10 to 15 meters away from the Aam Aadmi Party office. The barricades have been put up, and the protesters, the RAF personnel are not allowing the protesters to even reach the barricades. The idea is to make sure that the protesters are contained and they reach nowhere close to the BJP headquarters, which is less than 1 kilometer away from where the protest at the moment is taking place there. From what I can see from the other side, none of the protesters have been able to reach the barricade so far. And the RAF, in fact, has moved in. I'm getting you visuals from the other side of the barricade. It's a circle of sorts, Sneha, which has been made. One can see in the outer layer, the outer circle is of the Delhi police, and the RAF, in fact, has moved in very close to the protesters. The protesters and the RAF personnel, the Delhi police, are now struggling. The protesters are trying to reach the barricade, but that's something that clearly the police and the RAF are in no mood to do. They're now in no mood to allow the protesters to be able to reach the barricade. Protesters are trying to push through, sloganeering against the Bharatiya Janata Party, sloganeering in favor of the Education Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia. Protesters are now moving in closer, Sneha. There's a scuffle which is taking place between
these are
the
dramatic
protesters
visuals coming in. Dramatic pictures, in fact, coming in. Let's give you a sense of what's really happening right now. Aishwarya is exactly where the barricades are, and this is from where the protesters, the workers of the Aam Aadmi Party, are moving towards the barricades. Aishwarya continues to be with us. Aishwarya, give us a sense of how the police and the RAF right now is dealing with the workers. Many of the workers, in fact, right now as we speak, and we're staying with these visuals, are moving back towards the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. Why are they doing that?
Because they are the RAF personnel, the CRP personnel who are present, they are not allowing the protesters to move any further from where they are. The idea is to make sure that the protesters are contained very close to the Aam Aadmi Party office. There's a scuffle that is taking place now between the police personnel. The announcements being made now, Sneha. The police personnel are now making an announcement asking the protesters, very clearly saying कानून को हाथ में ना ले, giving a stern warning to the protesters, asking them not to indulge in a scuffle with the Delhi police personnel, with the RAF personnel, those who are present on the ground. There's a scuffle which is taking place. A scuffle taking place, Neha. Protesters in large numbers trying to overcome the RAF and the Delhi police personnel, not being able to do so far.
जिस तरह से केंद्र आम आदमी पार्टी के एक नेता के खिलाफ झूठे मुकदमे दर्ज कर रही है, झूठे मामले दर्ज कर रही है, वो चाहती है आम आदमी पार्टी का हर विधायक, हर मंत्री, हर नेता को गिरफ्तार कर ले। तो हम मोदी जी के पास आ रहे हैं, प्रधानमंत्री जी के पास, कि हम गिरफ्तार करने के लिए तैयार करिए। सारे लोग आज गिरफ्तारी देने के लिए आई हैं। आप हमें खत्म कर दीजिए, पूरी पार्टी को खत्म कर दीजिए, सबको जेल में डाल दीजिए, पूरी दुनिया को पता चले कि आज भारत के अंदर कैसी तानाशाही चल रही है, किस तरीके से इमरजेंसी के हालात आज देश के अंदर हैं, कि अच्छे लोगों को जिन्होंने पूरी जिंदगी शिक्षा के लिए लगा दी, उन लोगों को जेल में डाला जा रहा है, बिना सबूत के डाला जा रहा है, बिना कानून के डाला जा रहा है। पूरी तानाशाही आज चरम पे है। देखिए पुलिस जिस तरीके से डंडे मार रही है, हमारे एक पार्षद का गला पकड़ के पुलिस वाले ने पीछे धकेल दिया, ये सीधा गुंडागर्दी है। ऐसा देश की राजधानी में हो रहा है तो आप सोचिए देश के दूसरे हिस्सों में क्या होता होगा। आज हम शांतिपूर्ण प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, मगर उससे भी हमें रोका जा रहा है। यहाँ पे 144 धारा लगाई गई है, ये पूरी तरीके से गलत है, तानाशाही है। देखिए राउज एवेन्यू कोर्ट के पास 5 रास्ते हैं, आप उन्हें कनॉट प्लेस से ले जाइए, आप उन्हें पीछे दिल्ली गेट से ले जाइए। ये रास्ता राउज एवेन्यू कोर्ट का रास्ता नहीं है, इसके अलावा 5 और रास्ते भी हैं।
देखिए जिस तरीके से मनीष सिसोदिया जी को फर्जी मुकदमे में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने गिरफ्तार किया है, हम सारे लोग यहाँ हथकड़ी लगा के इसलिए हम कहते हैं कि हम सबको एक साथ ही गिरफ्तार कर लो। जिस तरीके से तानाशाही भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है, हम सारे लोग क्या कहते हैं कि पूरी आम आदमी पार्टी को एक साथ ही आप बंद कर दो, जेल में खत्म करो आम आदमी पार्टी। ये लोग अडानी से दोस्ती करते हैं और आम आदमी पार्टी के मंत्रियों पर, नेताओं पर मुकदमा लिखाते हैं। जिसने दिल्ली के लाखों बच्चों को भविष्य को सुधारा है, उसको आप जेल भेज रहे हो और अडानी से आपकी दोस्ती है। निहायत ही शर्मनाक है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी तानाशाही पर उतरी है। आप देखिए, पूरी पार्टी को किले के रूप में तब्दील कर दिया है। हमारे विधायकों को घसीट रहे हैं, पार्षदों को पीट रहे हैं। यह तानाशाही है, लोकतंत्र के लिए काला दिन है और मुझे लगता है भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इसका जवाब देना होगा।
आप लोग यहाँ पे पुलिस हटा रही है, आगे क्या?
देखिए, हम यहाँ डटे रहेंगे। हम इंसाफ की लड़ाई लड़ने आए हैं। इन जालिमों से डरने वाले नहीं हैं, इनकी तानाशाही से झुकने वाले नहीं हैं। ये मोदी ये अडानी के दलाल हैं और हम लोग सच्चाई पर चलने वाले लोग हैं, इनसे डरने वाले नहीं हैं।
Quarters. This is the DDU Marg, and usually this is a busy stretch of land, and in the sense that there's a lot of traffic on this stretch of road. Look at what's happening right now. These are workers of the Aam Aadmi Party. Many of them have actually stopped right at the tracks because they don't want, in fact, the RAF to take any sort of action vis-a-vis using water cannons, and they're backing off to an extent. But I'm going to go straight across to Aishwarya to get a sense of what does it really look like as far as the confrontation is concerned. Aishwarya, just tell us what's going on right now.
Well, the confrontation, Sneha, at the moment is taking place. The Delhi police personnel, the RAF, the CRP, very, very clear. They don't want the protesters to be able to breach the barricades, which is what we are seeing over the past 15 minutes. The protesters trying very hard to reach. The protesters are trying very hard to reach the barricades. But there is a circle of sorts which has been made by the RAF and the Delhi police personnel, and they are containing the protesters right outside the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, not being able, the protesters trying very hard, still not being able to reach the barricades. And police personnel present at the barricades also in large numbers. So the idea there is very clear. Forget about reaching the BJP headquarters. The first layer of barricade is also seems like out of bounds for the protesters. The RAF now moving in and has encircled all the protesters. Heavy sloganeering taking place. Protesters trying very hard to push across, to push through the layers of RAF personnel that you see. An announcement also being made at the moment, Sneha, the Delhi police personnel giving a very stern warning to the protesters, asking them not to indulge in a scuffle. Action will be taken against those protesters who will be caught trying to break through this circle, this barricade of Delhi police personnel. More police personnel, let me tell you, Sneha, I'll just show you the visuals. More police personnel now on their way. All of them are making way to the barricades. More police force being called in. So definitely, Sneha, this is the Lakshman Rekha that has been drawn by the administration, the police personnel, making sure that even the first layer of barricades is completely out of bounds for the protesters. There's a heavy scuffle that is taking place between the protesters and the Delhi police personnel, the RAF team that is present on the spot. The number of police personnel present is swelling by the minute. The idea is for the protesters to not let the protesters reach the first layer of barricades. We are showing you visuals on India Today of exactly what's taking place very close to the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. The entire stretch has been shut off from both the ends. This is the DDU Marg, Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg. And the protesters sloganeering, trying their level best to break through the barricades that have been put up. But they have been encircled by the RAF, the CRP and the Delhi police personnel. Sneha.
And all of this always, and this is what the AAP says, that this is, they're targeting us because we are in fact formidable opposition to the BJP is what the AAP says. As far as the morale of the party is concerned, given that Manish Sisodia is not the only minister to be arrested, there are others as well who face the wrath of investigating agencies in various cases. The morale of the party workers seems to be fairly high. At least that is what the AAP today, Aishwarya, is trying to portray, isn't it?
Well, definitely the Aam Aadmi Party is trying to portray that, these kind of tactics that have been used. That's what the Aam Aadmi Party at the moment is claiming, that this is a tactic. Using the CBI to arrest Manish Sisodia is a tactic of the Bharatiya Janata Party. This is what the Aam Aadmi Party is at the moment trying to say, and that's what we are even seeing in the kind of sloganeering that is being done by the protesters. Protesters now trying to make sure that somehow they break through the circle that has been made by the RAF, the CRPF and the Delhi police personnel, not being able to do so. They have been contained, Sneha. The protesters who are sloganeering, who are chanting, leaders like Sanjay Singh also present amongst the protesters, all of them have been contained in one spot. The police personnel very clear that they will not be able to breach. Let alone breach, they'll not be able to even reach the first layer of barricading that has been done, and all this is taking place barely 100 meters away from the Bharatiya Janata Party's headquarters here on the DGO mark. The Aam Aadmi Party, the protesters sloganeering against Bharatiya Janata Party and also sloganeering against the CBI and saying that Manish Sisodia, the Education Minister of Delhi, is someone who would have never indulged in corruption, something that the CBI at the moment is claiming. We are showing you visuals, Sneha, from the other side of the barricade, closer to the Bharatiya Janata Party's headquarters. The drones are being used, Sneha. We can see 2 drones which are being used by the Delhi police personnel. And they've reached, Sneha, let me tell you, one person has reached the barricade trying to break through, has been the police now caught off guard. One protester who was trying to break through the barricade has now been taken away. Taken away by the police. Announcements now being made, Sneha. One person somehow had reached the barricade. He's now been taken away. Announcements now being made, Sneha. The police is now asking the protesters to not indulge in any kind of scuffle with the personnel present. We have been asked to move away from the barricade, Sneha. We have moved a little away from the barricade because there was one person, one protester who somehow tried to reach the barricade. He in fact had reached the barricade, was not able to cross over, and now the number of police personnel present have been increased. Police personnel now present on both sides of the barricade. Protesters now somehow trying to reach the spot where we are standing, barely a few meters away from the BJP headquarters, but they largely have been contained apart from 2 protesters somehow who had reached the barricades. They were trying to breach through the barricade, stopped by the police in time.
We're now getting you these pictures of, in fact, there's a lot of confusion. I'll just put out these pictures for our viewers. Live images, in fact, of many workers there just running back to the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters even as we speak. Aishwarya, what I can see is the manner in which the workers are just running back to the AAP headquarters. Tell us what's really going on right now. Was there some sort of a pushback? That's the reason why they all moved back to the headquarters?
Well, there's a heavy scuffle now, Sneha, that one can see. The police now indulging in lathi charge of sorts, trying to push the protesters back, trying to push the protesters closer to the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. Protesters now are being shoved. They're trying to reach closer to the barricades. I'll show you the visuals from this side. Onto the other side of the barricade, some of the protesters are trying to reach the barricades, still not being able to do so, are being shoved.
can see is the top leader of the Aam Aadmi Party, Saurabh Bhardwaj, in handcuffs right now. We'll try and get those images as well. Meanwhile, Aishwarya, the audio system of the Aam Aadmi Party has been, in fact, disabled because that was his loudspeaker, and that essentially is not functional right now, with the Delhi police seizing the audio system.
Ye dekho, sir. Well, let me show you. The number of RAF personnel is increasing at the moment. Tear gas now seems like will be used close to the barricades. There'll be warning that will be given, and once the warning is given,
it does appear that water cannons are now going to
of tear gas at the moment, it seems like.
Okay, let's in fact just stay on these pictures. These dramatic images coming in from right outside the AAP headquarters. In fact, near the barricading where the RAF is closing in, trying to contain the crowds. We're just staying with these live images of some of the workers, in fact, backing off, coming back to the AAP headquarters. Some continue to be there. Saurabh Bhardwaj, in fact, for one, is right outside near the barricade. And the RAF, in fact, Aishwarya is ready to take action. There is some announcement also being made. Just tell us a little bit about that.
Yes, Neha, the RAF is all set. It seems like they will be using now the tear gas. There is a possibility of tear gas being used on the protesters.
अच्छा सब लोगों से प्यार से विनती करी जा रही है, रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं अभी सब लोग आगे की तरफ बढ़ जाएं। यहाँ से अदरवाइज अभी डिटेन करने की कार्रवाई को आगे बढ़ाया जाएगा। डिटेन करने की कार्रवाई शुरू करिए आगे जी, आगे बढ़ाइए, सबको करने करिए, सबको डिटेन करो।
Please remember, this is a long stretch of road, in fact, and it has been completely barricaded from all sides. It's very difficult to move out in that sense. The traffic, of course, has been stopped, and now it does appear that there will be some detentions, given that many of the Aam Aadmi Party workers aren't really backing off. Some are. Some have, in fact, moved back to the headquarters. There are many who are just, in fact, standing by, as you can see in these pictures. Aishwarya, if you can hear me, just give me an idea about what exactly is happening near the barricades right now.
Well, Sneha, let me tell you, the tear gas, the cannon has been put in place, and once the protesters, once the police feels that the protesters are not moving back, then one thing that will be done will be that these will be fired. The tear gas will be fired, and this has been brought in, the cannon has been brought in to disperse off all the protesters. The announcements, Sneha, being made from this side of the barricade. The police now asking the protesters to move back, to go back to the headquarters. If they don't do so, then the police will be forced to begin the detaining process, and still, if the detaining process does not deter the protesters from going back to the headquarters, then tear gas will be used. The cannon has already been put in place. Once the personnel get a go-ahead from the RAF team, from the CRPF team, the Delhi police personnel team, then, they will start using the tear gas. The tear gas shells will then be used. The protesters somehow still trying to reach the barricades they, however, have been pushed back. There have been announcements that have been made, the Delhi police personnel giving a very strict warning, asking the protesters, A, not to indulge in any kind of scuffle, and B, not to try to break the barricades. If try to do so, then they will be taken, and action will be taken against all of them, those who will be caught, trying to break through the barricades. Now, the protesters, they are moving away from the barricades, moving closer to the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, not being able to reach the first layer of the barricade. There's a scuffle that is taking place. The police personnel fully prepared. The tear gas cannon is in place just now, waiting orders from the officials. If that happens, then we will see this being used. This will be used to, fire tear gas shells. Preparations they are being done. We are showing you visuals of the kind of preparation that is being done on this side of the barricade. The bags have been put inside there. They are fully prepared. The team now fully prepared. Just in case the situation goes out of hand, the personnel will then start firing tear gas shells on the protesters to disperse them. Sneha.
The showdown playing out in national capital outside of Delhi as well in different places. But right now at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, viewers, these are pictures in fact of workers just standing by right now. In fact, we're just waiting to see how the RAF and the Delhi police bring the situation under control. Now what's happening is that these are workers of the AAP, in fact, who have moved towards barricades. The idea, they say, is to move towards the BJP headquarters. They can't be allowed, is what the Delhi police has said. No permission given. Also, warnings have been issued that there indeed will be detentions. These are visuals coming in of many of the Aam Aadmi Party workers just, in fact, adopting a wait and watch sort of a policy to understand to what extent will the police try and curb these measures, curb these protests in that sense. What measures will they take to curb these protests? Aishwarya is in fact with us. Aishwarya, give us a sense of what really is happening as we speak right now and how close has the RAF moved in.
The CRPF is on the other side of the barricade, the side which is closer to the Bharatiya Janata Party. The RAF team, in fact, is closer to the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. It is the RAF and the Delhi police personnel who have encircled the protesters, and they are making sure that the protesters remain contained in a specific area, in a specific region. That's the kind of arrangement that has been made. The RAF, in fact, has encircled. The police now making an announcement, Sneha, asking the protesters to go back into the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, and also saying in case they catch people trying to break through the barricades, there will be strict action that will be taken against all of them. The police personnel has now, seems like the DCP has reached amongst the protesters, making an announcement asking them not to indulge in any kind of scuffles. They have.
Listen, buses are also getting moved in is what I see right now. Atishi, in fact, has joined in the protesters. I'll try and get a sense from Atishi also, if at all. All right, these are dramatic pictures, in fact, coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters right now of senior leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party. Senior leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party joining in the protest. In fact, Atishi, Saurabh Bharadwaj, Atishi, several leaders joining in the protest, and so are the workers. We're staying with these pictures of Aam Aadmi Party workers now moving back. Aishwarya, what more can you tell us?
Barricade, one can see the detention process, Neha, has begun. Most of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders, they have now been detained. When one can see on the other side, not being able to reach the first barricade. Buses now being filled, and the Delhi police personnel here on the spot giving a clear instruction that the process of detention has begun, and they're catching all the protesters, as many protesters as possible, and making sure that they put the protesters in these buses. The detention process, Neha, has begun.
Okay, now I'm just going to ask my camera person to keep, the focus on Atishi. It's very interesting. What she's doing right now is that she's asking the workers to not relent and go back to the barricades, is what Atishi is trying to do. This obviously is some sort of a motivation exercise, given that many of the workers are obviously fearing that they're going to be tear gassed or they're going to be hit by the water cannons, perhaps not willing to get drenched. So what Atishi, in fact, was doing a few moments ago is trying to get the workers to go back to the barricades. Mumbai, in fact, also has seen a protest by the Aam Aadmi Party, and we are getting these pictures also from Mumbai. I believe my colleague Dev is also now joining us from Mumbai City. I'll go across to my colleague. Okay, we have some reactions that are coming in from Mumbai City. Let's play that out first.
इसका कहना है आपको जाने नहीं दिया जाएगा बीजेपी कार्यालय के अंदर और इसीलिए पुलिस बंदोबस्त लगाई है, क्या कहेंगी?
पुलिस का काम है संविधान का सुरक्षा करना, बीजेपी की सुरक्षा करना नहीं। बीजेपी की सुरक्षा करने में क्यों पुलिस लगी हुई है? बीजेपी बस एक पार्टी है और वो पार्टी ने आज देश में इमरजेंसी लागू कर दी है। उसका विरोध करना मीडिया वालों का, पुलिस वालों का, आम इंसान का, सबका काम है।
पहले अरविंद केजरीवाल ये सारे नेता आए थे यहाँ में उद्धव ठाकरे से मुलाकात की थी और संडे को इस तरीके की गिरफ्तारी हो जाती है। आपको क्या लगता है कि ये सारा कदम उठाया गया है?
ये बिल्कुल जाहिर सी बात है कि वो मनीष जी को अरेस्ट करने की बहुत समय से कोशिश कर रहे थे, क्योंकि उनका ऑपरेशन लोटस दिल्ली में खिल नहीं सका, क्योंकि लोटस बस टीचर में खिलता है। लेकिन दिल्ली में मनीष सिसोदिया को उन्होंने बहुत धमकाया, वो उनकी धमकियों में नहीं आए, इसीलिए आज उनको अरेस्ट किया है।
बीजेपी का कहना है कि अगर कुछ गलत नहीं किया है तो कोर्ट का दरवाजा खटखटाए, कोर्ट फैसला करेगी सही हुआ है कि गलत।
कोर्ट की चिंता मत करें, बीजेपी आरोप बताए, उनके पास एक आरोप नहीं है। वो बोलते हैं 12,000 करोड़ का घोटाला, कहाँ है वो 12,000 करोड़ का सबूत? कहाँ से पैसे आए, किसके पास गए? मनीष जी का घर छान लिया, बैंक छान लिया, गाँव चले गए, रिश्तेदारों के घर चले गए, ऑफिस में छापा मारा, 1 रुपया नहीं मिला। मनीष जी के 2 जोड़ी कपड़े के अलावा कुछ नहीं मिला। तो क्या है ये घोटाला? झूठे आरोप है, बीजेपी आरोप बताए पहले।
केंद्रीय एजेंसियां एक ही मामले की जांच कर रही हैं, जिसकी वजह से जांच कर रही है।
जब रंगा मुल्ला देश में शासन कर रहे हैं तब कुछ नहीं है इस देश में, बस अत्याचार है और कुछ नहीं है। रंगा मुल्ला के शासन में ईडी और सीबीआई उनके 2 मुलाजिम होते हैं, उसके अलावा ईडी और सीबीआई का कुछ काम नहीं है। हम कोशिश करेंगे, पहले हम अपने लोगों के आगे जाएंगे, हम आगे जाएंगे। आप हमारे लोगों का गुस्सा देख रहे हैं, आज आक्रोश है मुंबई की सड़कों पर, क्योंकि मनीष सिसोदिया ने दुनिया में, देश में एक एजुकेशन की मिसाल कामिल की है। आपके बच्चे, इन महिलाओं, पुलिस ऑफिसर के बच्चे, आप सब लोगों के बच्चों को शिक्षा देने का सपना है उनको। ऐसे नेक इंसान को जो बाबा साहेब अम्बेडकर का सपना पूरा कर रहा है, उसको अरेस्ट किया है, उसके खिलाफ तो पूरे देश भर में अब आक्रोश होगा।
Vidya is in fact in Mumbai City getting asked those details of the protest being held in Mumbai City. Vidya, in fact, the AAP is calling this a black day and holding protests across the country, raising, in fact, these issues that they have been doing for a while now. Their agencies, of course, are being used. That is what they allege. Yes.
Yeah. In fact, Aam Aadmi Party leader, Preeti Sharma Menon, apart from that, various other protesters are being detained at this juncture. You can see the police vehicle is being filled, wherein a lot of these Aam Aadmi Party leaders are already in it. They have been detained, they are being taken away from the protest site. We are right now outside Churchgate railway station, where these protesters had just gathered. They had just reached here, but before they could actually even take a few steps towards the BJP office, they were detained here. Barricades were put up, ropes were put up, and they could not move ahead. They have immediately been detained, and buses filled with these Aam Aadmi Party detainees, they are being taken to the nearest police station, where the details of theirs will be taken down, and the police will see what can be done with the protests that they have been done here. But the entire plan certainly was to go all the way to the BJP office and mark a protest against what they call is something that is being illegally done across India, where political leaders are being arrested. And in that line, Aam Aadmi Party Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi has also been arrested.
That's right, Vidya. In fact, we're just coming back to you in a few moments from now. Just put out these pictures once again because Aishwarya is there, where buses have been brought in. I'm just going to get in a word from Aishwarya before I come back to you, Vidya, on the manner in which the buses now being pulled up. Aishwarya, I think the detentions are all set to start.
आपका बचवा गैर कानूनी घोषित किया जाता है, आपको डिटेन किया जाता है।
one bus full of protesters has already been, moved away from here. Protesters have been detained. Now a second bus has been brought in, the green color bus that you'll be able to see. This bus has been brought in by the Delhi police to detain the protesters. The second batch of protesters now being detained, Sneha. And the RAF personnel now, right outside the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, have sort of circled all the protesters. And they are now trying to make sure that all the protesters, are detained, and that's also the announcement that's being made at the moment, that all the protesters will be detained, asking the protesters not to indulge in any kind of scuffle with those, with the military forces, with the, RAF, the CRPF personnel, those who are present. Protesters now being taken. The first bus full of protesters being taken, protesters being detained, and now the remaining protesters are being picked up right from outside Aam Aadmi Party headquarters and being taken into the green bus. That's what, Sneha, we are showing to our viewers from this side of the barricades. Barely one protester, Sneha, was able to somehow reach the barricade. He was trying to climb atop the barricade. He was stopped in time by the Delhi police personnel, and now announcements are being made asking the protesters not to indulge in any kind of scuffle. The tear gas cannon also fully ready just in case the situation goes out of control. But as per the orders, very clear orders, that they cannot breach the barricades. Those were the orders that all the security personnel present here, the RAF, the CRPF, the Delhi police personnel, all of them adhering to the order. And now, the last of the protesters, Sneha, being detained and being taken away by the police. Sneha.
For the moment it does appear, Aishwarya, for the moment it does really appear that water cannons are not going to be needed to be used, because what I constantly see around me are these workers who are moving back, and it's a constant flow of workers coming back to the AAP headquarters.
Yes, Neha, what you saying is correct. It seems correct that most of the protesters there have already been detained. The drones being used by the police to make sure that they get an aerial view of the number of protesters still close to the party headquarters. All the top leaders, the Aam Aadmi Party leaders, being detained in the second bus which was brought in by the Delhi police. The idea is to make sure that the entire stretch, the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg, the very important road where both the headquarters are, the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters and the BJP headquarters, they want to clear the entire stretch of the protesters. And the second bus too, Sneha, let me tell you, is almost full. Almost all the protesters so far have been detained, and the RAF now has almost encircled the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, keeping an eye out for any remaining protesters. Sneha.
Sloganeering, however, Aishwarya, just continues just meters away from you, Aishwarya, almost close to me, where sloganeering essentially continues, and there are some who are in fact on the roads as well. I'm just going to come back to you, Aishwarya, in a few moments from now. Some reactions now coming in from Mumbai. Let's go straight to that.
इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे उनको रिकॉग्नाइजेशन मिल रहा है, एक देश के लिए मॉडल बन रहा है, उसको कुचलना चाहते हैं। और मेरा नाम सुरेश आचार्य है, मैं फाउंडर मेंबर हूँ, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी हूँ। देश सुरेश आचार्य, देश में लोकतंत्र को अमित शाह और मोदी जी खत्म करना चाहते हैं, कतई हम करने नहीं देंगे। आज हमारा मोर्चा था, शांतिपूर्ण मोर्चा था, ये पुलिस को आगे करके हमारा आवाज को दबाना चाहते हैं। सत्येंद्र जैन को
All right, major pushback from the Delhi police as far as Aam Aadmi Party headquarters at the DDO Mark is concerned. I'm just going to get in these visuals, in fact, for our viewers, of the manner in which the police is pushing them back into the AAP headquarters. These are dramatic pictures coming in as the sloganeering continues. The RAF right now, the men and women in blue, as you can see, pushing back many of these protesters. These pictures are in fact right now from the AAP headquarters, as many of these workers are being asked to go back to the headquarters. That's right behind my camera essentially, but that's where the barricades are, and here's how the workers are being asked to get back. Just getting these pictures of the confrontation also. which is on right now. The Delhi police, in fact, making these announcements, asking the workers to go back to the AAP headquarters or they're going to be detained even further. Heavy police presence and presence of the RAF right now, as you can see. Simply taking no chances. So the pushback essentially from the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, it continues. Even though a few moments ago I did say that Atishi in fact was seen asking the workers to go back. Aishwarya in fact is right behind where I am right now. Aishwarya, I think it's almost near completion of the pushback that started a few moments ago. Many of the workers have been pushed back by the RAF and the Delhi police.
That seems like, one of the orders that were given to the security personnel deployed here at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. The idea was very clear. None of the protesters should be able to cross over from the barricade, let alone leave the protesters, reaching the BJP headquarters barely 1 kilometer from here. I'll, just ask my camera person, Ashwini Helen, to show you the kind of security arrangements that we can see on the barricades here. Most of the security personnel here present in large numbers on the other side of the barricade, all of them prepared with the guns, all of them prepared with the tear gas guns to make sure, just in case some of the protesters somehow try to reach the barricades or are somehow able to reach the barricades. In fact, the tear gas cannon also all set, fully prepared, just waiting for a signal from the seniors. In case the situation would have gone out of control, then this is what would have been used. The tear gas would definitely have been used.
Detentions.
We'll also try and show you the drone there.
Okay, some detentions. In fact, right now, as you can see, the man in red there being detained by the Delhi police. The dramatic pictures, in fact, coming in from the AAP headquarters right now. In fact, Delhi police women officers also, in fact, encircling the Aam Aadmi Party workers. Detentions even from right outside the AAP headquarters there. Aishwarya, my guess there is some detentions will continue.
It seems like the detention process is almost over. From this side of the barricade, we can only see the security personnel present. We don't hear any kind of sloganeering taking place, clearly pointing towards the fact that there are barely a handful of protesters still left outside and inside the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. The detention process still going on. Most of the protesters have now been shoved into the second bus, which was called by the Delhi police personnel, and now the remaining protesters are being asked to move from the spot, and the police now trying to make sure that the remaining protesters
Aishwarya, just come back to you. Some drama outside the AAP headquarters, where I am in fact right now, as far as the AAP headquarters is concerned, because sloganeering continues right outside the AAP headquarters. I'm just going to get in more visuals of that as well in a few moments from now. But the Delhi police right outside, and also the RAF, in fact, they moved in from their positions and are right now detaining a handful of people at least, but the sloganeering continues. This matter, Aishwarya, isn't certainly dying down anytime soon. In fact, we have some news just coming in. Let's go straight to that. In fact, we have some details coming in as far as the CBI strategy is concerned. This is the inside scoop on the CBI strategy against Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia. CBI to seek Sisodia's custodial interrogation is what we are learning. CBI to grill on policy changes under Sisodia. What were the policy changes that he oversaw? Sources say that provisions included in the policy later. Also, CBI relying on the statement of the officer. Digital devices verify changes in the draft policy. Pooja is at the Rouse Avenue Court getting us more details. Pooja, in fact, even as we're staying with these dramatic pictures of several detentions coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters right now, give us a sense of what's happening there at the court where Sisodia is to be produced.
Since 2013, since the Aam Aadmi Party took to government in Delhi, this is clearly the biggest setback that the Aam Aadmi Party is facing. Satyendra Jain minister, incumbent, already under arrest. Now another incumbent minister serving in the government, Manish Sisodia, one of the most prominent, has also been taken into custody. In just a short while from where I am standing, this is the Rouse Avenue court. This is where he will be produced. We are being told it's very likely that in person that will happen. Just about a few minutes ago, their fellow MLA, Aam Aadmi Party, Somnath Bharti, who's also a lawyer, he's also reached there, clearly in support of Manish Sisodia. But there are two officially designated lawyers who are already going to represent Manish Sisodia inside. For a quick word, I want to bring in our legal editor, Nalini Sharma, for the latest on that. Nalini, while we take a look of how the security has been tightened, as Prem will show you, there are these different layers. Private security guards of the court, Delhi police, CRPF, to ensure all the identity is being checked. Nalini, quickly, how does it stand for Manish Sisodia with a legal standpoint? Does he have a chance, or could the CBI likely get more custody?
Well, Pooja, this is the first time that he'll be produced before the court, and trouble is just starting for Manish Sisodia. Because even if CBI will definitely be able to get some sort of custody for certain days, they'll of course be pushing for the maximum custody because they don't want to waste precious time that they could spend interrogating him, in bringing him to court again and again. So they might ask for at least 10 days custody. Remember, 14 days is the maximum time of police custody that CBI can get, but they might be pushing for as much as they can get at first. But even once this entire tryst with the CBI is done, there is no doubt about the fact that the enforcement directorate that's also investigating this case is also likely to jump in to arrest Manish Sisodia, most likely as soon as either he's sent into judicial custody.
So two agencies, the CBI and the enforcement directorate. Absolutely. Now clearly the CBI will want to push for it. What do you think are the grounds usually that an agency will push for an extended custody? He's a serving minister. He's one of the most prominent. He's in jail means a lot of Delhi government work is currently stalled. And KEJRIWal is upping the ante, calling it political vendetta that they are deliberately, the BJP is deliberately targeting. But how will the agency, do you think, have the strategy to ask for an extended custody?
So, Pooja, we've spoken to some of the legal sources close to the CBI, and what we are given to understand is basically the CBI has a two-pronged strategy as of now. The first and the foremost thing that they're going to tell the court is that Manish Sisodia, even though he's been duly appearing before the agency, he has not been cooperating with the investigation, which means that he's not been forthcoming in giving the answers that the CBI has been asking him about the excise policy. The second and the more important aspect is that Manish Sisodia was the head of the department when this entire excise policy was framed. And the main question that the CBI has is regarding the draft of the excise policy and the changes that were made in the final draft that were not part of the initial draft.
So there were changes that were made.
Yes.
And also, Nalini, I must add to the viewer here why this excise policy has become this alleged huge scam. It was started in 2021. November 2021. By the next year, September 2022, it had to be stalled. So in many ways that raised a question that you introduce a policy of this different change, you know, bring in private lenders, changing the price. Remember, liquor, alcohol gets a lot of revenue for any government, and Delhi government was expecting that. But were there some irregularities? The Aam Aadmi Party denies it. The government at the centre jumps in to say, very good, it's now been proven that you're not as right. Yes. Now, as Nalini and I continue to bring you the latest, a quick check for you about what does the Rouse Avenue court look like right now. So you can see these security personnel have been deployed, and I can tell you, it's every time someone passes through, only if there's a lawyer, a media personnel with an identity card or a reason to go inside are being allowed. If you are a political party worker, they're not being allowed to gather just yet. Over to you, Sneha.
All right, there you have all our reporters on ground covering the length and breadth of Delhi at this point, where we see Aam Aadmi Party workers who are out on the streets in large numbers, literally warning the centre and the BJP that this is going to be a payback for the BJP. It's vendetta politics, and the BJP will eventually have to pay for it because the public, the people at large, will teach them a lesson. While that said, you have the CBI, on the contrary, working up its way to ensure that Manish Sisodia, the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, will remain in prison for a long haul. At least that's what most of the allegations suggest. Manish Sisodia currently at the Rose Avenue court. Here you have the CBI that will be pressing for his custody to be probing into several irregularities in this alleged liquor policy scam in Delhi. This has, of course, destroyed the image and the face of the Aam Aadmi Party of being an anti-corruption crusader, a party that was really growing in strength across the country, not just in Delhi and Punjab. It was really making its way through different parts of the country, including the south. And here, a big blow to one of the most important men of Arvind KEJRIWAL, the face of the Aam Aadmi Party, his right-hand man, Manish Sisodia, right now under arrest by the CBI. And the allegations are grave. One should know that this has been at least a year since the CBI has been probing into irregularities into the Delhi liquor policy. And time and again, it seems like the needle has pointed towards Manish Sisodia for taking arbitrary decisions and coming up with a policy without proper approvals from competent authorities. So there were several aspects of the liquor policy that were flouted, and that's precisely the brunt that Manish Sisodia, it appears, is now facing. How far will the CBI be able to prove these allegations? We also have Sneha Murdani, we have Pooja Shali, all on the ground, Aishwarya Paliwal to bring us the latest. If I could cut across, if we have Sneha joining us. Sneha, a quick word from you on the Aam Aadmi Party and its protesters being detained. We see buses there picking up Aam Aadmi Party leaders who call this a black day.
Well, absolutely, and it's absolute chaos here, Nabila. As you can see, they're just picking up a lot of these people and detaining them. These are RAF and Delhi police as well, who are in fact detaining many of these protesters. Just to give you a sense of where I am right now, right behind me is the AAP headquarters, and the bus has been parked here because the dharna outside the AAP headquarters continues. Many of these workers have been, many workers have in fact been detained earlier. Some workers are getting detained now. Come what may, they've not been allowed to move forward. The barricades were there to stop them. However, no water cannons have been used and tear gas has not been used. Even as the sloganeering behind me in the way has intensified, if you can just get that. Also here, pictures of more detentions of our workers there by the RAF. Detentions on right now. So one by one, many of these workers are going to be taken away. Of course, this is all as a step taken to ensure that the law and order situation does not go out of hand. The battle in that sense is only going to intensify. Workers right now confined at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. Here we have now women also being taken away, as you can see in these pictures. Women workers of the Aam Aadmi Party taken away by the Delhi police right now. So detentions essentially continue. Workers are trying to, in fact, resist those detentions. Sloganeering continues, but they've not been able to breach the barricades that were set up to stop them from going to the BJP headquarters, which is actually just round the corner. Now this is the DDU Marg, a very, very busy stretch of road any other day. Right outside the Rose Avenue court, where we see Aam Aadmi Party netas, even women who are being dragged into those detention buses. They're being taken away, and this was clearly anticipated by the Delhi police. Undoubtedly, they knew that this is going to be the showdown right after the CBI courted arrest of Manish Sisodia, the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister. And one should know that Aam Aadmi Party has come to power this time around for the third time. So they're immensely popular in the national capital, in the state of Delhi. Aam Aadmi Party has really managed to become an integral part of the state, so much so that they have enough support for even the Aam Janta to get out on the streets now and sing the same tune of the AAP leader Manish Sisodia, who's currently at the Rose Avenue court, as the CBI now pushing for an extension of his custody. They want to probe several irregularities, all the fingers pointed at Manish Sisodia while he held the excise ministry and allegedly arbitrarily took decisions to
entirely reframe the policy illegally. Let me cut across to Pooja, also joining us right outside the Rose Avenue Court. Pooja, show us the images. Who are those people outside and what kind of protests do we see? Pooja, if you can hear me, tell us a little more about the mood right outside the Rose Avenue Court. We hear Aam Aadmi Party in full force with its supporters largely gherauing the court, condemning this arrest.
Yes. Well, that's right. What's happening here, Nabila, is that the police is ensuring that right outside the gate of the Rouse Avenue Court that the protesters are not allowed to gather. So just slightly beyond that, they are trying to congregate, but right here at the court, they're not permitting. But from inside the court, I can tell you that representing Manish Sisodia, our senior advocates Dan Krishnan, also Mohit Mathur have already have been inside the court. The proceedings have not yet started. It could take about half an hour for Manish Sisodia to be arriving here at the Rouse Avenue Court. But about the protests, they are largely being constrained towards the AAP headquarters and the BJP. And if possible, Prem, in fact, Prem, if you can possibly turn there to show, look at this, the heightened Delhi police arrangement that have been made and the barricades that have been completely set. So this road has been blocked, Nabila. This is to let you know that only people who have a reason to be at the court and media personnel are being given that leverage to come out, but no protesters are being allowed to be in front of the court. But because, and this is very interesting, I want to help you understand the geography of this area. This is central Delhi. Behind the Rouse Avenue Court is the Aam Aadmi Party office. Just about 100 to 200 meters from the Aam Aadmi Party office is the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters. So these roads right now, complete traffic style, complete barricaded depending on who needs to cross. So there has to be a solid reason if a Delhi resident is crossing this, because this area completely has multi-layer of security and barricades, because there's Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, BJP headquarters and the Rouse Avenue Court. We'll continue to get you the latest. There appears to be some heightened activity for now. I'll update you, Nabila, with that. But I can tell you that inside the lawyers and the special judge have arrived. Manish Sisodia is being waited upon, but that could take time, perhaps about another half an hour. Nabila.
Right, Pooja, the commotion there intensifying as we see that the Delhi police has really come up with some really strong preparations, ensuring full force of the police personnel to ensure any untoward incident is curbed. Delhi police have also deployed forces, several parts of the national capital fully covered by these forces, central forces who've been deployed. And of course, this unrest was expected. You have the main man in the Delhi administration, Manish Sisodia, who held nearly 8 portfolios, who've been arrested by the CBI in this alleged liquor policy scam. And that said, you also have Manish Sisodia facing several other allegations. One other is the feedback unit, where allegedly under Manish Sisodia there was enough and more intelligence collected on several opposition leaders or rivals of the Aam Aadmi Party. Another case which is now being initiated against Manish Sisodia. And clearly at this point, Manish Sisodia has a whole load of trouble that he has to firefight. It's the Aam Aadmi Party's image that's now totally busted. Sneha Murdani right outside the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. Sneha, 1 year of the CBI investigation after which an arrest has now been made, and yet the AAP calls this vendetta politics.
The AAP is also not going to let this opportunity go, Nabila, given that they've been at loggerheads with the BJP. So it's a face-off, really. And another face-off that we're seeing right now, and I'm going to try and get you the visuals of that as well, is right outside the Aam Aadmi Party office, headquarters at the gate, where the workers are right now, not letting the Delhi police to enter, where detentions continue. Also, I'm just going to try and give you visuals of Atishi, for example, who's the top, that vehicle which was making announcements. This is, of course, a battle which has intensified and is always a face-off with the police and the RAF, who are only trying to bring the situation under control as the drama really unfolds in Delhi city and outside Delhi, different parts of the country. And I don't think this is something that is going to die down anytime soon, given that the man who's now been taken into custody, and the CBI, of course, is going to be pushing for further custody of the number 2 really in Delhi government. This is going to be a battle between the BJP and the AAP. It's only going to further intensify. Now, staying with these pictures of further detentions, I'm just going to ask Satya, in fact, to show you those visuals of the manner in which the AAP is protesting right at the gate of the AAP headquarters there, with police and RAF presence in heavy numbers. Even if there is a bus, another one, I'm just going to show you though that bus as well, where workers are getting detained and being taken away. This of course is to ensure the law and order situation does not go out of hand. Workers of the AAP have not been allowed to march to the BJP headquarters. This was the original plan. Also, the police or the RAF did not have to use any tear gas. Water cannon also, interestingly, was not used because the situation was brought under control fairly quickly is what we understand, because the workers did move away from the barricades. They're now protesting right outside the headquarters where the RAF and police presence is there. And if at all things go out of hand, the detentions in that sense will increase.
So clearly we see that the police are also ensuring they don't rub the janta there or the Aam Aadmi workers, Aam Aadmi Party workers the wrong way, because whatever said and done at this point, it's the AAP that's the ruling government in Delhi. So the police also being very careful, treading carefully at this point, not wanting to rub emotions, because that's the kind of support that AAP has received. The kind of overwhelming victory they won with this time around shows the popularity in the state of Delhi.
ये लड़ाई आप लोग की भी है, आप लोग के भी बच्चों के शिक्षण के लिए, मेरे लिए.
Well, you have reactions coming in, and of course people, they're furious. Largely it's the Aam Aadmi Party workers who are on ground, and it appears that the AAP leaders had held a couple of meetings even in the past, at least in the last few weeks, knowing very well that an arrest on Manish Sisodia is imminent. This is what we hear. In fact, you had Saurabh Bharadwaj of the Aam Aadmi Party MLA clearly stating that we knew Manish Sisodia would be arrested. And knowing very well, they had already planned this kind of large-scale protest to be launched in different parts of the national capital. And not just here. We believe that protests have also begun in different states, including that of Punjab, Chhattisgarh. We believe even in Karnataka, the Aam Aadmi Party netas now coming out on the streets and condemning, calling this a vicious attack and vendetta politics, trying to target anyone outside the BJP. All the opposition party netas are being targeted. This is the song that the Aam Aadmi Party is singing, even after a year of the CBI investigation into this case, which points out clearly at Manish Sisodia's alleged role in approving several of those policy modifications arbitrarily without going through competent authorities, without getting approvals from the Chief Secretary. Atishi speaking of the Aam Aadmi Party, listen in. Of the Aam Aadmi Party, Atishi right now, who's right outside the Rouse Avenue court, where she's condemning the BJP, accusing them of using central agencies and trying to arm twist them to target anyone opposing the BJP or anyone in the opposition party. Manish Sisodia, they claim, is absolutely innocent. He's worked really hard towards education of Delhi. He's done so much more for the state of Delhi and the country. They're making him seem, or at least the projection of Manish Sisodia by the AAP is that he's a crusader. He's an anti-corruption crusader. He's done so much for Delhi and the country. He's a national leader, and this is a way to target them and suppress them because the BJP fears AAP's rise. These are the words of the Aam Aadmi Party. But how far will this hold waters with the CBI? The CBI is, of course, investigating a corruption angle. They're oblivious to all these political chants being made by AAP or any other political party. They're going to go by facts. And that's what we see here. We hear that Manish Sisodia, as per investigation, has not responded to several key questions put forth before him. And this is the top update coming in as we hear Manish Sisodia right now in court is all set to move court seeking bail. He's hoping for bail, to secure bail. Aishwarya Paliwal also joining us on that. Aishwarya, we hear that Manish Sisodia at this point is pushing for bail, regular bail in court. Tell us a little more on this. What are the chances?
Well, Nabila, before that, let me just tell you, the kind of visuals that one can see right outside the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. The gate has been opened and the protesters now are, sitting on one side inside because the police cannot enter the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. They are now sitting on the we can hear, the court case that is going on, Nabila. One can hear that. Saurabh Bhardwaj, Aam Aadmi Party leader, just moved from here and has gone inside the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. Protesters in large numbers present and now sloganeering right outside the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters.
The Rouse Avenue court right now. Pooja, we believe Manish Sisodia's team are pushing for regular bail. He's really hoping to secure bail in this case. CBI really have tightened the case. Every corner it appears that they've ensured Manish Sisodia will remain for the long haul. Tell us a little more about this bail push. Okay, cutting across to Munish, our correspondent, to tracking the central agency is there. Munish, we believe Manish Sisodia has now pushed for bail, regular bail here, and he's hoping to secure it. But CBI also very well prepared to present their case in court, ensuring that Manish Sisodia remains in jail for the long haul.
Well, Nabila, I'm standing right outside the CBI headquarters from where Manish Sisodia can be taken any moment from now. Let me show you the visuals first, what is happening outside the CBI headquarters. This is the CGO complex and all the roads going to this particular CBI headquarters has been blocked. There is a barricading, police deployment of paramilitary forces, and any moment from now we have been given to understand is that Manish Sisodia will be taken out and then he will be produced before the court. But what is going to be in court is extremely important, not only for Manish Sisodia, but also for the Aam Aadmi Party. We have been given to understand is that there was a meeting between CBI officials and the law officers of Central Bureau of Investigation in anticipation that Manish Sisodia's lawyer will be presenting a case that his arrest was illegal, there was no need of arrest, and they might move a bail application also. What also we are hearing from sources within the Aam Aadmi Party is that there is a possibility of Manish Sisodia moving for bail, but there is a very low chance that this bail plea will be entertained by the court because this is the first hearing after Manish Sisodia was arrested. Mostly the procedure is that the CBI will be moving a remand application telling the court about the grounds on the basis of which Manish Sisodia was arrested and also the grounds on the basis of which they want further custody of Manish Sisodia. So these things will be told by the court, told by the CBI before the court, but on the other side, the lawyers of Manish Sisodia will be arguing that there was no need for this arrest, this is a political case, or they may even go on to say that he was cooperating with the investigation. But so far, CBI sources are saying that they are very confident that they will be securing custody of Manish Sisodia, and for next few days at least he will be with the CBI in connection with this case.
Give us some more clarity when it comes to the CBI arresting Manish Sisodia after a year of investigating him and this alleged irregularity in the liquor scam. What are the key points do they really have that are strong enough to ensure Manish Sisodia does not get bail?
Well, Nabila, the Central Bureau of Investigation is conducting probe in connection with this case since August last year. Then there was searches conducted at his residence, and the first lead which the Central Bureau of Investigation got was from these searches which were conducted in the Office of Excise Department. There they seized certain computers, hard disks, and the first lead was a hard disk which was not even connected to Excise Policy Department, but from that computer they got a draft which was not even made public at that point of time. But the CBI sources are telling us that they were building a case since the time searches began. One by one they got some instrumental key evidence in this case, and as far as the CBI's ground is concerned, the first ground is he was not cooperative during the questioning, he was evasive during the questioning. Also the evidence, the documentary evidence, the CBI is claiming that when Manish Sisodia was confronted with the documentary evidence and digital evidence, he was not answering properly. But the most important part was the statement given by a bureaucrat, C. Arvind, who was heading the excise department at that point of time. He had recorded his statement under 164, which is acting as evidence for the Central Bureau of Investigation, and that officer has gone on to say that Manish Sisodia was the person who as a minister was giving not only direct instructions to the officers, but also he was the one who said that the profit for the liquor businessmen should be increased from 6% to 12%. So these are some things which Manish Sisodia was not able to defend himself according to CBI sources, and based on which the CBI decided to arrest him, and they are saying that they have a very strong case of they have a very strong evidence against Manish Sisodia, on the basis of which they will be able to convince the court that he should be in CBI custody for next few days.
You know, Manish, we believe that Manish Sisodia was taken in by the CBI just yesterday, and he went through 8 hours of grilling, after which the CBI was convinced that he's got to be arrested. Could you tell us the line of questioning after which the CBI was convinced that Manish Sisodia could be likely hiding something from them?
Nabila, this is a very important question. Manish Sisodia appeared before the agency yesterday around 11 o'clock for the second time. But this time the questioning was important for the agency because the agency was claiming that this time he has been called on the basis of evidence. And once the questioning started, he was confronted with series of evidences, not only the documentary evidences, digital evidences, but also certain statements given by the accused and the witnesses. During the questioning, what the CBI sources are telling us that Manish Sisodia was not able to defend himself. Why he was not able to defend himself? Because, for example, there was one point that why this profit was increased from 6% to 12%. Then Manish Sisodia said that he doesn't know. The CBI is claiming that Manish Sisodia knows the truth, but he doesn't want to disclose, and that is why they need custodial interrogation of Manish Sisodia. Also, there was a point that when the draft policy for the excise policy was drafted under the leadership of Manish Sisodia, that draft policy was changed when finally it was made public. Why this change took place? When Manish Sisodia was asked this question, he was not able to give satisfactory answer. He said, I don't know. But there were certain documents based on which the CBI said that you are lying, and we have decided to arrest him, and that is why around 7:15 he was placed under arrest. So what CBI is saying that this is not 1, 2 or 3 evidences against Manish Sisodia, but series of evidences based on which they decided to arrest him. Also, Nabila, what is important here is to point out that Mr. Manish Sisodia, according to the CBI sources, was also involved in destruction of evidence. Already there is a ED charge sheet. ED has claimed that Manish Sisodia used and destroyed at least 11 phones, and these phones were used for formulating the excise policy when it was implemented, and also when he was in close communication allegedly with Vijay Nair and certain accused in the this liquor policy case. So what CBI is saying that apart from these all evidences, they also have evidence to prove that Manish Sisodia was involved in destruction of evidence and he was part of the criminal conspiracy. So based on these grounds, they decided to arrest him, and yesterday around 7:15 in the evening, he was placed under arrest after 8 hours of long questioning. Nabila.
All right. At this point, a lot of questions being asked. Of course, Preeti Chaudhary also joining us, who's been tracking those developments with our Preeti. You know, at this point, from what we see here, Aam Aadmi Party assumed that withdrawing or scrapping the liquor policy would really end their trouble. But it appears that that's what's really led to this impression that AAP almost conceded to have been defaulting while framing the policy itself.
Well, you know, that's a matter of litigation. It's a matter of what goes down in court, Nabila, because clearly the Aam Aadmi Party on their account is contesting every claim made by the CBI. They want to fight it out in court, and trust me, it's going to be a fierce battle on the, in the court and outside on the streets. But what's interesting is, and maybe you can pull in Manish on this as well, that on the grounds on which Manish Sisodia is actually seeking bail, he is seeking bail on the grounds of his wife being very unwell. Yeah. The grounds of that were laid yesterday itself when Manish Sisodia, after Manish Sisodia was arrested, Arvind Kejriwal, along with Bhagwant Wan, went to Manish Sisodia's residence. The minute Arvind Kejriwal came out, he said that Manish's wife is very unwell. She's suffering from multiple sclerosis. Now, that's a degenerative disease where you're practically, you have to rely on somebody else as your primary caregiver. And what is interesting in all of this is, till now, all reporters who've covered the Aam Aadmi Party have always had an indication that Manish Sisodia, the Deputy CM's wife, keeps unwell. Nobody quite knew that she was suffering from multiple sclerosis. And so Arvind Kejriwal said that yesterday, that there's nobody else at home to take care of her. And if you actually play that reaction out yesterday, you'll get an understanding that the grounds for bail were being laid from yesterday itself. So
but that's probably the only issue that Arvind Kejriwal can raise and put on a platform to gain some kind of sympathy. But it is a fact, I mean, not to take away, it is a fact that Manish Sisodia's wife is ill, his son is away, he's abroad, so there's really no one to take care of the wife. But could that be good enough grounds for the court to overlook the allegations leveled by the CBI, serious enough that Manish Sisodia can just turn over or can manipulate facts if he's let out to be granted bail just on the basis of his wife being ill?
Well, that's something that maybe Manish can answer in terms of what has been the past.
राउज एवेन्यू कोर्ट के लिए, यानी सीबीआई की टीम मनीष सिसोदिया को लेकर रवाना अब एंट्री गेट से हो चुकी है। ये तस्वीर आज तक पर आप एक्सक्लूसिव देख पा रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से जो गाड़ियों का काफिला है उसको लेकर मनीष सिसोदिया को लेकर सीबीआई की टीम यहाँ पर निकली है। राउज एवेन्यू कोर्ट में पेश करने के लिए भारी सुरक्षा के बीच अगर आप यहाँ पर देखें तो ये जो तमाम गाड़ियों का काफिला है, मनीष सिसोदिया को लेकर टीम यहाँ से निकली है, दिल्ली पुलिस की टीम। तो ये क्या इस तरह से ये गाड़ियां एक लेकर निकली है, ये एक के बाद एक 4 से 5 गाड़ियां निकली है। अब सवाल ये है कि क्या इन गाड़ियों के काफिले में मनीष सिसोदिया थे या नहीं थे, या फिर ये चकमा देने की भी कोशिश हो सकती है, दूसरा रूट है उससे भी लेकर जाया जाए। लेकिन ये कम से कम माना जा रहा है कि जो सीबीआई की टीम है वो मनीष सिसोदिया को लेकर यहाँ से निकल चुकी है। मृदुल, आपको एक बार फिर मेन एंट्री गेट की यहाँ से तस्वीर दिखाने की कोशिश करेंगे। अमूमन ये ड्रिल की जाती है एजेंसी की तरफ से, क्योंकि एक काफी हाई प्रोफाइल ये कई हाई प्रोफाइल मामला है, डिप्टी सीएम से जुड़ा मामला है। ऐसे में ये एक ड्रिल भी हो सकती है, एजेंसी की एक चकमा देने की रणनीति भी हो सकती है। लेकिन एक के बाद एक कई गाड़ियों का काफिला सीबीआई मुख्यालय से निकला है। शुभांकर।
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to Manish on that. Manish, do tell us, we believe that Manish Sisodia has been taken to the Rouse Avenue court. His team is likely to press for bail, regular bail, and the grounds of which is that his wife is unwell. Would you believe that the court will take that into consideration, enough so to overlook the CBI's allegations on him?
There is a very low possibility. We have seen in earlier cases such grounds have been mentioned by the accused in such cases. But what happens on the first hearing after any arrest is that the court decides on the basis of merit. Now, as far as the bail application is concerned, this is at a very early stage because remember, what is going to be important is the CBI's argument today that why they decided to arrest him and why they need custodial interrogation of Manish Sisodia. Apart from that, the next step will be if there is any bail application filed by the accused or not. Whether the court is going to entertain that bail plea or not, that is the first question. And if they entertain, whether the ground of someone being sick at home is a strong ground or not, that is something which will be on the wisdom of court. But as far as CBI is concerned, they are claiming that today it is their day because their remand copy is very strong, their evidences are very strong based on which Manish Sisodia is arrested, and they are very confident that today they will be getting custody of Manish Sisodia at least for next few days. As far as CBI headquarters is concerned, you just saw the convoy. A convoy has left. We have been given to understand is that Manish Sisodia has left from the CBI headquarters. As far as what headquarters is looking like at this point of time, remember the security was beefed up here. Several officials from Central Bureau of Investigation have already reached the Rouse Avenue Court where the hearing will take place, and also the law officers, public prosecutors are already inside the CBI court. So the remand copy is in the CBI court. The officials from the Central Bureau of Investigation are in the CBI court. Moments from now, Manish Sisodia will reach the Rouse Avenue court, and there the main action will start. The legal fight will start between the public prosecutor and the battery of lawyers who will be presenting Manish Sisodia. Of course, Manish Sisodia has all rights to defend himself, but at this stage, whether he will be able to secure bail or not, that is extremely difficult. But as far as the Central Bureau of Investigation is concerned, they are saying that they are confident that today they are going to get custody of Mr. Manish Sisodia.
Well, it's been a year of investigation, and now the CBI finally thought it was fit to arrest Manish Sisodia. But who are the high-profile officers or the babus who have really worked with Manish Sisodia in formulating this liquor policy who have now been arrested? How many arrests have been made in the top 14 mentioned in the FIR, Manish?
Well, Nabila, so far 10 accused have been arrested. Manish Sisodia is the 11th accused who has been arrested by the Central Probe Agency. Before Manish Sisodia, 10 accused were arrested, including Vijay Nair, who, according to the Central Bureau of Investigation, was a close aide of Manish Sisodia, someone who is considered very close to even Arvind KEJRIWal, and he was then the Aam Aadmi Party's communication in charge. So that is what the investigation has been so far as the arresting is concerned. As far as today's representation of CBI is concerned, the investigative officer being assisted by several other CBI officials, they will be inside the court, but the most important part is going to be the
All right, stay with us, Manish. I'm going to quickly cut across to shots coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's currently in Karnataka, the pole-bound state. He's right now in Belagavi. A roadshow by Prime Minister Narendra Modi right after inaugurating the new airport that's launched in Shimoga at a cost of 450 crores. This is a huge boost for the BJP, especially those areas of Shimoga, Belagavi region. The BJP has enough and more sway. Its leaders are quite strong. The BJP leaders within that region are quite sure of the BJP coming back. This is a BJP stronghold undoubtedly, and that's why you see that kind of fanfare for Prime Minister Modi as he arrives in Shimoga. He is now in Belagavi carrying out a huge roadshow in the pole-bound state of Karnataka. Those are visuals, live visuals and images of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Of course, you have people there lined up in numbers. For them, Prime Minister Modi is certainly an idol. You have huge support for the BJP within that region. We know this is a communal hotbed as well. At the same time, Shimoga, Belagavi region is certainly polarized, and the sway is towards the BJP, and one knows BJP leaders there are powerful, and considering that Prime Minister Modi even a visit there along that region of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he will be certainly be able to consolidate votes ahead of elections in Karnataka. This is certainly a pitch. Prime Minister Modi's visit, always, more often than not, the BJP manages to consolidate their votes. This is a region that has huge support for the BJP, and that's precisely where you see Prime Minister Modi holding a massive roadshow in Belagavi, Karnataka. This comes as hugely significant as Karnataka goes to polls in just about 2 months' time. First week of May, end of April, first week of May is when Karnataka will vote. Currently, the BJP government in Karnataka hoping to gain back power in the state. You have quite a strong opposition. If anything, the Congress in Karnataka seems like a strong opposition for the moment. Will they be able to turn this around and welcome a victory for themselves, the Congress party? That remains to be seen in the face of this mighty BJP and Prime Minister Modi's visit to Karnataka multiple times before the elections. It's certainly going to make it quite hard for the Congress to really come back to power in the state. This is the BJP pushing for its prospects yet again. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, right after inaugurating that massive airport in Shivamogga, rolls out a huge roadshow in Belagavi, and these are the live images coming in.
यहाँ पर प्रधानमंत्री कर रहे हैं, यहाँ जनता का अभिवादन कर रहे हैं, तो निश्चित तौर पर हम कह सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर वो अपने लोग
करते हुए प्रधानमंत्री दिखाई दे रहे हैं। आप हमारे साथ बने रहिएगा। आयशा खानम भी हमारे साथ।
All right, those are live images coming in, and this is also significant at this point. There was a lot of talk about BJP's tallest leader in Karnataka, B.S. Yediyurappa, not being kept in good spirit, that he's been upset with the BJP. There seems to be a divide, etc. But today, one should know, is B.S. Yediyurappa's 80th birthday celebrations. Prime Minister Modi has very well timed his visit on a day that Yediyurappa celebrates his birthday, and this was done strategically to show that Yediyurappa certainly is and will remain the tallest, most important leader of the BJP in Karnataka. And to keep him in good humor, it appears that Prime Minister chose this day, and Yediyurappa even said that explicitly in that exclusive interview with India Today's Sagai Raj, where he said, Prime Minister Modi asked me when's my birthday and decided to come on that day and inaugurate the Shivamogga airport. And that is hugely significant to show that Yediyurappa is still the most integral for the BJP in Karnataka. Without the help of Yediyurappa, it's quite hard. One who knows Karnataka politics would know that without Yediyurappa, BJP coming back to power in the state, the chances could be really weak. And that's why, knowing very well the significance of Yediyurappa, it appears on his 80th birthday, you have Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself coming down. A lot of images that came in a little earlier today, where Prime Minister holding hands of B.S. Yediyurappa and walking amid the crowds cheering for them. Mustafa Sheikh joining us, who's right on ground in Belagavi, Karnataka. Mustafa, Narendra Modi right there holding a massive roadshow after inaugurating that airport in Shivamogga, and we see huge fanfare. Tell us the significance of Modi's visit in the poll-bound state at this point.
Yes, of course, and it is a very important visit for Belagavi, at least, because you can see this is a small city, but here on a Monday, a working day, people have turned out in large numbers, and this is not the only place he'll be visiting. It's a 9-kilometer stretch where Prime Minister's convoy will be passing by, and there are some landmarks, some circle where he's likely to wait and wave at people and citizens who are waiting here for him. So it's a big, you can say, movement and a start for Karnataka elections campaign for the BJP, be it Shivamogga, be it Belagavi, and also the infrastructure projects like railway lines, the redeveloped Belagavi station, and the PM Kisan Nidhi's distribution. So these are things, schemes and infrastructure projects with the Prime Minister is coming forward. He is saying that this will be the momentum we'll be taking towards 2024. He spoke about Air India, the perception of Air India, the profits of Air India, and how it has changed since the time BJP has come to power. So clearly that infrastructure push will be given even in Belagavi, and this roadshow is very important for the people of Belagavi. Remember, a few months back we saw Chief Minister of Karnataka and the leaders and politicians in Maharashtra fighting over the border dispute issue. So there are a lot of issues related to Karnataka, and which have led to Karnataka's infrastructure not being developed so much, being a border state. But recently the Karnataka government had taken their assembly session in Belgavi, which means that clearly the Belgavi push, these elections are coming and coming in a big way, and Prime Minister's visit here and a 9-kilometer road show with such good response is a sign of it. Back to you.
Absolutely, and a 9 to 10 kilometer road show, we believe. So Shimoga all the way to Belagavi. Prime Minister knows very well what are the areas to touch upon ahead of elections. And of course, Belagavi as a BJP stronghold with 18 seats. The previous assembly elections, the BJP managed to win at least 12 in this region. They're hoping to gain back the same support. But it seems like this time around, their chances could be weak because of the corruption allegations that are leveled against them. The Chief Minister, the BJP in the state itself really facing this commission sarkar, 40% commission sarkar, that's the label been given to them, and that's really seeped down to the people asking questions, raising questions on the BJP and its governance in the last few years. What have they really done for the state? Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit really could really soften that emotion towards the BJP in the state, is it not, Mustafa?
Well, yes, that's the attempt. The change in perception and clean governance is an effect. But while we are speaking, as we are showing the live visuals, these are live visuals from Kittur Chennamma Circle. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's convoy has reached Kittur Chennamma Circle, and this is an important landmark, as Kittur Chennamma is known as a queen who had fought the Britishers. And this you can see now as Prime Minister reaches here, the spot where people were waiting eagerly. We are showing you live visuals of Prime Minister reaching this circle. From here he is going towards Sambhaji Circle, and from there Ramling Khind Gully. So this is the 9-kilometer stretch which we were talking about. Prime Minister will be covering, and clearly he has reached here and people were waiting for him.
All right, we seem to have a glitch there, but here you have Prime Minister Narendra Modi's convoy that's passing through the streets of Belagavi, a poll-bound state, Karnataka. We're seeing BJP hoping to come back to power in great strength. This is the same Belagavi region that's seen at least 13 seats of the 18, which the BJP had won. And it's also a Lingayat dominant area, the region of Belagavi, and the electorate here usually supporting the BJP. This time around, a lot of questions on the reservations for Lingayat community. They've come out making their demands for, to the BJP, and of course that could be a significant factor here, which Prime Minister Modi's visit could also really help calm those tempers. The Lingayat community not very happy with the BJP in the recent past. On one hand, they're asking for a reservation for the prominent, dominant Lingayat community, and the other, they're of course upset with the corruption allegations leveled against the BJP. A lot of questions being asked on that. Now, Prime Minister Modi's visit, like I said, stressing on the fact, usually has a great impact in a state like Karnataka. And apart from Bengaluru, which is again a BJP stronghold, Bengaluru, most of the seats are with the BJP, the Legislative Assembly seats. Now they're also, and apart from Bengaluru, it's Belagavi next, where the BJP really has huge sway. So here we see a consistent effort made by Prime Minister Modi and of course the BJP at large to ensure that they are able to appeal to the audience there in their own stronghold yet again. This is BJP looking to come back to power in the state of Karnataka, and precisely the location that's been chosen for this rally, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, as they carry out this huge road show in an area like Belagavi, where the BJP has sway.
जी
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी कर्नाटक के लोगों के साथ जो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की कन्नड़ा जो है लगभग यहाँ शब्द पहले अपना भाषण कन्नड़ा में शुरू किया उन्होंने, तो लोगों ने बहुत ही उत्साह प्रकट किया, बहुत ही खुशी नदी को जोड़ा जाता है और कैसे दोनों नदियों के बीच एक सांस्कृतिक कनेक्ट है। और उन्होंने कहा कि कन्नड़ा में उन्होंने कहा कि गंगा स्नाना तुंगा पाना, यानी गंगा में स्नान करना और तुंगा का पानी पीना जिंदगी में बेहद जरूरी है, और अगर तुंगा नदी का पानी नहीं पिया तो जिंदगी में कुछ नहीं किया। तो प्रधानमंत्री ने बहुत ही सरल कन्नड़ा में ये बात कही लोगों के सामने। प्रधानमंत्री की जो एक पानी जिंदगी में बेहद जरूरी है, और अगर तुंगा नदी का पानी नहीं पिया तो जिंदगी में कुछ नहीं किया। तो प्रधानमंत्री ने बहुत ही सरल शब्दों में ये बात कही लोगों के सामने। तो प्रधानमंत्री की जो एक तंत्र है लोगों के साथ, खासकर कर्नाटक के लोगों के साथ, यही वजह है कि इस
All right, there you have a huge roadshow that's being carried out by Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the pole-bound state of Karnataka. I'd like to stress on the fact that every time Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, reaches Karnataka, the kind of affection and the admiration that he gets is really something to see. It's a spectacle undoubtedly, because he has a huge fan base in Karnataka, and that's what we see every time he carries out a road show. And this is also a great way for optics for the BJP, because you have Belagavi, the region with huge support for the BJP, and these images will really speak for itself in the pole-bound state of Karnataka. All right, Mustafa joining us for a little more. Mustafa, of course, it's B.S. Yediyurappa's birthday, and this is a timely visit. Prime Minister Modi, we believe, has timed this visit with Yediyurappa's birthday only to show how strong a leader Yediyurappa is and how integral he will remain for the BJP in Karnataka. And this is, again, let me remind our viewers, a Lingayat dominant region. Belagavi with a huge population of Lingayats. The BJP, of course, trying to appeal to them a month ahead of polls. All right, we've lost his connection. We're going to try and patch him back. But like I said, this is a Lingayat dominant region, and Yediyurappa, the strongest face of the Lingayat community. In the recent past, there's been a lot of questions on whether or not the BJP High Command was sidelining Yediyurappa. And now quashing all those doubts, or really settling the dust here, is the BJP top man himself, the Prime Minister himself, who's come down on Yediyurappa's birthday, timed it rightly so that they project Yediyurappa to be their true strong leader even till today. And we saw images of Yediyurappa and Prime Minister Modi holding hands, walking together. And this was really a perception created to ensure that the Lingayat community feels secure, that it is their strong man, Yediyurappa himself, who's still the face of the BJP in Karnataka. There's no two ways to that. You have Basuraj Bommai, the Chief Minister, again chosen by Yediyurappa. And why I stress on Yediyurappa is because this is his region, this is his home turf. And you see this huge support and the people in strength coming out to cheer for Modi. It's because this is a BJP stronghold, and the BJP was really strengthened in this region thanks to B.S. Yediyurappa. And you have Prime Minister Modi holding this 10-kilometer road show in a pole-bound state like Karnataka, right at a time when they are facing allegations of corruption, the BJP government in Karnataka. But of course, this kind of road shows the election campaign, and quite a pompous campaign that the BJP usually puts up, more often than not turns around into votes during the election. Will that happen this time again in Karnataka? That remains to be seen. But looking at really the way things have progressed in the recent past, for the BJP, it's very important that Prime Minister himself comes down and carries out rallies of such kind. This is a roadshow that's currently being pulled off in Belagavi. And let me cut across to Sagai Raj. In fact, Sagai got us that exclusive conversation with B.S. Yediyurappa, the BJP strongman, on whose birthday Prime Minister Modi has arrived. Sagai, coincidence or a timely visit? Prime Minister Modi on Yediyurappa's 80th birthday comes down himself, inaugurates the Shimoga airport, comes to Belagavi, holds a massive roadshow, walks hand in hand with B.S. Yediyurappa. What does it really speak of?
It's not a coincidence, Nabila, because according to Yediyurappa, Modi has told that he will come only on his birthday to inaugurate airport. And following that, now as the roadshow which has been organized, and during the time of election, nothing can be coincident, because it is a well-planned execution of BJP ahead of elections in the state of Karnataka. And we have seen that the Prime Minister addressing a huge gathering in Shimoga after inaugurating the airport, and now he's on a road show in Belagavi, where he will be traveling close to 8 kilometers till he reaches the stage where he will be addressing a huge gathering in Belagavi district. And probably this is what we might get to see in the days to come ahead of elections in the state of Karnataka.
Tell us a little more, Sagai. What did Yediyurappa really say? We know that there was a lot of talk that BJP senior leaders were sidelining Yediyurappa. He was not invited for several key events in the state, and that sparked off a lot of rumors that the Lingayat strongman within the BJP is being ignored. That will be a death knell for the BJP in the upcoming elections. What did Yediyurappa say on that, on all that controversy that was brewing?
No, about that he has not spoken, but we have learned through our sources that B.S. Yediyurappa was unhappy, especially when Amit Shah was in Mandya, when Amit Shah was in several other programs. At that point of time, the government officials have clarified, stating that it was a government program and that is the reason he wasn't invited. But he was unhappy and he was even not invited for a BJP party program in Koppal district, and thereafter it was been pacified by the top leaders in BJP, and he went on a special flight with the MLC Ravi Kumar at that point of time, and he was a peacemaker between the party and B.S. Yediyurappa at that point of time. And now he seems to be all happy after Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited on his birthday to Shivamogga to inaugurate his dream project of one of the second largest airports in the state of Karnataka.
All right, tell us a little more about this airport. Tell us the developmental projects that the BJP has rolled out ahead of elections. Prime Minister Modi's roadshow here has attracted a lot of people there who are waving at him as he passes through the streets of Belagavi. Has the BJP really got, are they seeing the kind of support that they expected at this time in Belagavi?
Absolutely. Every single visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi or Home Minister Amit Shah, the BJP will try to get mileage out of these kind of rallies. And these roadshows are actually helping for them to get good numbers in the near future. And in fact, what we also get to learn through our sources from the BJP is that many places where they had very slim chances now after Prime Minister Modi's visit or Prime Minister Modi's roadshow is trying to get more votes and trying to galvanize more support for the BJP. So they are trying to organize these kind of roadshow which will help the party in days to come. And that is the reason they are organizing these kind of roadshows. And talking about the Shivamogga airport, remember this particular airport will connect a lot of places including Malnad region, Chikmagalur, Udupi, coastal Karnataka. And this will also increase the investment of investment in the state of Karnataka. Close to 450 crores which has been spent on this particular airport, which is also designed in form of lotus, which is also party symbol of BJP. And according to the civil aviation sources here in the state of Karnataka, they claim that this is second largest airport in the state after Bengaluru airport, and probably this might also get international approval after few years, according to the local administration in the civil aviation. So we need to wait and watch how it is going to help the BJP in the days to come once it has been functional in Shivamogga district.
Of course, and from what we know, Sagai, clarify for us, at this point, despite Belagavi being a BJP stronghold, we believe a lot of the BJP leaders or the local leadership itself is missing. I mean, starting with Suresh Agadi, who is the key Lingayat face, a leader there, former Belagavi MP, unfortunately died out of COVID-19 in 2020. You also have Ramesh Jarkioli, who was forced to resign as a minister amid this 2021 sex for job scandal. Their top leaders within the Belagavi region, BJP leaders, are right now missing in action, and that leaves a huge void in that region, which is why they're banking and relying yet again on Prime Minister Modi's popularity.
Absolutely. And Nabila, we have seen that Home Minister, when he was addressing a gathering in Bellary, had sought vote in the name of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and he has also sought vote in the name of B.S. Yediyurappa. And at that point of time, he probably, according to BJP leaders, he forgot the name of Basuraj Bommai. But the Congress has claimed that they don't want to go in the name of CM Basuraj Bommai because he is a face of corruption. And as you pointed out, that several leaders, including Ramesh Jarkioli and few others, are unhappy because they were not being inducted back in the party, including K.S. Yediyurappa. But he was present in Prime Minister Modi's program here in Shivamogga, but he is also trying to get a ticket for his son instead of him. And the sources close to BJP have clarified that K. Ishwarappa is fighting within the BJP to get a ticket for his sons more than him in the forthcoming assembly elections.
All right, and then you'll have another round of all kinds of controversies that will brew with the second round of leadership. Already enough and more allegations against the Congress for dynasty politics. If Ishwarappa projects his son, then that will be the same allegation level against the BJP leader as well. But do tell us a little more about the Belagavi region and why it's so significant. We saw that it becoming a hotbed of border politics in the recent past, regions of Belagavi which Maharashtra is claiming to be theirs. Tell us a little more on that and how important it is for BJP to regain power in this region.
See, Belagavi has one of the largest numbers of seats when it comes to Vidhana Sabha elections, and probably that is the reason after Bengaluru, a lot of leaders are heading towards the border district of Karnataka. And if you notice that Ramesh Jarkali and friends had decided and had changed the political scenario of the state of Karnataka when they turned course towards BJP. Initially, they were with Congress, and definitely Belagavi is an important political battle for BJP against Congress, and Congress is also trying their level best to increase their numbers in Belagavi. And Belagavi will be a center point of politics in the days to come when the elections are nearing.
Okay, I'm going to cut across to Mustafa Sheikh joining us live from that region. Mustafa, a lot of turmoil, tension right recently when there was the assembly session taking place in Belagavi itself, especially on the border politics. All right.
सर कुछ बताएंगे सर
All right, visuals of Manish Sisodia, Delhi Deputy Chief Minister, being taken into the Rouse Avenue court. These are live visuals coming in. At this point, all our reporters on ground tracking those developments. Manish Sisodia in that yellow shirt, he was just taken in to court, the Rouse Avenue court. It will be decided now whether the CBI will be able to get his custody and for how many days. Of course, Manish Sisodia and team now pushing for bail. On the grounds that Manish Sisodia's wife has been unwell, he's the only caretaker for her. But will the court really, on those grounds, grant bail to Manish Sisodia? That's the live visual there. Manish Sisodia in the yellow shirt being taken in by the police to the Rouse Avenue court.
सर कुछ बताएंगे सर
All right, Manish Sisodia there, who's just reached the Rouse Avenue court. In fact, Aam Aadmi Party netas, their members, supporters there in large numbers outside the Rouse Avenue court and different parts of Delhi protesting, calling this vendetta politics, accusing the BJP of trying to falsely implicate their tall neta like Manish Sisodia. These are the chants being made by the Aam Aadmi Party, but the CBI right now, going by the facts and figures and the investigative reports that they have now produced before court, will really push for Manish Sisodia's custody and for a few days, citing that Sisodia has been evasive on a lot of questions that were presented to him. And to many questions, Sisodia is said to have said, I don't know. This was Sisodia's reply to the investigative officers, as per our sources, that he's tried to feign ignorance on many key questions pertaining to his own role within the excise policy as the excise minister. Now, CBI hoping that they're going to get custody of Manish Sisodia for a little longer, at least for a good few days, as they want to investigate this case further. But Sisodia's team has pushed for bail, citing that Manish Sisodia's wife is unwell and he's the only caretaker. Pooja Shali, in fact, is right outside the Rouse Avenue court right now, and huge crowds there, Pooja, as Manish Sisodia has been brought in. We just hope that tempers are calm outside the Rouse Avenue court.
Well, Nabila, just a short while ago, Manish Sisodia was finally brought to the Rouse Avenue court. He's being produced presently. There are, of course, senior lawyers representing him. Then Krishnan is the senior most lawyer, also Manish Mathur and others. But here's what the Rouse Avenue court looks like. Take a look at how the strict security cordon is in place. Joint CP Paramaditya standing right now, that's leading the cordon here of the police. Special CP Dipendra Pathak also was just about here a short while ago. There are already PCR vehicles, and I want to just go close to show you the layers of security that has been done. This road has been completely blocked, Nabila. We'll give you a view to help you understand that there are buses also behind. The buses have been brought in. That specifically because there is a concern that there could be protests that are breaking out, and they want to ensure that the law and order situation does not arise. But throughout this area, there is going to be that we are ensuring. All right, I've been told to take a step back, so I will come back to this. But I can tell you, Nabila, what we wearing a yellow shirt, the same shirt that he was wearing yesterday when he brought out that show of strength and decided to then go for the CBI questioning. But he was sitting in the middle of the vehicle. Flanking both sides were, of course, cops and senior officers of the CBI. But there were at least 6 to 7 vehicles of the police squadron that were brought along with the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. As you can see already here, Delhi police officials ensuring that the area is completely cordoned off. This is one to ensure that the protests don't break out in this area like it did at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. And they will be here. It's not just the Delhi police, it's also the CRPF. All of this to ensure that the protesters don't get out. In fact, I want to add here that some of the Aam Aadmi Party workers were seen here around the court, but they were immediately told to cordon off from the area. Nabila, back to you.
Right, of course, the police very well prepared, knowing the kind of popularity that the Aam Aadmi Party has in the state of Delhi. They've come back to power for the third time around. An integral part of that was Manish Sisodia. He really was the man behind bringing the AAP to power in the national capital for the third time around, known as literally the right-hand man of Arvind Kejriwal. It's come as a huge blow to the real premise of the Aam Aadmi Party itself, which was born on the basis of being the anti-corruption crusader. So Manish Sisodia's arrest by the CBI, it comes as a huge blow to the image of the Aam Aadmi Party, as it really wants or intends to make its way into different parts of the country, not just the national capital and Punjab. After Punjab's success, it appears that they really had big boost to and confidence to contest in several other different states, including that of Gujarat. They in fact are contending to even contest from Karnataka, a poll-bound state, even Rajasthan for that matter, northeastern states as well. But here, Manish Sisodia's arrest will come as a huge setback for the AAP and will dent their morale at this point, undoubtedly. How far are these allegations true? At this point, Pooja, we know that the AAP has been claiming that these are all fake allegations, it's a fake, false case. But at the end of it, you have the CBI coming out with a detailed report on the points that Manish Sisodia has been evasive.
सर कुछ बताएंगे सर कुछ बताएंगे सर
Manish, would you like to say something, Manish? You have been arrested and there's a massive protest which is also going on. Manish, you would like to say something?
All right, those were the live visuals coming in. Reporters, of course, asking Manish Sisodia if he had comments to make. He's quiet. His mum does not want to speak a word at this point. But even before his arrest, Manish Sisodia had almost hinted at the fact that he knows he's going to be arrested in this case. He even declared it to the media time and again that they are coming after me. They have absolutely no evidence, but I know they're going to come and arrest me. And that's precisely what's happened. But is it true that the case is false? We have Munish Pandey, our correspondent, tracking the central agencies there. Munish, you have Aam Aadmi Party netas right from day one when this investigation was launched by the central agencies, claiming that the new Manish Sisodia will be arrested one day. That this is going to be inevitable. What made them so sure?
Well, Nabila, not recent, but from last 4 months. Remember, from the time when Gujarat elections were happening, right from Arvind Kejriwal to Manish Sisodia to other senior leaders of Aam Aadmi Party, they were claiming that Manish Sisodia will be arrested very soon. He'll be arrested in the next 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. And again, when he was summoned to appear before the agency, the Aam Aadmi Party leaders started saying that he will be arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation. So for Aam Aadmi Party, it was a political case. For the Central Bureau of Investigation, it is a case which is
about the criminal conspiracy and a corruption case. As far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, their strategy is very clear, that they are going to fight this case politically, and they will also take political mileage out of this case. And that is why we have seen that since the time the CBI started their investigation, they have not only blamed the LG of Delhi, but also the Bharatiya Janata Party, the senior leaders of Bharatiya Janata Party, and to an extent, they have also given slogans against the Prime Minister, that is Mr. Narendra Modi. So as far as, Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, their strategy is very clear, that in the public, they want to give a message that this is a political case, and out of political vendetta, the CBI is acting on behest of Bharatiya Janata Party. But as far as BJP is concerned, they are claiming that there is a corruption which has happened in the national capital. Manish Sisodia was involved in it. They are also giving the indication that Arvind KEJRIWAL was also aware of it. But as far as the main investigative agency is concerned, that is Central Bureau of Investigation, they are claiming that they started building the case based on the evidence, and based on evidence, they decided to arrest Manish Sisodia. Any moment from now, the hearing will start, and then we will see the legal battle between the CBI's legal team and the legal team of Manish Sisodia.
Right now, Sisodia has been taken inside the Rouse Avenue court, but right when he was on his way, reporters are asking questions. Listen in.
So, Manish, would you like to say something, Manish? You have been arrested and there's a massive protest which is also going on. Manish, you would like to say something? Manish, would you like to say something, Manish? You have been arrested and there's a massive protest which is also going on. Manish, you would like to say something?
There, not responding to the questions being asked. He's right now in the Rouse Avenue court. He's, of course, the CBI asking for at least 15 days custody. We have Manish Pandey who is tracking those developments. Manish, we believe that the court hearing has begun. Would you be able to tell us what exactly is being presented by the CBI today as they push for 15-day custody of Manish Sisodia?
The CBI is asking for the maximum custody of Mr. Manish Sisodia, the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister. As far as the CBI is concerned, the remand copy will be served before the court, and the remand copy will be mentioning the reasons because of which the CBI decided to arrest him and why they need custodial interrogation. Two very clear grounds are the non-cooperation by Mr. Manish Sisodia during the questioning, and also he was evasive when he was asked about the excise policy. Apart from that, the third and important ground is going to be the destruction of evidence, because remember, he has been arrested under Section 120B, that is criminal conspiracy, Section 477A, that is defraud, and under Prevention of Corruption Act. Now, destruction of evidence is something which is considered as a part of criminal conspiracy, that is Section 120B of Indian Penal Code, and based on these grounds, they will be asking for custodial interrogation, and in layman language, they will be asking for the custody of Manish Sisodia.
Right, and we hear that while the CBI is presenting its case in court, they've also spoken particularly on one point on how Manish Sisodia is said to have allegedly changed his mobile phones as the CBI. And I should remind my viewers here that the hearing in court has just begun, with the CBI counsel now presenting all that it has in its report to gain 14-day custody of Manish Sisodia. And in the first, they've claimed that Manish Sisodia has arbitrarily changed the rules. He has changed his mobile phones, and they're reading out the applications there before court. In fact, while the counsel they're presenting its argument there, speaking on the policy margin that was allegedly enhanced, the eligibility criteria itself of the tender was completely changed. And here the CBI presenting before court, if at all the liquor policy was so fine, if it was absolutely correct, then they should have gone ahead with it. What was the reason for Manish Sisodia to have scrapped it, for the Delhi government to have withdrawn the liquor policy entirely, which of course naturally raises questions on the way it was framed. Certainly raises questions on whether there was intention malicious intention before framing that policy with an intention to gain kickbacks from these liquor licenses. I'm going to cut across to Pooja Shali as well, who's right outside the Rouse Avenue Court. Pooja, the hearing has begun and the CBI is quite stern when it presents its arguments, claiming that it wants 14-day custody of Manish Sisodia, and point by point speaks of how Manish Sisodia allegedly changed his phone numbers repeatedly and arbitrarily changed the rules and guidelines and framework of the liquor policy without actually getting it approved from competent authorities. And this is why he should be right now in custody to investigate further.
Well, first, Nabila, senior advocates Dayan Krishnan, Siddharth Agarwal, Mohit Mathur are representing Manish Sisodia, and one of the reasons they want a bail early is because of they are quoting the health of the wife. That will be one of the reasons that they could likely be telling the court. But the CBI is very clear. The CBI says it's not just about him being unclear or not giving exact responses, clear responses, because most of the replies were, I do not know. But there have been digital evidence that according to the Central Bureau of Investigation, they have been able to brought out. These are files that were allegedly deleted and have been retrieved by the CBI. This, remember, is also where the ED has been tracking this case. But the CBI wants an extended custody because they are saying it's not just about that they were not convinced with the 8 hours of questioning. It is way beyond that. There was clear evidence that they have been able to put forth to which they did not get clear answers, and they want custody on that. So the CBI is very clear. Now, I want you to understand the procedure also here. Usually, the police custody is about for 14-15 days. Now, this time, while Sisodia's lawyers will want an early bail, the CBI is likely to push for at least few days of custody. Even if 14 days is not an option, at least a few days, as much as they can, they are likely to push for it. Depending on what the court says and depending on the reasons or the seriousness of this case right now, there could be trouble brewing for Manish Sisodia. But the bigger question is this trouble only for those few days when the CBI gets his custody, or is it just the starting of a trouble? Because yes, the CBI has to eventually prove these are very serious charges. They have arrested a serving minister.
As the arguments right now are presented before court, I'm going to cut across to Nalini, who's been tracking court for us. Nalini, a quick word from you. We believe that Manish Sisodia's team has also jumped in, pushing for bail, and also citing Vijay Nair there, saying that he's been given bail in the CBI case, and on basis of which Manish Sisodia also seeking bail. He's quoted his wife's illness as a reason to why he should be let off on bail here. How likely is it that the court will concede?
Well, Nabila, these are some strong medical grounds to seek interim bail, and that's what Manish Sisodia is doing. He's saying that his wife's health is not well, and on that basis, he's seeking interim bail. But remember, it's very important to point out that this is the first time that Manish Sisodia is being produced after he was arrested by the CBI yesterday, and the CBI has given reasons for exactly why they want their custody before the Rouse Avenue Court, but they've said that Manish Sisodia has been evasive during the questioning, even though he's been duly appearing before the CBI, does not mean he's been cooperating with the investigation, and that they need to conduct custodial interrogation of Manish Sisodia to get to the further details. They've also gone ahead and said that Manish Sisodia has changed his mobile phones in the past some time, because of which they've not been able to trace the exact data of what had gone on, and the digital evidence that they've relied on has been captured from the digital devices that were seized during the raids at Manish Sisodia's home as well as office. And what they're saying is that they require at least 5 days of custodial interrogation. Remember, 14 days is the maximum police custody that the CBI can ask for at this point, but they've decided to go with 5 days so that after the 5 days they can build a stronger case from whatever they interrogate through Manish Sisodia during these 5 days.
So let me clarify for us, if the CBI is seeking 14-day custody, or are they seeking 5-day custody?
Nabila, CBI can maximum seek 14 days custody. He can, for the maximum amount of time, be in custody for 14 days. But for now, they've only sought 5 days custody. Right. So if this 5 days custody is granted, and once this 5 days custody expires, they'll be able to get only 9 more days custody, is essentially what I'm trying to say over here. More than 14 days custody cannot be granted to any police agency. He will have to either be released on bail or sent to judicial custody once this 14-day time period is over. And this is the reason why this custody is so crucial for the CBI, because they have only a limited amount of time to try and extract as much information as possible from Manish Sisodia. Now, the main crux of the CBI's case is regarding the drafting of this excise policy. And what they're trying to find out from Manish Sisodia is how changes were brought about in this excise policy and how certain contentious provisions were brought in that were not part of the first original draft but were later brought in as part of the final draft. What they're also trying to ascertain is that if these provisions were brought in from some external source, from somebody who was outside the excise department, likely somebody who was later on a beneficiary of these same contentious provisions and the kickbacks that were received in lieu of that. So keeping this in mind, the CBI is going to go into the further details of this case. They've not been able to recover a lot of digital evidence regarding exactly how this draft came into being, how it went on from the first draft and how the final draft was then created, which is why they've called in Manish Sisodia. They've arrested him and they now want to conduct custodial interrogation to find out who exactly was responsible for these clauses being brought in into the final draft, which eventually benefited several businessmen who allegedly also gave kickbacks to the Aam Aadmi Party in this entire
The allegations are certainly huge, and of course the CBI has found out a lot of irregularities in the case, but really no one to take accountability on the same. Nalini, stay with us. I'm cutting across to Pooja on that. Pooja, the level of allegations, the number of allegations leveled against the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi for framing this liquor policy arbitrarily in such a way where they receive kickbacks and commissions post the tender being allotted. All the other accused in the case who've been arrested, all of them have maintained before the CBI that it was on Manish Sisodia's behest that we have acted. We have acted on the orders of the Deputy Chief Minister, Manish Sisodia. But while the same questions were presented to Sisodia during interrogation, even yesterday, we believe that he said, I don't know, to most of the questions that were presented before him.
This is getting very interesting, Nabila, because what Manish Sisodia's lawyers are saying is that how can this be a ground of remand custody, that because Manish Sisodia did not confess or did not say what the CBI officers wanted to say, so let's go and get him arrested and want extended custody. They are hitting back at the CBI very clearly, and I want to quote what the lawyers have said, that they are saying that he's concealing.
All right, we're going to try and patch Pooja's connection there, but one should know that right now in court, the CBI, of course, they're pushing for at least 5-day custody of Manish Sisodia, claiming that he's been very evasive on the number of questions that were presented to him. He's not been answering properly. We want to conduct further investigation, and we are worried that if Manish Sisodia is not in custody, he could be well enough in the power to try and tamper with evidence. This is more or less the argument that the CBI has in court. But at the same time, Sisodia's team, they're pressing for bail on the grounds that Manish Sisodia's wife is ill and he's the only caretaker. And on these grounds, will the court really grant him bail? That remains to be seen, and every update in court there being tracked by Nalini, who's joining us on that. Nalini, a quick word. As I see here, the CBI almost arguing that if Manish Sisodia is let off and if we are not given custody, it's going to be very difficult for us to investigate the matter. He may be in power to tamper with evidence. That's more or less their line of argument. But at the same time, Manish Sisodia seems to have a strong case. His wife is ill, and that could be considered before court. And they're also sort of referring to Vijay Nair being given bail in the same case. So why not Sisodia?
Yes, absolutely, Nabila. But remember, Vijay Nair also had to spend certain amount of time in CBI custody before he was granted bail in this entire case. And at the same time, another thing we need to remember is that this might just be the starting point of the trouble for Manish Sisodia, because even if things work out in his favor and he somehow manages to, if not today, eventually get bail from the special CBI court, there is also the Enforcement Directorate that is also investigating this entire case, which has very strong likelihood likelihood of jumping in and seeking Manish Sisodia's custody as soon as either he is released on bail or sent to judicial custody. Of course, we are not speculating at that point anytime soon, but at the same time, this could be a possibility that trouble might be mounting even further for Manish Sisodia in the coming days. Because remember, and why I say trouble will be mounting, Nabila, is because in case Enforcement Directorate moves in to arrest him, then he is going to be charged with sections under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, where getting bail is an uphill battle, because the burden of proof under the PMLA then falls on the accused, which will be Manish Sisodia in this case, to prove his innocence to even get bail. But in the CBI case, let's keep it restricted to that for now. He's been charged under Section 7 of the Prevention of Corruption Act, which basically talks about taking illegal gratification except for the salary that you get from the government. So it is this illegal gratification that they're talking about in the excise policy case, saying that it was Manish Sisodia who was responsible for tweaking certain provisions of the entire excise policy in the final draft so that the excise policy could benefit certain companies and certain businessmen, who then in turn gave kickbacks to the tune of hundreds of crores to the Aam Aadmi Party and Manish Sisodia specifically. Now, it's the top echelons of the Aam Aadmi Party that are right under the scanner in this entire case. Not just Manish Sisodia, but also several other leaders. There's a possibility that Satyendra Jain can also be roped in because he has been questioned with regard to the excise policy scam as well. So it's a big battle that lies ahead, not just for Manish Sisodia, but also for the Aam Aadmi
for a moment. Here you have big updates coming in while Manish Sisodia's team there trying to argue that Manish Sisodia is being forced to admit to a crime which he hasn't done. Now, I can't be reprimanded for not confessing to a crime. I'm not at fault, but I'm being forced and pushed to admit to something I haven't done. And this can't be the grounds and basis of which I should be arrested.
Well, yes, Nabila, essentially what Manish Sisodia is saying is that he has a right against self-incrimination, which means that the CBI cannot call him for questioning and then ask him to confess about the crimes that he has committed. There is no burden on him to go ahead and confess of any crime that he has done. He is simply required to answer the questions that have been put forth by the CBI. But at the same time, the CBI is saying that Manish Sisodia has not been forthcoming with the answers that they've asked, specifically regarding these certain contentious provisions and how they were brought into the entire excise policy that was under the department that Manish Sisodia himself was heading. What is the CBI relying on to make their case, Nabila? That is the main question. And they are relying on a statement of one excise department official, who has said that Manish Sisodia himself personally was involved in the drafting and the framing of this entire excise policy. In fact, if you look back at the press release that was issued by the CBI just minutes after Manish Sisodia was arrested yesterday, that also talks about irregularities in the drafting and the implementation of the excise policy that was drafted under Manish Sisodia's leadership. So his role in this entire case is extremely crucial, because it was his department that was heading it and everything was signed off by Manish Sisodia himself. So for him to come out and give some direct answers is extremely important at this point for the CBI, which is why they've moved in to arrest him after just 2 times of questioning him. Because first he was questioned in October, then again he was called during the budget time when he had expressed his inability to come because he was busy with the budget preparation, and then yesterday again after being questioned for almost 7 to 8 hours, the CBI took him into custody and they have now officially arrested him and produced him before the special CBI court at Rouse Avenue. What they're essentially saying is that he's not
Manish Sisodia's team saying if I'm not confessing, that does not make me guilty. In that case, every criminal will have the same modus operandi in court. They will keep mum on the allegations leveled against them. Questions will be asked, they say I don't know. And to that extent, then the cops or the central agencies can never be able to investigate or arrest anyone for that matter. When he says that I have not admitted to a crime which I haven't done, that does not call for my remand. I should be let off. Now, does that even hold good in a court of law, that argument?
Well, Nabila, what we need to understand is that both the investigating agency, which is the CBI over here, and the accused, Manish Sisodia, both of them have rights and duties that they duly have to fulfill. So, although Manish Sisodia is absolutely right when he says that he has a right against self-incrimination, and there is absolutely no reason why he should be asked to confess anything before the CBI, but at the same time, it is also the CBI's job to investigate this case. They cannot just ask Manish Sisodia to appear before them and expect him to give direct answers according to their wishes, exactly in the words that they wish. Because Manish Sisodia, of course, is going to try and make out a strong defense for himself. He's not going to bend over backwards to allow the CBI to take him into custody. So keeping that in mind, the CBI also has a very crucial role to play on how they investigate the case. That is why they've relied on not just statements from Manish Sisodia, but also statements from the Excise Department officials. They've also seized his digital devices through which they've gathered the digital evidence of exactly what was happening in the office at the time when this excise policy was being drafted. Now, through these digital devices and through the digital recovery of evidence, they're trying to ascertain who exactly was responsible for these changes that were brought in into the excise policy, because Manish Sisodia himself has not been forthcoming with the answers. So it is although right for the CBI to say that Manish Sisodia might not be cooperating and they might have a better chance at trying to get some answers out of him if they have custodial interrogation, but the CBI is also bound by a time limit. They will have to not only prove a strong case before the court for why they want the 5 days of police custody, but also if they hope to get any further custody at the end of these 5 days, then these 5 days they will have to really dig in deep and get out some crucial details against Manish Sisodia and his involvement in the excise policy scam to be able to make a strong, waterproof, watertight case against Manish Sisodia before the court of law. Because all the political posturing and all the things said by the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party outside the court of law are completely different. But before the court of law, only the facts and what the CBI can present as evidence is something that is going to hold ground. So if they're just making a case out of thin air, then of course it's not going to hold any water. They will have to bring forth some solid proof, some solid evidence to keep Manish Sisodia in custody if they want to. Now, they've asked for 5 days custody. It remains to be seen how much the judge is agreeing to at the end of the day, because Manish Sisodia is also asking for interim bail at the same time, saying his wife is not well, there are medical grounds under which she needs treatment, and which is why he needs to be with her and should be allowed out on bail. Another important thing that Manish Sisodia's legal team has said is that Manish Sisodia, every single time that he's been called by the agency, has duly appeared, and the one time that he has not been able to appear, he's communicated to them the reasons for why he's not been able to appear, and he's asked them to schedule another date, after which the interrogation had happened yesterday. So there is no question of Manish Sisodia evading arrest or evading questioning in any way. So he's been cooperating, and due to that, he should be released on interim bail is what his legal team is saying.
Stay with us, Nalini. Pooja also joining us right outside the Rouse Avenue Court. Pooja, give us a little background on Manish Sisodia's bail plea and the argument before the court by his counsel, saying that his wife is seriously ill and he's the only caretaker. Tell us a little more. Even yesterday, the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind KEJRIWal himself, right after the arrest, came out in a press conference and really sympathetically spoke about Manish Sisodia's wife being critically ill and that his son is currently abroad. There's really nobody to take care of his wife, and of course Aam Aadmi Party netas are all going to be looking out for her, but this is a tragic situation. Tell us a little more about Manish Sisodia, his family at this point. What do we know about his wife's health status?
This is getting very interesting now. This is getting very interesting at the revenue. The details that we are getting from the Rouse Avenue Court from inside is very interesting. How Senior Advocate Dayan Krishnan has actually quoted the High Court rules, and he has quoting those rules says, how is this really a case for remand? Very clearly that the senior advocate is saying that simply because Manish Sisodia did not confess to what the CBI wanted him to say. CBI wanted him to confess to a certain case that does not exist, according to senior advocate Dayan Krishnan representing Manish Sisodia. So you arrest him and ask for an extended remand. They're actually hitting back at the Central Bureau of Investigation. And I quote what the senior advocate Dayan Krishnan has said, that not disclosing correct facts cannot be a reason. There's right to self-incrimination. Just because one didn't confess doesn't mean he did not cooperate. He did cooperate. He was called. He attended the questioning that went on for 8 hours. Delhi High Court rules say exactly the same things. How can possibly remand be done in these cases? And it can be granted only when it is absolutely necessary. So yes, of course, there were personal issues that Manish Sisodia's lawyers were likely to refer to, but they are hitting directly at the CBI, saying the only reason CBI is doing this is because Manish Sisodia did not confess exactly what they wanted to. Now, of course, like you have been also asking earlier, that it does not really work like this, that a confession comes in and only then an investigative agency asks for any sort of extended remand. But I can tell you this, the CBI counsel have said, that it's not just about the confession. What we are saying is we are bringing to you evidence. One of the investigations that we have done in this case shows that a policy margin, the liquor policy margin, was extended. It was given to players who were not part of it earlier. Specifically, the eligibility criteria was changed. Eligibility criteria about what sort of private players can be brought in to be a part of this excise policy that started in November 2021. By September 22, had to be slashed, had to be pushed back. One of the reasons was because the irregularities had been exposed and surfaced. Now, Aam Aadmi Party says there's been nothing irregular. There's no illegal funding involved. But the CBI says they've managed a chain trail and have retrieved some deleted files. But the CBI counsel says there's absolutely no case that stands here. They wanted him to confess. He didn't confess because there's no crime. And now they want a remand over that. Nabila.
Of course, these are several aspects that the court will be looking into, and of course the severity of the case. Nalini, at this point, what category does this case really fall under? How serious is the offence? We don't know if Manish Sisodia is in prison. If at all he's implicated in this case and charge sheeted, then he might just be in prison for the long haul. If he's in prison for up to 2 years, he loses out on his assembly seat. He won't be able to contest for the next 6 years. So these are the political implications on Manish Sisodia. But how serious is this crime, and what level does it come under, where which will prevent him from even getting bail at this point?
Well, Nabila, it might still be a little bit easier for him as long as it's just the CBI and he is being charged under the Prevention of Corruption Act, because essentially over here the burden is going to be on the CBI to prove that there is even a little bit of a case against Manish Sisodia to keep him in custody. So they are the ones who will be under pressure before the court to bring forth facts, to bring forth evidence and make a strong case. But once the Enforcement Directorate is brought in and once the money laundering charges come, if ever, on Manish Sisodia. Remember, he's already named in the ED FIR. So once the money laundering charges are brought in, then it's going to be a really uphill battle for Manish Sisodia. Because under the PMLA, the burden of proof will not be on the agency anymore, but rather be on the accused, which will be Manish Sisodia, to prove his innocence, even just to get something as simple as bail. So that's essentially why you see that a lot of political leaders who have been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate continue to be in jail for much longer than those that have been arrested by the CBI. So the likes of Nawab Malik, the likes of Anil Deshmukh, all of these people have been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate for money laundering, and it's becoming very difficult for them to get bail, more so in the light of the recent judgment of the Supreme Court that had upheld the powers of the Enforcement Directorate to make such arrests, to conduct such investigations and to continue holding these people in custody without any option of them getting bail until and unless they go ahead and prove their innocence before the court of law. So the burden of proof is going to be on Manish Sisodia then. This is by no means the end of the road for Manish Sisodia's troubles. This is just the beginning, if we can say that, because it's the first time that he's being produced, and this, trust me, this won't be the last time. We'll be seeing this repeat multiple times happening over and over again, first with the CBI and then after that most likely with the Enforcement Directorate as well, because they're not going to miss out on this opportunity to keep him under that pressure environment so that he is bound to give forth some sort of details to these investigating agencies, something that can give them a lead for further investigation and to link the entire chain of events. But at the same time, right now the burden of proof is very much on the CBI, which is why they're trying to make out a case. The judge has specifically asked the CBI, what are your specific allegations against Manish Sisodia? Don't talk about the Aam Aadmi Party, don't talk about his position as the Delhi Deputy CM or the number 2 in the Aam Aadmi Party. Talk about the specific allegations regarding the excise policy scam against Manish Sisodia. And what they are saying is that Manish Sisodia has not been cooperative when it comes to the drafting of the excise policy.
मोदी जी को लगता है कि वो किसी को भी जेल में डाल देंगे, उनको लगता है कि वो बिना किसी सबूत के साथ किसी को अंदर डाल देंगे, कोई आवाज भी नहीं उठा सकता। आज पार्टी ऑफिस के अंदर घुस रहे हैं, पार्टी ऑफिस के अंदर घुसकर लोगों को अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं, ये कैसी तानाशाही है। आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता शांति से बैठे हुए थे, पुलिस वाले आके उन्हें घसीट के लेके जा रहे हैं।
5 दिन की कस्टडी में रखा जाएगा, बस पर क्या कहना होगा आपका?
देखिए, हम पहले दिन से जब तक मनीष सिसोदिया जी जेल में हैं, हमारा प्रोटेस्ट जारी रहेगा। हम लड़ते रहेंगे, हम संघर्ष करते रहेंगे, और ना सिर्फ हम लड़ेंगे, इस शहर का हर इंसान लड़ेगा, इस देश का हर इंसान लड़ेगा, इस तानाशाही के खिलाफ लड़ेगा। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ये पता होना चाहिए कि जो 26 फरवरी 2023 जिस दिन उन्होंने मनीष सिसोदिया जी को गिरफ्तार किया है, वो दिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अंत की शुरुआत है।
The senior leader within the Aam Aadmi Party, even now at this point, stressing that without any proof they've arrested our leader. This is vendetta politics. This is political pressure out of which the central agencies are acting. And this is precisely the chant right from day one when the investigation into the liquor policy alleged scam was initiated by the central agencies. The AAP has been saying the same, stressing on the same, even on a day when Manish Sisodia is currently in court. But this was an all-offensive campaign that was expected of the Aam Aadmi Party, and knowing their true nature, as expected, they're out on the streets calling this a black day, creating this huge showdown all across the national capital, almost with the police now keeping Delhi on high alert. You have police security forces in most parts of the national capital, Delhi, hoping to avoid any untoward incident. Pooja, on that note, as we see Manish Sisodia, Arvind Kejriwal's right-hand man who's currently in court, where he could likely be in custody of the CBI for a little long, will then the central agencies be knocking at the door of the Chief Minister himself, Arvind Kejriwal? Because it's a natural question or something to ponder on. If it's Manish Sisodia now, will it be Arvind Kejriwal next?
सिपाही आम आदमी पार्टी के दफ्तर में घुसकर हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं को उठा के जेल में भेज रहे हैं, ये तो गलत है। जब हम आपको कोई परेशान नहीं कर रहे, हम आपको कुछ कह नहीं रहे, तो किस कानून की धारा के तहत आप हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं को गिरफ्तार कर सकते हैं? हम सड़क पे तो नहीं खड़े, हम अपने ऑफिस के अंदर खड़े हैं। ये गलत है, ये नहीं चलेगा। बिना बात कोई बात नहीं हो रही है, कोई लेना देना नहीं है, सिर्फ एक तानाशाही है। केंद्र सरकार की तानाशाही के तहत जो इस तरीके से गिरफ्तारी की जा रही है। अभी कोर्ट ने ऑर्डर रिजर्व किया है, हम इंतजार कर रहे हैं ऑर्डर का। चलेगा, अभी हम यही हैं।
Right, Aam Aadmi Party netas there constantly chanting the same slogan that this is intimidation tactics, this is the way to twist the opposition, this is tanashahi, nothing but dictatorship. You have the Aam Aadmi Party saying this right from the start, even till today, maintaining the same tone that this is the BJP trying to control the central agencies, and central agencies there implicating any threat that comes in the way of the BJP. And you see Atishi, you see Saurabh Bharadwaj, senior leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party there in an all-out protest, condemning this arrest of Manish Sisodia, calling him innocent. Now, even before the CBI could complete its investigation in the case, you have the Aam Aadmi Party saying that he is innocent, he's being targeted. How fair is that? Pooja Shali also stays with us on that. Pooja, my question to you earlier was, if it's Manish Sisodia now, will it be Arvind Kejriwal next? And shouldn't the Aam Aadmi Party and its supporters at this point have a little patience, have some faith in the central agencies to allow them to do their duty? They are investigating and probing corruption. All of us want a corrupt-free country, at least corrupt-free politicians. Should they not wait until the investigation is over before they kick up a storm?
Interesting questions you've asked, Nabila. So your first question that what about Kejriwal now? Could the agencies be landing at his door? For now, he could be in the clear because Arvind Kejriwal holds no portfolio in the Delhi government of the Aam Aadmi Party. The maximum portfolios were held by Manish Sisodia, Satyendra Jain. Two serving ministers currently have been taken into arrest on different charges. But also now, of course, those portfolios will go to other ministers. Whether Arvind Kejriwal takes some of those crucial portfolios, that remains to be seen. But for now, he does not have any direct profile that perhaps any agency can trace to and say he's also been indulging in corrupt practices. But Aam Aadmi Party, of course, has been stating because Arvind Kejriwal is the main challenger to the Bharatiya Janata Party and to Narendra Modi for 2024. That's why the agencies have been rushed against him, and this is they are calling a political vendetta. But coming to another question about the protest, Aam Aadmi Party, since I've covered from day one, since the Anna Andolan, banks on creating a show of strength, creating a showdown when they are in the dock. They are not a party or its workers to sit in the back, be defensive, or perhaps wait for any conclusion. They'll be right at the forefront.
I'm going to cut across to Amit Bharadwaj, our correspondent, right inside the Aam Aadmi Party office, where we believe a showdown has occurred. You have Amit tracking those images for us. Let me cut across. Through those images, we see the chants there. BJP Murdabad, Tanashahi Murdabad. This is the taunt that AAP has been giving from day one. What's new?
Well, Nabila, the action that is happening in the AAP office is because there are allegations that Delhi police officials tried to enter the Aam Aadmi Party national headquarters, and after that, all these AAP workers have assembled and are raising slogans against Delhi police. I'm joined by Saurabh Bharadwaj right now. Was there an attempt to enter the AAP office by Delhi police?
I think it is very shameful. This is so unfortunate. This is totally illegal. We are sitting within the premises of the Aam Aadmi Party office. This is our legitimate office. Our volunteers are sitting here, and the Delhi police entered this office and tried to pick up our volunteers and put them under the jail.
Were volunteers detained from the party office?
Look, there are almost hundreds of volunteers who have been taken away from our party office, and they have been taken to the police station in Ashok Vihar, Fatehpur Beri, different parts of Delhi.
This new bawal which started, was it because the Delhi police entered the party headquarters?
Yes, without any provocation, without any reason, Delhi police with hundreds of policemen and rapid action force barged into our office, and they tried to just, take away our volunteers. This is unheard of.
So, Nabila, you just heard Saurabh Bharadwaj saying that, Delhi police tried to barge inside the national headquarters of the Aam Aadmi Party, and right after that, this bawal had started in the national headquarters of the Aam Aadmi Party. Atishi is also joining us right here. So, you could see, you have Adil Khan, Atishi, Saurabh Bharadwaj, all the Aam Aadmi Party senior leaders who have come in front in order to protect the party workers. This hangama that you are seeing unfolding at the party office is because there was an attempt by Delhi police jawans to enter. That's what in the party headquarters. That's what the Aam Aadmi Party leaders are claiming. Nabila, the fact is that all these workers were silently protesting inside the national headquarters of Aam Aadmi Party, but suddenly the ruckus and hangama started. When we came here, we realized that there was an attempt possibly to enter the Aam Aadmi Party office. That's what Aam Aadmi Party leaders are saying. You just heard Saurabh Bharadwaj saying that this is unprecedented action which took place. And now, because of this, you have angry Aam Aadmi Party workers and senior leaders of the party protesting at the national headquarters of the Aam Aadmi Party. And remember, a few meters from here is the Rouse Avenue Court, where Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia was produced in the excise policy case. So clearly, the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg has been converted into a war path of sorts today, where you had for at least 2 to 3 hours Aam Aadmi Party workers protesting, getting detained, trying to break the barricades, and after that a peaceful protest was taking place at the party Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. And a few minutes back there was an attempt
as being claimed by AAP leaders, senior leaders, the Delhi police tried to barge in order to detain the AAP workers, and that's when this hangama, this bawal started. Back to you, Nabila.
You know, at this point, it's unlikely that this kind of pressure and pile up by the Aam Aadmi Party netas will really have any significance on the court's order or its verdict now. Do we have Nalini still with us? If I could go over to Nalini. Nalini, this kind of pressure that we see mounting by the Aam Aadmi Party, where they're really trying to unleash this narrative saying that Manish Sisodia is innocent, he's being targeted, this is vindictive, etc. Central agencies are used by the BJP to try and intimidate them. Will this hold any bearing in courts' views as arguments are presented by the CBI? Will they look at this as a threat at all, that Manish Sisodia going in or being arrested will cause law and order and therefore he should be granted bail?
Well, Nabila, one important thing to remember is that any sort of political argument is going to hold any ground with the court of law. The special CBI judge M.K. Nagpal, who is hearing the case, has clarified right at the very beginning that he wants to know about the specific allegations regarding the Delhi excise policy scam against Manish Sisodia, under what grounds Manish Sisodia has been arrested. Now, what Manish Sisodia's team is claiming is that just because Manish Sisodia is not giving the answers that CBI wants to hear does not mean that he is not being cooperative in this entire case, because that is the main allegation that is being levelled by the CBI. That is the main ground under which that they've arrested him, saying that he is not cooperating and he is not giving us the direct answers. But Manish Sisodia's legal team's justification and defense for that is that not giving the answers that the CBI wants does not mean that he is not cooperating. He is duly appeared. He's sitting there for as long as they want. He's allowed them to question him as strenuously and as strictly as they want, and at the same time Manish Sisodia has been fully cooperative. He's allowed them inside his home, inside his offices, whatever digital devices that they were asked for, he's handed it over to them. He's allowed them to go through his digital devices. After this, the CBI to come forth and say that he's not being cooperative only means that the CBI is not getting what they want to hear, and it is on the basis of that they are saying that. But at the same time, another very important thing that the CBI is saying is that Manish Sisodia might have the possibility of tampering with evidence in this case, because he is at such a high position within the Delhi government that he might have access to certain documents that the CBI has still not seized, because of which there is a possibility of evidence being tampered. Now, that is a very strong ground for the court to go ahead and grant custody of any accused, because evidence tampering is something that the court will look at very, very seriously. So if the CBI is able to make out even a weak case on evidence tampering, there is a possibility that the court might give at least few days of custodial remand to the CBI so that they can interrogate him further and get to the bottom of some things. But at the end of that custody, the CBI will have to come forth with some concrete evidence against Manish Sisodia and bring facts to the court on what they have really investigated during this time that they had Manish Sisodia's custody for. Now, they've asked for 5 days of custody. It might not be possible that the court will allow 5 days itself. They might allow for 3 or 4 days. It remains to be seen exactly how things pan out, because both the sides are leaving no stone unturned in putting forth their case, where Manish Sisodia is also being battled by legally.
I'd like to ask you here, Nalini, a quick word from you. We believe that that Manish Sisodia's counsel, as they're arguing in court for his bail, have presented this point that it's a state subject. Excise liquor policy, of course, is a state subject, and this was presented before the Delhi LG for his recommendation and suggestions as well. It's not been implemented. It was scrapped, but it was certainly put forth by the Delhi government to ensure responses from all quarters, at least all stakeholders. So where was Manish Sisodia or the leadership wrong?
Yeah. That's exactly, Nabila, that's precisely what Manish Sisodia's lawyers are arguing, because they are saying that this is a draft that was presented before the LG's office and it was signed off by the constitutional authority himself, who did not at that time point out any changes that he would like to make to this policy. But at the same time, Nabila, another thing that we have to remember is that only the final draft would have been placed before the LG's office, the final draft of the liquor policy would have been placed before the LG's office for his approval. What the CBI instead has done is that the CBI has gone back to the first draft that was originally created for this excise policy, and they've tried to locate the differences between what was the first draft and what was the final draft and what was the final outcome of this liquor policy. And what they've seen is that there are certain very contentious provisions that were part of the final draft but were not part of the original draft. Now that original draft might not have gone to the LG at all. So he would not possibly had the foresight to see that there is a significant difference in what was initially discussed and what was ultimately the outcome, which the CBI has been able to point out. And it is on the basis of this that the CBI has arrested him under Section 7 of the Prevention of Corruption Act. Now what they are trying to pinpoint, and the reason why they want his custody, is they're trying to get to the bottom of the fact of who exactly was responsible for these changes that were brought into this draft policy. Now, of course, they've gone to Manish Sisodia directly because he was the head of the department, of the excise department at that time, and he was the one who was in the know-how of all of the things that were happening regarding the excise policy, and also the person who was signing off on this excise policy. So there is no way that any changes could have been brought to it without Manish Sisodia being informed about it. Now, whether Manish Sisodia was just informed or whether he was the mastermind behind these changes that were brought into this draft policy,
that has to
is
be
what the CBI
established,
is
of
trying
course.
to assert.
Nalini, stay with us. In fact, Manish Pandey is right outside the CBI headquarters as well. Manish, here we see that Manish Sisodia's counsel is arguing this policy wasn't even implemented. It was scrapped, withdrawn by the government only because doubts were raised regarding it. So considering that this is a state subject, it were the officials who brought this, the final draft was presented before the Delhi LG, he had to approve it. Where was the Delhi administration in the wrong? They've not even implemented this policy in the first place.
Well, Nabila, these are interesting arguments happening before the court as the CBI is seeking Manish Sisodia's custody. Now, as far as this ground is concerned, remember, this is one of the grounds based on which the CBI decided to arrest Manish Sisodia. This is one of the grounds on the basis of which the CBI wants custody of Manish Sisodia, and now there is a counter from Manish Sisodia's lawyer. Now, what Manish Sisodia is saying about the leakage, Manish Sisodia's lawyers are saying about the leakage of excise policy. What CBI is saying that this policy was leaked to the important players who wanted to do business in Delhi, the business in liquor. Now, this is why this is a ground for CBI, because they have retrieved the WhatsApp chat, and in those WhatsApp chat, Vijay Nair was the person who sent this draft copy of excise policy to certain accused, including Samir Mahendru. Now, that the CBI has retrieved that WhatsApp chat, and the draft policy was sent to those people. But CBI is making a case here that this draft policy was changed on the instructions of Manish Sisodia only because they wanted to ensure that the businessmen who want to do business in Delhi, they could get maximum benefit, and that is why the profit, which was earlier 5% in the earlier policy, it was increased to 12%. That's the case CBI is making. But the lawyer is arguing, lawyers of Manish Sisodia are arguing that if there is a policy which they are contemplating, they can take public opinion. And the same policy was even sent to LG. So there was no wrongdoing. Now here there is a, we have to read between the lines what the CBI is trying to say and what the lawyers of Manish Sisodia are defending at this point of time. Apart from these grounds also, remember Nabila, and why this ground is important, because it is all about the excise policy which was formulated and implemented by the Aam Aadmi Party, especially under leadership of Manish Sisodia. Now, as far as this policy is concerned, remember, it was the Aam Aadmi Party which brought it, and later on there was an investigation by the Central Bureau of Investigation. So this entire excise policy is under scrutiny of CBI. Apart from this particular ground, what CBI is also mentioning, and the first ground was the destruction of evidence. And here, because there is Section 120B criminal conspiracy, CBI has the upper hand. Why I am saying this? Because CBI has gone on to an extent of saying that Manish Sisodia, while this policy was implemented, he changed or used at least 11 phones, and those phones were either destroyed or it was misplaced. Also, they are talking about one phone which Mr. Manish Sisodia was using in January 2020. Now, CBI has told the court that they want a particular phone which was used by Manish Sisodia. Of course, he has handed over a phone, but this is not the same phone which they are looking for, and that is why custodial interrogation is important. So interesting arguments. The lawyers of Manish Sisodia are defending the allegations leveled by the Central Bureau of Investigation.
Yeah,
but
of course.
at the same
Manish, stay with us. Pooja Shali also right outside the Rouse Avenue Court. Pooja, here you have the counsel of Manish claiming that the arrest itself is for ulterior motives, and considering that this is an assault to an individual and institution, this is a fit case for the court to cancel the remand. It's a strong, of course, a strong argument being put forth by the counsel of Manish Sisodia at this point, but even the CBI, on the contrary, has enough and more allegations to ensure that he remains in custody. What's the mahal right outside the Rouse Avenue Court? Do we see any kind of protest by the Aam Aadmi supporters?
Would you like to say something, Manish? Would you like to say something, Manish?
Well, first, interesting live arguments inside, Nabila, isn't it? Because what the counsels for Manish Sisodia are doing is they are putting back on the court of the CBI and also of the Lieutenant Governor. They are saying Lieutenant Governor also made changes. Why is that not being considered? Even though it was a state subject, we took the approval of Lieutenant Saxena, and he did give that approval to make changes. So they're basically saying that it's not just us. If you want to hold any accountability, hold it to the Lieutenant Governor as well. But they're also adding that at this point, we are a public servant, referring to Manish Sisodia, who's a serving minister with some of the most important portfolios, and that this is an important point at hand. The situation is sensitive. This is not a case fit for remand. The question is if arrest and the judge has asked, I must add here, the judge has asked, question is if arrest and custodial interrogation is allowed or not. Sisodia's lawyer has said this case is an assault to individual, the institution. Remand will send a wrong message. It is a fit case for you to decline the remand. That is what the counsel for Sisodia has said. We have big news coming in, and we'll just try and put forth, but I just want to add here what Sisodia's lawyers have said, that what changed yesterday, that a finance minister of the state had to be arrested. What big news
coming in, it appears that the order on Manish Sisodia has been reserved. The court reserves the order on Manish Sisodia, even as arguments were being made by Manish Sisodia's counsel, claiming that Sisodia is innocent. He, of course, can't be forced to admit to a crime which he hasn't done. Several points raised by Manish Sisodia's counsel. I'm going to cut across to Nalini for more on that. Nalini, a quick word. The court reserves the order on Manish Sisodia. What does this mean?
Well, it means that the arguments have completed, Nabila. Both the CBI and Manish Sisodia's defense team have completed their arguments, and the judge has retired into his chamber to now deliberate upon these arguments. And maybe in an hour or so from now, we can expect further order to be pronounced. It is crucial that the order be pronounced today itself, because yesterday Manish Sisodia was placed under arrest by the CBI. He had to be produced before the court within 24 hours, which the CBI has done. And now the special CBI court at Rouse Avenue will decide whether or not CBI will get that 5 days of custody of Manish Sisodia as they have been asking for. The judge right now has retired into his chamber. It will take him some time to draft the order and to deliberate upon the arguments that have been made. But one thing before retiring into the chamber, one thing that the judge has made clear is that he'll be looking into only the aspect of whether or not any remand should be granted in this case, which means, is there a requirement for Manish Sisodia to be under CBI custody so that he can face questioning in this case. So the CBI's case and what arguments they've put forth before the court are going to be extremely crucial, because if the court finds that this Manish Sisodia has in fact been cooperating with the CBI, has been forthcoming with all of the disclosures that he's made, then there will be no reason to keep him in custody and to allow custodial interrogation. But if any of the arguments that the CBI has put forth has held any water with the CBI court, then they are going to allow at least few days of custody to the CBI so that they can dig a little bit further and they can get to the bottom of exactly how much Manish Sisodia was involved in the drafting and the implementation of the excise policy. Now the CBI of course is alleging that his involvement was very crucial. He was one of the main men behind the liquor policy because he was the head of the department at that time. But as to whether or not the court has accepted and agreed to that is something that we'll know only
in a few minutes from now once the order is pronounced. The order no doubt will be pronounced today itself, Nabila. They will have to give the order today as to whether or not he is going to be released on bail or whether he is going to be sent to police custody or judicial custody.
Right.
But the CBI, of course, hoping that those 5 days of police custody will be granted and that they'll be able to extract something relevant in these 5 days' time, which will allow them to take more custody in the coming few days.
Nalini, if I could ask you to slightly elaborate for us and clarify, here is a Delhi liquor policy, an excise policy that's been scrapped by the government after questions were raised on its irregularity. It wasn't even implemented. So the CBI investigation is on the intent with which this policy was drafted. Considering it wasn't implemented, does that cut any slack for the Aam Aadmi Party in the court of law?
Well, Nabila stated this earlier also. If you go back and you see the press release that was issued by the CBI makes it very clear that what they are investigating are two things in this case. One, the drafting of this policy, and two, the implementation of this policy. So the drafting of the policy comes first. Now, what they are essentially trying to pinpoint is as to whether or not this policy was drafted in a way so that it could benefit certain businessmen or certain companies that were indulging in liquor trade, liquor sale, so that they could get some undue benefits of this policy, through which further kickbacks were given to the Aam Aadmi Party. So just by doing that, just by tweaking the policy to favor certain individuals, will be intent or mens rea enough for the CBI to make out a case that there was a possibility of Manish Sisodia receiving some sort of an illegal gratification under the Prevention of Corruption Act, because of which he's been made an accused in this entire case. But at the same time, because the policy had never been implemented itself, so whether or not there were actually any beneficiaries of this policy is something that is going to be revealed only in the later stages of the investigation, once this Manish Sisodia saga is done with and the CBI has interrogated him, has gone to the bottom of exactly what his involvement was. Another important thing that the CBI said during this entire course of arguments is that Manish Sisodia, considering the position that he holds as the Delhi Deputy CM and the number of portfolios that fall under him, is a very influential person. So in case he is not remanded to police custody and let out on bail instead, then the investigation for the CBI might get hampered, because Manish Sisodia might indulge in some sort of tampering of evidence, because of which some crucial digital evidence may be compromised upon. So that is one of the strongest grounds that the CBI is relying on to seek Manish Sisodia's custody. But at the same time, the defense team of Manish Sisodia has also put up a very strong case. They've said that just because Manish Sisodia is not giving the answers that the CBI wants to hear does not mean he's not cooperating with the investigation. In fact, every time that he's appeared before the CBI, he's done it in a grand way. He's shown it to the entire country that he's cooperating with the CBI. The statements that have come in from the Aam Aadmi Party, from the Aam Aadmi Party top echelons, including Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia themselves, they've time and again said that they will cooperate with every investigating agency, and whatever the agency has, they can put forth the questions before them. So there is no backing down that Manish Sisodia has done. At least that's what his legal team says.
Right, if you could clarify for us in that case, boiling down right after the arguments were presented in court, it appears before the judge reserved the verdict here, the judge is said to have mentioned whether or not the question of arrest and custodial interrogation is allowed in the first place or not. That's more or less going to be the premise with which the court is going to give their verdict in a while to come. What does that really mean?
Well, remember, Nabila, it was Manish Sisodia's defense team that had argued that this is a case where remand should not be allowed, that the remand should not be allowed at all and the case should be thrown out. Instead, Manish Sisodia should be let out on bail. So that is the main crux of what the judge said, that he is going to adjudicate on whether or not this is a fit case for remand, whether remand should be granted to the CBI where custodial interrogation should be allowed, or whether he should be allowed out on interim bail on his wife's medical condition and due to those
reasons. So that is the main thing that the judge said before retiring into his chamber, that is the one aspect that he is going to decide on. But the reason why it's going to be important is because even if the CBI gets just 2 or 3 days of remand for Manish Sisodia, those 2 or 3 days are going to be an extremely crucial time for them to get cracking on this case, because it's the first time that they will have the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister in their custody in the excise policy scam. They will be able to question him in a pressurized environment and hope to get some sort of better answers from Manish Sisodia. On the other hand, if Manish Sisodia is as innocent as he is claiming and he continues to stick to his guns and say that even though he's cooperating with the agency, he is not going to outrightly come and confess to whatever they want him to confess to, because he has a right against self-incrimination, is that something again we will have to wait and watch out for once Manish Sisodia's order comes in from the Rouse Avenue Court. The judge is going to be deliberating on these aspects. The two main things that he is going to be deliberating on is, one, whether there is any possibility of evidence tampering if Manish Sisodia is not sent to custody, and two, whether there is any possibility of Manish Sisodia not cooperating with the investigation. Of course, there is no possibility of him fleeing or absconding in this case, considering that he is not only a top political leader in this country, but he also holds the post of the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister along with several other portfolios within the Delhi government. So considering he holds a substantial public office, it's not possible for him to go ahead and flee or abscond in any manner. So that's not going to be a concern that the court will be looking into. But yes, evidence tampering and cooperating with the agency are going to be the two main tests that the court is going to judge on as to whether or not this remand should in fact be granted to to CBI or not.
All right, Nalini, a quick word, as a final word, how long before which the verdict will come out? We know it's reserved now. How long is it likely before the judges pronounce the verdict?
To say something, Manish, you have been arrested and there's a massive protest which is also going on.
Well, Nabi, we can't speculate, of course, at this point, but from what past instances have suggested, it's going to be at least an hour. It may be more, it may be closer to 6 p.m. that we might see an order, but it might be earlier also as well. It completely depends on where the judge's mind is at this point and how convinced he was of the arguments that were put forth before him. The hearing, of course, wasn't too long. The hearing lasted just about an hour, if I'm not wrong.
All right, Nalini, thank you very much though. I'm going to thank our reporters, Manish Pandey, Pooja Shali, also Nalini, for really tracking all those developments, and India Today really on top of this story here, bringing you every detail. Manish Sisodia, Deputy Chief Minister, who's under arrest by the CBI. They're asking for a 5-day custody in court. The court has reserved its verdict. In a little while from now, an answer will come out, whether he remains in jail or receives bail. On that note, I'm going to slip into a short break. We'll be right back.
You are watching India Today.
India Today Conclave 2023, March 17th and 18th, New Delhi. Listen to Janvi Kapoor, Malaika Arora, Anita Sengupta, Abha Adams, Hajar Chena Ramani, Dr. Ruha Shadab. The India Moment.
Behind you, I can see a queue already. How does it look like? Any age group that we are looking at right now? And good morning. How is Meghalaya treating you this morning, Indrajit?
Well, good morning, Pooja. The scenes here in any states in the Northeast during election is very different from what we see in the rest of the country, because genuinely the mood is always celebratory. And what we are seeing here at this polling center in Shillong, of course, is that it's early in the morning. It's barely 7:30, but huge number of people have already started lining up at the polling booths. And Meghalaya does have a history, because if you see the turnout that happened last time in 2018, it was more than 86%. So the buzz, of course, is, and Election Commission hopes that they will be able to set a new record and breach the last time landmark of more than 86% votes. 21 lakh, voters, out of which more than 50% are women voters. And as you can see, I'll ask Orgo, my camera person, to show. Look at this queue of women voters here at this polling station in Shillong that clearly shows the enthusiastic participation of women in this entire electoral process. Women voters make more than 50% of the electorate, 21 lakh voters. There are also 81,000 new young voters who have registered. So that's the youth who will also set the tune as far as this election is concerned. And of course, there are more than 3,400 booths, 119 companies of central paramilitary forces that have been deployed. But I would like to show you in general the area, this college here, because as we generally speak, in other states you would see massive amount of security deployment that's visible outside polling stations. Here, as I said, look at people, they're all happy, they're engaged in the morning, and I generally don't see too many security personnel waiting outside at this polling station. So that's the essential difference, Pooja, as far as elections in the Northeast and other parts of the country are concerned.
First exit poll in 2023 state of war. Votes close, suspense begins. Who's winning Tripura, Meghalaya and Nagaland?
We would like to be king, not a kingmaker.
Race for the numbers poll quake. The only exit poll India trusts. Channel with the #1 exit poll strike rate. State of war, exact poll.
You are watching India Today.
We have some big breaking news coming in. A man who was accused in Umesh Pal murder case was killed in an encounter. The latest development here, as reports coming in that this man named Arbaz has been killed in an encounter. He's been identified as Arbaz, and this encounter took place at Nehru Park in Prayagraj. Arbaz was one of the accused in Umesh's murder case, which took place on Friday evening at his residence in Prayagraj. In fact, Umesh was the prime witness in the 2005 BSP MLA Raju Pal's murder case, and now the accused Arbaz has been shot dead in an encounter in Prayagraj. Latest information coming in. Let me cut across to the ADGP speaking on the same.
उत्तर प्रदेश शासन और उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस के द्वारा सभी ऐसे पेशेवर, माफिया एवं गैंगस्टर लोगों के खिलाफ एक अभियान छेड़ा गया है और ऐसे शातिर और पेशेवर व्यक्तियों को संरक्षण देने वालों के विरुद्ध भी धारा 120B के तहत कार्रवाई की जाएगी। जो लोग भी ऐसे लोगों को पनाह देंगे, संरक्षण देंगे, वो इनके कृत्य में भागीदार होंगे। उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस सबसे अपील करती है कि अगर कोई भी व्यक्ति आपसे संरक्षण मांगे जो कि गलत व्यक्ति है तो इसकी तत्काल सूचना स्थानीय पुलिस को दें। आपका नाम गोपनीय रखा जाएगा।
All right, let me quickly cut across to our reporter there who's been tracking that development for us. Santosh Sharma. Santosh, if you can tell us a little more about this encounter that's taken place. We believe that Arbaz, the key accused in Umesh Pal's murder case, has been killed in an encounter.
Actually, Arbaz is the driver of that Creta car on which the shooters were arrived, and the incident took place before the Umesh Pal residence on Friday evening. And from that day, the Prayagraj police was chasing those criminals, and after getting a tip-off of Arbaz, who's the resident of Prayagraj, they got that UP police or Prayagraj, especially the SOG team, got a tip-off that Arbaz is there in Nehru Park. I am residing here, and this is the Nehru Park, and where Arbaz was going through an unplated, unnumbered bike. After a chase, Arbaz was killed in an encounter, and one policeman of Dhumanganj police station is also injured. We can say after Umesh Pal murder, it is a big breakthrough for the Prayagraj police. This is the first encounter, we can say the first operation which Prayagraj police and the SOG has done completely. And now we can say this is the countdown start of those criminals who have murdered Umesh Pal on Friday evening.
Now, what's the reason for Arbaz to be murdered in an encounter? Was he trying to escape? Give us more information, Santosh, on why the police had to resort to an encounter to gun him down.
Police tried to stop Arbaz, and Arbaz was escaping from the police team as he was surrounded near the Nehru Park. And we can say that Arbaz is very near to the the faithful, loyal to Atiq Ahmed gang, and many more shooters of the Atiq gang were close to Arbaz. And Arbaz was present, and that car, that Creta car, by which shooters arrived at the Umesh Pal residence, and where this whole incident occurred on the Friday evening. So we can say the Arbaz was the key role in this whole Umesh Pal murder. And after that, the 7 shooters, those who were captured in the CCTV and all those pictures, the police is also trying to nab them. But Arbaz was so much, we can say, the sharp mind that he never came in front of any CCTV. That's why he knew that if he comes out of the Creta car, he will be captured in the CCTV. So when the shooters, whether they were the Ghulam Islam or any other shooter, those who are named in the FIR, when they come out of the car, he speedily drove that car, and from that car, those after committing the crime and murder of Umesh Pal, those shooters were flight off to their destination as there was planning. So we can say the Arbaz was having a key role in Umesh Pal murder.
You know, Arbaz, we believe, was really the main from what we see here. Arbaz was also very close to SP leader Atiq Ahmed. And how will that really change the course of investigation in this case?
Arbaz was very close to Atiq and Atiq gang members, and many more shooters were very close to Arbaz. And one more thing, what the police officers are saying, that Arbaz was especially a specialist driver for Atiq and his family. And when the Umesh Pal murder occurred on the Friday evening, that's the reason Arbaz was driving that Creta car, and he was inside that car by which those shooters arrived. We can say the Atiq, very loyal, Atiq's very faithful. Arbaz was there, and he is a resident of Prayagraj. And after that incident, he was trying to get fled off from Prayagraj. But after we can say regularly the raid was going on by the SOG team, and Arbaz was on the tip of SOG team. And in the daytime, SOG team got a tip off that Arbaz is there in the Nehru Park, which falls in the Dhumanganj area. And when the chase was going on, he opened fire on the police team, and in an encounter he got many injuries, and after that, during the medical treatment, he calmed down. And now we can say that Arbaz, the first encounter is done in Umesh Pal murder case.
All right, stay with us. We have BJP Neta Shalabh joining us. Shalabh ji, here we see that one of the key accused in the case, Arbaz, is seen to have been gunned down in an encounter by the police in Prayagraj. Tell us a little more on how will this really lead the investigation? Where will this investigation be headed now?
देखिए, अभी तक जो जानकारी मिल रही है उसमें ये है कि ये एक बहुत ही खूंखार अपराधी था और पुलिस ने जब इसकी घेराबंदी की है, पुलिस ने सरेंडर करने को कहा, इसने पुलिस पर फायरिंग की, जैसे इसने उमेश पाल की घटना में अपनी भूमिका अदा की थी। पुलिस पर इसने हमला किया, पुलिस ने आत्मरक्षात्मक गोली चलाई जिसमें ये मारा गया है। और निश्चित तौर पर ऐसे जो अपराधी हैं, जो समाज के लिए हानिकारक है, उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। मुख्यमंत्री जी ने फ्लोर पे कहा था, सदन के भीतर कहा था कि जो भी इस घटना में शामिल होंगे उनको हम मिट्टी में मिलाएंगे। कार्रवाई शुरू हो चुकी है, अभियान शुरू हो चुका है। और हमारे जो संदीप निषाद और उमेश पाल, दो लोग इस पूरी घटना में जो शहीद हुए थे, उमेश पाल जी की हत्या हुई थी और उनका जो गनर था संदीप निषाद, उसने उनको बचाते हुए अपनी जान दे दी थी। उनका निश्चित तौर पर ऐसी घटनाओं का तो हिसाब होना ही चाहिए, कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए और कार्रवाई हो रही है। इसमें एक जो अपराधी है वो मुठभेड़ में मारा गया और मुझे लगता है कि बहुत जल्द जो बाकी अपराधी है उनको भी उनको ये कराएगी, जरूर उनको उसका वो हल मिलेगा, सब उनको उसका नतीजा देखने को मिलेगा।
All right, Shalabh ji, thank you very much. I'm going to quickly cut across to Aam Aadmi Party Neta holding a press conference. Sanjay Singh on Manish Sisodia.
कोई तो संपत्ति मिलती, कोई तो पैसा मिलता, कोई तो कागजात मिलता, लेकिन सिर्फ और सिर्फ राजनीतिक कारणों से और अपने घोटालों पर पर्दा डालने के लिए नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार ने मनीष सिसोदिया संपत्ति मिलती, कोई तो पैसा मिलता, कोई तो कागजात मिलता, लेकिन सिर्फ और सिर्फ राजनीतिक कारणों से और अपने घोटालों पर पर्दा डालने के लिए नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार ने मनीष सिसोदिया को गिरफ्तार किया है। अडानी की नौकरी करने वाली मोदी जी की सरकार, जो लाखों करोड़ के घोटाले में फंसी हुई है, 1000-2000 करोड़ के नहीं, लाखों करोड़ के घोटाले में, उससे ध्यान भटकाने के लिए मनीष सिसोदिया पे कार्रवाई की जा रही है। और कब की जा रही है? जब संसद में जेपीसी की मांग हुई कि मोदी अडानी भाई भाई देश बेच के खाई मलाई, जेपीसी बनाओ, अडानी की जांच कराओ। उससे ध्यान हटाना है, कभी इसको नोटिस, कभी उसको नोटिस, और अब जेल में डाल दो मनीष सिसोदिया को। वो अडानी जिसको नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने कोयला दे दिया, गैस दे दिया, बिजली दे दिया, पानी दे दिया, सड़क दे दिया, स्टील दे दिया, सीमेंट दे दिया, सीपोर्ट दे दिया, एयरपोर्ट दे दिया, यानी आकाश से लेकर पाताल तक सब कुछ दे दिया, 2.5 लाख करोड़ का कर्जा दे दिया, 84,000 करोड़ का कर्जा माफ कर दिया। और उस अडानी ने क्या किया हिंदुस्तान के साथ? बगल के मॉरिशस में 6 कंपनियां एक पते पे खोली, फर्जी कंपनियां, और 42,000 करोड़ रुपए का काला धन अपनी कंपनियों में लगाया। और ऐसे ही तमाम करेबियाई देशों में फर्जी कंपनियां खोल के हजारों करोड़ रुपए अपनी कंपनी के अंदर लगाया। यह काला धन किसका है मोदी जी? पूरा देश आपसे पूछ रहा है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का काला धन है? मोदी जी आपका काला धन है? आपके अधिकारियों का काला धन है? या फिर आतंकवादियों का काला धन है? किसका काला धन है जो अडानी की कंपनी में लगाया? अगर इसकी जांच हो जाएगी तो नरेंद्र मोदी जी का चेहरा पूरे देश के सामने बेनकाब हो जाएगा। और इसी के कारण मनीष सिसोदिया का मामला उठाया गया है। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की सरकार, जो पूरे देश में सबसे बेहतरीन काम कर रही है, अनुकरणीय काम कर रही है, लोगों को फ्री बिजली देना, फ्री शिक्षा देना, फ्री स्वास्थ्य की व्यवस्था देना, बुजुर्गों की तीर्थ यात्रा कराना, जनहित के सारे काम करने के बावजूद मुनाफे का बजट देना, दरअसल यह गले की हड्डी बन गया नरेंद्र मोदी जी की। वो नहीं चाहते कि देश के अंदर एक ऐसी सरकार चले जो दुनिया और देश के लिए उदाहरण बने। अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति की पत्नी हिंदुस्तान आती है तो कहती है हमें अरविंद केजरीवाल के स्कूल देखना है, मनीष सिसोदिया के द्वारा बनाए गए स्कूलों को देखना है। परेशानी यह है कि आज जो दिल्ली सरकार की लोकप्रियता पूरे देश में बढ़ रही है, अरविंद केजरीवाल और आम आदमी पार्टी की लोकप्रियता पूरे देश में बढ़ रही है, उससे बौखला कर यह कार्रवाई की जा रही है। यह तानाशाही की इंतहा है। मैंने कल भी कहा था, आज फिर दोहरा रहा हूं। और मोदी जी, इस तानाशाही का अंत जरूर होगा, क्योंकि पूरा देश देख रहा है कि एक तरफ लाखों करोड़ की लूट करने वाला आपका मित्र अडानी है, जिस पे सीबीआई खामोश, सेबी खामोश, ईडी खामोश, इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट खामोश, उसके पोर्ट से, मुंद्रा पोर्ट से हजारों करोड़ की ड्रग्स पकड़ी गई, सारी की सारी एजेंसियां खामोश। एक तरफ लाखों करोड़ का घोटाला करने वाला अडानी है, आपका मित्र अडानी है मोदी जी, जिसके खिलाफ आप कोई कार्रवाई नहीं करते, और दूसरी तरफ लाखों बच्चों का भविष्य बनाने वाले मनीष सिसोदिया हैं, जिनको आप जेल में डाल रहे हैं। इसलिए लोग आपके साथ इंसाफ जरूर करेंगे, क्योंकि ये लोकतंत्र है, डेमोक्रेसी है, जमहूरियत है। यहां किसी की तानाशाही लंबे समय तक नहीं चल सकती। आप इन मुकदमों से हम लोगों को डरा रहे हैं। पता तो कर लीजिए आम आदमी पार्टी की हिस्ट्री। अरे हम आंदोलन की कोख से पैदा हुई पार्टी हैं। हम अडानी के नौकरों से नहीं डरते। मोदी जी अब हमें जेल का, मुकदमों का, एफआईआर का, गिरफ्तारी का डर दिखाते हैं। कुछ भी कर लीजिए, लेकिन आपके घोटाले को हिंदुस्तान के घर घर में पहुंचाने का काम आम आदमी पार्टी करेगी। इसलिए जितना मुकदमा लिखना है लिखो, जितनी बंदर घुड़की दिखानी है दिखाओ। पूरे देश के सामने मोदी अडानी भाई भाई देश बेच के खाई मलाई के इस रिश्ते को उजागर करेंगे हम लोग। इस प्रकार की कार्रवाइयों से हम रुकने वाले नहीं। आज क्या हुआ हमारे कार्यालय पे? आम आदमी पार्टी एक राष्ट्रीय पार्टी है। दिल्ली देश की राजधानी है, और ये हमारे इस राष्ट्रीय कार्यालय के अंदर आप पुलिस वालों को भेज रहे हैं, या हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ मारपीट कर रहे हैं, उनको गिरफ्तार कर रहे हैं। ये बहादुरी बेईमानों के खिलाफ आप में क्यों नहीं आती? ये बहादुरी अडानी के खिलाफ क्यों नहीं दिखाते? आम आदमी पार्टी के दफ्तर पे आप छापे मार रहे हैं, पुलिस वालों को भेज रहे हैं यहां अंदर। ये दिन बदलेगा मोदी जी। आपने अच्छा नहीं किया मनीष सिसोदिया के साथ। मनीष सिसोदिया इस देश के करोड़ों बच्चों के दिलों में बसते हैं। इस देश के अभिभावक चाहते हैं कि उनके राज्य का भी शिक्षा मंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया के जैसा हो। दिल्ली के बच्चों को आपने दुखी किया है। बच्चे वैसे भी भगवान होते हैं, और उन नन्हे मुन्ने बच्चों को आपने दुखी किया है, क्योंकि उनके लिए दिन रात काम कर रहे थे मनीष सिसोदिया। तस्वीरें हैं, देख लीजिएगा मोदी जी। 15 के पहले दिल्ली के स्कूलों की क्या हालत थी, और आज अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के और मनीष सिसोदिया जी के प्रयासों से दिल्ली के स्कूलों की क्या हालत है। इसलिए मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहता हूं, तानाशाही का अंत होगा, और इस देश की जनता आपकी तानाशाही का अंत करेगी। आपने अत्याचार, अन्याय और तानाशाही के सारे कीर्तिमान तोड़ दिए। कोई प्रश्न हो आप लोगों का?
पुलिस की कार्रवाई पर क्या कहेंगे? आज इस तरह हुआ, पुलिस
आप सबके कैमरे में कैद है, और ये कार्रवाई दिल्ली पुलिस की नहीं है, ये कार्रवाई मोदी सरकार की है। दिल्ली पुलिस हो, सीबीआई हो, ईडी हो, इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट हो, ये सब मोदी जी के इशारे पे काम करते हैं।
आप लोग को आगे तक जाने
जो कहा जाता है वहां से वही ये लोग करते हैं। इतनी अकल तो दिल्ली पुलिस वालों को भी है कि ऑफिस में किसी के नहीं घुसा जा सकता, लेकिन यहां ऑफिस के अंदर घुस रहे हैं तो किसके कहने पे घुस रहे हैं? कहां से निर्देश मिल रहा है उनको? हम लोग सीबीआई के दफ्तर के पास बहुत कम संख्या में कुछ लोग बैठे हुए थे, कल वहां से उठा लिया। एक कैबिनेट मंत्री, 3 विधायक, 12-13 पार्षद, मुझे हमने कहा क्यों ले आया? कहना आप डिटेन किया है। हमने कहा कितनी देर? बोले पता नहीं। तो तानाशाही है, सवाल आप कर नहीं सकते। लगभग 24 घंटे तक हम लोगों को बिना किसी कारण के थाने में डिटेन करके रखा गया और बाद में सुबह कहा गया कि जाइए। तो ये सब अपने मर्जी से थोड़ी कर रहे हैं पुलिस वाले। इनको जो ऊपर से कहा जाता है वही करते हैं लोग।
आप लोग अपना प्रोटेस्ट यहाँ पर जारी रखेंगे अभी या अभी?
अब आगे फैसला आने दीजिए, सीबीआई कोर्ट का फैसला क्या आता है तो आगे की रणनीति फिर हम लोग आपको बताएंगे।
संजय जी, विपक्ष की तरफ से लगभग तमाम पार्टियों ने और खासकर के कई राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्रियों ने आपके समर्थन में बयान दिया है, लेकिन कांग्रेस पार्टी इस गिरफ्तारी को चेयर कर रही है इस वक्त।
देखिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी का चरित्र इनसे मिलता जुलता है। इसी प्रकार की तानाशाही इमरजेंसी के दौरान कांग्रेस ने भी किया है। इसी प्रकार की कार्रवाई और दुरुपयोग सीबीआई का, ईडी का पहले कांग्रेस भी कर चुकी है।
संजय सिंह,
तो कांग्रेस का मामला तो
BJP's intention, the central agency's intention, saying that if Gautam Adani could be let off after borrowing thousands of crores from the banks, and yet they're focusing on Manish Sisodia, who's done such good to the community. This shows the vindictive politics being played by the BJP. Sanjay Singh of the Aam Aadmi Party holding that presser. This is what's expected through the day, as the order on Manish Sisodia's custody with the CBI has been reserved. It's going to be coming out anytime soon. India Today continues to track those developments. For now, a short break.
You are watching India Today.
Another Kashmiri Hindu butchered. Pakistan-backed terrorists have gunned down a Kashmiri Pandit. Terrorists on Saturday shot dead a 40-year-old Kashmiri Pandit man in Jammu and Kashmir's Pulwama district while he was on his way to a local market. Sanjay Sharma was working as a bank security guard. He was shot in the chest at point-blank range in the Achan area.
ये दोनों मियाँ बीवी जा रहे थे वहाँ पे शॉपिंग करने के लिए। उनको जम्मू जाना था कि बीवी अचानक वो रेडीमेड गारमेंट में चली गई दुकान पे। पीछे से एक बंदा आया, उसको गोली मार के हला कर दिया।
Sharma, who was critically injured in the attack, was rushed to the hospital where he succumbed to his injuries. The entire area was cordoned off to nab the attackers.
जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है उसके हिसाब से जैसे जैसे हमारे पास क्लू सामने आए हैं उनको हम फॉलो कर रहे हैं और इनको हम टेररिस्ट जो हैं इसमें मुलविस उनको हम जल्दी ट्रैक डाउन करके न्यूट्रलाइज कर देंगे।
Family members of the deceased remain inconsolable. Locals in the area also staged a protest against the targeted killings in the valley and demanded justice for Sanjay Sharma.
हमारा इस्लाम बदनाम हो रहा है। इस्लाम में कहीं पर ये दारिज नहीं है कि आप खून ना हक बहाओ। लिहाजा हम रो रो के बोल रहे हैं, जिसने भी ये किया बहुत खून ना हक किया, बहुत बड़ा गुनाह किया।
Meanwhile, politics has erupted over this issue. Several political parties slammed the Modi government's claims of normalcy in the valley and accused the BJP of using Kashmiri Pandits for politics.
फेलियर ही नहीं, वो इस्तेमाल करती हैं इनको यहाँ पर
इनकी मौजूदगी को वो दिखाना चाहती है यहाँ सब कुछ ठीक ठाक है, और जब इनको टारगेट किया जाता है तो पूरे मुल्क के अंदर मुसलमानों को बदनाम करती है।
जम्मू कश्मीर उपराज्यपाल प्रशासन पूरी तरह से फेल साबित हुआ है, लेकिन सरकार पे यह सवाल पैदा होता है कि सरकार यह बताए कि आखिर इन लोगों की सुरक्षा करने में सरकार क्यों नाकामयाब रही है।
जो बेचारे हमारे मुलाजिम पंडित जम्मू में आजकल हैं, उनसे मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि गवर्नमेंट से कि इनको तब तक यहां मत लाइए जब तक पूरी सुरक्षा नहीं होगी। अभी भी आतंकवाद है। ये जो कहते हैं कि आतंकवाद खत्म हो गया, आतंकवाद खत्म नहीं हुआ है, आतंकवाद है।
There has been a series of attacks on Kashmiri Pandits and other members of the minority community in the valley have picked up since October 2021.
Today morning, when this Kashmiri Pandit who was working as a bank guard in the Pathan Bank branch was shot by the terrorists with a close range, and he was shifted to the Pulwama hospital where he succumbed to the injuries. Meanwhile, the security forces have coordinated off the whole area to nab the attackers. TRF, the resistance front, which is
आजकल हमारे देश में, कर्नाटका में स्टार्टअप्स की खूब चर्चा होती है, लेकिन एक तरह से देखे तो बेलगावी में तो 100 साल पहले ही स्टार्टअप्स की शुरुआत हो गई थी। 100 साल पहले मैं आपको याद कराने आया हूं। बाबूराव पुसालकर जी ने 100 साल पहले यहां एक छोटी सी यूनिट की स्थापना की थी। तब से बेलगावी अनेक तरह की इंडस्ट्री के लिए इतना बड़ा बेस बन गया है। बेलगावी की इसी भूमिका ने डबल इंजन सरकार इस दशक में और सशक्त करना चाहती है। भाइयों और बहनों, आज जिन प्रोजेक्ट का लोकार्पण और शिलान्यास किया गया है, उनसे बेलगावी के विकास में नई गति आएगी। सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपए के प्रोजेक्ट्स कनेक्टिविटी से जुड़े हैं, पानी की व्यवस्था से जुड़े हुए हैं। आप सभी को इन सारी विकास की योजनाओं के लिए इस क्षेत्र की प्रगति का एक मजबूत गति देने के इस अवसर पर मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। आज बेलगावी से पूरे हिंदुस्तान को भी भेंट सौगात मिली है। हिंदुस्तान के हर किसानों को आज कर्नाटका से जोड़ा है, बेलगावी से जोड़ा है। आज यहां से पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि की एक और किस्त भेजी गई है। सिर्फ एक ही बटन दबाकर, एक ही क्लिक पर देश के करोड़ों किसानों के बैंक खाते में 16,000 करोड़ रुपए पहुंचे हैं। यहां जो मेरे रायतू बंधु है ना, वो अपना मोबाइल देखेंगे तो मैसेज आ गया होगा। दुनिया के लोगों को भी अजूबा होता है, और इतनी बड़ी रकम 16,000 करोड़ रुपया पल भर में, और कोई बिचौलिया नहीं, कोई कटकी कंपनी नहीं, कोई करप्शन नहीं, सीधा सीधा किसान के खाते में। अगर कांग्रेस के राज होता तो प्रधानमंत्री कहते थे कांग्रेस के कि 1 रुपया भेजते हैं 15 पैसा पहुंचता है। अगर आज उन्होंने 16,000 करोड़ का सोचा होता तो आप सोचिए 12-13 हजार करोड़ रुपया कहीं गायब हो गया होता। लेकिन ये मोदी की सरकार है। पाई पाई आपकी है, आपके लिए है। मैं कर्नाटका सहित पूरे देश के किसान भाई बहनों को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। होली के त्योहार के पहले मेरे किसानों को ये होली की भी शुभकामनाएं हैं। भाई और बहनों, आज का बदलता हुआ भारत हर वंचित को वरीयता देते हुए एक के बाद एक विकास के काम कर रहा है। हमारे देश में दशकों तक छोटे किसानों को भी नजरअंदाज किया गया था। भारत में 80-85% छोटे किसान हैं। अब यही छोटे किसान भाजपा सरकार की प्राथमिकता में है। पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि के माध्यम से अब तक देश के छोटे किसानों के बैंक खातों में करीब करीब 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए जमा कराए जा चुके हैं। आप बोलेंगे कितने किए? 2.5 लाख करोड़। कितने 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 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपया किसानों के बैंक खातों में जमा हुए हैं। इसमें भी 50,000 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा पैसे हमारी जो माताएं बहनें किसानी के करती हैं उनके खाते में जमा हुए हैं। ये पैसे किसानों की छोटी छोटी जरूरतों को पूरा कर रहे हैं। इन खर्चों के लिए अब उन्हें किसी दूसरे के सामने हाथ नहीं फैलाना पड़ता, ब्याज खाऊ लोगों के शरण नहीं जाना पड़ता, बहुत ऊंचा ब्याज देकर के रुपये नहीं लेने पड़ते। साथियों, साल 2014 के बाद से देश लगातार कृषि में एक सार्थक बदलाव की तरफ बढ़ रहा है। भाजपा सरकार में हम कृषि को आधुनिकता से जोड़ रहे हैं, कृषि को भविष्य के लिए तैयार कर रहे हैं। साल 2014 में जब देश ने हमें सेवा करने का अवसर दिया तो भारत का कृषि के लिए बजट, ये आंकड़ा याद रखोगे आप लोग? याद रखोगे? जरा जोर से तो बोलिए, याद रखोगे? देखिए, जब हम आए थे 2014 में सेवा के लिए, आपने मौका दिया था, तब भारत का कृषि बजट 25,000 करोड़ रुपए था। कितना कितना? इस वर्ष हमारा कृषि बजट 1,25,000 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा है, यानी 5 गुना ज्यादा बढ़ोतरी हुई है। ये दिखाता है कि बीजेपी सरकार किसानों को मदद करने के लिए कितनी गंभीर है, कितनी सक्रिय है। हमने टेक्नोलॉजी पर बल दिया, जिसका लाभ भी किसानों को हो रहा है। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, अगर जनधन बैंक खाते ना होते, मोबाइल कनेक्शन न बढ़ता, आधार न होता, तो क्या ये सब संभव होता? क्या हमारी सरकार ज्यादा से ज्यादा किसानों को किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड से भी जोड़ रही है। कोशिश यही है कि किसानों के पास बैंक से मदद पाने की सुविधा लगातार रहे, हमेशा रहे। साथियों, इस वर्ष का बजट हमारी खेती की आज की स्थिति के साथ साथ भविष्य की जरूरतों को भी एड्रेस करता है। आज की जरूरत भंडारण की है, स्टोरेज की है, कृषि में आने वाली लागत को कम करने की है, छोटे किसानों को संगठित करने की है। इसलिए बजट में सैकड़ों नई भंडारण सुविधाएं बनाने पर बल दिया गया है। इसके साथ साथ सहकारिता के स्तर पर विस्तार करके उसका पर हमने अभूतपूर्व फोकस किया है। प्राकृतिक खेती को प्रमोट करने के लिए भी अनेक कदम उठाए गए हैं। प्राकृतिक खेती से किसान की लागत में बहुत कमी आने वाली है। नेचुरल खेती में किसानों को सबसे बड़ी समस्या खाद और कीटनाशक बनाने में आती है। अब इसमें किसानों को मदद करने के लिए हजारों सहायता केंद्र बनाए जाएंगे। किसान की लागत बढ़ाने में केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर की भूमिका अधिक होती है। अब हमने किसानों के लिए पीएम प्रणाम योजना शुरू की है। इसके माध्यम से केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर का प्रयोग कम करने वाले राज्यों को केंद्र से अतिरिक्त मदद मिलेगी। भाइयों और बहनों, हम देश की कृषि को भविष्य की चुनौतियों को देखते हुए हमारी पूरी इस किसानी ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था इसमें नए प्राण लाने के लिए हम कृतनिश्चयी हैं, बल दे रहे हैं। क्लाइमेट चेंज के कारण कितनी समस्या आ रही है, ये हमारा किसान आज अनुभव कर रहा है। इसलिए अब हमें अपनी पुरानी परंपराओं की ताकत को फिर से याद करना होगा। हमारा मोटा अनाज, और मैं तो देख रहा था मोटे अनाज की सुंदरता भी कितनी अच्छी है। हमारा मोटा अनाज हर मौसम, हर परिस्थिति को झेलने में सक्षम है और ये सुपरफूड है। मोटा अनाज सुपरफूड है, ये अधिक पोषक भी होता है। इसलिए इस वर्ष के बजट में हमने मोटे अनाज को श्री अन्न के रूप में नई पहचान दी है। और कर्नाटका तो श्री अन्न के मामले में दुनिया का एक बड़ा केंद्र और सशक्त केंद्र है। यहां तो श्री अन्न को पहले से ही श्री धान्य कहा जाता है। अनेक प्रकार के श्री अन्न यहां का किसान उगाता है। कर्नाटका की बीजेपी सरकार हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में इसके लिए किसानों को मदद भी देती है। मुझे याद है कि रैता बंधु येदियुरप्पा जी ने श्री अन्न को प्रोत्साहन देने के लिए यहां कितना बड़ा अभियान चलाया था। अब हमें इस श्री अन्न को पूरी दुनिया में पहुंचाना है। श्री अन्न को उगाने में लागत भी कम है और पानी भी कम लगता है। इसलिए ये छोटे किसानों को डबल बेनिफिट देने वाला है। साथियों, इस क्षेत्र में गन्ने की पैदावार खूब होती है। भाजपा सरकार ने हमेशा गन्ना किसानों के हितों को सर्वोपरि रखा है। इस साल के बजट में भी गन्ना किसानों से जुड़ा एक अहम फैसला लिया गया है। शुगर कोऑपरेटिव्स द्वारा 2016-17 के पहले के गए पेमेंट पर टैक्स में छूट दी गई है और इससे शुगर कोऑपरेटिव के ऊपर जो 10,000 करोड़ रुपए का बोझ था जो यूपीए सरकार उनके सर पे डाल के गई थी, उन 10,000 करोड़ रुपए का फायदा ये मेरी शुगर कोऑपरेटिव को होने वाला है। आप सभी को ये भी पता है कि हमारी सरकार इथेनॉल के उत्पादन पर कितना जोर दे रही है। इथेनॉल का उत्पादन बढ़ने से गन्ना किसानों की आय भी बढ़ रही है। बीते 9 वर्षों में पेट्रोल में इथेनॉल की ब्लेंडिंग को बढ़ाकर 1.5% से 10% किया जा चुका है। अब सरकार पेट्रोल में 20% इथेनॉल ब्लेंडिंग का लक्ष्य लेकर चल रही है। जितना ही देश इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ेगा उतना ही हमारे गन्ना किसानों को भी फायदा होगा। भाइयों और बहनों, खेती हो, इंडस्ट्री हो, टूरिज्म हो, बेहतर शिक्षा हो, बेहतर स्वास्थ्य हो, ये सब कुछ अच्छी कनेक्टिविटी से और सशक्त होते हैं। इसलिए बीते वर्षों में हम कर्नाटका की कनेक्टिविटी पर बहुत अधिक फोकस कर रहे हैं। 2014 से पहले के 5 वर्षों में कर्नाटका में रेलवे का बजट कुल मिलाकर 4,000 करोड़ रुपए था, जबकि इस वर्ष कर्नाटका में रेलवे के लिए 7,500 करोड़ रुपए रखे गए हैं। इस वक्त कर्नाटका में रेलवे के लगभग 45,000 करोड़ रुपए के प्रोजेक्ट पर काम चल रहा है। आप सोच सकते हैं कि इसके कारण कर्नाटका में कितने लोगों को रोजगार मिल रहा है। बेळगावी का आधुनिक रेलवे स्टेशन देखकर हर किसी को आश्चर्य भी होता है, हर किसी को गर्व भी होता है। इस आधुनिक रेलवे स्टेशन से यहां सुविधाएं तो अधिक हुई है, रेलवे को लेकर विश्वास भी बढ़ रहा है। ऐसे शानदार स्टेशन पहले लोग विदेशों में ही देखते थे, अब भारत में भी ऐसे स्टेशन बन रहे हैं। कर्नाटका के अनेक स्टेशनों का, रेलवे स्टेशनों का ऐसे ही आधुनिक अवतार में सामने लाया जा रहा है। लौंदा घाटप्रभा लाइन की डबलिंग से अब सफर तेज होगा और सुरक्षित होगा। इसी प्रकार जिन नई रेल लाइनों पर आज काम शुरू हुआ है, वे भी इस क्षेत्र में रेल नेटवर्क को सशक्त करेगी। बेळगावी तो एजुकेशन, हेल्थ और टूरिज्म के लिहाज से एक बड़ा सेंटर है। ऐसे में अच्छी रेल कनेक्टिविटी से इन सेक्टर्स को भी लाभ होगा। भाइयों और बहनों, भाजपा की डबल इंजन सरकार तेज विकास की गारंटी है। डबल इंजन सरकार कैसे काम करती है, इसका उदाहरण जल जीवन मिशन है। साल 2019 तक कर्नाटका के गांवों में सिर्फ 25% परिवारों के पास घर में नल से पानी के लिए कनेक्शन था। आज कर्नाटका में नल से जल की कवरेज डबल इंजन सरकार के कारण, हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी के सक्रिय प्रयासों के कारण आज कवरेज 60% से अधिक हो चुकी है। यहां बेळगावी के भी 2 लाख से भी कम घरों में नल से जल आता था। आज ये संख्या 4.5 लाख पर पार कर चुकी है। हमारी गांव की बहनों को पानी के लिए भटकना न पड़े, सिर्फ इसी के लिए ही इस बजट में 60,000 करोड़ रुपए दिए गए हैं। भाइयों और बहनों, बीजेपी सरकार समाज के हर उस छोटे से छोटे वर्ग को सशक्त करने में जुटी है जिसकी पहले की सरकारों ने सूद नहीं ली थी। बेलगावी तो कारीगरों, हस्तशिल्पियों का शहर रहा है। ये तो वेणुग्राम यानी बांस के गांव के रूप में मशहूर रहा है। आप याद कीजिए, पहले की सरकारों ने लंबे समय तक बांस की कटाई पर रोक लगा दी थी। हमने कानून बदला और बांस की खेती और व्यापार के रास्ते खोल दिए। इसका बहुत बड़ा लाभ बांस का काम करने वाले कलाकारों को हुआ है। बांस के अलावा यहां दूसरे क्राफ्ट का काम भी खूब होता है। इस वर्ष के बजट में पहली बार ऐसे साथियों के लिए हम पीएम विश्वकर्मा योजना लेकर आए हैं। इस योजना से ऐसे सभी साथियों को हर प्रकार की मदद दी जाएगी। साथियों, आज जब मैं बेलगावी आया हूं तो एक और विषय पर अपनी बात रखना जरूर चाहूंगा। मैं आपको याद दिलाना चाहता हूं कि कांग्रेस किस तरह कर्नाटका से नफरत करती है। कर्नाटका के नेताओं का अपमान कांग्रेस की पुरानी संस्कृति का हिस्सा है। जिस किसी से भी कांग्रेस के परिवार विशेष को दिक्कत होने लगती है, उसकी कांग्रेस में बेइज्जती शुरू कर दी जाती है। इतिहास गवाह है कि कांग्रेस परिवार के आगे एस निजलिंगप्पा और वीरेंद्र पाटिल जी जैसे नेताओं का अपमान कैसा किया गया था, हर कर्नाटक के लोग जानते हैं। अब एक बार फिर कांग्रेस का एक विशेष परिवार के आगे कर्नाटका के एक और नेता का अपमान किया गया है। साथियों, इसी धरती के संतान 50 वर्ष जिनका संसदीय कार्यकाल रहा है, ऐसे श्रीमान मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी का मैं बहुत सम्मान करता हूं। उन्होंने जनता की सेवा में अपने से जो कुछ भी हुआ करने का प्रयास किया है। लेकिन उस दिन मैं देखकर बहुत दुखी हो गया जब कांग्रेस का अभी अधिवेशन चल रहा था छत्तीसगढ़ में। उस कार्यक्रम में सबसे बड़ी आयु के व्यक्ति, राजनीति में सबसे सीनियर, वहां पर खड़गे जी मौजूद थे और वो उस पार्टी के अध्यक्ष थे। धूप थी, जो भी सब खड़े थे उन सबको धूप लगना बहुत स्वाभाविक था, लेकिन धूप में वो छतरी का सौभाग्य कांग्रेस के सबसे बड़ी आयु वाले, सबसे सीनियर कांग्रेस के प्रमुख खड़गे जी के नसीब नहीं हुआ। बगल में किसी और के लिए छाता लगा गया था। ये बताता है, कहने को तो खड़गे जी कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष हैं, लेकिन कांग्रेस में जिस तरह उनके साथ बर्ताव होता है वो देखकर पूरी दुनिया देख भी रही है और समझ भी रही है कि रिमोट कंट्रोल किसके हाथ में है। परिवारवाद के इसी संकंजे में आज देश की अनेक पार्टियां जकड़ी हुई हैं। इसी शिकंजे से हमें देश को मुक्त कराना है। इसलिए कांग्रेस जैसे दलों से कर्नाटक के लोगों को भी सतर्क रहना है। और ये कांग्रेस के लोग इतने निराश हो गए हैं, इतने निराश हो गए हैं, अब तो वो सोचते हैं जब तक मोदी जिंदा है उनकी दाल गलने वाली नहीं है। और इसलिए सारे आजकल कह रहे हैं मर जा मोदी, मर जा मोदी, नारे बोल रहे हैं मर जा मोदी। कुछ लोग कब्र खोदने में बिजी हो गए हैं। वो कह रहे हैं मोदी तेरी कब्र खुदेगी। मोदी तेरी कब्र खुदेगी, लेकिन देश कह रहा है मोदी तेरा कमल खिलेगा, मोदी तेरा कमल खिलेगा। साथियों, जब सच्ची नीयत के साथ काम होता है तब सही विकास होता है। डबल इंजन सरकार की नीयत भी सच्ची है और विकास की निष्ठा भी पक्की है। इसलिए हमें इस विश्वास को बनाए रखना है। कर्नाटका के देश के विकास को गति देने के लिए हमें यूं ही आगे बढ़ना है। सबका प्रयास से ही हम देश को विकसित बनाने के सपने को पूरा कर पाएंगे। और मैं आज यहां कार्यक्रम में थोड़ा देर से पहुंचा। हेलीकॉप्टर से पूरे रास्ते पर बेलगांव ने जो स्वागत किया है, जो आशीर्वाद दिए हैं, माताएं, बहनें, बुजुर्ग, बच्चे, अभूतपूर्व दृश्य था। मैं बेलगावी के कर्नाटका के इस प्यार के लिए सर झुका करके उनको प्रणाम करता हूं, सर झुका करके उनका धन्यवाद करता हूं। आज की मेरी कर्नाटका की यात्रा भी विशेष है, क्योंकि आज सुबह मैं शिवमोगा में था और वहां पर एयरपोर्ट कर्नाटका की जनता को सुपुर्द करने का मुझे सौभाग्य मिला। लेकिन साथ साथ हमारे वरिष्ठ नेता येदियुरप्पा जी का जन्मदिन की शुभकामनाएं देने का भी मौका मिला। और शिवमोगा से यहां आया तो आप सबने तो कमाल ही कर दिया। ये प्यार, ये आशीर्वाद, मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं, बेलगावी के मेरे प्यारे भाइयों बहनों, कर्नाटका के मेरे प्यारे भाइयों बहनों, मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं, ये आप जो मुझे प्यार दे रहे हैं ना, आप जो हम सबको आशीर्वाद दे रहे हैं ना, मैं इसे ब्याज समेत लौटाऊंगा। और कर्नाटका का विकास करके लौटाऊंगा, बेलगावी का विकास करके लौटाऊंगा। फिर एक बार आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मेरे साथ बोलिए भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
कोई ऐसा इलाका देश का छूट
I think there's an opportunity for India particularly to work with the United States and others.
India is has the largest vaccine manufacturer in the world.
I thought if it's blowing in the wind, it's best I'm on the motorcycle. And I did 15,000 kilometers in 36 days.
Rich countries have a particular obligation to exercise their investment in innovation.
I believe that global business has the money and the power.
Improvements in the way we understand the importance of education and healthcare.
You have a greater chance of killing yourself than of being killed by any soldier or terrorist or criminal.
Risk when you want to, pick up the pace if you like, slow down if you wish to.
Well, as you can see, I'm doing a very simple form of exercise. It is walking, and there are many hidden benefits of walking. I'm here to tell you about all the hidden benefits of walking today. Does the sight of this overwhelm you? Are you always running out of time and can't make time to go to a gym? Do you feel worried about not getting any physical activity? Then don't, because walking even for a few minutes a day can go a long way in doing wonders for your health.
It affects our heart, it affects our liver, it affects our blood pressure, it affects our muscles, it affects our bone, it affects our brain, it affects our coordination, it affects our psyche. Walking releases endorphins, which are mood elevators. So really speaking, if you are walking every day, you are really living, otherwise you're not living at all.
The benefits of walking are many, and it goes beyond getting in some physical activity in. To start with, this is a great way to boost your mental health.
If you're looking to benefit from the
All right, here's the latest news break coming in. CBI has got 5-day custody of Manish Sisodia. Manish Sisodia will be going back to the CBI headquarters. His lawyers had pleaded very clearly that there was no destruction of evidence and Manish Sisodia would not be a threat to the case even though he is outside. The sheer fact that he said no comments doesn't quite mean not cooperating with the CBI. But the CBI court at Rouse Avenue has now given the CBI 5-day custody of Manish Sisodia, which means that till March 4th, Manish Sisodia would be in CBI custody, which means that from the Rouse Avenue court, he'd be taken directly to the CBI headquarters at the CGO complex. All of this while protests have broken out across the country, with the Aam Aadmi Party observing what they call a dark day in democracy. Multiple press conferences that we've seen through the course of the day. The Aam Aadmi Party attacking the BJP, saying that the BJP is using agencies to get back at the Aam Aadmi Party. It's a political witch hunt. It's political vendetta. All of that right now has come to, in terms of pure legal proceedings, what has gone down at the Rouse Avenue court. It's a 5-day police custody, which is CBI custody as well. Connecting immediately to my colleague Nalini, who's joining us from the Rouse Avenue court. Nalini, would you take us through the order which was reserved and now a 5-day police custody, which is CBI custody given where Manish Sisodia is concerned? He'll be taken back to the CBI headquarters.
Yes, Preeti, that's precisely what the CBI was asking for. 5 days of custody to be granted so that they can grill him while he's in their custody, hold custodial interrogation, and hopefully get to further bottom of things of exactly what went down during the drafting and the implementation of this excise policy. So the court has agreed with the CBI that there is enough grounds made, at least on the face of it, to grant 5 days police custody to the CBI. The CBI will now have 5 days of Manish Sisodia in their custody to interrogate him, to find out exactly whether or not he was at the helm of affairs to actually introduce these changes in the excise policy as were done according to the documents that are submitted before the court. At the same time, the court, at the end of these 5 days of custody, Manish Sisodia will once again be produced before the special CBI court at Rouse Avenue, and then we have to wait and watch out for as to whether or not CBI will be asking for additional further custody or whether they'll be okay with him going to judicial custody. Remember, at the same time, another aspect that is pending is that Manish Sisodia has sought interim bail on the grounds that his wife is not keeping well, that she is having health issues, and for that medical bail should be granted to him. But for now, no bail has been granted, but it might be a point that will be taken up once again 5 days later on the 4th of March when Manish Sisodia is once again produced before the court. But for now, it's a setback coming in for him. 5 5 days he will have to spend in CBI custody, and this is just the beginning of the time that Manish Sisodia will have to spend in the custody till the time he is let out on bail. The CBI has got what it was asking for. There's a maximum time of 14 days for which they can keep him in custody. So hopefully if they are able to extract something valuable during the course of these 5 days, then they will have to bring forth with that evidence before the court at the end of the 5 days and tell the court exactly why they're asking for further custody. But for now, it's a small but significant win for the CBI. They will have an opportunity to interrogate the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister while he is in their custody for the next 5 days in the Delhi excise policy scam and figure out as to exactly what were the kickbacks that were received by him personally as well as Aam Aadmi Party during the drafting and the implementation of this entire excise policy.
Nalini, would you stay with me? We're going to also maybe, get us details of what the order says. I want to pull in Manish Pandey, my colleague who's joining us outside the CBI headquarters for most. Manish, on expected lines, one was expecting that the CBI will get custody of Manish Sisodia. That's exactly what has happened. All right, just stay with me. Would you stay with me, Manish? Nalini's got somebody on board with her. We're cutting back to the Rouse Avenue court.
is not made out.
Right. So what about the interim bail? Do you
the lawyer of Manish Sisodia
in the coming few days?
अभी तो रिमांड है, रिमांड के बाद ही ये डिसाइड होएगा.
So that, Preeti, right you have in your, that's Advocate Mohit Mathur, who was representing Manish Sisodia before the court of law, and essentially what he is saying is that he's had a long day. He's of course not giving any further comments as of now. But in your frame, you can see Mohit Mathur, who's just left the court after the hearing has been completed. We're going to go back to the courtroom and see if there are any more lawyers coming out. But what Mohit Mathur has said is that 5 days custody has been granted for now. But they're of course not viewing this as a setback because this is the legal process. This is how things are expected to pan out, and we'll see what happens in the next coming few days.
All right, Nalini, stay with us. You just saw Manish Mathur there, one of the lawyers, where a battery of lawyers that Manish Sisodia's team has, not just Manish Mathur. Dayan Krishnan is also one of the noted lawyers in Delhi, is representing Manish Sisodia. But let's cut across right now. Once, we're going to go back to Nalini. But Manish Pandey joins us right outside the CBI headquarters. Anytime, Manish, I would reckon the CBI team would be bringing Manish Sisodia back to the CBI headquarters. He's going to be lodged right where you're standing, behind you, for the next 5 days at least.
Well, Preeti, for next 5 days, this will be the place where Manish Sisodia will be lodged. Now, as far as the court order is concerned, what it essentially means that CBI was able to convince the court that the grounds on the basis of which Mr. Manish Sisodia was arrested and on the basis of which they were asking for his custody, that grounds were accepted by the court. And the major arguments was the destruction of evidence, the changes in the excise policy, and also how influential Mr. Manish Sisodia is. And yesterday, Preeti, when we were talking, in our conversation also, it was very much expected, as you were discussing yesterday, that CBI will be able to get custody. Not only because this is a premier agency of the country, but also because the CBI sources were telling India Today that they have a very strong ground for arresting Mr. Manish Sisodia. Now, as far as the remand copy is concerned, some interesting points were made out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Not only the ground that why this excise policy was tweaked, the main intention, what the CBI wanted to portray before the court was that the profit margin was raised from 5% to 12%, and it was done only to benefit the businessmen who were in liquor business. Apart from that, one more important which the CBI pointed out before the court was that Mr. Manish Sisodia's custodial interrogation is important because they need to recover certain evidence in the case, especially about a phone which he was using around January 2020. So these were the arguments made by the
Manish, continue. Live visuals coming in of Manish Sisodia. People trying to get him to react. He's just got a smile on his face. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you. I'm going to come right back to you, Manish. But visuals just filtering in. You can see Manish Sisodia there, the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister, being led out of the Rouse Avenue court, the CBI court there. He's got a smile on his face. He's wearing the same shirt that he was wearing yesterday. And he's going to be now lodged at the CBI. CBI headquarters for the next 5 days. I want to ask you, Manish, we're going to get into the order copy and the details of it. But in terms of pure protocol, is Manish allowed access to his lawyers while he is in CBI custody? What all is he allowed? What is he not allowed? Can you take us through that?
Yeah, well, for that, Preeti, one has to see the entire order by the court, whether these things have been allowed or not. But generally, the lawyers are allowed to meet their client. That is, in this case, that is Mr. Manish Sisodia. They are allowed to meet their client, and once they can come to the CBI headquarters, sometimes it is twice a day, they can come and meet Mr. Manish Sisodia. Also, Mr. Manish Sisodia will be allowed to have food which is homemade, and also if there is a request made by Mr. Manish Sisodia's family that he wants to meet someone, then also that things will be allowed. So these are the general protocol which we have seen in most of the cases, but in this case we have to wait and watch that whether such requests were made by Manish Sisodia's lawyers or not. As far as the CBI is concerned, for the next 5 days it is going to be very crucial, because remember, they may have got 5 days, but also once his custody is over, again they will be asking for extension of custody. But in these 5 days, what they have done, that will be monitored by the lawyers of Manish Sisodia. For example, in 5 days, if he is being asked the proper question, if he is being well treated, also how the CBI is going to use these 5 days. For example, if from morning to evening he is only being questioned for 2 hours and 3 hours, these are the grounds on the basis of which the lawyers of Manish Sisodia will be asking that there should not be any further custody, because CBI is only doing time pass, nothing else. So CBI knows these tactics which might be used by Manish Sisodia's lawyer, and that's why for the next 5 days these are going to be very crucial for the Central Bureau of Investigation. There is a high possibility that in these 5 days CBI may confront Manish Sisodia with certain accused or witnesses in the case. They will again confront Manish Sisodia with the certain documentary evidences in the case, and also there will be a long questioning, because remember, now he is in CBI custody. Till an hour ago, he was only in CBI for questioning, but now CBI will have the power to do whatever they want within the law to question Manish Sisodia, and as they have told the court that his custodial interrogation was important to unearth the root of this alleged excise policy.
Yeah, I'm going to come right back. Let's listen into all the reactions filtering in.
वो ऑनरेबल जज ने पूरे का पूरा मान लिया। एक ऐसे व्यक्ति को जिसने कि शिक्षा में क्रांति किया, ऐसे व्यक्ति को जिसने शिक्षा के जरिए देश के लाखों करोड़ों बच्चों के जीवन में आशा किरण जगाई, इस प्रकार की चीज़ें जो हो रही हैं बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है।
सोमनाथ भारती हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए है।
We're going to cut across back to Somnath Bharti. Interesting, is he also a part of the legal team of Manish Sisodia? He seemed to be dressed as a lawyer. He is an advocate, but we're going to get back to that. But Manish, stay with me, but I want to cut across to Nalini. If we still have Nalini. All right, we don't have Nalini. We're going to try and cut across to her. But Manish, I'll come back to you. You were taking us through on how important the next 5 days are for the CBI, where the interrogation of Manish Sisodia is concerned. Today, the special judge, M.K. Nagpal, has given the custody to CBI. But M.K. Nagpal, is known to be not very kind in terms of its orders. We've seen him pass some scathing orders earlier as well.
That is very true, Preeti, and the lawyers of Manish Sisodia tried their best to defend his client, that is the Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister, Manish Sisodia. And the arguments which were presented in counter to CBI's argument by Manish Sisodia's lawyer was that when this policy was being drafted, then Manish Sisodia, as a minister, he wanted public opinion, and that is why it was sent to certain people. Also, it was LG who also had the draft copy of this excise policy. LG had
Manish, interrupting you again. Aam Aadmi Party holding a press conference. Listen into Gopal Rai.
और कोर्ट के सामने ये दलील रखी मनीष सिसोदिया जी को रिमांड पर दिया जाए। कोर्ट ने और कोर्ट के सामने ये दलील रखी कि मनीष सिसोदिया जी को रिमांड पर दिया जाए। कोर्ट ने बार बार पूछा कि जब पहली बार आपने मनीष सिसोदिया जी को बुलाया वो आ गए, आपने कल बुलाया वो भी आपके पास आए, पूछताछ आपने की, 5 दिन आपको किस लिए चाहिए? सीबीआई के पास कोई जवाब नहीं है, बस चाहिए। आज अभी सीबीआई जबरदस्ती की केवल रिमांड लेने की जिद पर अड़ी रही। कोर्ट ने रिमांड 5 दिन के लिए दी है। जिस तरह से आज तक मनीष सिसोदिया जी के घर पर छापा मारने के बाद सीबीआई को कुछ नहीं मिला, बैंक में छापा मारने के बाद कुछ नहीं मिला, गांव पे जाकर के सारा तहकीकात करने के बाद कुछ नहीं मिला, जिस तरह से पूरे देश भर में सैकड़ों जगह पर छापामारी करने के बाद आज तक कुछ नहीं मिला, कल 8 घंटे की जांच पूछताछ के बाद कुछ नहीं मिला, 5 दिन में भी कुछ मिलने वाला नहीं है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ा प्रश्न आज जो खड़ा हो रहा है, जिन तथ्यों को, जिन बातों के आधार पर सीबीआई कह रही है कि हमने गिरफ्तारी इसलिए की कि मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने पॉलिसी में हेराफेरी करी, लेकिन सीबीआई और पूरी भारतीय जनता पार्टी, केंद्र की मोदी सरकार, जिसका कंट्रोल, जिसके इशारे पर यह सारा खेल हो रहा है, पूरी भाजपा चुप है, पूरी केंद्र सरकार चुप है, पूरी सीबीआई चुप है, पूरी ईडी चुप है कि जिस पॉलिसी में हेराफेरी, जिन तथ्यों के आधार पर हेराफेरी का आरोप लगाया जा रहा है, उस पॉलिसी के निर्माण में अंतिम मोहर दिल्ली के लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर ने लगाई। लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर से पूछताछ क्यों नहीं हो रही? लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर का नाम क्यों नहीं है? इसलिए यह सारा कुछ जो सामने आ रहा है वो इस बात को सबूत दे रहा है, बार बार इस बात की गवाही दे रहा है कि ये घोटाले की जांच नहीं हो रही है, ये राजनीतिक प्रतिद्वंदिता के तहत, गंदी राजनीति के तहत ये सारा खेल हो रहा है, और जिसका शिकार मनीष सिसोदिया जी को बनाया जा रहा है। क्योंकि अगर एक्साइज पॉलिसी की जांच हो रही होती तो एलजी की भी जांच होती, एलजी को भी बुलाया जाता, एलजी का भी नाम होता, क्योंकि बिना एलजी के परमिशन के, बिना एलजी के मोहर के तो पॉलिसी नहीं फाइनल हुई। अगर भ्रष्टाचार की जांच हो रही होती, केंद्र सरकार की मंशा होती, तो अडानी के घोटाले के भी अब तक कम से कम एक नोटिस तो जरूर निकली होती, जांच जरूर होती। पूरा देश इस बात को आज सोच रहा है कि आज अगर अडानी देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के दोस्त नहीं होते तो जांच अडानी की भी आज हो रही होती, सीबीआई भी चल रही होती, ईडी भी चल रही होती, सारी एजेंसियां भी अडानी के खिलाफ चल रही होती। मनीष सिसोदिया की सिर्फ एक कमजोरी है कि वो अरविंद केजरीवाल के दोस्त हैं और नरेंद्र मोदी की राजनीति के खिलाफ हैं। अडानी की एक खासियत है कि वो नरेंद्र मोदी के दोस्त हैं और उनकी सारी जो लूट की राजनीति है उसके सहभागी हैं। इस आधार पर देश में कानून, इस आधार पर देश में लोकतंत्र नहीं चल सकता है। हम चाहते हैं कि जांच हो, लेकिन मनीष सिसोदिया की भी जांच हो रही है तो अडानी की भी जांच हो, दिल्ली के लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर की भी जांच हो। अगर निष्पक्ष जांच करानी है, कई भाजपा के लोग पूछ रहे हैं जांच से क्यों घबरा रहे हो, जांच से क्यों घबरा रहे हो, जांच से क्यों घबरा रहे हो? जांच से तो इस देश का प्रधानमंत्री घबरा रहा है। जब पार्लियामेंट के अंदर सारे सवालों के आने के बाद ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी से जांच कराने की मांग आई, प्रधानमंत्री ने लोकसभा के अंदर भी बोला, राज्यसभा के अंदर बोला, जुबान से एक भी लाइन, एक भी लफ्ज नहीं निकला कि नहीं, अगर कोई गलती हुई है तो हम जांच कराएंगे। जांच से आप डर रहे हो, जांच से हम नहीं डर रहे। पहले भी सीबीआई ने बुलाया, मनीष सिसोदिया ने जाकर के सवाल का जवाब दिया। कल भी सीबीआई ने बुलाया, 8 घंटे तक पूछताछ की। आगे भी हम कोऑपरेशन करने के लिए तैयार हैं, लेकिन जिस तरह से गिरफ्तारी करके आप दहशत अगर फैलाना चाहते हो, हम दहशत के लिए जवाब देने के लिए तैयार हैं, क्योंकि इस देश के अंदर लोकतंत्र है, संविधान है। जिस तरह से इसको कुंडली मार कब्जा करके इस देश के लोकतंत्र को, इस देश के संविधान को, एजेंसियों को अपने मुट्ठी में लेकर के जिस तरह से आप दुरुपयोग कर रहे हैं, आम आदमी पार्टी इसके खिलाफ आवाज उठाएगी। आज पूरे देश के अंदर आम आदमी पार्टी ने प्रदर्शन किया, हमने आवाज उठाई है, आगे भी ये आंदोलन जारी रहेगा। जल्द ही हम आम आदमी पार्टी आगे की आंदोलन की रणनीति आपके सामने जो है वो घोषित करेगी और इस आवाज को हम उठाते रहेंगे।
आज जो आप लोग प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे उस अभी के बंद कर रहे हैं, खत्म कर रहे हैं?
अभी जो प्रोटेस्ट हम लोग कर रहे थे अभी हम खत्म कर रहे हैं। आगे के आंदोलन की रूपरेखा जल्दी आपको हम घोषित करेंगे। थैंक यू।
Gopal Rai, one of the cabinet ministers in the Delhi government, addressing the press conference after Manish Sisodia was given 5-day CBI custody, saying that the protest for the day of the Aam Aadmi Party, staging a protest, walking to the BJP headquarters has ended. However, the agitation will continue. Their protest will continue, and the roadmap of that will be given out in due course of time. All of that taking place, viewers, as Manish Sisodia is now going to be escorted back to the CBI headquarters. He's going to be there over the next 5 days. He's going to be questioned by the CBI. In all probability, he will get access to his lawyers, home food. What does the order copy say? I want to cut across right now to our ace reporters. Nalini is joining me. So is Shrishti Ojha. Shrishti Ojha was there while the proceedings took place. Nalini is also with me. Nalini, would you take us through on what really went down? What does the order say? Will Manish Sisodia get access to home food? Is there any fine print that you've gone through?
Well, Preeti, we are still waiting for the detailed order copy to be released by the court. So unless and until the detailed order copy is out, we won't be speculating on exactly what sort of benefits, even if a few have been given to Manish Sisodia. But one thing is certain, he might his legal team, if not at any time of his choosing, but during certain hours of the day, that might be something that the CBI court has gone ahead and allowed him to do so. But at the same time, the biggest takeaway from the order is that for the next 5 days, Manish Sisodia will be spending inside CBI custody, where the CBI will be able to question him and interrogate him related to the finer aspects of the Delhi excise policy scam, more specifically related to the drafting and the implementation of the scam, of how exactly there were changes that were brought about to the final version of that excise policy that were not present in the first draft that was put forth before the court. At the same time, another aspect that Manish Sisodia's defense team has very strongly delved into is the fact that he needs to be released on interim bail because his wife is facing some sort of medical issues and her health is not doing well, because of which Manish Sisodia should be released on interim bail. His legal team is not seeing this as a setback. We just spoken to Advocate Mohit Mathur, who left the court premises just a few minutes back after the order was pronounced, and he is saying that this is a part of a process. A 5-day custody has been granted right now, but that doesn't mean that Manish Sisodia has lost the case. This is a long battle ahead of him, and this is just another bump in the road, and this is something that he will eventually overcome. What they're also saying is that just because Manish Sisodia has not been giving the answers that CBI wants him to give does not mean he's not being cooperative. But these next 5 days, Preeti, are going to be the defining moment for the CBI in this case, because only when they are able to extract something substantial during the course of interrogation in these next 5 days can they even expect for any further remand to be granted to them, because that is the first question that the court is going to ask them on the 4th of March when Manish Sisodia is produced before the CBI court once again. What is it that you found out in these past 5 days when he's been in your custody, when he's been under your supervision, when you've had absolutely uninterrupted time to question him as much as you want. What is it that you have come to and what are the conclusions that you have come to? So they will have to come forth with some strong evidence against Manish Sisodia if they hope to hold him in custody for longer. Remember, it's a maximum of 14 days of police custody that can be granted to any police agency, including the CBI, from the court. So they are going to try and ensure that they maximize as much as they can of these 14 days. They don't want to spend too much time bringing him to court again and again. So they will try and seek longer custody. But at the same time, these 5 days are going to be the defining factor for the CBI, at least when it comes to Manish Sisodia's role in this case. There are several others that have been arrested.
Nalini, I want to pull you in because you say that the next 5 days would be defining. But when we look in at what went down in terms of Satyendra Jain, when we see what happened with Vijay Nair, both of them for the Aam Aadmi Party, it's not that they were, as per the CBI, cooperating during the police custody while they were with the CBI. And therefore, after 14 days, they were moved, of course, to judicial custody and then they were moved to Tihar. So, do you see a similar trajectory following here as well?
Yeah. Well, Preeti, if we talk about Satyendra Jain, then that's a different case altogether because Satyendra Jain is right now facing charges under the PMLA Act, which is the Prevention of Money Laundering, and he has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, not the CBI in this case. But yes, similarities can be drawn with the Vijay Nair case because Vijay Nair case also went through a similar trajectory where he was first arrested by the CBI and then subsequently by the Enforcement Directorate. But even in the CBI case, Vijay Nair has managed to secure himself bail. The only reason he's still behind bars is because he's not got the bail in the PMLA case, and that really is the crux of this whole story, Preeti. Because
Nalini, do you see the ED stepping in as well? Because there is Manish's name that finds mention in the ED charge sheet.
Undoubtedly, yeah. Absolutely, undoubtedly, Preeti. There is no doubt about the fact that the ED is going to swoop in. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. Right now, Manish Sisodia is in CBI custody, so they are likely to give a little bit of leeway to CBI to interrogate and find out the finer aspects of the case. But the ED has already jumped into the investigation of this case. They've already registered an FIR on the basis of the original FIR filed by the CBI under the Prevention of Corruption Act, which is a scheduled offence for the ED to lodge an investigation. So the ED's already stepped in. They have also gone ahead and interrogated several people in this matter. So there is no doubt about the fact that the ED might move in to go ahead and arrest Manish Sisodia sooner rather than later. And the reason why that's going to be crucial is because the entire story is going to turn once ED comes into the picture. Because for Manish Sisodia to get bail in an ED case is going to be an uphill battle for him, because the burden of proof will then lie on Manish Sisodia to prove that he's innocent in this case, as against the CBI case where the burden of proof is on the CBI to prove that there is a strong case against Manish Sisodia.
Nalini, I'm going to interrupt you, and the reason I'm coming in, I apologize, is let's cut across to the press conference of Gaurav Bhatia from the Bharatiya Janata Party.
एजेंसी है वो ईमानदारी से भ्रष्टाचारियों को कानून के तहत कार्रवाई करती हैं। दूसरी तरफ, और जैसे कल से हम देख रहे हैं कि एक तरफ कानून अपना काम कर रहा है, जो जांच एजेंसी हैं वो ईमानदारी से भ्रष्टाचारियों को कानून के तहत कार्रवाई करती हैं, दूसरी तरफ कट्टर बेईमान और अराजक अपराध पार्टी ना संविधान का सम्मान करती है, ना न्यायालय का सम्मान करती है, ना जनता का सम्मान करती है और ना कानून का सम्मान करती। जो फैसला अभी अभी न्यायालय ने पारित किया है, उसमें एक्यूज्ड नंबर 1 आबकारी घोटाला, शराब घोटाला को सीबीआई कस्टडी में 4 मार्च तक के लिए दिया गया है। यह आदेश मौखिक तौर पे तो कोर्ट में सुनाया गया है, जैसा चैनल्स बता रहे हैं। पूरा आदेश आएगा तो इसका अध्ययन भी किया जाएगा और विधिक तौर पे जो मेरी समझ है, मैं समझता हूं ये बड़ा ही अहम फैसला है। सबसे पहले तो जो ओछी घटिया अराजकतापूर्ण राजनीति कल से कट्टर बेईमान लोग अरविंद केजरीवाल के इशारे पर जो कर रहे हैं, उसको उजागर करना बहुत जरूरी है। देखिए, सबसे पहले तो हर कोई ये बात जानता है, उप मुख्यमंत्री कई विभाग के मंत्री हैं। ये जो घोटाला इन्होंने किया है, ये घोटाला आबकारी नीति को लेके है, शराब नीति को लेकर है, शराब नीति। और किस तरह की नौटंकी की जा रही है कल से, ऐसा लगता है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल ने कसम संविधान के ऊपर हाथ रख के ये ली कि संविधान को तार तार करूंगा। सबसे पहले तो मैं ये कहूंगा, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, पापी आपको भी पता है कि एक्यूज नंबर 1 कट्टर बेईमान है, और आज ये आदेश आने के बाद ये बात सिद्ध हो गई है कि न्यायालय ने भी पाया है, सीबीआई एक्यूज नंबर 1 मनीष सिसोदिया को शराब नीति घोटाले में अपनी कस्टडी में ले, जिससे कि पूर्ण रूप से विवेचना हो सके, दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी हो जाए, या ये कहें दूध का दूध और शराब की शराब हो जाए। जो मुख्य बिंदु मैं आपके समक्ष उठाऊंगा, इस पे ध्यान दीजिएगा। और यह भी हमें पता है कि जनता की आवाज बन के भारतीय जनता पार्टी जब बड़े प्रखरता से यह मुद्दा उठाती है, किसी भी सवाल का उत्तर नहीं देंगे अरविंद केजरीवाल, लेकिन फिर भी देश की जनता को यह जानने का हक है, ये लड़ाई विचारधाराओं की लड़ाई